finally over. Mountain basketball is back and better than ever. Let's go! All tickets are on sale now, and you won't want to miss the action. Jump on the opportunity to watch your favorite players live and in person. Whether you're after season tickets, mini plans, or single game matchups, the Utah Jazz has got your back. There's a plan for every fan. Don't miss out. Secure your seats today and be part of the excitement all season long. Let's go! Visit UtahJazz.com today.
Tom, I'm on the sideline here with Doug Smith-Chevy. Doug, the NCAA has changed its rules regarding NIL money. What do I have to do to land an amazing new 2025 Chevy Silverado?
Just come on down to Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork.
Doug, I'm more than happy for you to use my name, image, and likeness. All I want to know is how do I get one?
You have to buy it, Scott.
Together, let's drive. Get 2.9% APR financing for 72 months for well-qualified buyers when you finance with GM Financial on all new 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500s. No one knows Chevy like Doug.
I lost count of how many foster homes I lived in. 20, maybe more. Each time, a new room, a new bed, a new routine with a new family. But never a space that really felt like mine. Eventually, I didn't even bother unpacking, because moving again was never an if. It was always a when.
There are more than 100,000 children in foster care waiting to be adopted. The Dave Thomas Foundation for Adoption is working to help find them a forever family and a permanent home of their own.
When I was 15, I didn't have anywhere to go for the holidays. So my high school principal invited me to stay with his family. It was just supposed to be for a few weeks, but soon they asked me to stay forever as their daughter. Now I have my own room and decorated it myself. It's kind of a tornado, but it's my tornado. And just like my family, it's mine to keep.
If you have room in your home or your heart, see how you can help at davethomasfoundation.org.
Adventuring in the Wasatch Back this fall? Stop into Dairy King in Heber, now serving pumpkin shakes.
And check out their huge gluten-free menu. Dairy King on Main Street, home of the trade and best of state shakes.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colvin, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's time to get your morning started with the news you need to know.
News update.
This is what's trending with DJ and PK. Hashtag Utah Jazz.
It feels like he's finishing way better at the rim, playing in straighter lines, not trying to bait for fouls as much. But the free throw line's been a big part of his life this part of the season. But it's because he's not fishing for fouls. He's just using his athleticism and his burst, and he's playing in straight lines. You know, I think it's 16 shots, 5 of them are threes. Maybe you'd want him to shoot 1 or 2 more, but in general, we want Keontae to be somebody who's putting pressure on the rim. He's making better reads in the half court. Mostly, to me, it's what's happening around the basket is why he's scoring better. He's not settling too much for jumpers.
There's Coach Will Hardy on Keontae George and why he's looked better through the first 8 games of the year. Game number 9 tonight. The Utah Jazz are in Minnesota to play the Timberwolves. And PK, it's an NBA Cup game, so there's going to be a funky-looking court tonight.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't really care about that, but if they want to do it, if you don't care about it, then you don't criticize it. I don't care about it. I couldn't tell you who won last year, but they're trying to make something out of
something.
Yeah. That's fine. I give them credit for doing it. Everybody calls him Key. I think I'm going to call him Ante. Ante? Yeah, why do you want him shooting? So you want 1 or 2 more empty possessions?
Yeah, I didn't understand that. I don't know. I didn't know if he wanted it as an average or if he had passed up 1 or 2 good ones in that game.
Okay, that's another story.
Right, and I didn't know which one he was referencing when he said that.
If you're shooting 25% from 3, I don't want you to take any, actually.
It's not a good number.
Because you're doing so well, and when you get to the line, it's virtually automatic. And so, overall, the kid has been playing like there's something there.
He's taking a clear step forward.
That's
here.
what matters the most. And he's still looking to pass the ball. You know, he's averaging He's had a couple of 10-assist games. He
Which
might
is-
break Stockton's record.
Which is, number one, not going to happen. And number two, the more important thing, I see him taking shots sometimes, and I'm thinking, I don't care if you shoot. I just don't want you to shoot when you have the ball first. Involve other people. If the ball comes back and you get a good shot, great. I suppose if you come down court and you can immediately beat your guy to the rim and get into the paint, break the paint, then okay, I can live with that. But when I see
transition
him,
also,
when I've seen him force 15-footers against pressure, I'm like, no.
Okay, but that's a growing prospect.
I get it.
I
totally agree with that.
Yeah.
Totally agree with that. And it is better than it was. He still doesn't get the team into the offense early enough, but I do think he gets the team into the offense earlier. Again, it's a process. Totally get it.
His entire life has been, I will be better than you because I am.
Right. I'm the guy. I better take this shot.
Yeah.
And the other night, when he took a couple shots late that I did not like at all, I'm thinking, Svi's on fire. This is the night to give him the ball. That doesn't mean you got to give him the ball in Minnesota because he has not established himself as that guy. Or give it to Markkanen because he is the guy. And he's heated up here in the fourth quarter.
When I was home watching the game, I thought, oh, crap, DJ's not going to like it.
You're making notes to self.
And Ante is going to have to hear about it.
Ante is going to. No, I don't think he's going to hear about it. Well, I suspect he does hear about it from somebody on the coaching staff. But not in a slam the clipboard kind of way. In a go over every possession. Yeah. Here's what you did. This is why that was perfect. That was the right decision right here because you read this and you did that. That's great. Then the next possession. Is that really that good a shot?
Remains to be seen because there's still so much more time ahead. But this kid could actually be, of all the 9 picks, be the best pick.
That would surprise me, but it's possible. Yeah.
Well, it looks like at worst he's going to be second.
Aha!
But that's today. It could change.
Yeah. Yeah, we're way early on some of these guys. All right, the Jazz tonight, right here on the Zone. Check it out, 97.5. And it's an early start, 6 o'clock at the Target Center, so the pregame is at 5. DJ and PK.
Hashtag NBA.
I wouldn't put the game that I had based on the court. This kid pissed me off today. I was playing 2K. I've been playing 2K for like 2 hours, and I told him, too. I was like, wait, just wait. And he just called me washed up. He called me a bunch of things. But I love it, you know what I mean? He said he ain't seen a highlight from me in a minute. And I just told him, all right, we'll see. He said, tell me to go to sleep. Like, he was going in. So this game was for that kid or grown man, whoever that was. So I appreciate you. I told him I'd give him a shout-out, too. So that's what tonight was. But no, as a whole, this night was really dope. I'm kind of hoping we keep the court, you know what I'm saying? But and kind of keep it for our home games, but we'll see.
Donovan Mitchell says his 46-point outburst was because somebody was trash-talking him while he was playing NBA 2K. So the game plan now for the Cavs is simple. You don't need 10 analysts. You don't need 20 assistant coaches. You probably don't even need that whole scouting staff. You just got to pay somebody $50 to find Donovan online and trash-talk him.
You know what I'm saying?
You know what I'm saying?
He tries so hard. You're a private school kid. Just wallow in your greatness because you have a lot of greatness. I mean he's funny.
Only one NBA game. Suns beat the Clippers 115-102. Devin Booker 24 points, 7 assists.
He sucks.
You can bring that up with Locke today. You see what Devin Booker did this week? Miami Heat coach Eric Spoelstra's home destroyed by a fire that had 20 units working to combat the flames. Spoelstra was on a team charter flight when it broke out. No one was in the home when the fire started.
That's good and bad.
Yeah, right? Massive destruction of property. He probably lost a lot of sentimental stuff, not to mention all his stuff. But at least he wasn't hurt.
Or nobody else was.
Nobody else was either, yeah. Former NBA player and assistant coach Damon Jones pled not guilty to charges he profited from rigged poker games and provided sports bettor with non-public information about injuries to stars LeBron James and Anthony Davis. DJ and PK.
Hashtag college basketball.
Utah State Aggies are in Frisco, Texas to take on the VCU Rams. Tonight, 6 p.m. Coverage on 1280 The Zone will begin at 5 p.m. Ready for some college hoops? Or it's just too early? You got football on your mind?
I can do both to an extent.
Yeah.
But, I mean, obviously, football as we approach the weekend and on Saturday is taking precedent above everything.
Utah Tech is in Tucson to take on 13th-ranked Arizona. Utah Tech isn't on TNT every night, but they are tonight. So you want to watch 13th-ranked Arizona. A lot of Big 12 basketball. I saw TCU was on last night. I was channel surfing. So you're going to see Big 12 hoops games scattered across TNT this year.
TNT, I wonder what they can develop it, now they lost the NBA. Can it really be something that almost to an extent like a quasi Pac-12 network, which obviously never got the distribution they were looking for? I would assume TNT has that distribution because they do a phenomenal job with this pregame and postgame stuff. It reminds me of the Pac-12 network in terms of what they're allotting and the commitment that they're making. And I know the league is ecstatic about it. It doesn't have the numbers yet, but is it something that it can grow? I mean, everybody's got it. It's very easy to go find.
Yep.
And they're doing a great job with it.
I think they do a little bit for a while here until the TV deals are up at the end of the decade, and then it'll be interesting to see how much money they throw at it and which leagues they throw the money at. But it's easy to see them doing double headers, East Coast, West Coast. Why not? They still have the hockey, so it's not like they're going to be doing it every night of the week, but they're definitely going to have a few nights they can open up and string some games together. Hoops tomorrow. Weber State's at Utah, 5 o'clock. That one's on ESPN+. BYU will host Holy Cross at the Marriott Center, 7 o'clock on ESPN+. DJ and PK.
#NFL. What'd you think about some of their reaction, the boos and that kind of thing?
Well, I've been booed before and I'll be booed again, so not going to be the last time. It's obviously unfortunate. You don't want your own fans booing you, but, it's part of it.
Denver fans booing, Broncos winning. They beat the Raiders 10-7. Bo Nix with a couple of interceptions, including one late that set the Raiders up with good field position, but they missed the field goal, and the Broncos get out of there with the win. Not every Thursday night football game gets ugly, but a lot of them do, and certainly I think more than we see on Sundays. If they're going to go to this double bye, which is long rumored, and we'll see if they do it, I wish they'd put them in front of these Thursday night games because it's just clear that combination of the guys being beat up and lack of preparation time, there are too many ugly games on Thursday night, and that was one of them. I think there were like a dozen 3-and-outs in that game, PK. There was.
You expect the Raiders, if I would have given them 2 weeks, they would look better?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I mean, they played a 30. They're not a good team. There's always going to be bad teams, but they played a 30-29 game with Jacksonville last week with a full week to prepare. It went overtime, and they're going for 2 at the end. I mean, that's better than this. Better than 3-and-out, turnover, 3-and-out, turnover.
I don't know. Kyle Whittingham thought it was the most beautiful game he ever saw.
He may well have, but Kyle has slightly different taste than the rest of us. All right, intriguing games in the NFL this weekend. The Steelers are playing the Chargers, so there's a couple teams that, as we sit here at midseason, we think are sitting in prime playoff position. The Steelers with a 2-game lead in the AFC North. And the Chargers, 1.5 games behind the Broncos, chasing them, trying to need a win to get back within a game of them. So, big game for you right there. You're bobbing your head. Do you hear music only you hear? Or are you thinking about a game that intrigues you this week?
Ravens, Vikings? I don't know. I mean, this is games. They're all games.
Rams, Niners. That's a good one in the NFC West where there's 3 teams bunched at the top. Niners have already played the Rams once. Can they get them again? Beat them 26-23 in that first meeting. Can they sweep the season series and give them a 3rd loss? You figured out which game you're going to pick? Picks are coming up at 8:50.
If not.
Lock of the week. All right. Still mulling that over. Yak, you know what you're going to do? Or you just narrow it down to a couple. Yak's bobbing his head in there. He's got something in mind. Patriots, Bucks. There's a couple teams that haven't been power brokers, but they are looking good this year in a big way. Patriots are 7-2. Bucks are 6-2. They're playing in Florida. So plenty of good games spread around the NFL this weekend. DJ and PK.
#BYU.
We've been in some noisy arenas before, so that's always going to be a challenge. But I think we can work through that. And when you say that, it's hard to simulate being in a hostile and noisy environment. But we've been through that already. This isn't game one for a lot of these guys, and they've been in a situation where it's been loud. So we're just on the other side of it. We're used to being at home and being loud, and now we're also used to being on the road and it being loud. And our job is to try to put points on the board and try to get everything that we can so we can find a competitive advantage, knowing that they are at home and they're how the noise factor will work out in their favor.
Kalani Sitake talking about the big game in Lubbock tomorrow. Kickoff 10 a.m. Mountain Time. L.J. Martin, JoJo Phillips taken off the injury report, so looking forward to seeing those guys play. And they have been in loud environments this year. Their last game, Iowa State, that was a sellout loud environment. So
I'm worried about the way they play, not how much volume the crowd noise is. I don't really care about that. Hostile environment. It's the one time you use hostile is when it precedes environment. Otherwise, you never use the word, or maybe crowd, a hostile crowd. But it sounds cooler if it's environment. So I'm excited that JoJo Phillips is back because they think he has the potential to be a big-time player and add it to the mix. You know, obviously Kingston has developed a little bit, and Roberts is still doing what he's doing, and Hagan is coming along. But to get Phillips back in there, I think that has the potential to be big. I assume he's ready to go. He's been practicing for a couple of weeks now. Exciting for him to return. Martin is Martin, obviously. I mean, they need him.
Under the theory that it's hard to go down the field 5 yards at a time in any game, and it will be especially difficult against Texas Tech, his big play ability could come in very handy. One or two big plays could change everything.
Right.
DJ or PK?
#Utah State.
Utah State at home facing Nevada, 5:30. CBS Sports Network coverage on 1280 The Zone will begin at 4:30 with Scotty G on the call.
Oh, to get to 6, this is a requirement.
This is one you got to circle. You have 4 games on paper. This is by far the best opportunity for a W. So get this one.
And I would think they would. I'd be very much surprised if it went the other way.
Nevada's winless on the road. Utah State undefeated at home. So go out and get this game. And Nevada's played some close ones. Even though they're only 1-7, they haven't won since September, and I think that was their money game. So hand them a 5th loss and keep moving. DJ and PK.
#college football.
So many coaches fired this year, but the Wisconsin Badgers announcing that head coach Luke Fickell will return next season. School plans to invest more heavily in the program in hopes of reversing their downward trend. There was a time that Wisconsin was certainly one of the top 3 or 4 teams in the conference, and some years even the best team in the conference. But we're getting a little removed from that, and right now they're one of the worst teams in the Big Ten, and there's some bad teams at the bottom of the Big Ten. Penn State, Wisconsin, Michigan State, and Purdue, 4 teams that are a combined 0-22.
That surprises me. You know, having been there, that place is as cool as any place I've been. And in terms of the entire town rallying around, it's right there at the top. I mean, South Bend will always be at the top for me. But the entire town, I'm literally talking like virtually every citizen, they ran out of everything an hour and a half before the game in terms of beverages except beer. And the line to get in 7-Eleven was 50 people deep. I mean, it was, if not 100 people deep. So the amount of support, and we know it, we see it on TV, we've known about it for years. It surprises me that this program has been staying down. There's just too much support. It's the state's program there in Wisconsin.
Yeah. It's unusual. There's only a handful of states like that.
Yeah.
Minnesota, Arkansas. There's probably somebody else out there. But to have just one team and not have the in-state rivalry, everybody rallies around them.
Yeah. So I would think that they would be back up. I don't know when. I can't say soon. But it's more surprising that they're down rather than that they're up.
They have lost 6 in a row. And Luke Fickell had it going at Cincinnati when they hired him, but it has been a mess at Wisconsin. And they're playing Washington this week. That could be 7 in a row. They are at home.
Yeah.
And Indiana the week after. That could be 8 in a row.
Well, finish it off then.
Illinois, Minnesota.
You are scheduling. You are the schedule man.
They don't get to play any of those other winless teams in the Big Ten. So see if they can get themselves on track a little bit. But Luke Fickell will be back. Northwestern and USC tonight. Fox, 7 p.m. You're looking for a little college football tonight. A big game in the Big Ten right there.
Go Wildcats.
Oregon and Iowa, 1:30 on CBS tomorrow. That's a game for all you Ute fans. Oregon on the road at 20th ranked Iowa. That could be an intriguing game. If Oregon gets beat, presumably they fall in those rankings. They're one of the teams in front of the Utes. The Utes need to hop over if they're going to get into the playoff.
You think that a 2-loss Oregon team is going to be kept out?
No, because they'd probably get a couple big wins over USC and Washington. But I think if they lose to Iowa and they split those last 2 games, I think a 3-loss Oregon team is out.
Okay.
And they've got a pretty difficult November schedule. So, Navy, Notre Dame. Notre Dame's another team. I wouldn't expect them to slip up against Navy, but Navy, Notre Dame, 5:30 NBC
brand
Saturday
name.
night. Brand name what?
Notre Dame. You go with the brand names.
Right. Yes, especially home against Navy.
They could play on planet Pluto against Navy, and you would go with Notre Dame.
Notre Dame would be a road game. I think Notre Dame goes to Annapolis to play. Go play in New York.
They've gone there before.
Go play in New York or Philly. DJ and PK.
Hashtag NHL.
It's about consistency, full 60, Obviously, we're on back-to-back where conditioning might be a thing. You obviously feel a little bit tired, but you got to dig deep and, play simplify the game, and we didn't at times, and it kind of cost us.
Mikhail Sergachev there on back-to-backs. They lost back-to-back in their most recent game in Toronto after winning the day before in Buffalo. So the Mammoth back-to-back this weekend. Montreal Saturday, Ottawa Sunday. Puck drop set for 5 o'clock on the Zone. Pre-game at 4 o'clock both days. That's what's trending. Brought to you by Shamrock Plumbing. There's no job too big or too small. Get the personal touch with Shamrock Plumbing. All right, coming up. Got a full schedule today. Got the question of the day. Hot Takes or Toast is next. David Locke, radio voice of the Jazz at 8. Gary Stokan, president and CEO of the Peach Bowl at 8:30. Potential destination for a Big 12 playoff team. 9 o'clock, Kevin Graham talking NFL and college football. DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Got a crash at Hinckley and Midland Drives in West Haven that's closed all the westbound lanes. Right lane heading north is also closed in that area. Left lane on eastbound area south of 1300 West and West Jordan just reopened after being closed earlier this morning. This update is brought to you by the Garden Restaurant in downtown Salt Lake City. Dine in or order out. The Garden is open weekdays 11 to 3. Hearty, healthy, and oh so craveable. Fresh flavors, iconic location. That's the Garden Restaurant. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G.
Don't touch that button.
Check this out. Bill Armstrong, general manager of the Utah Mammoth, to be able to sign somebody that wants to be in Utah, that's a budding superstar in this league and is committed long-term to the franchise. I can't tell you how fired up it makes this fan base here in Salt Lake.
I can't tell you the number of people went by me in the last week just so enthused about the fact that we were able to get him signed and he committed to Utah. It's a big thing for the franchise, and I think Dylan Gunther, you got to give him a lot of credit. He was the first one to kind of commit and make that long-term commitment to our club, and he's a heck of a player too. And JJ Paterk also has a long-term deal with us too, so we've got a lot of the talent locked in for a while, and that's exciting for this organization because now we have a chance to get into some windows here to push to be a championship organization.
It's Hans and Scotty, weekdays from noon to 3, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Annuities, non-advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Make game day yours with the Utah Mammoth app. Get your tickets, order food and drinks without leaving your seat, track live stats, and stream every game with Mammoth Plus, all in one place. It's the ultimate game day essential, designed for Mammoth fans. Stay connected to your hometown team and never miss a moment. Download the Utah Mammoth app today on iPhone and Android. Turn on push notifications and make every day game day. Tusks up.
This is Devin Dampier. As a new quarterback for the Utes, preparation is everything. Every practice, every play, every decision. And that preparation starts long before I step on the field. It starts with what I put in my body. That's why I choose Culligan Water, Salt Lake City. Their healthy, clean water isn't about quenching thirst. It's about optimal hydration, faster recovery, peak performance. It's the foundation of staying sharp on and off the field. For me and for my game, it's got to be Culligan of Salt Lake City. Drink what I drink. Visit CulliganSLC.com or call 801-509-9602.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard. Hans, you feel it outside. It's football weather, but that also means it's colder outside, and that means your furnace, if you haven't fired it up already, you will be soon. So you want to keep that warm air in your house? Well, it's all about having the right windows, and Advanced Windows can make sure you have the best windows in the state of Utah.
Remember, they've got the lifetime warranty. It's transferable to the next owner. It covers all labor, glass, and parts. And these are original windows built right here in the state of Utah. They eliminate the middleman, so they make it more affordable for you. And they've got great financing plans, including 60 months, no interest, no payment, or no interest for 24 months. They'll set it up so it's affordable for you.
Go to advancedwindows.com. That's advancedwindows.com and find out how they can save you money. In fact, $2,500 off when you swap out 10 windows or more. That's Advanced Windows. Call them now, 801-850-9100.
It's Advanced Windows at advancedwindows.com, 801-850-9100.
Hey, Utah County golfers, the Back 9 Indoor Golf Lounge in Orem is now open right across from Costco. Mark your calendars. The Zone will be broadcasting live from the Orem Back 9 on Wednesday, November 12th from noon till 3 for the BYU Preview Show. Become a founding member today for just $25 down and lock in the biggest discounts for life. And Back 9 will donate $50 to a high school golf team of your choice. Experience 4 full swing simulator bays with comfy seating, 75-inch TVs, and 4D massage chairs. Perfect for date nights, parties, and corporate events. Plus 2 putting greens, an Xbox gaming lounge, free drinks, and Wi-Fi. Train like the pros with secure 24/7 access so you can play in leagues and tournaments on your schedule. With locations in Pleasant View, Murray, Lehigh, American Fork, Spanish Fork, Cedar City, and St. George. There's a Back 9 near you. A Back 9 membership makes the perfect gift for the golfer in your life.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
BYU getting ready for the big game at Texas Tech, 10 a.m. ABC. Aaron Roderick explaining how good the Texas Tech defense really is.
This is the best defense we've played probably since Texas in 2023. I'd say they're right up there with those guys. This D-line, they're freaks and they're really good players. Their linebackers are great. Everybody knows that. Good secondary. They have no personnel weaknesses. They have a very good scheme, very well coached. I have a lot of respect for their defensive coordinator. They don't really have any weaknesses, and they get turnovers, man. They strip the ball as well as any team I've ever seen.
This BYU update brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Make this Thanksgiving unforgettable with Kenny J's Barbecue. Skip the stress and bring home slow smoke perfection. Pre-order your Thanksgiving meal today by reaching out to them at 801-230-5396. That's 801-230-5396.
College football all day. It's a Football Friday right here on the Zone. Whether it's the Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, we've got you covered. This is a Football Friday edition of DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK brought to you by Sound Sleep Medical, and you can join Hans and Scotty G Tuesday from noon to 3 at Sound Sleep Medical, 8941 South 700 East in Sandy. Time for the question of the morning. BYU with a chance to be two teams ranked in the top 13 of the college football playoff rankings. How confident are you? Already taking down the Utes? Now can they get Texas Tech? Mark, road game. Bye-bye to the undefeated season. He's not buying it.
So with that at home, it would be hello undefeated season?
He does not explain.
Well, he needs to explain, idiot.
Hopeful rather than confident, Mark says, though they have continued to improve and they exceed expectations.
They define expectations. They reset expectations.
Reset is a good word. Yes.
They're not exceeding them. You and your low standards.
I think they're reset because they've exceeded them. Had them 8-4 at the start of the year. They're 8-0. Well, 8-4 is not good enough now.
I tried to tell you.
David says I'm pretty confident. I like BYU's chances. They do have a few advantages over Texas Tech.
What are they?
Doesn't spell them out.
Idiot.
We'll see if he gets back to us. Eldon, I always hope the Cougars win, but I don't let it screw up my internal perspective. I think Celestial.
I can't even comment on that.
No, you could. Mark says this is going to be easy. Go Cougs. How about that? There's some confidence. That's the most confidence on the whole comment board right there. Easy, all caps, 3 exclamation points. Go Cougs.
Like Sunday morning?
Exclamation point. Sing it.
Well, staying with the faith aspect. Sunday morning, of course,
yeah,
being
I see
church.
what you did there. Yeah, that's good.
Not for me. I plan out what ball games I'm going to bet the following week on Sunday morning.
No, you don't.
Come up with the same answer. 0 every week.
But you spend time planning it.
I want to see if there's anything out there. Yeah. The fact that you have an opportunity to beat 2 top 13 teams, you already beat Utah. I don't think that, and I had to double check it, but I don't think anybody could match that in the old resume category that are currently, right now, as we speak. A couple of those SEC teams have beaten somebody and Tennessee, but Tennessee was barely in. In fact, you couldn't be any lower. They were 25th now. So it is not at the time, it is now.
I guess if Texas sweeps Georgia and A&M in the last 2 games here, I don't think either one of those teams have dropped down to 13. So The Longhorns, I guess, have the chance, but
Yeah,
they're
but-
0-0, not 1-0.
Right,
BYU's halfway there.
Right. Yeah. So
Texas Tech will go 2-0 if they beat BYU. But yeah, a lot of these teams, that'll be a tough one to match.
yeah, that is highly impressive.
Yep. They've got multiple metrics, and I saw one of those things where they do, Team A and Team B, and they run out the numbers and all the metrics. And Team A was just barely better than Team B. And it turned out Team A was Ohio State, and Team B was BYU.
Yeah. I don't know those metrics.
I know.
They don't factor in was the quarterback playing or not saying that stuff just bores me to death. They can't factor in all these other things that matter. Anything that's based strictly on numbers outside of your paycheck, I don't want to hear.
Well, the committee's using some of them, but they do mix in the old eye test.
Yeah, that's extremely important.
Yep.
I know what I see, and I see what I know. And mean what you say, and say what you mean. And the cat's meow, and the meow's cat. Do you want me to go on?
Sure, go ahead. I'm enjoying this.
Because I don't want to.
No, never mind then. Stop it. Stop it.
I mean, what more would the Cougars have to do to get the respect that constantly and continually evades and eludes them?
Move to the Big Ten or SEC. That's what they have to do. Those are the teams that get the respect. Those are the only teams in front of them. And 3 of the teams in front of them have a loss.
That's not the answer.
Oh, okay.
The answer is to continue to win.
Aha.
Respect will come unto you tenfold if thou winnest.
If they were to run the table and go 13-0, which now you're beating.
Thou shalt win.
Thou shalt. So now you're beating 3
I would
top 13 teams.
BYU
I would think.
then.
I think you're beating 3 top 13 teams.
I'm committing all kinds of
That was-
sin this morning.
That was good. That was nice. And they'd have another road win over a ranked team because they'd have to beat Cincinnati. Well, Cincinnati won't be ranked if they are. I guess
They might be.
no, because they didn't get in this top 25. So, and with another loss, they wouldn't be.
No, I mean, at the time, they might be when they go into it. If
maybe.
you hand somebody a loss
Yeah.
and they get knocked out, you're going to criticize it? So
Yes.
it's better to lose? That doesn't make any sense.
I just don't think they'll get credit for it. But how high would they be seeded if they went 13-0, you think?
Top 4.
Possibly.
Which is a bye. I was just wondering 2 or 3 because there can't be more at that point. Ohio State and Indiana, somebody
the
would have
bye
taken it out.
sounds good as long as you win the game
Right,
after
and
the
nobody
bye.
did last week. Or last year, I mean.
Yeah, but
so that wasn't good. Everybody had a bye, got beat.
Was
but they
it
may
because
not
of
have
the
been
bye?
seeded correctly. They've given
No, they
chances.
changed
I
that
know.
already.
Yep.
The bye had nothing to do with the Sun Devils losing. Nothing. Zero. Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
That's the one I would have thought maybe it did have something to do because it's so close, like one thing.
The bye?
And you haven't played in 3 weeks.
How about when they had 3rd and 5th or 4th
That's
and
another-
15, you
that's
stop
another-
them.
that's
How about
another
when the
thing.
targeting and the guy took the kid's helmet off, you called it?
That's another thing.
Just don't, the bye. Sure, if you want to add the bye to the list, way down, like 142nd, I'll go with it. But other than that, I ain't going with it. So I would actually love for them to have a home game. Because then if you lose the next week, well, at least you had that home game.
The home game. Yeah.
And that would be unprecedented. And
Oh,
you would have got something up on the Utes that you could throw in their face.
The thrill of driving to a stadium for a playoff game. I mean, only 4 teams got it last year, right? And watching those games, it looked like every fan base was on fire. The thrill of going to the stadium for a home playoff game, it looked like everybody thought that was awesome.
Yeah, 'cause it's new.
Yeah,
If nothing else.
It's new.
It's
It hasn't been done before. Notre Dame's playing Indiana in a big game. It's an in-state game, and it just looked like that stadium was on fire.
Yeah.
And they've had plenty of big games there. If any fan base could be jaded.
And I want that for
and they weren't.
LES. I mean, we have it on July 4th, but now I want it in December. We have Stadium on Fire on July 4th.
Stadium on fire, but I get it.
What's it called?
Stadium of Fire, not on fire. It's not called Stadium on Fire.
Well, they need to change it then. Stadium of Fire is stupid.
One unfortunate year they did. And
I was going to say,
again.
we had that 2 years ago.
Yeah,
We
no,
want to repeat.
The stadium
Rockets
wasn't
red
on
glare
fire.
was coming in the wrong direction.
You stay in bed if you don't want to risk injury. Jeez.
Yeah, I don't mind. I don't want shrapnel flying at me. I don't know what to tell you.
And they fixed it. Duck. And they fixed it, and it hasn't happened. Stadium on Fire sounds way better than Stadium of Fire.
How about Stadium O Fire?
No, I want Stadium on Fire. You just said it. You're telling me it's so bad, and then you just said it looked like Notre Dame. The stadium was on fire, but yet you say it's bad. You're a hypocrite. You talk out of both sides of your mouth.
Nope, there's literal, and then there's
right.
not.
And so I meant let's go ahead and have an arsonist and light up LES. How dare you insinuate that for me?
Patrick Kinahan, arsonist.
Jeez. Yeah, that would be super cool. If they went 13-0 this year, it would trump
everything.
Virtually any athletic accomplishment that's ever been done in this state. It would be way better than the two Utes undefeated season. It would be way better than 1984.
Well, just the level of competition has gone up so much here.
Yes.
The fact that they now get to play, both Utah and BYU get to play multiple games against these ranked teams. I mean, it's just they've never really had this opportunity. The Utes have to. I wonder what the best schedule the Utes played in the Pac-12 was. I mean, the Pac-12 wasn't getting a lot of highly ranked teams. I don't think they ever played a schedule with 3 top 13 teams.
And then you play another one in the conference final, which is probably be a repeat. Yeah, and then your down game is TCU.
Yeah, still pretty strong.
Yes.
TCU's sitting over there with 2 conference losses. We run the table. We got a tiebreaker here.
Yeah, they got a good program.
TCU's definitely. I don't know who the Utah fans are because we've already been through that this week. But TCU fans are rooting for BYU to help them out. Let's go.
TCU's a quality team, and there's just no doubt about it. And they're on a bye this week, I believe, right? And then to have them get an opportunity to play BYU. I mean, TCU always.
TCU is not on a bye. 1:30, Big Fox, Iowa State.
They've given BYU trouble, and that was a great series back when. And I'm excited for that game again to see them play and do all their things, and so, and that's they got to come here, right? And that's next week, late game,
8:15.
Yep.
Yeah. That's going to be a tough game, and especially too, if BYU wins, you talk about the emotion of beating Utah, and that's real. But I think, my gosh, that would be just a ton of emotion. That if you beat Texas Tech, the big money team, blah blah blah, and all game day and over the air at 11:00 Lubbock time, the place is. It's not going to be on fire. Apparently, that's bad news if I say it. It's great, just mental illustration when you say it. But
I agree.
When I say it, it's bad news.
Okay,
so
fair.
that's
accurate.
To have to come back the following week and play TCU. Talk about trap. We'll see. First, they got to beat Texas Tech, which is a huge task, and then we'll worry about that next week. But that. If that's a sort of a lesser game on your schedule, you got a pretty good schedule.
Got that home game parked in between Cincinnati and Texas Tech.
Yeah,
good luck with that.
Right, and then you got to go on the road to Cincinnati.
That's why
they've never done anything close to this.
No, and that's why this is the time to bring up 13-0 because obviously it can all go up in smoke very quickly. They were 9-0 last year and had back-to-back losses, and you look at the schedule and okay, well, no gimmies at this point.
Oh, for the Cougars you're speaking of?
Yeah, these next 3 games. I mean, we've been talking about this run forever. And, Cincinnati doesn't look as difficult when you see how the Utes ran through them and BYU runs the ball well. But you still have to go there, and they could be desperate. And
yes.
They came here. It was a road game and bizarro time on their body clocks and all that.
Cincinnati's
It'll be a different
good
deal.
team, man.
Right, yeah.
And the Utes killed them. Good for them because the Utes are a really good team, which is why I wrote that they should get playoff consideration, and I got lambasted.
Well, and
I was right.
They are getting playoff
Bleep
consideration.
You, and you.
They are getting playoff consideration.
Every last one of you who doubts me for 25 years.
Maybe we should go there and just read the names of the people who commented, or do they all use...
it's all the anonymous jackwads.
Jackwads. Lone Star 97.
Yeah. I try to teach you, and thou will not learnest. Not on.
Thou wilt not learn?
I don't understand what your problem is.
Think Celestial, PK.
I know. Nice. I know, and I know. Yeah, man. You know, what's cool about this, and I want BYU to win because it's great for the community, it's great for the show and all, but I can tell you in the summer, looking at their schedule, they were looking at, man, if they went 3-2, and now they got a chance to go 5-0, and that did not include Arizona. It was Utah, Iowa State, Tech, and TCU. And Arizona obviously ends up being a super tough game. I mean, they all have been tough, but certainly maybe they weren't including Arizona, but they quickly included Arizona. So if you want to include Arizona, then they're already 3-0 there. But to have this opportunity in Texas Tech, TCU, Cincinnati, if they come out of this undefeated, oh my goodness gracious. That would be off the charts.
That would still be surprising. I mean, granted, I'm surprised they're here at 8-0. I would have thought by now they'd have a loss. The first six we could see. The schedule's toughened up. Sure, yeah. They've got 2 big wins. All right, DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. There are some good comments in here. I hadn't taken a look at them. Bill W. almost used his full name. Pandering to the Ute fan base. How dare you, PK?
I have never pandered a thing in a day in my lifetime. I can tell the truth.
They're 13th. They're getting consideration.
Just like I knew they would.
Bingo. Called your shot. There it is.
Mac, because I talked to Mac Rhodes, the committee chairman.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he said, hey, watch out for Utah. I said, I got you, Mac.
DJ PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Got crashes at 1300 West and 90th South, still blocking all north and southbound lanes. One left lane is now headed east in that area. Midland Drive at Hinckley Boulevard in West Haven. All westbound lanes are closed. Right lane heading north is also blocked. I-15 northbound at the top of the on-ramp from 123rd South in Draper on the right shoulder. And I-80 westbound at 7200 West. And for those headed south towards St. George, I-15 southbound is blocked for about 10 miles before the I-70 junction near Cove Fort. This update is brought to you by the Garden Restaurant in downtown Salt Lake City. Dine in or order out. Garden is open weekdays 11 to 3. Hearty, healthy, and also craveable fresh flavors. Iconic location. That's the Garden Restaurant. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatcher on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is JJ and Alex.
I got this. Is Bear more consistent than Jake Retzlaff has been?
Yes, 100%.
Is it a more impressive thing what he's doing this year, not just because of the freshman part, but because of the actual performance part?
Yes, 100%. Jake Retzlaff had to go through a period of learning, growth, gaining experience at the Power 4 level. Bear Bachmeier, he didn't have that chance. And he was thrown into the fire this year, and he has been unbelievable. When you consider the circumstances, if Bear was a senior quarterback and he'd been playing 3 years and he had these type of stats and production, you'd be like, yeah, that's okay. When you consider he's a true freshman who transferred here, didn't even get spring ball, and he's doing what he's doing for this team and leading comeback after comeback after comeback, how can you not be blown away by what he's doing? He's leading. This is not just a freshman getting the job done. He's leading.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 7 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
Designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
Windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying... Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
It all started with a commitment to comfort. Gillette Heating and Air is proud to be Utah County's go-to team for expert HVAC and plumbing solutions. Need a repair, upgrade, or seasonal tune-up? Don't let cost hold you back. With 0% financing available, it's easy to get the work done now and pay later. Plus, save $100 on any repair over $500 and keep your system running strong with a professional tune-up before the heat hits. Visit GilletteHVAC.com or call 385-GET-COOL to book today. Homegrown service pros, financing made simple, comfort made easy.
Carrier, turn to the experts. A Carrier factory authorized dealer.
Hey guys, it's Woodrow from Mint Medical Clinic. Are you struggling with ED? Well, you are not alone, and now there's a real solution that treats the root cause, not just the symptoms. Introducing our trifecta approach, a breakthrough combination of acoustic wave therapy, hormone replacement, and cryotherapy, all designed to restore blood flow, boost performance, and rebalance your hormones. Whether it's ED or hormonal imbalance, if you're ready to reignite your love life, this treatment helps bring back your energy, your drive, and your confidence. And right now, when you call, you'll receive a free consultation, a blood flow ultrasound, and an intimacy gift. That's a $650 value, absolutely free. And here's the bonus. The next 20 callers will also receive a 5-night stay at a luxury resort in Hawaii just for taking the first step. But you must call now. With 2 convenient locations in Layton and Sandy, help is closer than you think. Call 801-804-8000 now. That's 801-804-8000. Mint Medical Clinic. We'll get you back to mint condition.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You have a brother. A $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What?
We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Utes enjoying a bye week this week. Devin Dampier on how the run game changes things for Utah.
Those weeks where we have big run games, that's also receivers blocking downfield as well. So we love when, teams do actually respect our run game and, they try their best to stop that. And, that's what opens up our receivers to get their one-on-one opportunities. And, I trust those boys anytime. So, whatever gets that win, that's how I play on the field.
This Ute Update brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Make this Thanksgiving unforgettable with Kenny J's Barbecue. Skip the stress and bring home slow smoked perfection. Pre-order your Thanksgiving meal today by reaching out to them at 801-230-5396. That's 801-230-5396.
Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You shot it out, but I can't hear a word you say. I'm talking loud, not saying much.
The artist of the day today, David Guetta, celebrating his birthday. Brought to you by Live Nation. For all the live concerts events in 2025, check out livenation.com.
You don't know who David Guetta is, I assume?
No, I really don't. I know the song.
He's a French DJ. He does a bunch of these remixes and works with a bunch of artists.
Oh, okay.
I have no idea, and I don't know the song, and I'll proudly proclaim it. I'm not going to pretend to be something I'm not. You don't know this song. You're full of crap.
If you've seen Pitch Perfect, you know this song.
I've seen it 3 times, and I block it out of my mind every time.
Crank it. So he's all about that remix right there?
Yeah, he's a French DJ, and he works with a bunch of artists to do stuff like this.
All right. DJ and PK, a weekend of football right in front of us. BYU trying to do the 9-0 starts back-to-back. They're getting their guys back, PK. You believe in guys coming back, first game back, making a massive impact? That's more a JoJo than an LJ question.
Well, yeah, I mean, LJ really hasn't been out.
Right.
I know he had the, the shoulder against Iowa State, but he played. So, yeah, I mean, I think that he's critically important. I mean, Kalani talks about, well, there's a bunch of guys that we don't know their names behind him. Okay, well, we still don't know their names.
They had a chance against Iowa State, and none of them did anything.
No. Martin's the
guy. No, they turned to Bear Bachmeier, and he became the running game.
What's awesome is, that's why I like listening to Aaron Roderick. You can't give profound nuggets every interview. It just doesn't work that way. But if you listen to him from time to time, he'll tell you something. And he told us in August, we will be able to run the ball.
That quote stands out. It was so definitive.
No, we will be able to run the ball. And so far, he's absolutely correct there with the 1-2 combination with Moa being out and having L.J. Martin. And they talked about his body and his maturity. Has he grown up? He's now, gone from a kid to a man in terms of the physical strength and all the stuff that he has. And he has a big opportunity here to be a 1,000-yard rusher, obviously. And it looks like, if you're a 1,000-yard rusher at BYU, you usually have a chance to play in the NFL. We'll see how that plays out in time. But they said that, and they knew that, and that's really cool to be able to do that. And that just helps you win ball games so much easier. The task becomes so much easier if you can do that. And they've obviously now have more confidence in Grizzly Bear because he's earned the right to have that. And this defense, we saw what Tech did up front personally. We all saw it. If you didn't go to the game, you watched the game. And to have Kyle Whittingham say they dominated us is a shock, according to him, not to me. I guess to me too, but most importantly to him. His opinions matter 1,000 times more than mine. And what can this BYU offense do? And JoJo, yeah, get in there. And in a game like this, if you can make 1 or 2 plays individually, that could be the difference. If you got 3 or 4 guys making 1 or 2 plays that they don't normally make, well, then you're looking at, maybe 10 plays that adds up. And take care of the ball. They've been so good at that. That's been one of their strengths, obviously. And if they do that again, I think they got a shot. And that's all you can ask for is to have a shot. And it's not an insurmountable task, but I think that, it's long odds and all that. But see what happens.
David Locke, radio voice of the Utah Jazz, coming up next. Then Gary Stokan, president and CEO of the Peach Bowl. Both those guys ahead in the 8 o'clock hour. Stay with us right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise?
Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
Get exclusive analysis.
Plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth.
Sign up today at KSLSports.com
for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
It is Friday. Oh, my gosh. Good times ahead. Looking forward to the weekend. Well, I've heard retired people, obviously, and I'm not one of them, saying, well, every day is a Friday. Every day is approaching the weekend when you're retired. Wouldn't you like that? Wouldn't you like that to be true? Who wouldn't? Of course I would. Well, you got to have the finances, right? You need the finances and the health. Well, this thing I'm going to tell you about, well, maybe it'll lead to good health because your mental health will be great. Get with Trajan Wealth, and they can help you as far as the retirement goes. Because what they'll do, and I've done this, so I know what I'm talking about, you meet with them, and they say, okay, what are you thinking? Where do you want to go? How do you want to get there? And then they take that knowledge, and they look at your financial portfolio, literally look at the numbers, and then they say, hey, how about we do this? How about we do that? What do you think about this? What do you think about that? It will be a conversation, and collaboratively together, you will come up with a plan that they will put in motion. And then, voila, the money. Oh, when it gets time, the money will be there. Who wouldn't want that? That's the plan. That's the agenda. That's the hope. And that is the goal. And that's what Trajan Wealth can help you do. Give them a call. They are your local trusted financial fiduciary. And initial consultation will be free, so it won't cost you anything. That local phone number is 801-210-6800. 801-210-6800. I met with the guys in the Draper office, and if you live in the South area, you can meet with them too. If you live north, no problem. They'll come up to Farmington to meet me. They got an office in Farmington. Website, check it out immediately. A lot of information available. TrajanWealth.com is the website. TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC-registered investment advisor. Client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Get your Thanksgiving fix at Kenny J's Barbecue. This year, skip the stress and bring home slow-cooked perfection. Pitmaster-style turkey and tender brisket. Ready for your holiday table. Kenny J's is serving up bold, smoky flavor with all the home-style sides your family loves. You bring the guests, we'll provide the feast. Pre-order your Thanksgiving meal today. Text 801-230-5396 or stop by the district in South Jordan. Make this Thanksgiving unforgettable with Kenny J's Barbecue.
Tom, I'm on the sideline here with Doug Smith Chevy. Doug, the NCAA has changed its rules regarding NIL money. What do I have to do to land an amazing new 2025 Chevy Silverado?
Just come on down to Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork.
Doug, I'm more than happy for you to use my name, image, and likeness. All I want to know is how do I get one?
You have to buy it, Scott.
Together, let's drive. Get 2.9% APR financing for 72 months for well-qualified buyers when you finance with GM Financial on all new 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500s. No one knows Chevy like Doug.
Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox
with the KSL Sports Newsletter.
From the Jazz,
Utah Hockey Club,
BYU,
Utah,
Real Salt Lake, and more.
Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah.
Visit KSLSports.com to sign up
for the KSL Sports Newsletter.
Season's greetings start at the Garden Restaurant. Our fall menu and delicious food captures the essence of the holidays ahead. Stop in or order online for pickup. Have you tried our favorited jalapeno pork sandwich yet? It's perfectly balanced with sweet and spice and enough to satisfy any craving. Now let's talk turkey. The Turkey Club and turkey cranberry sandwiches are delicious. And of course the fan fave, the turkey pot pie is prepped daily and loaded with chunks of tender meat, veggies drenched in a rich, creamy sauce hugged by a flaky, buttery crust. But that's not all. Home-cooked, handmade baking is our standard. What's more aromatic than baked goods? From giant cinnamon rolls, cookies, bars, and our famous warm, buttery Limehouse rolls. Our chefs prep each little item with a little something that makes the garden so unique. It's fresh ingredients sprinkled with genuine TLC in every bite. Celebrate your season with us. The Garden Restaurant, with new hours starting November 14th. We're open into the evenings and on Saturdays. Visit us at thegardenslc.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I can't win, I can't reign, I will never win this game without you, without you, without you, without you, without you.
It's a Win Tickets Wednesday coming up in 5 days. Don't miss your chance to win big every week on the KSL Sports Zone. Coming up Wednesday, you're going to be able to win tickets to step into the magic at Holiday Lights at the ballpark at America First Square. A brand new immersive holiday tradition opening on November 14th. Reserve your tickets at the ballpark at afs.com and listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win.
I'm intrigued by that lights thing, and I'll probably go check it out. I think it is somewhat of an oxymoron to say brand new tradition, but I'll roll with it. I'm fine with it.
I've seen some of those deals. I think you stay in your car, you drive through the parking lot. Yeah. Don't know what this one looked like.
Right.
So everyone's a little different.
Hence I'm intrigued.
This one's a walkthrough.
Yeah, because it's going to be at the stadium.
Yeah, it's actually at the stadium, but it's supposed to be similar to what you're talking about.
Yeah. I'm sure it'll look great.
DJ PK and David Locke join us, radio voice of the Utah Jazz. David, good morning.
David James, Patrick Canahan, a Friday morning. How did I ever get so lucky in life to get to do this
Good question.
every single week?
We begged. David, please come on again Friday and drop Jazz knowledge on us.
And you paid me the same every single time I've ever done it, which is the most incredible part about it.
We're consistent.
You need more money? Mod on.
All right, David, I think the obvious question here is Walker Kessler, labrum surgery, no shot blocker at the rim. For all the Jazz fans out there, and trust me, we are hearing from them on social media on a regular basis, who are worried about holding on to that draft pick and not giving it to Oklahoma City. Does this injury pretty much guarantee that? Is Walker worth 5, 6, 7 wins? What do you think?
Yeah, probably. Yeah, probably. I think that they built the entire defense on this idea of let's get good at something, which is to take away the rim, and that was kind of Will Hardy's thing for the years. We're gonna take away the rim, and now the guy that can do that, because Nurkic can't do it, and Kevin Love can't do it, and Kyle Kolpowski can't do it. The guy is not there. So, and then the other thing that they really built the defense on this year was pressuring, having an impact on the ball, which is kind of blitzing. They were blitzing the most of any team in the league on a pick and roll. And Walker can do that, but Nurkic can't really do that. He'll try, but it takes him a long time to recover back to the rim. Secondary shot blockers are going to become wildly important. I think Kevin Love can do that, but I'm not totally sure. I mean, you can do it. Like, they'll try, but it's not. You really need some real athleticism to get back, to be able to get back to the middle or get back to your guy when you're playing 2 out at 35 feet. And so, yeah, no, it's really not great. Like, usually you can find some sort of like, well, this or well, that. No, this was just bad. Like, it's bad for Walker's development. He had worked so hard, and it's got to be super disappointing for him. The one I'm most bothered by, I think it's really bad for Keontae's development because I think Keontae needs to run a lot of pick and rolls to become good at this. It takes 4,000 pick and rolls for a guard to become a high-level pick and roll guard in the NBA, and Keontae is not there yet, and he's at about 3,000. And Walker last year, I think, ranked 69th out of 71 bigs on pick and roll. Well, that's not good. Now, some of that's because Keontae and Isaiah weren't very good, but he needs to get better at that too, and he doesn't have a chance to do it. So, there's no other way to say it. Like, it just sets back a lot of different things, and it's not great. And it's too bad. And, Walker's been dealing with this started last year, and then I think opening day of training camp, I heard. And then, I think we saw in the preseason game and the game after that. So it clearly was reoccurring. And, you can try to play through it for a while, like in a sense of, not getting worse per se, but it's happening all the time. And it wasn't happening weirdly. That's what jumped out to me the last time. I was like, oh, crap. He was just going for a ball. It wasn't like he got hit. It was anything strange. He was just going for a ball the same way you always do. And if it's happening then in the ball in your shoulders moving around because of it, then you got issues.
Sure. What do you think it does for his future, because the Jazz there with the contract and all that stuff?
So strangely, and I might be wrong on this, I think this has almost no impact. Like, this league does not have a problem paying players coming off injury, right? We all kind of know you're going to get hurt. He's not going to shrink. We know exactly who it is. I think we have, a number in our head of what we, being the Jazz, have a number in their head of what they want to pay Walker. They didn't want to pay him. It's not that they didn't want to pay Walker. They didn't want to pay Walker then because it had an impact on the long-term salary cap. So that's really what that was about. And then part two of that is, like, I still think that number is the same. I don't think it changed anything. The only thing I guess is that for Walker, if he'd had a monster year and that number goes from somewhere in the $20 million to $30 million range, and that just went out the window. So that's super disappointing for Walker. But I don't think, what is it, a 4-year, $100+ million deal? Like $100 million deal or something like that? I think that's kind of probably where we are. And that's where we kind of were at the start, frankly.
With him out, are there some young guys? I mean, is it more Filipowski? Is there a chance they try to find somebody, although I don't know how you would do that? Or is it just, well, Nurkic was on the roster for this reason, so he'll play more, and they'll try to develop young guys around him?
I mean, the Colin Sexton trade suddenly looks like not like better in the sense of but thank goodness, right? Like, if we'd gone in the year to sign Kyle Filipowski as our backup center, and then all of a sudden he was our starting center, that would have been really bad. So first thing is roster management. If I understand this correctly, I'm not great at this anymore. I kind of feel like I've lost some of this knowledge over 2 collective bargaining agreements that have happened. But so we have 15 players that are guaranteed on a roster right now. So I keep hearing Mo Bamba, but Mo Bamba's not a property of the Jazz. He just happens to play for the Stars. But it's not like minor league baseball. You can't just call somebody up. No. So we would have to cut someone. I don't think we want to cut anyone, not only because Kyle, George, and Kevin, who you would cut, have been amazing for the team and the roster, but you also don't want to cut their salaries. If you're going to make any type of trade, we've gotten rid of all our salaries. So you need somebody on the roster. I think Kyle makes 8 and George makes 6 and Kevin makes 4. Like, if you're going to make a trade and go get a player that you want or trade draft picks for a player or I don't know, whatever it might be, you need that flexibility. If you go release a player so you can go have a center, well, they bring him in that you just lost, if you release Kyle Anderson, you lose $8 million of trade possibilities. So you really don't want to do that. So they're really limited. I am concerned, and it's going to happen, so this would be just another negative. I just don't think Kyle Filipowski is a center. I think the number we should all be talking about with players is their reach, not their height. Mm-hmm. And his reach is only 8'11". And 8'11", That's the same as Taylor or Ace. And we don't think of Taylor and Ace as centers. It's just the fact that Kyle's neck is long. Or like that his neck height gets into 7'1". But his arm height
Coulter over here?
Yeah, right. So
Pace Mannion. Ask Thurl.
Yeah. So I think that we just have to be a little like I just don't. I guess I'll just say it. I don't. Maybe he will. I'm like, let's hope I'm wrong and he's right, or he is able to do it. It'd be great. I just don't think Kyle can defend a center. I think actually Kyle offensively might be a center. Kind of reminds me a lot of John Collins at this point, where like he's offensively one position, defensively another position, and it's super hard to get him to do both at the same time. And so I guess Kyle will end up playing center at some point this year because Kevin Love will probably miss some games and Nurk will miss some games, and that's the next one in line. And it's probably better than Oscar Tshiebwe, but I don't love it. I think Kyle's got to figure out how to play as a 4 in the NBA if he's going to have a lengthy career.
Doesn't seem like Will Hardy has a lot of confidence or faith in sense ball. What do you think he needs to do to get out on the floor?
Yeah, I mean, I think he's got to execute better defensively. He wasn't playing great offensively, unfortunately. I mean, I think you look it up. I think he hadn't played much. I don't want to I think he was like 3 of his last 12 from 3, but come on, he's barely playing. Yeah, he's just got to do what I thought I saw. I went back to watch to try to figure it out. So he and Walt had a real hard time on small switches there. There's a real lack of physicality, communication. Things went wrong on those. So I think there were some real miscommunications. And then he's just got to, stay in front of his guy some of the time. That's what literally teams are just putting their head down driving on us. And we've got to make it so that we can defend the ball a little bit at least.
This is 3 and 5.
We're the worst. There's 2 ways to look at this, right? I always love this. So we're the worst 3-point shooting team in the league right now, and our best 3-point shooter's not playing. So either one of 2 things. Either one, everyone involved is a complete idiot, which seems pretty unlikely, or wow, he really must not do some other things well that we don't entirely see naturally because of the fact that, obviously his skill set is the one we need more than any other, and we're not playing him.
Right.
Is this 3 and 5 start surprising you, or is this the fact that the schedule has there have been a lot of bad teams on the schedule here early on? And is there a 10-game losing streak out there?
Well, we played really, really well. I'm really impressed with the effort. I'm really impressed with the coaching staff. Brought some pretty creative, different things to start the year. However, if you go look at break the season into 4 games on each side, it's a little daunting. If you go to Cleaning the Glass or any of these sites and look at our game-by-game offensive rating, since Portland, who kind of exposed some things, and then Phoenix, who played us twice, so they had a scouting report on us, is a little disconcerting. So I think we could have some rough. And then our rim defensive numbers since Walker's been out, I think we could have some really, really rough days ahead.
Yeah, I can understand where you're going with that. You put out a thing on X where you said about the couple of players, Trae Young and Zion Williamson, somebody else I can't remember. But were you just throwing that out, or do you think there's something there?
I'm just throwing it out. I think I'm throwing it out. I think a little bit you have to really consider these things. And then I think the next thing you have to realize is if you're not willing to do any of those 3, what are you willing to do? Okay, so you'll trade for Victor Wembanyama. That's super. Trade for Nikola Jokic, right? But if you're not going to take a trouble, right? But if you're not willing to take a troubled guy, then what's your standard of what you're willing to do? And then how much pain are you willing to take to get there, right? Because if you're not willing to take the troubled guy, then you really have to dive in long haul for the rebuild and hope guys click in. Because the good guys don't get traded unless they're Nico Harrison, and then you're just committed basketball malpractice.
This feels like digging for the long haul, doesn't it?
Yeah, but I think that's why it's important to look at that. Like, if you're not willing to design, and also, we have moved some of our assets, and we've used some of them. So, we are beginning to get to the point where we don't quite have as many of our, plethora of draft picks as we once had. And so, you do, like, if you're trading 2 of your first for Ja, like, you don't have a lot left after that. There's also a point where we also have 3 first rounds coming up in the 2027 draft, and I think we have 2. Like, we don't need all those, so we at some point should probably move them.
Yeah, okay. I'm fine with that.
I thought it worked the other way.
What?
I thought that they would look at the 9 guys they've drafted in the last 3 years and think we're going to move on from 2, 3, 4 of these guys, whatever. We're not really seeing it, and then they'd use those draft picks and go bring in some more new guys.
You would, but you don't need 3 of them. So you're right. You just don't need 3 of them on the backside of that.
But they need a top 3 in June.
Well, I can't.
Yes.
I think we can all see that, right? Yes. Do whatever you have to get there.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
And that
TK, go to work. There's 4 families that have been in the news. See if you can have an impact.
And that I don't want to say solves it because that's
but it's
too
a huge
strong.
step forward.
It is. Yeah. It really would be.
Yes, it makes and then gives Ace some room to develop. His skills are incredible, but he's just still got so far to go.
Right. And so with that in mind, the type of way he's being used now, how long do you see that being the norm before it extends?
I think I just look at it in 10-game stretches. So this 10-game stretch is going to be about 18 minutes. I would guess the next one's 20. The next one after that's 23. There's probably going to be an injury 10-game stretch. Then we're at the 27, and maybe the last 10-game stretch is 30. It's kind of what I guess.
I'd take that. 27 is enough to make an impact or show you what you got.
Yeah, I mean, his plus-minus is the worst of any player in the NBA right now, so let's understand that he's still got a lot to learn.
Oh, for sure.
You feel like he's learning it, though?
Yeah, I mean, I've kind of gone from 1 flash to 3 a night, right? Like, there were 3 or 4 flashes the other night, like, woo. And actually, the one thing I saw the other night that was really cool was specifically what they worked on shoot-around he did 3 times during the game. That's pretty good. Like, it was a very basic thing. It was They were having a tendency to swing the ball to the reverse side and then drive back into the middle where the defense is rotating from. And Will was like, you guys catch and go right away, and the defense isn't there yet. And he did it 3 times in the game the other night, so it's great. Then he does get in a little bit of trouble on the way to the basket because he's not processing how quick these guys are yet, but that's fine.
All right, we understand you got to catch a bus, David, so we better let you go.
Okay, thank you, guys.
All right, good to talk to you.
Bye.
David Locke, radio voice of the Utah Jazz, and as you would expect, he is definitely right about those numbers. The first scoring in the first 4 games versus the last 4 is basically collapsed. I mean, it's down like 20. I don't know. I can't do the math in my head there.
What are you talking about?
He was saying how teams are learning how to scout the Jazz. You know, they put in new wrinkles, whatever. You play 4 games, you get tape on you. The 5th game's Phoenix. They've already played you once, so they definitely can get dialed in. And the Jazz went from scoring about 127 points a game to scoring about 102 points a game.
Good. That's great news.
25 points down, lost 3 of the 4.
Good. You act like that's negative.
AJ, Boozer.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Yes.
Top 3 pick.
Yes.
There it is.
It's imperative for this whole project that they've undertaken. It absolutely is necessary. It's mandatory, man. If it doesn't happen, I don't know what to think. But if it happens, it's like happy days are here again, or they will be here again. Yes.
Top 3 should equal one big piece of the puzzle that still has to be put together. But it should be a big
You give
piece.
me Carlos' son or AJ.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, 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 and yes, and yes, man. I'd be ecstatic.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. And coming up next, the Peach Bowl. How'd they feel about getting a Big 12 team? Maybe one of our teams, maybe BYU. We'll talk with Gary Stoken, president and CEO of the Peach Bowl, next. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
The
crash in West Jordan at 1300 West and 90th South has finally been cleared with all lanes open. Residual delays remain in the area. Also, big delays southbound I-15 between the I-215 North interchange and 600 North in Salt Lake City due to a crash now blocking the 2 right lanes and closing the exit ramp to 600 North. You'll want to find an alternate if you're trying to get into that area. This update is brought to you by UTA. Put your energy into the fight song, not fighting for parking. You win when you take UTA to the game. Play your trip today at rideuta.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatcher on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. It's the biggest game of the year for BYU as the undefeated and top 10 ranked Cougars head to Lubbock for a showdown against the Red Raiders. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch a special edition of College Football Saturday game day at 8 a.m. with the postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey guys, Alex Curie from the KSL Sports Zone here. I'm here with Blair today. Blair's also been on the program at SLC Fat Loss. Thanks for coming in, Blair.
Pleasure to be here.
Awesome to see you. So let's get down to it. How much weight have you lost?
I've lost an amazing 52 pounds in just
That's awesome.
60 days.
But I guess more importantly, how do you feel?
Oh, I feel great. I have more energy, and the GERD and acid reflux is gone.
Talk to me about the scale for a minute. Were you surprised how quickly that number came down for you?
It was astonishing to me as I'd get on the scale, even in the very beginning when I saw, 2-3 pounds drop off. But I ended up looking forward to getting on the scale to see how much I'd lost in the last day.
And what are the biggest benefits that you've seen now that you've worked with SLC Fat Loss for a while?
I have much more confidence in myself, lots more energy, much more adventurous walks with my dogs.
Blair, thanks for sharing your success with SLC Fat Loss. To learn more about the secret of losing up to a pound of healthy fat a day, just like Blair, get a hold of the folks at SLC Fat Loss. That's slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
Results may vary.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Veterans Day is a moment where we express gratitude towards the folks who have served on our behalf, our veterans. And Navy Federal Credit Union celebrates veterans of all branches and their families on Veterans Day and every day of the year. They serve over 2 million veterans, and as a veteran, you can become a member and access exclusive rates, discounts, and financial tools for the whole family. Become a member at NavyFederal.org/veterans. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
If you're getting new gutters, make absolutely sure that you don't get screwed. I mean literally, don't get screwed. Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. And every single gutter company out there uses screws to hold their gutters together at the corners and downspouts. They use screws because they're fast and cheap and easy. But man, they're terrible for your gutters, aside from possibly cutting your hand. They also loosen and corrode over time because they're not made from the same metal as the gutters. At RGS Exteriors, we've been installing gutters for 70 years now, and we don't use screws. We only use permanent, strong, and unobtrusive rivets. They're made from the same material as the gutters, so they won't oxidize, and they won't corrode. They'll also never loosen. Your hand is safe too. Did I mention they look amazing? So don't get screwed. Call RGS and get riveted gutters. Our number is 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsutah.com. That's 801-280-3110 or rgsutah.com.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
BYU, Texas Tech. 10 a.m., ABC. Kalani Sitake on what makes Texas Tech so dangerous.
Well, they're opportunistic and they can hurt you in such a short amount of time. So that's always dangerous. And then you could think it's going one way, and then they could just, next thing you know, in a matter of 3 to 5 minutes, they could really take over. So I like the matchup, man. I think it's going to be great for us. We see it on film. We've been seeing it for over a week already. We saw it all last week. We've been prepping for it. And it's easier said than done because a lot of teams will try to do that, and not very many teams can put them on their heels. So we're going to try to do something that nobody else has been able to do.
This Cougar Update brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Make this Thanksgiving unforgettable with Kenny J's Barbecue. Skip the stress and bring home slow smoke perfection. Pre-order your Thanksgiving meal today by reaching out to them at 801-230-5396. That's 801-230-5396.
All college football all day. It's a Football Friday right here on the Zone. Whether it's the Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, we've got you covered. This is a Football Friday edition of DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Nominate the youth sports volunteer that you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week. Submit your nomination at kslsports.com/contest and listen every Thursday afternoon to JJ and Alex for the winner. Help us celebrate the efforts of those volunteers making an impact with the Hercules Hero of the Week, sponsored by Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals.
That's Beehive Meals.
The playoffs loom. The rankings are out. The first 4 games are on campus. The next 4 games are at bowl sites, at least for this year. I suspect they go on campus in another year as well, but got to wait for the end of this contract. So, Peach Bowl, maybe? The executive director of the Peach Bowl will join us here momentarily.
Peach Bowl, Peach Bowl, Peach Bowl, gimme the Peach Bowl.
Don't know that song. Not sure what you're doing there.
I just made it up.
No, I
Hey,
figured.
Bear Bachmar can be making up songs, so can I.
I figured. But usually when you make it up, you know, it's a twist on something that already exists. It's not made up out of thin air. I think that was thin air.
My
right there.
Weird Al Kinahan?
Yeah, a little bit. A little bit, actually. That's not bad. I mean, he's got a weird name and he's got a goofy look, but man, he hasn't been 9 to 5 in it, has he?
Oh, I thought you were talking about me.
No, Weird Al. Well, you're not 9 to 5 in it either. No, Weird Al is
I got a
Weird
weird
Al is
name and a
cashed
weird
in.
look, or a goofy look.
40 years of getting paid, so
Yeah.
good for him.
Put it in your oven and reheat it. Just eat it, eat it, eat it.
Just eat it was hilarious. I assume he's still cranking those out. I don't know.
I think he's just playing a what do they call those? A residency of the Sphere.
That would Weird Al the Sphere would be awesome. They put his face up on that big old screen, and he starts screaming "Psycho Chicken." Psycho Chicken was epic.
Yeah.
All right.
The Peach Bowl would be fine. The Devils went to the Peach Bowl last year. I think that the fact that it's the second round of the playoffs
trumps everything else.
Yeah.
Yeah. And honestly, the domes now, it's like they used to all have a personality and a feel or something, and now I never know where the heck they are. It's just, after a while, it's all just, it's a dome. There's no shadows. There's no wind. The weather's perfect.
Yeah.
And then they play.
I like the Peach Bowl because it signifies Atlanta. I know where it is.
Yes, as opposed to some corporate name and you don't know.
Georgia
what.
Peaches.
Right.
So I get it. Like my bowl that I grew up with and covered many times, the Fiesta Bowl. I mean, it just, Fiesta.
Yeah,
party.
it fits. It fits. Good
A
brand.
Spanish word.
Yep.
You're down in the Southwest.
Mm-hmm.
There's a heavy Spanish influence obviously being a border state with Mexico, right? And though you can change it whatever you want, and it's the same thing with the Rose. Put whatever name you want in front, put whatever name you want in the back. I don't care.
But they have a
everybody's just gonna
name
call it
that
Rose.
identifies them,
Yeah.
right? As opposed to the First Responder Bowl, and now I don't know where we are.
Right.
What are we doing?
Right. But those are the high-level ones. I think those ones will stay as they are.
If a local team ends up in the Peach Bowl, the good thing is tons of Delta flights, Salt Lake to Atlanta. How many people
I'm
can
going to
you
be
get
like
there?
Barry Tramel. I'm driving.
You're driving to Atlanta? Now that's a haul. It's a little bit of a stretch for him. It's a big stretch for you.
He talked about seeing a lot of the country. You're going to see
it
a lot more of the country.
I don't even know if you do that in 2 days. That might be a 3-day.
I've driven cross country many times.
I haven't, and I'd like to. I've got family members who've done it.
I've done it by car. I've done it by U-Haul.
Have you done it by train?
I've not done it by train, but I've done it by Greyhound.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes. During the process, I have 2 older sisters, but the older of the 2 moved out to Arizona. And then there was about a 3-year gap there before I moved. I actually moved out before my parents did. And they shipped me out to live with her. And so during that time, we were traveling a lot, probably 2-3 times, maybe even 4 times a year, and didn't always fly. So we used other methods. And then when my sister moved out, I went with her husband, and my mother went with my sister in the car, and I went with my, fortunately, ex-brother-in-law. No one liked him, but that's another story. She's since been married for 40-plus years to her husband now. I love the man.
Yep.
And it was he and I in the U-Haul, and that was it. No iPod, no iPad, no nothing.
Looking out the window.
Yes.
Talking.
We had nothing in common.
Did they let you sing?
Yeah, we had nothing. Zero in common.
Really.
So I'm, 12 years old?
Yeah.
Maybe. And really, back then, without a doubt, if you didn't want to talk sports with me, I had zero in common.
That's all you had.
I had literally no other interests. None.
At the age of 12, I think you had a one-track mind.
Completely.
It was sports.
1,000%.
You know, would have got along great, though.
Yeah.
I could have sat in a car and talked to you.
I could tell you everything about the Jets, the Giants. Because we had 2 of everything.
Yeah.
Right?
Right.
I knew everything about them and watched all their games, the Knicks, obviously the Yankees and the Mets. Yeah, I could tell you who their top farm guys were down in Tidewater. So, but he knew nothing about it. So we had zero in common, and we're going cross country. And morning, good night.
When are we stopping for lunch?
that was it. And somewhere around Pittsburgh, if I remember, the U-Haul broke.
Ooh.
And he was trying to fix it, and they ended up having to get a new U-Haul, and we had to unload the whole thing and refill the other one.
Good times.
Right. And I just remember him. Now, it's not like I hadn't heard the words, because where I grew up, it was somewhat aggressive. My mother swore
But nonetheless, it was a spectacular combination.
He's just going. He's getting irate, and I am trying not to laugh, and I'm having to hide it. That's like the one thing I remember from that whole trip. So, but back to Atlanta. No, if they got in the Peach Bowl and the work wanted to send me, I believe I would fly. But any of those places, I really don't care where they are.
Oh, people do care. I mean,
no, I don't.
They want Fiesta.
Fine.
It's drivable.
Great,
It's so many.
but I don't care.
Yeah, you'll go.
They can care all they want.
You'll go on the company dime.
I'm not telling them not to care.
Drivable Fiesta. Let's go.
And if BYU or Utah is in either of those games, they will be full of BYU or Utah fans. I have zero doubt that there'll be plenty who will make that trip. Sure, the Fiesta, but you're not going to get that. If the Utes go to the Fiesta Bowl, it's not going to be like it was at the conclusion of the 2004 season when there was 50,000 red, and you couldn't walk 5 feet in the valley without seeing
somebody
red.
from Utah wearing red. Yeah,
and it was. I've covered Final Four. I've covered Rose Bowls. Blah blah blah, and that was as fun a time because I was down there the whole week. We were broadcasting from the hotel, the media hotel. And I was doing the morning show with you, obviously, and you were back here. And then I was doing the afternoon show on location at a sports bar about a mile west of Sun Devil Stadium. They don't play there anymore. They play in the Cardinals Stadium on the west side of town. And the amount of Ute fans, it was so cool that were listening to us driving in the morning, and then they'd get down there in time to say, hey, I listened to you this morning. It was unbelievable. It was way more fun than the Sugar Bowl, which I went to and did the same thing. But the fact of the proximity, and Pittsburgh, who sucked, didn't deserve to be there. There were only 5 Pittsburgh fans.
Yeah.
Everybody else was Ute fans. Yeah. And it was coming of age of Utah football. It was the crowning achievement at the time.
It was a breakthrough.
Of Utah football.
It was a big-time breakthrough.
Yeah. And going to Old Town Scottsdale, which is maybe 2-3 miles north of the stadium, walking around there. I saw Craig Hansen, our old boss, with his family, just doing and it was beautiful weather. And then going to the Fiesta Bowl parade down Central Avenue was packed with Ute fans. And that was really something special. I think that you can have that, but the fact that it's a playoff, it changes the complexion of a postseason game in my mind. It's more serious.
100%.
It's not about
all the
a good
week-long
time.
festivities and all that stuff. That's out the window.
The Fiesta Bowl, the Rose Bowl was different because L.A. is far more spread out, and people are all over the place. They're coming from Orange County.
Mm-hmm.
No one in the Fiesta Bowl, no one was coming from any place outside of the Valley, the Phoenix area.
DJ PK, and we're joined now by Gary Stokan, President and CEO of the Peach Bowl. Gary, good morning.
DJ PK talking about BYU. We're going to use the whole alphabet today.
So we are old enough to remember we were doing this show together when the Utes went to the Fiesta Bowl in 2004. We had beaten the odds on radio, to be sure. And we both worked here when BYU went to the Cotton Bowl in the 90s and beat Kansas State. And so there was an era when all these bowl games and you'd have these bowl officials show up and they'd be wearing these brightly colored jackets that you really couldn't wear anywhere else all year long, but they were super useful when you went to college football games, and everybody in the press box knew who to talk to. In this playoff era, does that work the same way? Are you still traveling? You going to be out in Provo scouting BYU, or does it not work that way anymore?
Well, it's certainly lessened a little bit because I still remember when I first took the job in 1998, that was a big part of my responsibilities was doing the research and picking the teams. And now, obviously, we're not in the selection process. It's all up to the CFP selection committee. Being we're a part of the CFP and proud to be a part of it. So we still do travel and we go to some games. But our selection is diminished primarily because the selection committee has that responsibility now.
Because we've been doing this for a long time. I grew up in the Phoenix area. I covered a bunch of Fiesta Bowls when I used to be a newspaper guy. And up here in Salt Lake and all, I've covered a ton of bowl games, Rose Bowls and the Fiesta when the Utes went, the Sugar Bowl and all that stuff. And it is more of a party atmosphere. How was it last year when it was a playoff game as opposed to, just a postseason reward? You see what I'm saying there?
Yeah, it's, basically in one calendar year in Atlanta, we'll have hosted the CFP quarterfinal of the first 12-team playoff, the national championship game, and this year we'll host the CFP semifinal. So all three major events in the CFP basically in a calendar year. What's changed primarily is that you don't have a bowl week experience anymore for the players because you're in a playoff situation. And so to give you an example, this year we play Friday at 7:30 on January 9th. The teams will fly in probably January 7th, come for a dinner, have their media day for the offense and defensive coordinators and two players from each side of the ball that evening. And then the next day they get up, we'll have our head coaches press conference. They'll have their walkthrough, and then we play the next day. So, we don't have the same bowl experiences we've had in the past where we'd have the teams in for all week. And respectfully so, because it's a playoff. They want to, get into town, play their game, and if they win, they want to get back home to prepare and rest up and get ready for the next playoff game.
On the business side of all this, there's getting fans in and out of town. And obviously, if you get a Big Ten team, they could be coming to much milder weather when they come to Atlanta. And if you get an SEC team, there's a decent chance it's a very short drive. If you get a team out of the Big 12, do you work with the airlines and say, hey, can you add some more flights here? Can we get some people into town? How deep a dive do you take, and how much do you just let, for lack of a better phrase, nature run its course?
Yeah, it's a great question. Interesting enough, we're blessed in Atlanta to have the most effective and efficient, biggest airport in the world. And to a large extent, we have hourly flights from most of the major cities, whether it's L.A. or Chicago or Boston, Philly, New York, et cetera. And in the case of Salt Lake, that's the major hub in the West Coast for Delta. So there's tremendous flights out of Salt Lake. I think they're probably second only to Atlanta in the number of flights that Delta has go through there. We've got a great geographical advantage in that case with a great airline. And then with three interstates that intersect in the middle of downtown Atlanta, for people in the Southeast, it's a great, easy trip, or from the Midwest even down 75. So, and we have a huge alumni base from a lot of schools living in Metro Atlanta already. So we just have a great geographical advantage and, a great passion for college football in the South, because a lot of the teams in the South, they were the pro teams, whether it's, Alabama or Auburn or Georgia. There wasn't pro sports here until 1966. So generation after generation have grown up as college football fans.
What was the breakdown of the fan attendance as far as ASU and Texas last year?
Oh, well, we sold out the event, obviously.
Right.
But Texas probably had, I'm going to say 60-40 maybe 55-45. It's interesting for the fans, and it's tough because if you play a first-round game and you're not at home, now you got to travel to that. Then you got to turn around and travel to a quarterfinal. You got Christmas in between, and then a semifinal. So, do you decide to go to the quarterfinal game or the semifinal? And in a lot of cases, in the case of BYU and Texas Tech this year, you're talking about probably going to Dallas too because you got a championship game. So, it's tough on the fans travel-wise, and it's one of the challenges of having a playoff. And I know a lot of fans have to decide, as do a lot of teams, where are they going to take their whole staff and administrative? Are they going to take them to the quarterfinal game, or are they going to wait and take them to the semifinal if they win? So, yeah, it's a challenge for a lot of people.
I'm curious what the future of the Peach Bowl looks like, because all those travel considerations you talk about, and then you throw in the fact that if you host a quarterfinal playoff game in a campus stadium, I mean, the hope of doing that will drive season ticket sales for a lot of people, whether they get to or not. Just the hope of it will sell a lot of luxury suites and season tickets. So what is the plan as we go to a new playoff format here? Are you thinking that you're going to have to pivot and do something different with the Peach Bowl going forward?
No, we're pretty blessed that, the teams, by the time the teams take the tickets, we're sold out. We've sold out 25 of 28 years because we have such an ardent fan base here for college football. And they know we're going to get, either a quarterfinal or a semifinal every year. So we're going to get 2 of the top 10 teams in the country coming in here every year. So, obviously the CFP needs to decide which direction it's going to go with its playoff. Some are, they have to make a decision by December 1st per the ESPN contract. So are they going to stay at 12 teams and kick it down the can for another year in 26, or are they going to go to, 14 or 16 or even more? That still remains to be seen. But the great thing is, the Peach Bowl, we're second, Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl, we're second only to the Rose Bowl in the last 6 years of viewership and attendance. And so we'll continue to be a part of the CFP and continue to host quarters and semis, hopefully into the future. And sprinkle in a national championship like we had last year.
Do you have a preference what you would like to see going forward?
No, I really don't. It's not up to me, so I don't tread in those waters. But I think the playoff is, as we saw last year, it's been tremendous for college football. The attendance rose, the viewership rose, because you have more teams into November and early December vying for those 12 slots into the playoff. I hate, you guys are out west. I hate that we didn't have the playoff to keep the Pac-12 intact, because I think that's a shame that, we don't have a Pac-12 losing 110 years of history and tradition, which, college football is all about. Because if we'd have had the playoff last year and there's still a Pac-12, you'd have had 2 teams in it. So that's a shame. I think that hurts college football a little bit. But it's up to the CFP whether they want to stay at 12, go to 14, 16, or, even more. I think it's important that teams play their way in. I think that's good for college football. It's good for competition, and that's what college football is all about.
Well, we appreciate a few minutes, and we'll see how this next month or so goes, Gary, and then we'll see if you get a Big 12 team in the Peach Bowl.
Well, we're gracious to have Arizona State last year. Did a great job, and Big 12's done a heck of a job with all the changes that have gone on, and we look forward to either a Texas Tech, a BYU, an Arizona State like we had last year. It's great to have new teams coming east and playing in our games, so we enjoy providing Southern hospitality. So we'll be watching this BYU Texas Tech game, and who knows, it could be the first of 2 maybe with the Big 12 championship as well.
He's Gary Stokan. He is the president and CEO of the Peach Bowl in Atlanta, Georgia. We got to take a break. When we come back, well, coming up in about 15 minutes, I got Kevin Graham here to talk NFL and college football, and obviously BYU and Texas Tech, get his thoughts and his pick on that game. And the locks of the week. What will Yak do? Will he remain undefeated?
Yak's locks. I like it.
His PK got his lock of the week. We'll get to that next. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Delays are easing I-15 southbound between Beck Street and 600 North, where a crash is still in the cleanup stages on the right shoulder. Be aware of that if you're in the area. Also, other issues reported along the Wasatch Front if you're out and about this morning. This update is brought to you by the Whipple Service Champions. From system installs to fast fixes to delivering award-winning heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical services, call the Whipple Service Champions for the win today. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades.
Yes!
But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Tom, I'm on the sideline here with Doug Smith Chevy. Doug, the NCAA has changed its rules regarding NIL money. What do I have to do to land an amazing new 2025 Chevy Silverado?
Just come on down to Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork.
Doug, I'm more than happy for you to use my name, image, and likeness. All I want to know is how do I get one?
You have to buy it, Scott.
Together, let's drive. Get 2.9% APR financing for 72 months for well-qualified buyers when you finance with GM Financial on all new 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500s. No one knows Chevy like Doug.
Ready for a home upgrade? Hercules has the rate for you. Open a home equity line of credit before November 30th and enjoy an introductory 4.99% APR for 6 months. Perfect for projects like a new deck, roof repair, or kitchen refresh. Don't wait. This limited time offer won't last. Apply today at HerculesCU.com. That's HerculesCU.com. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
Throughout life, we have plenty of special occasions and events, whether it's a prom, a graduation, a mission call, a new job, or how about a wedding? Mr. Mac has always been there to help serve you for all of your monumental moments. Mr. Mac has been family-owned for more than 50 years, and that's important. And they'll make sure that you look and feel great, with affordability always in mind. The Mr. Mac family creates long-lasting relationships with their customers, and they've been doing it for generations. 9 locations across the Wasatch Front or online at MrMac.com.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
buying a car should be a fun experience, like a kid getting a new toy. And at John Watson Chevrolet, it was.
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
It's about time pros had one partner for every part of the job. Simple ordering, fast delivery, continuous support, all from one partner. The Home Depot delivers supplies on your schedule. Our pro team helps you plan ahead so projects run smoother. And with Pro Extra benefits, you can simplify ordering, track spending, and save time every step of the way. Because with one partner, you get more than materials, you keep your job moving. The Home Depot Pro. It's about time.
Make your holiday gifting sizzle with Heartland Steak Co. From USDA prime steaks to all-natural pork and chicken, every cut is hand-picked, flash-frozen, and delivered straight from the Heartland. Perfect for family, friends, or corporate gifts. And right now, spend $199.99 or more and get free shipping plus $25 off with promo code GIFT. Order now at heartlandsteakco.com and give the gift of flavor this holiday season.
It's that time again. The Reams Boots and Jeans semi-annual work boot and outdoor clothing sale. Right now is the perfect time to save money and get the boots and clothing you need for cooler weather ahead. With the change of seasons, it's time to gear up. And Reams has the absolute best prices on the brands you know and trust. Save big on Ariat, Justin, Tony Lama, Georgia, and Timberland Pro Boots. Built tough for the work you do every day. And that's not all. Stock up and save on Carhartt brand jackets, hoodies, bibs, pants, and vests. Whether you're working hard or heading outdoors, Reams has you covered from head to toe. Reams Boots and Jeans, Utah's largest boot dealer. Come in today for the best selection and the best prices on the boots and clothing you need. Look great, feel great, and save money. Reams Boots and Jeans, Utah family owned and operated for over 80 years. Reams Boots and Jeans.
Adventuring in the Wasatch Back this fall? Stop into Dairy King in Heber, now serving pumpkin shakes.
And check out their huge gluten-free menu. Dairy King on Main Street, home of the trade and best of state shakes.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Utes headed into a bye week. Watch everybody else play big games. Kyle Whittingham appreciating how his team has navigated this season.
Yeah, I would say that we're playing very well, and we've got a lot of good players. We've got some tough games. We got 3 left. The next one is on the road at Baylor, so that's where our entire focus is. We've got 7 wins now, and just about everyone's in dominating fashion. We had the 2 disappointing losses, but guys responded, bounced back, didn't miss a beat. So a lot of good things going on. Just got to keep things rolling.
This Ute Update is brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Make this Thanksgiving unforgettable with Kenny J's Barbecue. Skip the stress and bring home slow-smoked perfection. Pre-order your Thanksgiving meal today by reaching out to them at 801-230-5396. That's 801-230-5396.
Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hercules First Federal Credit Union Salt Lake County High School Player of the Week is Tyler Messer from Harriman High. Messer completed 14 of 16 passes for 258 yards and 2 touchdowns while adding 74 yards and another touchdown rushing. And he caught a 66-yard TD pass in a 63-32 win over Weber High. Don't miss the KSL Sports Game Night Live Game of the Week this week as Messer and the Harriman Mustangs take on the Mountain Ridge Sentinels. Catch the action tonight, 6 o'clock on KSLSports.com, the KSL Sports app, or on 102.7 HD2, the KSL Sports Zone. The Salt Lake County Player of the Week Award, proudly presented by Hercules First Federal Credit Union. At Hercules, they're celebrating the everyday victories. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together. All right, locks of the week. It wasn't pretty, but the Broncos held on and beat the Raiders, so I picked up a W. Went with the Thursday night game. Didn't suffer the hideous back-to-back losses. Embarrassing with a lock of the week. Fortunately, I didn't do that. All right, Yak, you're undefeated. You've got it. PK's over here still figuring out what he's going to pick.
I got what I want.
Oh, you do? What do you have?
I'm going to go with the Lions.
Good choice. Them the Commanders.
Yeah.
The Commies.
The Commies.
They need to change that name.
Again?
Yes, go back to something. Well, PK, you had the best name for them, the Skins. Remember when they were going through that whole transition?
Mm-hmm.
It was the best name they could have done, I thought, but the Pigskins.
Yeah.
Anywho, I consider Detroit as well.
Commanders have lost 4 in a row, don't have their quarterback.
Correct.
Yeah.
But good news about Jaden Daniels, no surgery apparently. He'll be able to rehab without that.
They're not putting him on the injured.
Correct. Yeah, they're going to keep him in the lineup. So I considered that one, but I'm going to go strategic, and I'm going to take the Carolina Panthers to take down the New Orleans Saints. Carolina's 5-4. Kind of the untold story right now of the NFC South. They're actually above 500.
It's always dicey when you pick these middling teams,
I know,
right?
I know, but
hey, you're counting on the Saints. They're 1-8.
They're brutal.
They just got rid of Rashid Shaheed.
And Tyler Shuck is still early on in his starting.
Yeah. All right.
So, yeah, give me the Carolina Panthers.
Keep that streak going, Yak. All right, there you go. They're the locks of the week. We're going to take a break. When we come back, more football with Kevin Graham. Is he taking Tech at home or BYU to get to 9-0? Stay with us.
Your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com. Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now, have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
The Utah Mammoth and Smiths are teaming up to get you to the game with qualifying Smiths purchases. You can score single goal view tickets, hot dog and a bottle of water included for just $15. The catch? These tickets go fast. Download the Utah Mammoth app, enable push notifications, and be the first to know when new tickets are released. Shop at Smiths, then snag your seat for $15. Simple. Grab the Utah Mammoth app today and watch for the next release. Tusks up.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, whenever someone loses a parent or a grandparent, it's difficult. Things get passed down inside the family. But if someone doesn't want a watch or a piece of jewelry, what's the next best step?
At J. Brooks Jewelers, we're happy to help you sort through such a collection of things to help you know what is real and what has value. Of course, repurposing the items for the family is always the best solution, but if no one loves or wants the piece, the estate experts at J. Brooks Jewelers can help guide you on the best way to handle the liquidation and, of course, in complete confidentiality. We have buyers all over the country that we've established to get the largest return possible for your jewelry, coins, or watches to retain as much money as possible for the family. So whether you want to repurpose and create a new heirloom or liquidate part or all of the estate, let me and my team help you decide the best way to proceed. Call and make an appointment today at J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh or online at jbrooksjewelers.com. Your trusted custom and estate jeweler.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honesties with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. Did you know that we offer 3 distinct styles of gutter protection? Each one meant to handle a specific leaf problem. You might not even know there are different styles of gutter protection, but there are. And if you pick the wrong one, it could be a huge waste of money. Now, the big gutter guard companies won't tell you this. They try to sell you a one-size-fits-all gutter guard. And it could be completely wrong for the amount and types of trees and leaves you have. Not RGS Exteriors. We understand which kind of leaf problem needs which kind of gutter guard. We'll do an in-depth evaluation to assess the types, locations, and numbers of trees in your yard. Based on that data, we match your home to the right gutter guard. So don't risk wasting money on the wrong gutter protection. For a free evaluation and estimate, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsexteriors.com. That's 801-280-3110 or rgsexteriors.com.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All college football, all day. It's a Football Friday right here on the Zone. Whether it's the Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, we've got you covered. This is a Football Friday edition of DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ PK, it's 97.5, KSL Sports Zone. We are joined once again by Kevin Graham here on a Football Friday to talk football. Morning, Kevin.
Good morning, gentlemen. Even though you guys put together a very hostile environment, I do enjoy coming on every week with you all, so I appreciate that.
Listening to the show again, I see. Prepping for the big appearance.
Yeah, PK's the only human that can do 5 minutes on the word hostile, and it just made me laugh. So, I do agree with you, though. You never hear the word hostile unless it's like a road game. You're going into a hostile environment. I agree. You never hear that. I never thought of that until you actually brought it up when I woke up this morning at, I don't know, whatever time it was. So, yeah. That was good. I enjoyed that. It made me laugh.
I like to create a hostile environment at home, too.
I know, right? Dude, you have a hostile environment cloud that just follows you around. You're the pig pen of hostile environments.
Pig pen.
Yeah, exactly. Just how Pigpen just had that dust coming from him. Peanuts reference for all you younger people out there. Snoopy, all that. So yeah, good times. So, all right, good to be here, gentlemen, as always.
Well, let's pick the big game. What do you think? Who wins, BYU or Texas Tech?
Oh, we starting right off the bat on
Let's
this,
get
right?
right to it. People don't want to wait through your nonsense.
Really?
Let's get to it.
All right, here's the deal. I have been a BYU backer this year. I've been very much a fan of this team. They're fun to watch. The way they overcome things, having a true freshman quarterback who I think we can honestly say now is not a true freshman quarterback anymore, the way he's played. They're going to have to play like they did against Iowa State in a lot of ways. Not fall behind, because I think falling behind is trouble if you fall behind against Texas Tech. But you got to play clean football, same way they played against Utah. You got to have 0 turnovers again. You're going to have to step up. Bear's going to have the game of his life because Texas Tech is so good at defending the run. I don't know. I was kind of going through some fun stats. You know that Texas Tech's defense has only allowed more than 2 yards per carry 4 times this season. They've only allowed one team to go average 3.5 yards per carry this season. What does the BYU do? And I read this stat, which made me laugh in a way. BYU runs the football 57.23% of the time. So for BYU to win, I mean, obviously it's strength versus strength. That means BYU's offensive line is going to have to dominate the front, but that's going to be really difficult because Texas Tech probably has the best defensive line that money can buy. And so that's going to be hard. So in the end, they're going to have to throw the football. And they're going to have to make plays. And the hope is that Martin is, back to at least 90%, or whatever he is after the injured shoulder that he had. So things are really going to have to come together. And it will be a hostile environment, which means you're going to have to start strong. You can't let the crowd get into that game early. You can't go down by 2 touchdowns and think you're going to scrap your way back. And really what BYU has to do is when you think about this when you were a kid, when you went up against a bully, particularly one of those rich, smug bullies. You remember those guys that always thought they were tough? They thought, they had all that money. And
that was David James.
Yeah, exactly. DJ. He'd walk around strutting around, and he'd pick on like me, the little runt, the little runt that I was, And then how do you beat a bully? You punch them in the mouth, and they usually cower. Now, what I did, I'd always run away, and then that never worked. But I'm saying for BYU, they got to punch in the mouth, and they got to make it happen. But here's the reality. And I hate to bring this up, but I went through almost this century, basically, since 2000s or whatever. The problem with BYU is whenever they're undefeated or whenever they're hyped up for a big game, what happens? They fall. They let you down. Last year, 9-0, they lose to Kansas and then Arizona State.
Yeah, I don't
2021.
buy that. No, I don't buy that.
2021. No, yes, you do. 2021, they're 5-0. They lose to Boise State and Baylor. 2020, they start the year 9-0 and they lose to Coastal Carolina. 2009, they start 6-1 and they got blown out by TCU. 2008, they start 6-0. They got blown out by TCU. I hate to say it. 31-10, Texas Tech wins this game. And I got to go on history. I mean, Texas Tech is really good. And quite frankly, they're the only college team that every time I bet on them, they win. So I'm going to ride with Texas Tech. Now, that doesn't mean BYU's out of the mix. They run the table. It just means they have to win in the championship game and try to put it all together, most likely playing Texas Tech again.
I don't mind your pick. I'm not here to argue your pick. I'll pick Texas Tech to win also. What I'm here to argue is your pathetic logic, Kevin. Come on, man. Come on. Almost every team loses a game. If the thing is they get you hyped up and let you down, well, the only way not to do that is go out and lose the opener, like Alabama to Florida State, and then the pressure's off. So you lost to a dog team right out of the gate, and then that argument doesn't fly. Otherwise, you're going to have big games, and they do win big games because the only way to get to 9-0 was to win a big game over Utah, and the only way to get to 8-0 this year was to win a big game over Utah. And they didn't gag in the clutch. They actually went down the field in the fourth quarter and retook the lead and won the game. So I don't buy that. They always although I did have someone make that argument.
Lost the game.
I did have that. Yeah. The Utah game, BYU won them both.
Oh, I thought
that's a rivalry game, though. The rivalry game, you can't.
BYU beat
Utah
last year. 22-21. They went down and scored at the end.
Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah.
I thought you were conference games.
Yeah. Now, eventually, somebody's going to get you unless you go 12-0, and how many teams are going to do that?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think I think A&M's really good. I still don't think they're going to go 12-0. They got a couple of big games here. They barely squeak some out on the road. Good for them for doing it. But
except for 1984, though, for BYU, they always lose the big game.
I know, but most teams have 1 or 0 unbeaten seasons in the last 50 years. Urban Meyer's running around winning national championships in Florida, and those teams didn't go undefeated. He had one in
Ohio State. When you say running around.
Well, I mean, it's not wrong. Maybe I should be careful, but it's not wrong.
Let's be careful.
It's good. You know what? I hope well, here's the problem, or not the problem. Here's the good thing for BYU fans. Every time I pick BYU to lose, they end up winning. So you're welcome, BYU fans. Because I mean, I bet my life on it once, and Bronco Mendenhall called me out and wanted to take my life. I mean, even though BYU, that's really I don't know why he wanted that, because that's not for them. They're good people. So I don't know. I hope I'm wrong. BYU's had some magic this year. They always seem to pull it out. I just think Texas Tech is really good. Athletically, they're far superior. They're paid probably triple than what all the BYU players are paid. Not that matters. But if things fall right and they come out strong and they play clean football, they do have a shot. It's just going to be difficult. I mean, Texas Tech's defense is really good, and
magic happens.
So we'll see. Magic happens, yes.
I think the method is you look at their one loss, and that was to the Sun Devils. And as I've said all week when the poll was coming out, that was not a bad loss, because when Levitt and Tyson, their receiver, play and the quarterback, the Devils are 15-2. So there's something to be said for that.
Yeah.
And you look at, I don't know how Levitt did it in that game, but they hit on a bunch of long plays. He threw for 319 yards. They had 2 receivers, Tyson, of course, and a kid named Hamilton, who had over 100 yards. Now, Tyson has 10 receptions, but Hamilton only had 3. And then the tight end had 4 for 66. So you had 3 guys there averaging in double figures in receptions. And so they've got to be able to have big plays offensively, because you're simply not going to be able to run the ball. Raleek Brown, who I think is second in the league in rushing, only had 69 yards, 3.6 carries. And he did break one for 22. So if you cut that down, which you can't, the yards per carry are even smaller. And so you got to have big plays, and most likely it's going to be through the pass. And also defensively, the Devils, I think, probably played their best defensive game of the year. And Tech did have the backup quarterback, and Hammond there, and he's out. But they didn't do a whole lot offensively. And I think the scores that Texas Tech had were aided by ASU crappy special teams too. So if you can find a way to really bottle them up defensively and hit on a few big plays, most likely through the air, I think you got a shot. And then BYU's special teams, with Kelly Papinga the last couple of years being the coordinator, have been really outstanding. So you can find a way to get an advantage there. I think that's your avenue and your path towards winning.
I agree 100% with you. I think the other common denominator, too, in that ASU game, PK, is no turnovers. And that's the only game this season that Texas Tech did not force a turnover. So, again, it goes back to clean football, too. And 100% agree, too. Complementary football is going to be big for BYU, too. Again, look at that Iowa State game, what they did, particularly when Martin went down. The defense stepped up with a pick six, a couple interceptions. Look what the special teams did when they blocked that punt returner or whoever it was into the ball and got a fumble that way. So, 100% agree. I mean, everything's just got to fall in place. And if it does, then, BYU can win. And that's huge, because then – obviously you run the rest of the table and you got a cushion now. Now you can lose in the Big 12 championship game and still get into the playoffs. So I'm excited. I'm glad it's a noon kick East Coast time, and I don't have to stay up till 3 a.m. watching this damn game. So I'm also excited about that as well, being on the East Coast. So
I do think, to underline that special team stuff, people always think about the big return, and maybe that's what it is. But they got the muffed fumble recovery against Utah, and the one against Iowa State you point out. And what about blocking a kick? We haven't seen that. Those are huge plays. I mean, the Broncos beat the Raiders because they blocked the punt and got the field goal that ended up winning the game. So there's lots of ways to make a play, and maybe there's some kind of trickeration or something as well.
You never know, and halftime adjustments are going to be key. I mean, if BYU's down in the first half, I liked what BYU did in that game against Iowa State 2 weeks ago when they came out of halftime with a new philosophy and they figured it out. And I also think it's going to be really difficult to run the ball, but that's where Bear and his scrambling can probably come into play as well. Not only big plays like you said, PK throwing down the field, but also is he going to be able to make those decisions when he has a chance to run around and can he get away with that fierce pass rush? I mean, they're ranked 11th in the country in sacks, and this David Bailey kid has 11 and a half sacks this year.
Yeah.
I mean, they've only played 9 games. And so, can he run away from that and also make big plays, with his legs as well? And if he does, then again, there's a chance.
What do you think of the Big 12 getting the 3 teams in the top 13 and Utah coming in at 13?
Yeah, I was impressed by that too. That kind of surprised me, to be honest. But I mean, look, the way this is Utah's MO, and again, you talk about big games, under Witt's regime, more times than not, he'll have a couple of those losses or one loss that as a Utah fan, you wish wouldn't have happened, and then they always seem to finish strong. So there's that chance. I don't see the Big 12 getting 3 teams in. I just don't think the committee and the SEC and Big 10 will allow that. But them being in the mix, I mean, I think they have something to play for. It's sitting there for them. If BYU, like say what happens, say if Texas Tech blows out BYU like I just predicted, all right, most likely won't happen. But if it does and BYU, kind of falls down and then loses to Cincinnati, who knows? Maybe, BYU or maybe Utah can jump into the mix somehow, depending if Cincinnati can pick up a second loss. I mean, Houston was ranked and got beat by West Virginia last week. So, anything can happen. And by the way, don't assume Texas Tech. I mean, yeah, they got Central Florida after this BYU game, but they do have to play at West Virginia in that last game of the year. And West Virginia is playing better football with Rich Rod, and playing in West Virginia is not an easy task usually. So, there's no 100% guarantee Texas Tech will. I mean, obviously on paper it looks good for them.
They'll win that directional school.
Here we go again with the directional stuff. I know. I hear you. Yeah.
Let's forget the directionals and get to the big boys. Oregon's playing Iowa. If Utah is going to get in, I mean, there's a path. It may not be a great path, but it's a path. If they're going to get in, Oregon at Iowa, I figure if Oregon's 10-2, the 10-2 Big Ten team with Oregon's brand power, they're getting in over Utah. But Oregon still has to play USC, and they still have to play Washington, who are also 2 lost teams. If Oregon loses 2 or 3 down the stretch, which I'd probably bet against, but it's not crazy, you think Oregon loses to Iowa because then the pressure's on.
No.
This is the big road trip. No. You got Iowa going down.
They don't lose to Iowa. Iowa never wins the big games. I mean, they just don't. Their offense, they score like 4 points a game, even though if that's possible. So, 2 safeties a game is what they average. So, no, I don't see them beating. I don't see Iowa beating Oregon. Now, could Oregon lose to, like you said, USC? That could be a possibility with the athletes USC has and the offense that they have. Washington could be a possibility as well. I don't see Iowa though. Iowa just. I don't know. And of course, I'll be wrong about this too. But I just think, and traditionally in the Big Ten, Iowa just never wins that big game because they just never have enough firepower offensively to pull it off.
They had Indiana on the hook, and to your point, they let them off the hook in the last 2 minutes. And they only scored 15 points. They didn't have the offensive firepower. So
Exactly.
This would be
that's
Iowa's,
why I don't think
hands down, this would be Iowa's biggest win if they're able to get it.
Yeah, what do you mean
biggest win in years.
Iowa doesn't have the firepower. What are you talking about, man? Didn't Chuck Long play there?
Former Lions great quarterback. Yeah.
Just went back 40 years. That was awesome.
I know, right? I know. It was so hip and cool.
Back in the 1900s.
We talked about Pigpen and Snoopy, and now we're talking about Chuck Long. Yeah, I know.
Did he win the Heisman or something? Wasn't he good?
I think he was. Yeah, I think he did. Yeah, I know. Back in the day when.
Stop.
Yeah, I think so. Chuck Long.
That's all I got for you.
Those are the days when quarterbacks could have guts, kind of like the Patrick Mahomes body, kind of dad bods. Remember those days? Yeah. So yeah, Chuck Long, Scott Mitchell. Oh, sorry, but guys like that. Another great Lions quarterback who I know is there in Utah. So good times. Other fat quarterbacks, Billy Kilmer.
Billy Kilmer, who literally had a gut. He did.
And he was in better shape than Sonny Jorgensen.
Greg Ostertag thought Billy Kilmer was out of shape.
I'm gonna Google fat quarterbacks right now. Who was the?
Wasn't there a guy at Louisville or Kentucky? What was his name?
Oh yeah, that guy was huge.
It was
Remember, he was
Jared
like 300
somebody.
pounds.
He was like 6.
Jared. Oh yeah, he played for the Giants. Lorenzen, yes. I think he might have passed away. Actually, I think he was so. Sorry, I think it was before Ozempic. But yeah, I mean, Jaron Lorenzen. Oh yeah, it's like. Anyways, all right. I don't. Did he pass away?
He did.
I don't want
died at the age of 38, right before the pandemic, 2019.
Man, that
Wow.
sucks.
Oh, that's sad. Well, I mean, I can't say I'm shocked, but sad nonetheless.
And then you giggle. Kevin, you really are something.
Dude, I've had a lot of deaths surrounding me lately.
You
so,
have.
Yeah.
You have.
I know. So it's like.
Yeah, I know. Sometimes you laugh so you don't cry. I get it.
100% true on that, my friend.
Yeah, there you
100%
go.
true on that.
There you go.
All right, cool. Anything else we need to tackle today? Fat kickers. Go, Mark Mosley.
No, we'll leave the NFL alone for today unless you got some lock in one of these big games. There's 3 or 4 pretty good matchups.
That Denver-Vegas game was so terrible last night. God,
Thursday night games.
I hate the Broncos.
Thursday
I know
night
they
games
are.
often suck, and you take a team whose offense is a little clunky anyway in the
just so
Broncos,
bad.
and their defense is really good. Nobody thought the Raiders are going to light it, so that's what you get.
Yeah, and I appreciate you not bringing up my Jets because, it's so great that, everybody's talking about the Jets. How, great deal. They get 2 first-rounders next draft and 3 after that. And I'm like, we're going to screw them all up because we always do. How about this, Jets? When you actually draft a good player like a Sauce Gardner or a Quinnen Williams, why don't you keep them, all right? Why don't you develop? Not screw up everything like they always do. I'm on the verge of jumping off the Jets. I'm so close right now. Anyways.
Wait a second.
Now this is it. This is the one, huh? It's a million straws on the camel's back, but this is the one.
This is the one. I almost bought a Sauce Gardner jersey because I'm like, hey, they just signed him. I mean, again, as a 56-year-old, I shouldn't be buying jerseys, but I almost did because I love the number 1. Sauce Gardner, and thank God I didn't because he's gone. They traded him away. I mean, that's what we do. On those rare occasions we get like a great player, we then screw him up like we did with Darnold, or we just trade him away so we can draft other players that most likely will suck. So yeah, it's good times.
Why can't you buy a jersey at 56? You can buy it anytime you want.
I know. Some people though think like at a certain age you shouldn't wear a jersey, but I'm with you. I agree. I want it, I mean, why not?
Yeah. I was in Toronto
I got to
this
name
summer,
a jersey.
and I was going to buy a Dalton Varsho jersey, and I'm regretting that I didn't.
Oh, man,
because it was like
should've.
$20. I know. I should have.
Really?
Yeah.
20?
Yeah.
That's a huge steal.
I know.
Yeah, I know. Why didn't you do that?
That's the reason I wouldn't buy them. It's usually $120 if you get a deal on them. I mean, they're marked up so high.
I know. What do you mean that's the reason you don't buy them? Like you don't have the money. Get out of town.
I'm not paying $150 for a jersey.
Well, you just raised it 30 right there. You went 120 to 130.
I have
150.
I have 3 football jerseys, and I was gifted all of them. And the Chargers didn't move any of them. They just moved the whole team. So pick
your kids
player.
are lucky because they're gonna when you die, they're gonna have a lot of money.
I know. Every Jets jersey I have is. Any current Jets jersey, except for Namath, every Jets jersey I have, the player's either been traded or, got cut or just So no, I'm not
you
buying
got a
anymore.
Namath jersey?
I do have a Namath jersey, but it's illegal. Like back in the day when China, I don't know if you guys know, I was living in Phoenix and working in Phoenix, and somebody had a connection of this Chinese company where you can get like authentic jerseys for like $15. So yeah,
so they're not authentic.
So it's not authentic. And by the way, I think I got like mustard and ketchup on it, so it's like all stained and everything. It's like one of those authentic white Jet jerseys, So yeah, but
that's
that's
a true
the only
Jets fan then.
I know, right? Exactly. We're not very sanitary, I'll tell you that much.
We never thought.
All right, guys.
All right.
Love you guys. You have a wonderful weekend. Go BYU, although 31-10 Texas Tech. Lock it in.
All right, there it is. Kevin Graham with the reverse jinx. Thank him later, BYU fans. Thank him later. The power of the reverse jinx. Coming up next, everything you missed in this show, we'll get to it next. Stay with us. A lot of college football, a little bit of hoops, a little bit of NFL. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Got a disabled vehicle, I-15 southbound, approaching 90th South at exit in San. It's blocking a center lane. Be aware of that in the area. Be prepared for 2 other right lanes to be blocked once UHP starts to move that out of the center area there. Also, a smack up in the middle of the backup at 7200 South Midvale on the left shoulder, obviously adding to the delays in that area. This update is brought to you by our friends over at GoPave Utah. Whether you park it, strap it, or pave it, GoPave Utah is your blacktop covered at GoPaveUtah.com. That's GoPaveUtah.com. Call them today or visit GoPaveUtah.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatcher on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. It's the biggest game of the year for BYU as the undefeated and top 10 ranked Cougars head to Lubbock for a showdown against the Red Raiders. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch a special edition of College Football Saturday game day at 8 a.m. with the postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Since 1954, Mountain Home Services has been Utah's trusted name in home comfort. Right now, get your AC and furnace tune-ups for just $49. A furnace tune-up helps prevent wear and tear, catches small issues early, improves efficiency, enhances safety, and keeps airflow balanced, adding years to your system's life. And Mountain Home Services is not just heating and cooling. They offer free second opinions on everything, including electrical, plumbing, and fireplaces. Plus, you're backed by Mountain Home Services' upfront pricing guarantee and 100% satisfaction guarantee. No surprises, just honest service. Call 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $49 tune-up today. Mountain Home Services. Comfort starts here. Again, that's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $49 tune-up today.
Did you know Medicaid plans change from one year to the next? And this year, it's important for you to review your current prescription drug and health coverage and compare all your options during Medicare open enrollment. Compare health plans, drug coverage, and costs. See if you can save some money, and don't forget to make sure your drugs are covered. Open enrollment ends December 7th. Compare plans now at Medicare.gov or call 1-800-MEDICARE, paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
O'Reilly. Cleaning your fuel system can help your engine run better and improve gas mileage. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts and pick up a bottle of Chevron Techron Fuel System Cleaner on sale now. Buy one, get one free. Plus, loyalty members receive 2 times O-Rewards points. Just add it to your tank during your next fill-up. Stop by your O'Reilly Auto Parts store for details. O'Reilly Auto Parts.
It's that time again. The Reams Boots and Jeans semi-annual work boot and outdoor clothing sale. Right now is the perfect time to save money and get the boots and clothing you need for cooler weather ahead. With the change of seasons, it's time to gear up. And Reams has the absolute best prices on the brands you know and trust. Save big on Ariat, Justin, Tony Lama, Georgia, and Timberland Pro Boots. Built tough for the work you do every day. And that's not all. Stock up and save on Carhartt brand jackets, hoodies, bibs, pants, and vests. Whether you're working hard or heading outdoors, Reams has you covered from head to toe. Reams Boots and Jeans, Utah's largest boot dealer. Come in today for the best selection and the best prices on the boots and clothing you need. Look great, feel great, and save money. Reams Boots and Jeans, Utah family owned and operated for over 80 years. Reams Boots and Jeans.
When I was in Iraq, our convoy was hit. It was bad. After I came home, I could still hear booms and see tracer fire. Makes it hard to be a good mom.
As America's veterans face challenges, DAV is there.
I'm Naomi Mathis, Air Force veteran.
With the right support, more veterans can reach victories, great and small.
With help from DAV, I was able to begin to heal.
DAV provides a lifetime of support to veterans of every generation, helping more than 1 million veterans each year.
Today, I'm part of DAV. We're veterans helping veterans to get the benefits they've earned. And I give my veterans my all.
But there's more to be done and more victories to be won.
My victory is being able to be here for my children.
Naomi Mathis, thank you for your service. May your victories inspire many more. Support more victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org.
Attention Jazz Nation. We know you've been waiting on the edge of your seat, and the time has finally arrived. All tickets are available now. Let's go! Your favorite players will be back on the court, bringing the energy all season long. Whether you're looking for season tickets, mini plans, or single game matchups, there's a perfect option for every kind of fan. Show up loud and proud at Delta Center this season. Don't miss your chance to be part of the action. Buy your tickets today at UtahJazz.com. The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
BYU getting ready for the kickoff tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. ABC, Aaron Roderick, offensive coordinator, on the keys to success against Texas Tech.
Well, we just have to execute. We have to stick within our identity. When you play a defense this good, you try to have some wrinkles for them, but at the same time, if you do too much new stuff, then you're not going to play fast. And so we're trying to find that right balance of having some things that give them trouble, but also stick to our core identity and be physical and execute our core things. And that's really what it's going to come down to, is just those individual matchups, every player executing a block or executing an assignment. I'm sure it's going to be the same thing for them. They're really good.
This Cougar Update brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Make this Thanksgiving unforgettable with Kenny J's Barbecue. Skip the stress and bring home slow smoked perfection. Pre-order your Thanksgiving meal today by reaching out to them at 801-230-5396. That's 801-230-5396.
For all of you, less motivated listeners, it's time for your 9 o'clock. Where the heck have you been headlines?
Where you at?
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Slacker headlines brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Call Trajan Wealth today, your local trusted financial fiduciary. Call them at 801-210-6800 or visit their website at TrajanWealth.com. All right, catching it up to date on what you missed. Remember, podcasts, get everything wherever you get your podcasts. YouTube, Spotify, KSLSports.com. They're all over the place out there. We had David Locke on, radio voice of the Utah Jazz. And basically, Walker Kessler, as we spoke about earlier in the week, does that cost him 5, 6, 7 games? He's a one-of-a-kind talent. They don't really have anyone who protect the rim the way he did. Teams are going to attack it. This is going to cost him more games. If you want wins, his injury is bad. If you want the top 3 pick, his injury should help. You'll still need luck, but his injury should help. And David didn't really think it was going to impact his contract one way or the other. It was more about the timing of giving him a contract that was holding things up and the way that plays into salary cap rules than it was giving him the years or giving him the money. So he thinks that's all going to work out.
Oh, yeah, but at the same time, he said if he had a massive year, he could get more.
He could get more.
I mean, he's going to be rich beyond his wildest dreams either way.
Yep.
I was just wondering what the Jazz think. I mean, I'm not concerned about the actual dollars. I'm concerned about what do the Jazz want to do. Because those guys they're making big-time money left and right, every single one of them, right? But what are they interested in doing with him? That's the question, as it is pretty much virtually everybody on the roster. I had a friend of mine, you've talked to him, text me, hey, man, with Kessler's injury, do you think the Jazz might want to have a fire sale? They're not giving you marketing. How about Austin Reeves? He would fit in. No. Okay, how about we throw in Ruri? I said, trash day was yesterday.
Trash day was yesterday. You have Arizona friends and California friends and Utah friends. So I'm going to guess that this is somebody who the Suns aren't in. So this is not Suns or Clippers. This is someone who cares about the Lakers.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. They're not giving away marketing. They're just not doing it. It's not going to happen. So stop. And I don't think the Lakers have anything outside of Doncic that the Jazz would be interested in for marketing. But I don't think it changes what the Jazz are looking to do either way relative to marketing. And so stop with that. I don't think they're going to do like the Jets start jettison guys or like you see more. It's more so a baseball thing.
It is a baseball thing.
Football's
copying baseball.
I mean, you look at Seattle, the Mariners, the Diamondbacks gave them their first and third basemen.
All right.
Yeah, and they're free agents now, so we'll see what happens. Yeah. The Jazz need to lose. There's just no question about it. I know that's counter to what Austin was talking about, but I think it's imperative that they get one of those two studs at the top or the kid from Kansas. Yeah, I think they. I don't even want to contemplate life
without a top 3 pick again
for the Jazz. Without that, no, I don't. No, not at all. And then next year, okay, then you got some potential cornerstones.
Jazz are in Minnesota to play the Timberwolves tonight. David also said that he thought after the first 4 games, teams got film on them. Will Harding, the coaching staff, had some wrinkles in there. They were doing some cool stuff. It was working out. They were scoring. The 5th game, Phoenix is playing them the second time. Phoenix has them figured out, and scoring's dropped about 25 points a game since the first 4 games. It's a pretty dramatic turn there. So, Jazz and Timberwolves, 6 o'clock, Target Center. Coverage starts at 5 o'clock here on the Zone tonight. College hoops tonight, Utah State Aggies in Frisco, Texas to take on the VCU Rams, 6 o'clock. That game will be on 1280 The Zone tonight, while the Jazz are on 97.5 The Zone. We talked a little NFL football. You got your lock of the week for people.
I'm going Detroit.
The Lions, baby. Yeah, they burned me last week. You'll have a good bounce-back game out of them. And they're playing a Washington team without their quarterback that's lost 4 in a row. Yak, you're still trying to stay undefeated on the year. You haven't botched the lock yet.
Not yet. Going with the Carolina Panthers.
Yeah, I mean, him and the
Versus
Cougars.
the Saints.
They're trying to stay undefeated. Deep into November.
Deep. We talked a lot of college football today, and we just had Kevin Graham on, who said Texas Tech is going to win decisively at 31-10.
No, I hope not.
Then he pointed out he's wrong a lot, so maybe the reverse jinx will kick in.
Well, we're all wrong. A lot.
Even the best are wrong 30% of the time. Straight up.
There's a way for them to win. It's not hopeless.
Totally agree. If I were betting, which I don't, I would take them to cover. I thought his 31-10 was excessive. Now we see, as recently as that Texas Tech-Utah game, how a game can be a one-score game for a long time, and then suddenly it opens up. But
or
I would
the
think,
other way.
I would think yeah, absolutely. Well, it's a blowout, and then there's the backdoor cover with a late score.
Mm-hmm.
That happens as well. But I would think that it's a single-digit game. I think it's close. I would take Tech. I will take Tech. But Tech in a close game.
I think they could do it. They could
scoring.
score a late touchdown. And that's if they're up by 6, 7, boom. Touchdown with 2.5 minutes to go does it.
Yeah.
And then BYU gets in a desperate situation and they have to do plays that they normally wouldn't do, and they get a pick or what have you, and the game's over. So, reason 455
not to gamble.
Yeah,
right, yeah. You're right about it for 55 minutes,
Right.
and then something sloppy happens at the end of the game, and you turn out to lose.
Yeah, that's why if I spend any extended time in Vegas, I hang out at sports books and watch people celebrate or just drop to the floor.
I just told somebody the Barkley story. I don't even know who it was, and they were howling. They thought that was just hilarious.
It was.
That Barkley would appear over a balcony like he's the Pope.
It was.
And all the people down below are, hi! Yeah.
It was
Barkley's
hilarious.
fist pumping.
And they knew Barkley was up there. I didn't.
Right, you didn't because you had just shown up, but they've been there the whole game, and they've
Right.
been back and forth. I mean, it's Michigan State with the game that ended with the blocked punt.
Yeah.
And so it's people storming out, furious that they had that thing locked up with literally seconds to go,
And I've
and
got
it got away
extended
from
relatives that fight over those two schools. My wife's family, not mine, hers.
them. Yeah. She's got her Michigan roots.
Yes. So, yeah, about that. But, yeah, I think there's a path for the Cougs to win, not just cover, but win. I mean, they don't care if they cover and lose. Hopefully they don't care.
Getting JoJo back, yeah, right. getting JoJo back. One more person. I mean, when you think, because we've played a couple of A-Rod cuts here. When I think of A-Rod offenses, I think balance, but I think about the ability to get big plays out of medium depth passing routes. The number of times that I've seen players in his offense catch a ball at 10 or 15 yards and then take it 50. And I don't know about if it's, the way it's drawn up, if it's
some
the
type
player
of crossing
in the
pattern
moment.
to get guys
some
out
type
of
of crossing
place.
pattern, and they run away from a guy.
Roberts did it against BYU or Utah.
And so getting JoJo, that's now, assuming he's healthy and he can do it, right? Which sounds like that's the case.
Yeah.
That gives them 3 receivers who can score off one of those. And I think with Carson Ryan and tight end, I don't think he would take 170 yards to score, but I can see him catching a ball at 10 yards and end up with a 25-yard game. I don't think he's going to run away from
And they're
people.
going to need that. I don't think there's any question that they're going to need those types of plays because Texas Tech defense, the statistics bear it out.
They're awesome.
About how good they are.
Yep.
And this David Bailey to Texas Tech's defense, is that what that Canadian gal did for Texas Tech's softball team?
Dominate.
I mean, go look
Give you the edge.
All you got to do is call up Texas Tech's softball, and they're like 31-24, like just almost every year. She gets there 54-5. You know what I mean? Just dominant.
Well, something changed.
Yeah, they brought her in. They were always decent. Bring her in. She's mowing down people left and right. David Bailey with more sacks than actual games played.
I do think 20 is a big number to watch in this game. Texas Tech's only given up 20 points twice this year, and one of them was the loss. Can BYU get to 20 and win the game? And if Tech starts putting up 27, 28, 30, it feels like it's over.
Well, they're going to have to play the best defensive game that they've played and get big plays on offense. They're going to probably need go back and they're probably not going to go back and watch the ASU game, but Leavitt pulled stuff out of his you-know-what like 3 or 4 times. And that's what that kid can do.
The over-under is 52.5 points. That seems high scoring. Maybe defense and special teams will create short fields or score themselves.
Yes, and in football, turnovers and special teams, keeping them under wraps in your favor is always a great decider. You can almost always count on, as Whittingham has drilled into our brains for 30 years about that. And those are things that are hard to predict. I would say that BYU is going to probably need to come up with 2 or 3 turnovers and have 0. In order
And
for
Tech
them
is,
to win.
like Arizona State, Tech is awesome in turnover margin. Like Tech, they don't. You need a game that's an outlier because they don't routinely do that. They're very buttoned up.
I think that's true. You do need something that goes on unusual.
Mm-hmm. And Texas Tech is very good at forcing turnovers, especially fumbles.
Yeah.
Especially.
They're legit.
Punch that ball out. Yeah, that's why it's a big-time game. That's why it's top 10 teams. Go out there and grind out the 20-17 win and call it good.
They have the ability to go deep in the playoff.
Yes. BYU and Texas Tech, 2 of the top 3 teams in the conference in turnover margin. So somebody's got to win it. These 2 teams routinely win it, but
it might be 0-0, which I think that is a win for Tech.
Do you feel the same if it's 1-1 or 2-2?
I'd have to see the complexion.
Because they're both so
and
good
then
at forcing them, I figure maybe they force them.
What does it lead to?
Or prevent.
A Hail Mary at the end of the first half doesn't really matter.
True story.
An interception, you know what I mean? So I just can't look at the number. But I think 0-0 favors Tech.
All right. We talked a lot of college football, a lot of hoops. We had on the executive director of the Peach Bowl, who's considering the possibility of a Big 12 team showing up for a quarterfinal game.
Well, they showed out well last year.
Yep. ASU was there. And I would assume the crowd was more lopsided. He said it was 60-40 or 55-45.
Well, speaking to some folks from Tempe, from ASU, they had excellent
turnout.
Yeah, what am I looking for? Turnout, I guess. representation was the word. Okay. Yeah. And I actually know. I would have probably gone if it was the Fiesta. Family, cheap.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Closer.
Yeah. And I've got the accommodations taken care of.
And you've threatened to drive to the Peach Bowl, so that's awesome.
That was a joke.
I looked it up, 28 hours. Would you do, if you had to do 20 hours, would you do it in 2 days? Or would you do it in 3? Would you go Barry Trammell, find some other media members and split the driving?
No. No. I'm taking my old lady.
Okay. Well, you can split the driving with her.
No, I'm not going to ask her to drive 12 hours.
Well, you do it in 2 days. You're not going to do it in 28 hours.
You literally
but you could do it. But if you split the driving, 2 14-hour days could be doable. I think it would suck, but it would be doable.
No.
It'd be a grind. We're not driving anyway, so what does it matter?
No, I would probably do it, stop off in Nashville.
Now you're talking.
Just
make a trip of it.
Yeah. Have a
see some
fun
stuff
time.
along the way. Not the grind.
No.
8 a.m., let's go! Butts in seats, this car's going.
Have I told you the story of our good friend Gordon? So the 4 of us, we've talked about getting convertibles and driving up the coast of California.
Cool. Yeah, that'd be fun. You've done that before.
I have.
And it was awesome.
Yes.
You did with your dad.
Yes.
Yeah, L.A., headed north. It's good.
Yeah, but going all the way up. And
no, to San Francisco or all the way to the state line? Because there's some
just the Bay Area.
There's some
depending on the time.
There's some beautiful stuff.
If retired and don't have anything to do and the weather's good, yeah, absolutely. Maybe even into Oregon for that matter.
Mm-hmm.
And he says, well, if we take the 5, we can get there quicker. No, I don't want to drive through Bakersfield, and the point isn't to get anywhere quicker, you idiot.
The goal is to cruise up the coast and enjoy the
stop
sun
here. Okay.
and the water and all the cool towns with all the cool stuff along the way. Yes. Meanwhile, the 5, Kettleman City. There's a Carl's Jr. on your left. You have 10 minutes, and then back in the car.
I'm not going through Taft. Now, I did that. My wife and I did that Key West, and it took us like 9-10 hours. Because we kept stopping and jumping in the water.
Okay.
Yes.
Now you're talking.
That was the point.
Yeah.
We had nowhere to go.
DJ PK, when we come back, your feedback next. Stay with us.
And it's all over almost here.
Don't go nowhere.
Whirls around and down. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone is your exclusive home of the Utah Jazz. And we want to send you to the Delta Center to see the Jazz in action. Listen every Tuesday for the Jazz Ticket Tuesday Sounder at 30 past the hour, every hour, all day long. And if you're caller number 12, you'll be on your way to an upcoming game.
Buy one, you'll get one free.
It's Jazz Ticket Tuesday, every Tuesday throughout the NBA season on your radio home for the Utah Jazz. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-sized French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
Save now with UCCU Black Friday money deals. $150 cash for signing up for direct deposit. A free Shark robot vacuum when closing your mortgage. Low rate credit cards with 0% interest for 6 months. Auto and RV loans, no payments for 90 days. Home equity loans with an extra 0.25% off the interest rate. Lock the deals in now with just your name, phone number, and email at uccu.com. Visit uccu.com/Black Friday and lock in your deals, plus more deals weekly at uccu.com. UCCU. Love where you bank.
Hey, Utah County golfers, the Back 9 Indoor Golf Lounge in Orem is now open right across from Costco. Mark your calendars. The Zone will be broadcasting live from the Orem Back 9 on Wednesday, November 12th from noon till 3 for the BYU preview show. Become a founding member today for just $25 down and lock in the biggest discounts for life. And Back 9 will donate $50 to a high school golf team of your choice. Experience 4 full swing simulator bays with comfy seating, 75-inch TVs, and 4D massage chairs. Perfect for date nights, parties, and corporate events. Plus 2 putting greens, an Xbox gaming lounge, free drinks, and Wi-Fi. Train like the pros with secure 24/7 access so you can play in leagues and tournaments on your schedule. With locations in Pleasant View, Murray, Lehigh, American Fork, Spanish Fork, Cedar City, and St. George. There's a Back 9 near you. A Back 9 membership makes the perfect gift for the golfer in your life.
This is Devin Dampier. As a new quarterback for the Utes, preparation is everything. Every practice, every play, every decision. And that preparation starts long before I step on the field. It starts with what I put in my body. That's why I choose Culligan Water, Salt Lake City. Their healthy, clean water isn't about quenching thirst. It's about optimal hydration, faster recovery, peak performance. It's the foundation of staying sharp on and off the field. For me and for my game, it's got to be Culligan of Salt Lake City. Drink what I drink. Visit CulliganSLC.com or call 801-509-9602.
Utah Mammoth Hockey is back at Delta Center. Don't miss your chance to be part of the excitement as the Mammoth hit the ice all season long. Grab your friends, rally the family, and lock in your seats for the fast-paced, hard-hitting action. Great seats are available for most games, but they're selling fast. Head to UtahMammoth.com to get your tickets today. That's UtahMammoth.com. Your home for all things Mammoth hockey.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious. With multiple engine options and impressive towing, while Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability. Nice. Making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
Adventuring in the Wasatch Back this fall? Stop into Dairy King in Heber, now serving pumpkin shakes.
And check out their huge gluten-free menu. Dairy King on Main Street, home of the trade and best of state shakes.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Utes enjoying a bye week while everybody else plays big games. Devin Dampier on how the run game changes things for Utah.
Those weeks where we have big run games, that's also receivers blocking downfield as well. So we love when, teams do actually respect our run game and, they try their best to stop that. And, that's what opens up our receivers to get their one-on-one opportunities. And, I trust those boys anytime. So, whatever gets that win, that's how I play on the field.
This Utah Update brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Make this Thanksgiving unforgettable with Kenny J's Barbecue. Skip the stress and bring home slow smoked perfection. Pre-order your Thanksgiving meal today by reaching out to them at 801-230-5396. That's 801-230-5396.
And now, enough of us. It's time to hear from you. From all your texts, tweets, and posts. This is the best feedback of the day.
Ooh, I was there. That's the best game of my life.
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Kick things off tomorrow on the KSL Sports Zone at 8 a.m. with a college football Saturday as Alex Curie, Christian Esparza, and Alex Napoli get you ready for a showdown between number 7 BYU and number 8 Texas Tech. Then at 10 a.m., tee it up with Bob Casper and Brian Taylor on Real Golf Radio, bring you the latest from the world of golf until noon. Time for your feedback, everything you have to say about today's show. With your team on a bye week, how will Ute fans pass the time Saturday besides watching BYU and Texas Tech? And Ryan says, in Montreal, watching the Mammoth.
Nice.
Road trip.
Yeah.
Scotty says the Blues play on Saturday.
The Blues?
St. Louis Blues, I guess.
I play the Blues every day of my life.
Oh, there it is. Long hitter to the llama. BYU has a chance to beat 2 teams ranked in the top 13 of the college football playoff poll. How confident are you, Jerome? I wish they were healthy. Then I'd say it's at least 50-50.
What?
They're getting healthier. They're pretty healthy.
What are you going to do?
Yeah.
Now,
you're getting your starting running back. You got your starting quarterback. You got your starting tight end. You've got you've got your top 3 receivers available now with JoJo back.
Am I missing anybody?
The linebackers have been out, but they're back. Right? They got Glasgow and Kelly for this game.
Yeah,
people have been stressing
Jay
over their
they're
health.
Better than they have been, but they're not great. Not perfect.
Okay, but it's
not as well as they were earlier in the season.
It's November.
That.
There's going to be a little something.
You'd have to think so. My goodness gracious, you wouldn't have anybody. And Texas Tech does have Skylar Gill-Howard, who was a star in their defensive line. He's out. We talked to Jensen, their play-by-play. He said the backup's been very good. And if something should happen to Morton, their backup quarterback is gone.
DJ and PK, we're all out of time. Jake and Ben are taking over right after the break, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Party time!
You have a great weekend, okay, buddy?
Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com. Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
Get your Thanksgiving fix at Kenny J's Barbecue. This year, skip the stress and bring home slow-cooked perfection. Pitmaster-style turkey and tender brisket. Ready for your holiday table. Kenny J's is serving up bold, smoky flavor with all the home-style sides your family loves. You bring the guests, we'll provide the feast. Pre-order your Thanksgiving meal today. Text 801-230-5396 or stop by the district in South Jordan. Make this Thanksgiving unforgettable with Kenny J's Barbecue.
DJ, PK, and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, you refer to yourself as a full-service jeweler. What does that mean?
Once upon a time, before national stores and online sites flooded the market, your local family jeweler was the expert in your life that handled all your jewelry and watch needs. J. Brooks is that full-service jeweler today, where everything is handled by us, including appraisals, jewelry repair, watch repairs, as well as general service of all Swiss brands, and the most beautiful custom creations, including our new JBJ Bridal Collection. We can take your existing jewelry and freshen it up, or we can repurpose it completely with a fresh design, but using all of the sentimental parts that you already own. And of course, if she's ready for the upgrade you always promised, we can help you with a selection of a new larger diamond to say, I love you more than ever. So whatever your celebration is, let J. Brooks help you any way you may need. J. Brooks Jewelers, Murray and Lehigh, and online at jbrooksjewelers.com, where women know what women want.
Hey, it's JJ here. I love hearing from listeners that have also had success with Salt Lake City fat loss. I'm with Dale. He's also a client. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you.
Why did you join the Salt Lake City fat loss program?
Because it has to do with accountability. I need somebody to hold me accountable.
What was your goal with your weight loss?
I started out at 330 pounds, and my goal is to get down to 200 pounds.
Were you able to meet that goal, and how were you able to do it?
I've lost 46 pounds. I've still got a ways to go. I figure I probably have 2 more sessions to go with it, so I'm going to stay in as long as it takes.
What helped you be successful at losing weight with Salt Lake City fat loss?
Because I believe in it. I'm living it. It's a part of my life now.
Would you recommend the Salt Lake City fat loss program, and why?
Absolutely. It's the best program I've ever been into, and I've tried lots of diet programs.
Wow, another great success story with Salt Lake City Fat Loss. Learn the secret of losing up to 1 pound of unhealthy fat per day and start your own success story at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
Results may vary.
This is a real good story about Drew, a real United Airlines customer.
After almost 4 years of treatments, I was finally cancer-free. My mom's like, where do you want to go to celebrate? I'm like, let's go somewhere tropical. And then pilot hopped on the intercom and started talking about me, and I was like, what is going on here?
My wife beat cancer too, and I wanted to celebrate his special moment.
That's Bill, a real United pilot.
We brought him drinks and donuts. We all signed a card.
I was smiling ear to ear. Best flight ever for sure.
That's how good leads the way.
You like saving money, right? We all do. That's why Allstate just lowered the price of car insurance. Not, but wait, there's a catch. Lower. Actually lower. So if you're shopping around or just want to see how much you could save, check Allstate first for a new lower auto rate that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
From sunrise tailgates to the final whistle, keep your edge with Bucked Up Energy. Zero sugar, legendary flavors, clean performance. Stop by 7-Eleven, Maverick, or Holiday Oil. Pick up your favorite Bucked Up can and stay dialed in through every Cougar touchdown. Visit your local Bucked Up retail store today or go to buckedup.com and use code ZONE to claim 20%. Bucked Up Energy. Utah born, Cougar strong. Ready when you are.
A 15-year-old girl who chewed through a rope to escape a serial killer.
I used my front teeth to saw on the rope in my mouth.
The killer prowled the Pacific Northwest in the early 70s. He's been convicted of murdering 2 young women, but suspected of many more.
Maybe there's another one in that area.
Follow and binge all episodes of Stolen Voices of Dole Valley, available now wherever you listen.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's a Friday, and we're talking football non-stop. All football, all the time. This is another edition of Football Friday with Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake, Scott, Ben Anderson. Thank you for making us part of your Friday, whether you be streaming, over the air, watching on KSL Sports, watching on the YouTube, or our friends in the future podcasting the show. Thank you for listening.
I can't believe Christian wore face paint after that game last night.
I told you I was either painting my face or not coming in.
Smeared mascara from the tears of everybody having to watch that game because that was horrendous.
The worst football game ever played?
One of the worst games of all time.
I think the Donks are going to lose out. I came in and asked Christian how they were 8-2. How is that?
Yeah.
How is that tub of a team 8-2?
Well, I think the defense is real. We'll see what they do. Was it next Sunday? They're against the Chiefs?
Yeah, they got the mini bye against the Chiefs, and then they have a real bye after that.
Oh, a lot of time off.
Yeah,
very well rested.
One game over the next 21 days. I hope Bo can figure his stuff out.
Yeah.
And
stretch.
Why is it, and we were talking about this in the booth before the show, why is it the coaches are so addicted to playing injured players?
You talking about Gino?
Gino could barely walk on the sideline. He could barely stand up.
Put some dirt on it.
And old Pete and Chipper are like, Gino, get in there.
Who's their backup?
Tiny Hands.
Oh, that's right.
Pickett.
Kenny Pickett. Okay.
But honestly, okay, we can make fun of tiny hands, and he's not the world's greatest quarterback. But I've never understood this about coaches being addicted to playing players. Gino, who can't move, is not better than tiny hands.
I wouldn't think so. It's not a glowing endorsement of old Tiny Hands Pickett, though. If you don't remember, Kenny Pickett had really tiny hands at the combine.
Yeah, they had the hand measurement, and he's got
hands.
Small little Cabbage Patch doll hands.
Right.
I always wondered this with Riley Nelson and James Lark when they were playing at BYU, and Riley had a broken back and was not playing well.
Get him out there.
And Bronco would not play, who I named at the time Jimmy Football, would not play James Lark. I don't know if James Lark ripped him off in a multi-level marketing scheme or something, but it had to be like a personal vendetta. Coach, your quarterback has a broken back and really is playing terribly. That's my guy. I don't get it from what am I looking for? Like a strategic standpoint. Yeah. I don't understand.
Yeah.
Let alone from a human standpoint, I don't understand it. Like a strategic, Tiny Hand stinks, sure, but Gino stinks.
Yeah.
Because Gino couldn't even walk.
Could not
Gino
move.
stinks when he can walk.
Right.
Yeah.
So
good game, though.
Why not err on the side of, the healthy player who's not going to further injure himself? Do you remember in the playoff game with they weren't the commies then, but the commies and RG3, when RG3's knee was barely hanging on, and Mike Shanahan was like, Robert, get out there and win us a football game.
Little ice.
And then he tore what was left of the ligament, and RG3 basically never played again.
Yep. Well, football. It's a tough guy sport.
No, but that's not. Yes, it is a tough guy sport, but we're not talking about playing through a Charlie horse.
Sure.
We're talking about major injury.
Yeah, borderline incapacitated, which was what Geno Smith was last night.
Yes.
Again, you looked at him after the game, hobbling onto the field, and a huge, not leg brace, but they showed him getting wrapped up before, and the trainer couldn't hold it all by himself. There was two guys having to wrap up his leg, and then it was like, all right, on this drive, here's what we're trying to do, Gino.
No, you know what's funny? I was flipping back and forth with my Law and Order channel, and I saw Gino go into the tent. And then I saw Gino come out with that Weasley trainer guy that was making him run up and down the thing. And it was like, okay, it looks like Gino's going to give it a go. Flipped over to Law and Order real quick and probably spent a little too much time on Jack McCoy and flipped back. But it was probably 2-3 minutes later. Gino right back into the tent. And I was like, oh, Gino's back in the tent. Then I see him come out, and it's like, wow, Gino can barely walk. Gino's headed back into the game.
Let's see how he does on this drive.
Let's see how it goes. What are you doing?
Yeah.
What are you doing? It was like Gary Patterson with playing running backs with concussions.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, coach, what country are we in? Get back out there and run.
Touchdown country, son.
Why?
Yeah.
Is it because everybody plays with a certain amount of injury so coaches get numb to it? Is that what it is? Or are they so faithful in their good players? Is that what it is?
No.
I do not understand it.
It's a lack of trust in the people behind them, and when you don't trust them, you feel like it's going to be a bad reflection on you. Again, it's Dable playing Jackson Dart, demanding he comes out of the concussion tent and gets out there and gets fined $100,000. And he would, if you asked him today, argue that he made the right decision because Rusty being out there is a bad choice.
When Eric Spiropoulos fills in for Coach Lacombe, he does a great job. So don't get me wrong with this comparison. But let's say somebody else was filling in and it was just going to be a terrible show. And Coach Lacombe had a burst appendix. I don't call him and be like,
don't care.
Hey, Coach, I don't
Sorry,
care.
Coach.
I don't care what you're going through right now. You got to give me, I need you in your chair.
Got to have you out there.
You know what I mean? No, I'd take the fill in and I'd do my best and we'd try to do a great show and we'd see how it goes.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
I don't know where that. Well, and I certainly don't get it with a 2-7 Raiders team.
Oh, even a better point. Like you lose. So what?
If this is the AFC Championship game, and
I
Tom
still
Brady
don't get
has
it,
twisted
but-
his ankle, and you're like, well, the backup is Zappy. Who was his backup? He had some guys late. Well, whoever it was. Who's the guy in
Jimmy G?
Jimmy G. You're like, ugh. Jimmy G's a rookie. And this is a bad example because obviously Tom Brady took over as a very young quarterback in this exact situation and won a Super Bowl.
Drew Brees.
Or
not Drew Brees.
Drew Bledsoe.
Drew Bledsoe, yeah.
But
another DB.
I would get it a little bit.
Get it, Christian?
I would get it a little bit in that situation. But, yeah, the 2-7 Raiders.
Raiders.
I guess they were 2-6 at the time. You're not salvaging anything.
No.
Gino was Pete's guy. They traded for him, gave him $30 million a year.
They did.
Yeah, he probably feels married to him.
Well, but if he was Pete's guy, you think Pete would care about him.
I don't think Pete cares about anybody.
This is the problem.
Yeah.
But Pete, in theory, cares about winning. And I got to think that Tiny Hands gives you a better shot than Limpy Gino.
You would hope so.
And it was a 3-point game. It's not like they were...
They did. They missed the field goal to tie it up.
That wasn't even, I mean, considering like kickers are hitting 70-yard field goals now.
Well,
it wasn't
he's a
even,
good kicker,
It
right?
wasn't
The
even
Raiders
that long
kicker
of a
has
field
one
goal.
of those huge legs. He has one of those 60-yard legs. But yeah, this from, 35, 40? It was not that deep.
Must have been that daunting donks environment.
Mm-hmm. Mile high. Hard to kick in.
Is it?
No. Shouldn't fly. That ball should
I think it was windy. That's
no,
why Bo
he
Nix
just
was bad.
Yeah, that thing
listen,
was straight.
I would love to make an excuse for the Raiders kicker. That the wind was not the problem with that kick.
No.
That wasn't one of those.
No, that was straight as an arrow.
Yeah, that was not one of those that started off true and then you see the like golf slice at the end because the wind blew it.
He missed that from the second it left his foot.
Yes, he did.
Yeah. Anyways.
Way to go, Raiders.
Enough Broncos-Raiders talk. Jeez.
No, I just don't get it. I mean, I don't get why coaches are. They have to play the injured player. I mean, if we want to transition to college and talk about the Raiders and the Cougs, what about the Utah Raiders game? If Devin Dampier is too hurt to be effective, then why is he playing?
Yeah, well, let's see how L.J. Martin looks. And I'm not accusing BYU of playing somebody who's not healthy, and I know they're pretty decimated at the running back position right now, but yeah, we'll see what L.J. Martin looks like. He's not on the injury report anymore, so the full assumption is that he's going to be out there and playing.
Well, let's go into cold-blooded coaches world for a second. Take out the word healthy and put in the word effective.
Yeah.
Is L.J. Martin going to be effective? Is he healthy enough to be effective? And I guess with the running back, you'd rather have an injured shoulder than an injured ankle. I don't know. I don't even know if that's true. Running backs out there can let me know. But, I mean, I guess I don't even care about the health level. You got to care about being effective.
Yeah.
And it's kind of the part about after the Utah game why the excuse about Devin Dampier, I think, is frustrating to hear from coaching staffs because it's like, oh, well, we would have won that game if our quarterback was effective.
Then play
but his ankle was hurt.
And play your other guy.
Then play your other guy. Yeah. Then why is he playing? I don't understand that. So with L.J. Martin, if he's being effective, well then fantastic. But if he's not, and it's because of his injury, well you've got to find another way to run the ball. And I think BYU is going to have to throw to open up the run. I always hate those cliches like you have to run to open up the pass. I think they're going to have to pass to open up the run. I really do. I think Texas Tech is going to do what they did to Utah and focus on stopping the run and make the freshman beat them. And the freshman has to prove that he can beat them. And then they'll relax, you'd think.
Speaking of injury reports, which you and I both laugh at, but Baron Morton, the starting quarterback for Texas Tech, is on the injury report for Texas Tech. Now, he is listed as probable. Now, I believe this is exactly where Sam Leavitt was. Now, Sam Leavitt has since had a season-ending injury and realized whatever that foot thing he was dealing with was really bothering him. But Baron Morton, starting quarterback for the Red Raiders, is on the probable list for Texas Tech. And as we know,
their backup's hurt, though.
Yeah, Will Hammond tore his ACL. They don't have anywhere to go. I mean, they have a third stringer, obviously, Mitch Griffiths, but yes, they need Baron Morton to come out here and play in this game.
So you're saying BYU needs to go Kelly Olynyk on the starting quarterback?
If you know that there's a potential weakness, you should attack it.
Why haven't the Jazz traded for the clinic yet, by the way? That should have happened yesterday. But we can talk about that in top 3 stories.
Yeah. Kyle Anderson for Kelly Olynyk.
Straight up. Where is the clinic now? The Spurs?
Spurs.
Yeah, they're not using it.
Kyle Anderson started his career.
Sure.
Yeah, reunite them.
Make it happen.
They need a guard all of a sudden.
I agree. I agree. Obviously, if Texas Tech doesn't have their quarterback, maybe that changes the story a little bit. Or to our point where we were talking about at the beginning of this segment, if Texas Tech's quarterback isn't healthy enough to be effective, that certainly will affect it if they play him. So, I don't know, Ben, what do you think the total points scored in this game is going to be?
BYU's been scoring well. Texas Tech scores a lot. I think this is more likely to be a shootout than a defensive battle.
I totally disagree.
I think we're talking about high 20s, if not 30s, for both teams. I don't think this is going to be 24-21 Iowa State playing Iowa State. I think this is going to be a game where you have to move the ball.
Man, that's advantage Raiders.
Possibly.
I just think it is. I don't think that's how the game's going to go, though. I think it's going to be a punt fest.
The line is 52.5.
That's
for what
low.
It's worth.
That's low. That's 26-24.
Yeah.
But they do have. Is Texas Tech still a 10.5-point favorite? So that would be 33-23, something in that range that they've got this marked up. No, I think these teams are going to have to move the ball. I think you're going to have to score in this game. And I know Utah and Texas Tech did not. I know that was a slugfest until the very last half of the fourth quarter. But
I think there are going to be a lot of punts in this game. I think it's going to be a low-scoring game.
Scored 43 against Kansas State. They scored 42 against Oklahoma State. They did only score 20 or 22 against Arizona State. They scored 42 against Kansas. They scored 35 against Houston. They did score even a terrible offensive game. They scored 34 against Utah on the road against a tough Utah defense.
They scored like 21 against Houston or against Utah.
They still did it.
Yeah, kind of. What do all those teams outside of Utah have in common?
Bad offense or bad defense.
Man, they suck.
Yep.
If you want to go comparative and, Utah's run over every team in the league outside of the two good defenses that they've played.
Yep.
And they certainly didn't run over either Texas Tech or BYU. So, I don't know. I think it's going to be low scoring. I think if BYU's defense is still leaky, BYU's going to get creamed. So the defense has to show up and keep it low scoring. I believe that is a key to this game.
You think BYU can win this game 24-21?
I do.
I think BYU's going to have to score in the 30s to win this game.
That means the defense failed, and that's honestly where I think that they stay in this game. The only reason Utah was in the game against Texas Tech was because the defense was good.
Mm-hmm.
So I think BYU is a little more capable of moving the ball through the air and is not as one-dimensional as Utah is, which will make them more difficult to stop from Texas Tech. But if BYU's defense gives up 30 points, I think they're toast.
Yeah, BYU's going to have to score over 30 to win this game. That's what I think.
But I don't think they give up 30 points.
You think BYU's defense holds them below that?
I do.
Huh. If that happens, I think BYU wins.
Yeah, I think they have a good chance to win. I think it's going to be close, and I think it's going to be low scoring. How do the Raiders move the ball to score over 30 points?
Through the air.
You think they sling it all over the yard?
Well, 30 points is not slinging it all over the yard. You should get out of bed with 30 points in college football today. 30 points is not hard in college football. How many points a game do they average?
Hold on, give me a minute.
Got to be in the high 30s.
I'll look it up. Let's see. Points, scoring offense. Is that what you're looking for?
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. Texas Tech scoring offense. Third. Tied for third.
43.
43.5.
BYU's going to cut it in half?
I think
BYU doesn't have a great defense. BYU has a very good defense, but they don't have that defense.
The defense needs to have a great game. Is my point. I mean, you can.
And again, as we've talked about, they rely on big plays. Maybe Baron Morton makes some mistakes and they get some takeaways, and Utah was able to put him in very tough situations. That he was not super effective until they went to their backup, who was far more effective. But no, I think they're going to be able to move the ball. They're a good team. They're a really good team.
Yeah, I guess
BYU is too. BYU sometimes has to go score 41 to beat Iowa State.
I got it.
And they did it.
I got it. But I think they need a elite performance from their defense. Regardless of what's happened in the past, they need the second half of Iowa State against Texas Tech the whole game.
You'd win by 40 points if you do that.
Well, I don't know. I don't think BYU can score 40 on Texas Tech.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know if they will either.
No, I don't think BYU can score 30 on Texas Tech, as painful as that is for me to say.
I think they can. I definitely think they can.
Honestly, the Raiders' defensive line is incredible. Like, BYU's offensive line, I think, is overperformed, but they're going to lose the matchup against the Raiders.
I think so. I mean, Utah's offensive line did.
Yeah. So if you lose the battle up front on one side of the ball, you're not scoring 30 points.
Well, you make up for it with some quick throws, which they're going to be able to do because Bear is able to do that, and they've got the wide receivers who can get open quickly, and they've got Carson Ryan, who's a good tight end. And if L.J. Martin can do anything, plus what we know Bear can do to keep plays alive or make big plays on third down with his legs, I think you're going to be able to keep drives alive. I do think BYU's going to be able to move the ball.
I don't know. I honestly don't. And I hate giving the Raiders credit, but I don't know how much BYU moves the ball. I think they'll move it more through the air than Utah did. I think they'll move it more on the ground probably than Utah did because BYU's offense is a little more multifaceted and the defensive line can't just tee off in theory, which is what you're talking about with those short passes. But I think this game's going to be more about like one or two big plays. And that is a cliche in and of itself. So pardon me for being vanilla, but like we're going to talk about a Chase Roberts 60-yarder or a fumbled punt. Like the Ute game, I mean, I think that honestly the big play factor is how BYU is going to be effective because I just don't think the Utah march it up the field 12 plays taking up 9 minutes. That's not going to happen.
I agree. That's not how either of these teams really play.
It's not how the Raiders have given up. Like Arizona State, how did Arizona State beat the Raiders? They made big plays on one particular drive in the fourth quarter that was timed out really well.
They were up big, and the Raiders hadn't moved the ball at all, and the Raiders took the lead late with a really good fourth quarter, and then, yes, Arizona State had one final answer.
Right. So, I mean, I think that's the recipe for limiting the Raiders, honestly. And if Arizona State's defense can do it, honestly, BYU's can.
Well, I'm excited for the game. It's 24 hours from right now. We'll be early in the first quarter. I'm excited to watch it.
Top 3 stories of the day at KSLSports.com. Coming up next is Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. Bronco Mendenhall and the Aggies look to get back on the winning track with a showdown against Nevada in Maverick Stadium. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Aggie football and your chance to win tickets to the game. Then catch all the play-by-play action beginning with the Aggie pregame show this Saturday at 4:30 on 1280 a.m. Your exclusive home for Aggie football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Calling all Jazz fans. If you can't wait another second to see stars like Ace Bailey and Lowry Markkanen tear up the court, you're in luck. Tickets are on sale now. Let's go! No matter what you're looking for, the Utah Jazz has your back. With season tickets, mini plans, and single game options available, there's something for everyone. Whatever your schedule or budget, there's a plan for every fan. Don't miss a moment of the action this season. Secure your tickets today at utahjazz.com.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard. Hans, you feel it outside. It's football weather, but that also means it's colder outside, and that means your furnace, if you haven't fired it up already, you will be soon. So you want to keep that warm air in your house? Well, it's all about having the right windows, and Advanced Windows can make sure you have the best windows in the state of Utah.
Remember, they've got the lifetime warranty. It's transferable to the next owner. It covers all labor, glass, and parts. And these are original windows built right here in the state of Utah. They eliminate the middleman, so they make it more affordable for you. And they've got great financing plans, including 60 months, no interest, no payment, or no interest for 24 months. They'll set it up so it's affordable for you.
Go to advancedwindows.com. That's advancedwindows.com and find out how they can save you money. In fact, $2,500 off when you swap out 10 windows or more. That's Advanced Windows. Call them now, 801-850-9100.
It's Advanced Windows at advancedwindows.com, 801-850-9100.
It's that time again. The Reams Boots and Jeans semi-annual work boot and outdoor clothing sale. Right now is the perfect time to save money and get the boots and clothing you need for cooler weather ahead. With the change of seasons, it's time to gear up. And Reams has the absolute best prices on the brands you know and trust. Save big on Ariat, Justin, Tony Lama, Georgia, and Timberland Pro Boots. Built tough for the work you do every day. And that's not all. Stock up and save on Carhartt brand jackets, hoodies, bibs, pants, and vests. Whether you're working hard or heading outdoors, Reams has you covered from head to toe. Reams Boots and Jeans, Utah's largest boot dealer. Come in today for the best selection and the best prices on the boots and clothing you need. Look great, feel great, and save money. Reams Boots and Jeans, Utah family owned and operated for over 80 years. Reams Boots and Jeans.
Hi, this is Doug Wright. The other day I was reading an article, and it talked about the finest restaurants around the United States. And right at the very top of the list, it was Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. And I'm quoting now. They say, high-quality food in an atmosphere that is sure to impress. Isn't that the perfect description of Ruth's Chris Steakhouse? And here in the state of Utah, we have two locations. Hotel Park City, that's where Dee and I celebrated our anniversary the other night, and downtown Salt Lake City at 275 Southwest Temple. And at this time of year, it's not too early to call and make your reservations for a special holiday event or a corporate party, whatever it might be. And remember, too, everybody loves a gift card from Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. It is the best meal you will ever have. You're going to love your dining experience at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob Ed, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Here's your Cougars at 30 update. Here's Parker Kingston talking about how he knows they need better in November this year than they had last year.
Yeah, I would say just not getting complacent. When we got to that 9-0, 8-0 spot, we were like, oh, we've made it, right? All we got to do is win a couple more games or the Big 12 championship. And, I mean, we got the hardest 4-game stretch coming up, no matter who we play, right? It's November football, and how you handle it is going to be how well your record reflects it. And we just got to keep being humble and hungry and keep attacking every week.
This update is brought to you by Kenny J's. Make Thanksgiving unforgettable with Kenny J's Barbecue. Skip the stress and bring home slow smoked perfection. Pre-order your Thanksgiving meal today. Text 801-230-5396. That's 801-230-5396 at Kenny J's.
It's time to break down the biggest stories of the day. This is the top 3 stories of the day on KSLSports.com. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Everything you can, and don't you worry
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson. It is time for the top 3 stories of the day at KSLSports.com. Brought to you by J. Brooks Jewelers. Cherish your love with J. Brooks Jewelers. Explore their expertly crafted engagement rings made from the finest materials. J. Brooks Jewelers. All right, Christian, where do you want to start?
Number 1, we got the Jazz at the Timberwolves tonight for a little NBA Cup action.
I'm going to take some Tylenol before I go in to do the show.
The court is highlighter green.
Yeah.
It's quite bright because it's a cup game.
I hate these courts so much. Not that we can talk about the game itself, but come on, we can find a better way to identify the NBA Cup games, right, than a crazy court that nobody likes to look at.
I agree with you. It's the ultimate cat in the wall. And I don't mind the cup games, but yeah, the court is maybe a bridge too far.
Yeah, just put a picture of the NBA Cup, the trophy, like they do in the finals, on the mid-court, and everybody knows.
Do the sidelines like stars all around the sidelines or something cool.
I don't need to have a seizure watching the game.
I'm with you. Minnesota off to a pretty bad start, and Anthony Edwards was out for a little bit with a hamstring injury. He is back, so you will see him tonight and then again on Monday when the Jazz play them again. But they're 4-4, and the concern here is that they are the fourth worst defensive team in the NBA. And Anthony Edwards being off the court, Anthony Edwards is a good defensive player. Their best player defensively is still Rudy Gobert, and this is kind of the problem with Rudy, is that at some point he was going to age out of his effectiveness. Now, Rudy, his actual numbers independently are really good. Still shoot really poorly when he's your closest defender. He still defends the rim well. But the rest of it isn't just working out together. Mike Conley's way too old. They traded up to get Rob Dillingham to be Mike Conley's replacement, and he's not playing because he's not ready yet, and he may not ever be ready. It's just the hard part of like getting over the hump. They are in a very similar spot to where the Jazz were with Rudy and Donovan, where you're trying to break through and get to that next step. Now, credit the Timberwolves; they made back-to-back conference finals. I just don't know if they have the next gear before they have to retool, and that's kind of what the Jazz realized.
Okay, I think the Wolves' problem, and we'll see how their defense, I guess, goes as the season goes forward. They're a terribly constructed team.
Okay. I don't mind them as much, but okay, I'll listen.
They don't have a point guard. You
That's a big problem.
astutely pointed that out. And Julius Randle is an awkward fit. He is not the player that they needed. And I think they're weirdly obsessed with playing these two, like playing Rudy with another big. They got that into their mind with Karl Anthony Towns. So that's the reason they traded for Rudy in the first place, because they've got this weird thing where they want to play Rudy with a stretch kind of big. I bought into it, to be honest with you. We talked about it at great length when Rudy first was traded. I liked the trade for Minnesota for that reason. It was a grand experiment. Well, you know what? It sucks. And if they could get another 3-and-D athletic wing or somebody like that, it would be a much better constructed roster on both sides of the ball. You trade Julius Randle for a point guard, for crying out loud. It'd make the team much better. But if you've got Mike Conley as your point guard and he's just getting blown by on every play, and then your defense sucks, well, I don't know if Rudy is the problem. But and then Naz Reid
he's been really bad to start the year.
And what is he? He's a stretch big that plays smaller than a guard. And Rudy plays smaller than a guard at times offensively, which it's just weird. It's a weird constructed roster. I think they made a mistake bringing it all back.
Julius Randle's off to an insane start. In fact, their top 3 guys are shooting the heck out of the ball. Maybe the top 4 guys, if you even want to look at it. Julius Randle is taking 5.5 threes a game. He's shooting 44% from 3. He's averaging 27 points, 7 rebounds, and 5 assists. Like, if he plays this way, he's going to be an all-star this year.
What's their record?
Exactly right.
And he was an all-star in New York. And what was their record?
Player. Right. It is kind of the blessing and the curse of Julius Randle, which is the production is awesome.
But he doesn't help you win.
And he may not help you win.
He's LaMelo Ball.
He really was. He was much better in the playoffs last year, and was a big reason why they made the conference finals. And they figured out how to, you can play a half-court offense in the playoffs. And he's good in a half-court offense. And he can clearly put up points right now and has obviously been feasting because Anthony Edwards has been out. And by the way, Ant's off to a very good start to this season. 23 points, rebounds and assists a little bit low. But he's also shooting 46% from 3 on 6.5 attempts a game. Dante DiVincenzo's shooting 43% on 8 attempts a game. Jaden McDaniels, who we both like as a 3-and-D guy, is shooting 48% from 3 on 4 attempts. What I'm saying is all these things add up to more than what their 4-4 record would imply. And again, part of that's because Anthony Edwards has been out. I expect them to beat the Jazz tonight. I expect them to beat the Jazz again on Monday. And they'll be up at 6-4, and they will start to look a little bit better. And I think they will get back into the conversation as a top 4 or 5 team in the West. But I don't know. I am certainly worried about the defense. And if the defense doesn't improve, they're going to have to make some real changes. And it may start in the backcourt where, Mike Conley again and Rob Dillingham are really hard to play, to the point where Bones Highland, who's not a very good player, has bounced around a lot in his career, is getting minutes over Rob Dillingham.
Do you think he's an example of somebody who's still in the league because of their name?
Terrific name.
Terrific name.
Yeah, really good name. He is... He just kind of has a job until the next guy who does exactly what he does comes along. Because there's always that guy who is the third guard on your roster who's just like a little bit better than your young guy and certainly not as good as your veteran. So you can kind of just justify playing him, which is pretty similar to what the Clippers were forced to do at times last year. It's what the Nuggets had to do. And the Nuggets gladly replaced him with Russell Westbrook, which is not a great endorsement. And the Clippers gladly replaced him with Chris Paul and Bradley Beal. And Bradley Beal has been terrible as well, so it's not a glowing endorsement. And that's exactly what the Timberwolves are going to have to do.
What's next?
Number 2, looking like JoJo Phillips is back for BYU. He was on the initial depth chart on Monday and not listed on the injury reports.
Hey, if he can be effective, that's a big deal.
Absolutely. Getting another guy out there that can make plays, it's a real plus. No, BYU has a chance to do something unique, which is get healthier at the end of the season. It's not usually the case for a lot of these teams. So if you could get JoJo Phillips out there.
Man, Parker Kingston emerging as a real threat is a huge storyline for BYU. Maybe something that we're not talking enough about. Because now if you bring back JoJo and you've got 3 dudes as receivers, that changes the entire way that the Raiders are going to scheme for the Cougars, I would think.
Yeah, if you even feel like you have the ability to prepare for that much. You probably don't.
Remember when we were watching Chase Roberts emerge, and I'm not going to bring up any names because I don't want to disparage any other receivers, but it was kind of like, oh, man, this guy better hit because they don't really have another top guy. And I don't know if JoJo's a top guy or even if Parker will become that. But having 3 playmakers, like legit, you have to cover this person on every single snap. Man, that's going to change. That's going to change a lot, I would think. If he can be effective and make a big play early, that'd be a big deal.
Last year, JoJo Phillips, 13 games played, only 10 receptions and 200 yards, but he is a big play guy. That's the thing. He's a deep threat, 20 yards per reception.
Because he can fly.
So, yes, and so can Parker Kingston, and then Chase Roberts has great hands. Parker has really good hands, too. Yep. So, yes, if you add that extra option in there as just we've committed a safety and a corner to Parker or to Chase or whoever's cutting across the middle because they're both so good there, and then you have JoJo Phillips on the sideline running up. Yeah,
it's a big deal.
Yeah, you're going to be a really difficult team to stop.
Or if that safety is running with JoJo down the sideline, you know what he's not doing is tackling L.J. Martin, who in theory would have the football.
Well, don't be surprised if they go deep to JoJo early on the first play of the game.
Yeah,
just trying to
take
the top off and prove that, hey, you got to be aware of this guy. And then you just milk Parker Kingston and Chase Roberts. But JoJo Phillips, can fly.
All right, what's next?
Number 3, returning to a story from this show a couple weeks ago. Sounds like Fox has parted ways with Mark Sanchez.
Officially fired as of this morning, facing felony charges after stabbing an elderly man. In a, what did we decide? What did we think he was doing? Drunken or...
Well, he
inebriated some way.
And somehow, I would guess he was overserved.
Was he in Washington, D.C.?
No, he was in Indianapolis.
Oh, he was in Indianapolis, okay.
No, he was not in the PCP capital of the country. No, he was. Although that would explain some things. if that.
I feel great.
If that happened.
Can't slow me down at all.
I was telling Ben, I watched one of those drug documentaries about PCP, and apparently it's all but eradicated in this country except for one neighborhood in Washington, D.C.
Anyways, neither here nor there. Sorry,
so
inside joke.
I had to explain your funny joke, though, because that actually is quite funny. Yeah, a 69-year-old guy who's just trying to empty the grease traps in the kitchen.
At 1 in the morning.
At 1 in the morning in a hotel. And Mark Sanchez beat him up. Now, Mark was the one who got stabbed. I can't remember. Did he stab the old guy?
He
or
slashed his face.
Oh, okay, that's right. Oh, yeah, because that picture came out. Yeah, Mark is probably going to prison. This is probably the least of his worries.
He's going to face a multi-million-dollar lawsuit if it hasn't been
filed already.
He's probably going to prison. He's certainly lost his job.
Coincidentally, Fox has hired Drew Brees.
Which I don't know if Drew. I'm not familiar enough with his personality.
Never thought I'd see Drew Brees as the backup to Mark Sanchez, but it happens.
They probably were looking for an excuse to hire Drew. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe Mark stabbing a guy. They're like, oh, good. We were going to get rid of him anyway. Now this just gave us cause.
You've seen Miracle on 34th Street, how they set up Santa Claus to hit the guy with the cane so they can fire Santa Claus and put him in the in sanatorium, as they used to call it. You think this is a Miracle on 34th Street for Mark Sanchez? You think this was all a setup?
All a setup? Rupert Murdoch set him up?
You get rid of him for Drew Brees?
That would be like right out of the pages of Succession. You know, did you ever watch that show?
Uh-huh.
Set up a really toxic situation to get what you want? Yeah, maybe.
Bad rep. Bad pub.
Although I guess it's not Rupert anymore, right? It's Lachlan.
Mark should have been holding on to this job for dear life because he had a chance to rectify being, although a fine NFL quarterback, certainly not good, but fine, and being the last successful quarterback with the Jets, to fall out of favor because of the butt fumble, have this job, be a handsome guy who can probably talk football on TV well enough to stay employed for a long time.
He wasn't a bad broadcaster. Yeah. He was pretty good.
And if you look at, he's Fox. You look at the age of the Fox Sunday morning broadcasters, it's Bradshaw and it's Howie Long and it's Jimmy Johnson. Like, they've got a bunch
Jimmy's gone. But
Jimmy's gone. They've got a bunch of dinosaurs. They need a Mark Sanchez. They need a young, good-looking guy to step up and take over for Bradshaw.
One a little less stabby, though.
Apparently. Yeah, well, he wasn't that stabby before this. So, yeah, now he's out, and he's not going to come back. Real crazy ending to his public spotlight.
Do you think he was just like a hammer looking for a nail? Like the bartender cut him off and he was just bent?
Yes, probably. Like, yes, you're exactly right. Yes, something had happened. He'd gotten
a fight with his girlfriend or something
on the phone.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Or he didn't want to work the Indianapolis game, or he had a meeting with the producer in the morning.
That's it, old man.
Yeah, all right, old guy. You're going to park your garbage truck or your oil truck in front of me?
The old man said, sorry, butt fumble, what'd you say?
Yeah, what'd you say? And he says, pulls out a switchblade. Like he's in West Side Story.
Oh, it's so terrible. All you can do is really laugh.
I'm glad the guy's okay.
I did that. He's alive.
Yeah, he's alive. You know, he slashed his face. It's horrible. This is a guy who, you're talking about a 69-year-old who's still doing a very hard job changing out oil in a grease truck at 1 a.m. Like, this is a guy who's just trying to keep his head above water.
That's a blue-collar dude right there.
In Indiana, the most blue-collar person on the planet.
Should be set now, though.
Oh, well, I would think so.
I hope so.
Yeah, I hope he takes Mark for the last $22,000 Mark has.
Go enjoy your retirement, pal.
You've earned it.
You've earned it.
Yeah. You earned it before this. You've earned it since.
I can't imagine. I'd love to hear the audio. I don't know. I know the video or some of the videos out there. I'd love to hear the audio. Like the old man being like, wait, what? Huh? No, dude, I'm just trying to get the grease. Have you ever heard those old bits with Adam Sandler where this is a high school janitor being severely beaten? I'd want to hear like that. Like, no, they told me I could be here. What are you doing? Hey!
Security footage from the incident shows Sanchez following the 69-year-old truck driver into an alley before allegedly confronting him. Per the police reports, the truck driver felt physically threatened as the confrontation escalated, leading him to pepper spray Sanchez before pulling out a knife. The driver told police that Sanchez smelled like alcohol and was slurring his speech before the confrontation turned violent.
Forgot about that. The pepper spray didn't do anything.
Mouthful of pepper spray.
Hey, man, what's that cologne you're wearing? Jose Cuervo? Is that Ice by Smirnoff?
Yeah.
I smell. All right, stay tuned. We'll have more coming up next. Bartle at the top of the 11 o'clock hour at 11:30. Don Williams of the Lubbock Avalanche Journal is going to join us.
Maybe he just didn't want to call the Colts-Raiders game the next weekend.
Stay tuned. Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G.
Don't touch that button.
Check this out. Bill Armstrong, general manager of the Utah Mammoth, to be able to sign somebody that wants to be in Utah, that's a budding superstar in this league and is committed long-term to the franchise. I can't tell you how fired up it makes this fan base here in Salt Lake.
I can't tell you the number of people went by me in the last week just so enthused about the fact that we were able to get him signed and he committed to Utah. It's a big thing for the franchise, and I think Dylan Gunther, you got to give him a lot of credit. He was the first one to kind of commit and make that long-term commitment to our club, and he's a heck of a player too. And JJ Paterk also has a long-term deal with us too. So we've got a lot of the talent locked in for a while, and that's exciting for this organization because now we have a chance to get into some windows here to push to be a championship organization.
It's Hans and Scotty, weekdays from noon to 3, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Helping your money do more means making sure you get the most out of every dollar. That's why, for a limited time, when you open a new America First Visa credit card and spend $3,000 within 90 days, we'll give you $300. That's like getting a 10% discount on everything you pay for with your card. Before you spend another cent, head to americafirst.com and apply for your low-rate Visa credit card today. Membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions apply. Subject to additional criteria. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
"Their sales team is the best. Didn't put on any pressure, just super helpful and fun. They made the process a breeze."
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Hey, Utah County golfers, the Back 9 Indoor Golf Lounge in Orem is now open right across from Costco. Mark your calendars. The Zone will be broadcasting live from the Orem Back 9 on Wednesday, November 12th from noon till 3 for the BYU preview show. Become a founding member today for just $25 down and lock in the biggest discounts for life. And Back 9 will donate $50 to a high school golf team of your choice. Experience 4 full swing simulator bays with comfy seating, 75-inch TVs, and 4D massage chairs. Perfect for date nights, parties, and corporate events. Plus 2 putting greens, an Xbox gaming lounge, free drinks, and Wi-Fi. Train like the pros with secure 24/7 access so you can play in leagues and tournaments on your schedule. With locations in Pleasant View, Murray, Lehigh, American Fork, Spanish Fork, Cedar City, and St. George. There's a Back 9 near you. A Back 9 membership makes the perfect gift for the golfer in your life.
Did you know we're on YouTube?
Fox Sports Radio.
You can find all of your favorite shows on YouTube.
Look at us. We're waving at you right now.
Did you know that you can find the best clips and the best videos from your favorite shows?
All the interviews, clips, everything is there.
This is why you're the smartest listeners in the world.
Completely agree.
Because you went to YouTube and you searched Fox Sports Radio, and you were the ones that hit the subscribe button and the notification bell. You're the ones that watch videos from Two Pros and a Cup of Joe with Jonas Knox, Brady Quinn, and LeVar Arrington.
You can't even make this up. You got some holy water in your bag, baby.
Dan Patrick, Colin Cowherd, Doug Gottlieb, Cavino and Rich.
Oh, yeah.
The Odd Couple with Rob Parker and Kelvin Washington. The Jason Smith Show with Mike Harmon.
Think about that for a second.
And the Ben Maller Show.
Fox Sports Radio.
On YouTube.
It's that easy.
By searching Fox Sports Radio.
Check us out on YouTube, subscribe, hit that thumbs up icon, and comment away.
Get your Thanksgiving fix at Kenny J's Barbecue. This year, skip the stress and bring home slow-cooked perfection. Pitmaster-style turkey and tender brisket. Ready for your holiday table. Kenny J's is serving up bold, smoky flavor with all the home-style sides your family loves. You bring the guests, we'll provide the feast. Pre-order your Thanksgiving meal today. Text 801-230-5396 or stop by the district in South Jordan. Make this Thanksgiving unforgettable with Kenny J's Barbecue.
Utah Mammoth Hockey is back at Delta Center. Don't miss your chance to be part of the excitement as the Mammoth hit the ice all season long. Grab your friends, rally the family, and lock in your seats for the fast-paced, hard-hitting action. Great seats are available for most games, but they're selling fast. Head to UtahMammoth.com to get your tickets today. That's UtahMammoth.com. Your home for all things Mammoth hockey.
Western Nut makes corporate and personal gifting stress-free. Save 20% off everything during the holiday preview, November 6th through 8th. Western Nut, your one stop for gifts, wrap, and mailing. Downtown or westernut.com.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, it's time for your Utes at 50 update. Here's Devin Dampier on his goal for the rest of the season.
You know, there's still a way for us to get to the championship. That's still in our mind. That's been our goal since the beginning. So for us to know that, we know we got to win out from here on out. But one game at a time. That's how we take it. And this was the game that we had to come out and win.
This update is brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Make this Thanksgiving unforgettable with Kenny J's Barbecue. Skip the stress and bring home slow, smoked perfection. Pre-order your Thanksgiving meal today. Text 801-230-5396. That's 801-230-5396 at Kenny J's.
It's another battle for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone has it covered. The Aggies return home to Logan for a battle against the Nevada Wolfpack. Your home for all the play-by-play coverage of Aggie football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Let's lock in.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. What a shock. Christian wants me to read this next liner. Okay, Christian. Geez, I'll get to it.
We get it. It's the Broncos. Beat the Raiders. Live reader.
Here's the read, Christian. Okay, keep your pants on. Kick things off tomorrow at 8 a.m. with college football Saturday as Alex Curie, Christian Esparza, and Alex Napolis get you ready for the showdown between number 7 BYU and number 8 Texas Tech.
Why is this bolded and underlined in the document?
Then at 10 a.m., tee it up with Bob Casper and Brian Taylor for Real Golf Radio, bringing you the latest from the world of golf until noon.
Christian, do you want to just have us give out your phone number and you can just have direct phone calls with the listeners?
I would like that.
Talk through the game?
Geez, Christian, you want me to read it again?
It's Christian time.
You want it? No, it can't be on the lot. Kick things off tomorrow at 8 a.m. with college football Saturday as Alex Curie and Christian Esparza, not to mention Alex Napolis, get you ready for a showdown between number 7 BYU and number 8 Texas Tech. Then at 10 a.m., tee it up with Bob Casper and Brian Taylor on Real Golf Radio, bringing you the latest from the golf world until noon.
I think you read the names backwards. I think Christian comes first in the lineup.
I don't believe you that it was twice on the log, Christian. I just don't.
2X.
But whatever, I'll do what I say.
Yeah.
Or what you say.
Happy birthday, Alex Napolis. Belated.
Can I bring up a theory for you real quick, Ben? We'll keep this short because we don't have a ton of time in this segment. But my theory is that Prince Harry hates his life.
Okay.
You remember the controversy from the World Series? We brought it up on the show that Prince Harry and his wife, the Suits gal, what's her name?
Markle.
Meghan Markle.
Markle.
Showed up to the Dodgers World Series game against
the Canadians.
Toronto.
Yeah.
And we brought it up. We're like, dude, you're like fifth in line. Well, like Canada is part of the United Kingdom.
Yeah.
Like you are technically royalty over Canada.
Yes.
And you're cheering for the Dodgers.
Right.
And wearing a Dodgers hat. So he got some blowback, Ben. from people who felt betrayed by Prince Harry. He came out to explain, and I'm curious if you buy this explanation or what you think, all right? It says, firstly, I would like to apologize to Canada for wearing it, speaking of the hat. Secondly, I was under duress. There wasn't much choice, said the prince, who explained he was invited to the game by the Dodgers owner. He says he thought he was wearing the team's hat was, quote, the polite thing to do, unquote. And then he said, I'm going to wear this from now on, and put on a Blue Jays cap, and then added, when you're missing a lot of hair on top and you're sitting under floodlights, you'll take any hat that's available, unquote.
I like that he's making his wife go back to work. Did you see this?
Oh, he's not making her do anything. I'll get to that in a second.
I think he's making her. I think he realizes they've run out of money. And he says, I'm hanging out playing video games. I need you to get back to work to bring home the bacon.
See, the broke part might be true, but I think you're misreading the situation.
Okay.
All right. He said, I was under duress. That is true.
Okay.
That is 100% true. Did you see the video that they put out? The fake celebration video of the Dodgers winning the World Series? They recreated it to
of Harry and Meghan?
Of Harry and Meghan.
Okay.
So let me explain this to you, Ben. The video is of Meghan losing her dang mind. She's so excited about the Dodgers winning. And then if you look at a close-up, if you look at Harry during the whole thing, he looks like he's dead inside. He looks like he is a dead man inside.
You got to go back to work.
So, I believe he wore that Dodgers hat under duress. Yeah, it had nothing to do with the owner. It had to do with your wife said, put this on!
Put it on.
And then how about the tap dance with, I'm going bald, so I'll take any... Okay, Hank. I don't think so. But she's going back to work because she's addicted to attention. Why do you think she married the prince in the first place?
Yeah, well... Certainly hard to pass on being a princess.
And I think she did some stupid Netflix show that wasn't very successful and then tried to launch her own line that failed. And I think she's going back to acting because she needs the attention.
I think we got a lazy guy on our hands.
Do you?
Yeah.
I don't.
I think this is a man who doesn't know how to work.
Oh, that's probably true. But she's not going back to work because he told her to. I'll tell you that right now.
You think she's calling the shots?
1,000%.
I think she wears the suits in the.
I think she wears all of the suits in the relationship.
She was in the show Suits.
I think he doesn't get out of bed in the morning unless Meghan Markle says it's okay.
He has the red and the green light that you have for your 4-year-old.
The hatch light. She turns it green when he could get out of bed. Yeah, I think that's it. I don't think he could have worn a Blue Jays hat if he wanted to.
Yeah, probably not.
I think she would have poisoned his dinner or something. No, look at that. Go back and look at that video. That is a dead man. That is someone who has no soul or even role in life.
Good for her. Good for her. Calling the shots.
For wrapping a prince around her thumb?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right.
I got no problem with that.
Okay.
Yeah. A boss.
A bad one, but yeah.
A boss nonetheless.
All right, stay tuned. We'll talk to Steve Bardo. Coming up next, Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey everyone, Jake here for my friends at Trajan Wealth. That's Trajan, Trajan, Trajan Wealth. Listen, what is your plan? And I highlight the word plan. What is your plan for your financial well-being? And what is your plan for retirement? If you are anything like me and went throughout a long portion of your life without even giving these questions the slightest bit of consideration, well, there's a team of good folks that want to be on your side to help you consider these extremely important things. What kind of lifestyle do you want to live when you retire? What do you want to do when you retire? When do you want to retire? And how are you going to get there? Listen, I've sat down with the folks at Trajan. I saw Trevor just the other day. They will lay it out for you very simply and show you exactly what they can do for you. It is so easy. So give them a call, 801-210-6800. Sit down with them for free. They have offices in Draper and Farmington, so there's one close to you, 801-210-6800. 801-210-6800. You can also go online to TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com. 801-210-6800 or TrajanWealth.com.
Attention Jazz Nation. The long wait is finally over. Mountain basketball is back and better than ever. Let's go! All tickets are on sale now, and you won't want to miss the action. Jump on the opportunity to watch your favorite players live and in person. Whether you're after season tickets, mini plans, or single game matchups, the Utah Jazz has got your back. There's a plan for every fan. Don't miss out. Secure your seats today and be part of the excitement all season long. Let's go! Visit UtahJazz.com today.
Since 1954, Mountain Home Services has been Utah's trusted name in home comfort. Right now, get your AC and furnace tune-ups for just $49. A furnace tune-up helps prevent wear and tear, catches small issues early, improves efficiency, enhances safety, and keeps airflow balanced, adding years to your system's life. And Mountain Home Services is not just heating and cooling. They offer free second opinions on everything, including electrical, plumbing, and fireplaces. Plus, you're backed by Mountain Home Services' upfront pricing guarantee and 100% satisfaction guarantee. No surprises, just honest service. Call 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $49 tune-up today. Mountain Home Services. Comfort starts here. Again, that's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $49 tune-up today.
Show some love to youth sports volunteers with the Hercules Hero of the Week. Let's praise your favorite youth coach, ref, or maybe the parent that pulls the team together. Your nomination could score them a $100 Visa gift card from Hercules First Federal Credit Union and a $200 gift card from Beehive Meals. Listen to see if they win Thursday afternoons with JJ and Alex. The Hercules Hero of the Week with Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals, helping you take the busy work at a family dinner. Get rules, info, and nominate your hero at KSLSports.com/contests.
Tom, I'm on the sideline here with Doug Smith Chevy. Doug, the NCAA has changed its rules regarding NIL money. What do I have to do to land an amazing new 2025 Chevy Silverado?
Just come on down to Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork.
Doug, I'm more than happy for you to use my name, image, and likeness. All I want to know is how do I get one?
You have to buy it, Scott.
Together, let's drive. Get 2.9% APR financing for 72 months for well-qualified buyers when you finance with GM Financial on all new 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500s. No one knows Chevy like Doug.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Not filling a burger? We've got you covered. Try one of our hot ribeye, turkey, or BLT sandwiches, and you'll understand why we say JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Nobody gets you ready for Utah football more than the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready?
It's a much-needed bye week for the Utes as they get set for the final stretch of the 25 season. Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Covering the Utes better than anyone else. This is Ute Insider Steve Bartle of KSLSports.com on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake, Scott, Ben Anderson. It's time to talk some Utes. He covers the Utes for KSLSports.com. And Christian just told us he's got his video feed up, so you can actually see him at the YouTube or at KSLSports.com. And boy, do you want to see this guy.
I can't believe Christian let his own camera go to let Bartle on.
Oh, yeah. Christian is pretty into Christian.
On a bye week?
I got it, Christian. I got it. Hey,
Wow.
time change for tomorrow. We've got the college show with Christian Esparza, starring Christian Esparza, starting at 8 o'clock. And you can catch Real Golf Radio, or you might know it as Real Golf Radio, from 10 to noon.
If you haven't seen our stream lately, it's 3 boxes split up, but Christian's the big top box, and you and I have 2 little windows in the bottom, picture in picture.
We know.
But whatever.
We know. 8 o'clock tomorrow. Don't miss it. Covers the Utes for KSLSports.com. He's
You'll
our buddy.
get a push notification on your phone.
He's our buddy Steve Bartle. Hi, Steve.
What's up, fellas? How we doing?
You sound great, Steve. Thanks for jumping on. Hey, I saw you a little bit last night on the podcast. How has this second bye week gone for the Utes?
Yeah, I think it's gone really well. You know, it's I was talking with a couple people this week, and again, similar to the first bye week, rest has been the priority for Utah. And going into the bye week, they were in pretty good shape. Obviously, they've suffered some season-ending injuries and had some other guys with bumps and bruises and that sort of thing. But, you know, at this point of the season, compared to the previous 2 or 3, Utah's in really good shape when we're talking about the injury front and health. And so, you know, I think this bye week came at a really great time for Utah, right? You got through the first 2 phases of the schedule. You're now 7-2. You're ranked 13th in the college football playoff. This was a great time for Utah to have a bye to sort of reset and recharge essentially for these final 3 games of the season.
What's your take on these early college football playoff releases and polls and all that stuff? Do you put any stock into it?
No, I you know, we've learned over the last few years that, you know, there's a lot of talk, and the committee is in full control of what they want and who they want, you know, in the college football playoffs. So the next couple of weeks, you know, it's going to be fun to discuss where certain teams land in the ranking, but you know, just kind of given the history of the committee and you know, the week to week changes that we've seen, where it's just kind of like, okay, what's the logic here? What's the reasoning in trying to pick up what the committee is prioritizing, you know, not only year after year, but week to week, essentially. That's sort of been what the committee, sort of the mode of operation for the committee. And there's, you know, so I think it's great for Utah to be ranked 13th, but, you know, given the fact that we're still a month away from the ranking that truly matters at the end of the season, you know, there's a long way to go. And so, you know, it's just going to be important for Utah and all the other teams to just take care of business as best they can.
With that said, Steve, why is Utah ranked 13th? I mean, I'm with you. They have set up situations where USC could jump them, and there are storylines of Vandy who could jump them, or Virginia or Georgia Tech or whoever. But why are they ranked 13th? What do you think they've seen from Utah, especially recently, that gave them that ranking?
Yeah, I think when you have multiple wins in the sort of dominating fashion that Utah has had this season, and outside of the 2 losses, each one of their wins have been in dominant fashion. So you've got 7 wins of pretty comfortable margin. Utah not only has you know, created a healthy margin on the scoreboard, but when you look at a lot of the metrics and a lot of the predictive metrics that are out there, Utah is showing up really strongly in a lot of those analytics, and that's the sort of thing that I think is helping Utah more than anything else, is their performance. It's not fluky. This is Utah being as efficient as they can be offensively, you know, being stingy on defense. There's been a lot of talk of the defense struggling, but still at the end of the day, they're giving up less than just about 14 points a game. And that's pretty significant. So Utah is not only getting these big margins of victory, but they're doing so in pretty dominant fashion statistically across the board. So it's really impressive what they've been able to do. And then when you look at the two losses, obviously both of those come against two top 10 teams now in the ranking, with BYU at 7 and Texas Tech at 8. And you go back, you look at the Texas Tech result 34-10, but you remember that game was 13-10 with 8 minutes left to go. And then going on the road in the rivalry game and dropping that one by 3 points. I think those are the things that have helped Utah and what landed them there at 13. There's not a lot of really bad results. Obviously, the end result in the Tech game being what it was, the 24-point margin, sticks out. But I think the context there is maybe something that the committee factored into the conversation with Utah. So I think there's a lot of things that have put them there. And I think it's, again, I'm a broken record here, but it's going to be on them to continue to perform this way the rest of the season in these final 3 games, because you look at the rest of the schedule and there's not the obvious opportunity to add another quality win. So they've got to do it the way that they've done it so far this season, by winning pretty emphatically.
So earlier today, Steve, Ben and I were trying to pin down just how good the Raiders the Raiders offense is, and Ben went through a bunch of scores.
This is the Texas Tech Red Raiders.
The Raiders, that's what I said.
I was going to say the Raiders last night.
No,
that was pretty rough.
The Raiders in the Big 12, although very similar.
Yeah, I got you.
Very similar fan bases. Very, very similar. We were trying to pin down.
I'm out.
We're trying to pin down just how good the Raiders offense was, and Ben went through a bunch of scores, and they have been steamrolling teams much like the Utes, and I think you could kind of see the parallel here. My question to you is, how many good, not even great, how many good defenses are in the league?
Ooh, that's a great question. I think Texas Tech has a really good defense. They're really good.
Yeah, I agree. That's one.
Pressure controlling.
As much as that hurts.
Utah,
yeah, sure.
Utah, BYU for sure, with the way that they're able to generate takeaways. Arizona State is, I want to put them in this category because they've done a good job, but too many times they're right on that border.
The Raiders were that against, or the Sun Devils were that against the Raiders, but they were not that against Utah. So I don't know if I'm throwing the Devils in there.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like there's a lot of results that make me believe Arizona State is good defense, but also some results have not been great for them.
Yep.
I think that's where I would put the list, to be honest, Jake. I think it's those 3, maybe Arizona State. I'm trying to think of.
I agree with you,
others.
by the way.
Arizona has sort of turned the corner, but yeah, it's really that in the Big 12.
I think there might only be 3 good teams in the Big 12. Is that too conservative?
No. I obviously it depends on how we define good, right? I think there are 3 teams that have obviously separated themselves in BYU, Texas Tech, and Utah. Are they good enough to be, in the playoff committee? I think they've done enough to this point to prove that they're that good. I think, we can sort of get into some of the definitions here. What do we define as good? But I think those 3 teams certainly have put themselves in the conversation among the best in the country this year, with the way that BYU is, taking care of business, right? At the end of the day, it's all about the wins and losses. It's not how you get it done, just as long as you get it done. Texas Tech taking care of business, in the same manner that Utah has, with pretty significant margins of victory. They've looked great, both offensively and defensively at times. And then Utah, again, just coming up short in those 2 matchups against Tech and BYU. But given the fact that those 2 teams are top 10 in the country right now, I think you feel really good about those 3 teams. It's just are there teams behind those 3 that can close the gap? Is Cincy, do we consider them good? I don't know that we do anymore. Arizona State, Iowa State, I thought those teams would be, in the conversation. Baylor, TCU as well, but they've just not taken care of business in certain games. And, you look at the resume and it's just not impressive. So yeah, I'm with you, Ben. I think it's those 3, and it's by a pretty wide margin.
Steve, tell me the story of Creed Whittemore. Why wasn't he playing, and why is he playing now? Because Utah, let's face it, Ryan Davis has been great, but they've been looking for another receiver the whole season. So take me through what's the deal with Whittemore.
Yeah, they've got Ryan Davis, who's top 5 in the Big 12 in a number of receiving categories, top 2 really behind Jordan Tyson in a number of those. He's been really effective, and obviously with the chemistry that he and Dampier have, pretty significant. So Ryan Davis has been really good, and then Dallin Bentley has been pretty good throughout the season as a solid complement to Davis in the passing attack. But that other wide receiver spot. It's been a rotating cast of characters this season. It's been J.J. Buchanan at times. Larry Simmons had a moment there against Colorado with Bird Ficklin and connecting with him a couple times. And then Creed Whittemore hasn't played a whole lot this season. And coming out of fall camp, after the first couple weeks, sounded like he had a really tough time in fall camp with ball security issues, not just in terms of fumbles, but also catching, converting targets into receptions and all of that sort of thing. It sounded like it was hard for Utah to trust him to go out and execute because he wasn't executing in fall camp. So, credit to him though, because he's stuck with it. He's continued to work. He's continued to put in the time and effort to earn an opportunity. And, he got some looks against Cincinnati last week. And, he had a fade route early on in the game that, he wasn't able to convert on in the end zone, but then got another opportunity late in the game to punch in a touchdown, which was really impressive. And so, yeah, I think Utah is obviously searching for, another complement to Ryan Davis and Dallin Bentley in the passing attack. And I think it's going to be interesting to see who takes advantage of these opportunities in the final 3 games. But it's still going to be kind of the rotation that we've seen. J.J. Buchanan, Larry Simmons, Tobias Merriweather, now that he's going to be returning from the injury report. And so, can Creed Whittemore continue to work his way into more opportunities based on what Kyle Whittingham said post-game, after Cincinnati, that he's helped his cause a lot, and getting into the end zone obviously helped as well. So I think we'll see him get some more opportunities, but that's going to be, I think, a pretty big key for Utah over these final 3 games is finding another complement in the passing game to Davis and Bentley.
If you had to bet now, how many Big 12 teams make the playoff?
2. I feel comfortable with the Big 12 getting 2 in. What's fascinating is that, here we are November 7th, and, there's at least a path for the Big 12 to get 3 bids. And I think, if we had suggested that, throughout the offseason, that being a talking point, I think, a lot of people in the Big 12 would have jumped at the opportunity to have that as a thing for the conference to get 3 teams in. And I think, but again, I think with the way that the schedule set up for, BYU, Texas Tech, and Utah the rest of the way, and then you look at some of the teams, around Utah and Tech and BYU in the rankings, there's certainly potential for chaos for the Big 12 to get 3 in. There's also potential for those teams, mixed in around there to add quality wins to the resume to get to punch their ticket into the playoffs. So I think the Big 12 gets to, I feel good about that. Not great, but feel good. And there's at least an opportunity for the Big 12 to get 3 in this year, which would be huge for the conference.
All right, Steve, you've covered the Utes against the Cougs, and you've covered the Utes against the Raiders. Who do you think wins tomorrow?
Man, what a great matchup it's going to be. I think given the fact that the game is in Lubbock, that the home crowd is going to be juiced, given the fact that ESPN College Game Day is there. I think Texas Tech wins, but I think what BYU has shown is that they're able to really muck up some games, make teams inefficient. And I think given the way that their defense sets up, where they're not necessarily concerned about getting to the quarterback, creating pressure, but dropping players into coverage and creating takeaways. With Bayron Morton, I was never super impressed with him. He is, to me, in my opinion, the weak link of that team. And the issue is there that he really struggles against pressure. So is he going to be able to do enough when not pressured in dissecting that BYU defense, or will BYU be able to create the takeaways that they have against all these other teams without generating pressure? That's going to be the key to me. So I think Texas Tech wins, but I think it's going to be a really competitive game. And I think with what we've seen, I would not be surprised if Tech gets a couple late scores like they have. They just seem to, find a way late in the fourth quarter to add a couple late scores to really push that margin. But I think this is going to be a really competitive game tomorrow, and I have Texas Tech winning.
What did you see from Utah men's basketball in their first game?
A lot of athleticism. That's what I saw. A lot of athleticism. It was definitely
play, right?
It was. And that was kind of the big thing was with Terrence Brown and Don McHenry, Utah has guards that I think are better suited for the Big 12 and the athleticism that you need. You need guards that can break down defenders, get into the paint, and kind of create defensive issues, right? Forcing rotations and driving kick opportunities. Utah didn't have that last year on the roster, and I think they've got two in Brown and McHenry. They've got what looks like a pretty solid spot-up shooter in Jacob Patrick. Keanu Dawes and Seydou Traore look to be really versatile forwards. Seydou Traore had 23 points on 9 of 14 shooting, really efficient. This is going to be important for Utah with Weber State coming to the Huntsman Center tomorrow night to continue to build confidence and moving forward. They've got a pretty easy slate the next 5 games. And then they'll face a couple tougher challenges, but this is going to be important for Utah to continue developing chemistry, confidence with this group. There's potential here, but yeah, I think there's some exciting pieces, but a long way to go for Utah this season.
Steve, we appreciate all of your fine work. Thank you very much. Enjoy your weekend without a game to cover.
Yeah, it'll be quite nice. Appreciate you fellas for having me on. I hope you guys finish the show quite strong and continue to show love to the Red Raider fan base.
Yeah, that's what we do here. Thank you, Steve. You're the best. All right, there's our friend Steve Bartle. Does a great job covering the Utes for KSLSports.com.
He's got Texas Tech. I don't think because he's a Utah homer. He's not. I think because he's afraid of Texas Tech's fans coming after him.
Well,
I think that's rivalry talk. I think he's afraid
Steve,
for his life.
Steve, Bartle me this. He's afraid of the Raider fans?
Yeah.
Well, they do mug people, so there is that.
Be afraid of all. He get a tortilla to the face if he's not careful. Is that the Red Raiders?
Yeah.
Yeah, be careful.
Yeah, what a dumb tradition.
Put some scalding hot cheese in there, burn a man's face, and then you get a quesadilla.
BYU should really,
weapon.
They should really bring back popcorn popping. Do you remember when they did that? You don't? Oh, they used to sing Popcorn Poppin' on the apricot tree after the game.
Yeah.
What do you want me to do, Christian? You want me to read that Saturday liner again? All right.
It's the Christian Esparza show, 8 a.m. tomorrow.
What, did you erase the read off of the doc?
I did. We don't need
Christian
it anymore.
erased the read.
We don't need it anymore.
Shame.
I replaced it with something else. We have other things that need to be read.
Oh, man.
You read it. I checked it off. We don't need it anymore.
You can win big every Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This Wednesday, win tickets to step into the magic at Holiday Lights at the ballpark at America First Square, a brand new immersive holiday tradition opening on November 14th. Reserve your tickets at the ballpark at afs.com and listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day on Wednesday for your chance to win. Stay tuned.
Bullying, man.
More next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. It's the biggest game of the year for BYU as the undefeated and top 10 ranked Cougars head to Lubbock for a showdown against the Red Raiders. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch a special edition of College Football Saturday game day at 8 a.m. with the postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Attention Jazz Nation. We know you've been waiting on the edge of your seat, and the time has finally arrived. All tickets are available now.
Let's go!
Your favorite players will be back on the court, bringing the energy all season long. Whether you're looking for season tickets, mini plans, or single game matchups, there's a perfect option for every kind of fan. Show up loud and proud at Delta Center this season. Don't miss your chance to be part of the action. Buy your tickets today at utahjazz.com.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What? You have a brother. $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What? We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to americafirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
So many commercials you encounter these days include generic people engaged in generic activities, frolicking in generic locations, accompanied by generic music and a generic voiceover. Pharmaceutical commercials are on the cutting edge of this phenomenon. In fact, I find myself less worried about the risk of lockjaw, intermittent loss of smell, or explosive diarrhea, and more concerned that the drug might turn me into a mannequin at Kmart. So what does this have to do with Shamrock Plumbing? Nothing, really. But if you find our commercials over the top, just remember it could be worse. They could be generic.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard. Hans, you feel it outside. It's football weather, but that also means it's colder outside, and that means your furnace, if you haven't fired it up already, you will be soon. So you want to keep that warm air in your house? Well, it's all about having the right windows, and Advanced Windows can make sure you have the best windows in the state of Utah.
Remember, they've got the lifetime warranty. It's transferable to the next owner. It covers all labor, glass, and parts. And these are original windows built right here in the state of Utah. They eliminate the middleman, so they make it more affordable for you. And they've got great financing plans, including 60 months, no interest, no payment, or no interest for 24 months. They'll set it up so it's affordable for you.
Go to advancedwindows.com. That's advancedwindows.com and find out how they can save you money. In fact, $2,500 off when you swap out 10 windows or more. That's Advanced Windows. Call them now, 801-850-9100.
Advanced Windows at advancedwindows.com, 801-850-9100.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious. With multiple engine options and impressive towing, while Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability. Nice. Making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
The holidays are just around the corner, and Western Nut Company is here to make your gifting a breeze. From our beautiful gift baskets and nut boxes to our famous in-house fudge and brittle, we've got treats for every taste bud, crafted with the highest quality ingredients. Corporate gifting, that's our specialty. Just send us your list and we'll handle the rest. Beautifully packed, shipped with care, and guaranteed to impress. Calling all office managers or executive assistants. Call Western Nut now and let us make your holidays a little less nuts. But we actually do want you to eat more nuts. For 60 years, Western Nut has been a proud Utah tradition. Stop by our downtown shop for unique gifts, glittering ornaments, festive decor, and so much more. Western Nut Company, more than just the best gifts in Utah. We're a holiday tradition, in-store or online at westernut.com, where quality meets tradition, and every gift is packed with love.
Hey, Utah! Are you ready for the Utah Mammoth to hit the ice? From game-winning goals to behind-the-scenes moments, Mammoth Plus brings the action to you all season long. Whether you're at home, on the go, or in the stands, don't miss a single shift. Visit UtahMammothPlus.com and start streaming today. That's UtahMammothPlus.com. Every game, every goal, live on Mammoth Plus.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Your Cougars at 30 update. Here's Kalani Sitake on what makes Texas Tech so dangerous beyond the fans.
Well, they're opportunistic and they can hurt you in such a short amount of time. So that's always dangerous. And then you could think it's going one way, and then they could just, next thing you know, in a matter of 3 to 5 minutes, they could really take over. So I like the matchup, man. I think it's going to be great for us. We see it on film. We've been seeing it for over a week already. We saw it all last week. We've been prepping for it. And it's easier said than done because a lot of teams have tried to do that, and not very many teams can put them on their heels. So we're going to try to do something that nobody else has been able to do.
BYU at 30, brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Make this Thanksgiving unforgettable with Kenny J's Barbecue. Skip the stress and bring home slow smoked perfection. Pre-order your Thanksgiving meal today. Text 801-230-5396. That's 801-230-5396.
Complete game coverage of the Cougars is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. It doesn't get much bigger than this. BYU and Texas Tech, your home for the best coverage of Cougar football, is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Woo!
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Join Hans and Scotty next Tuesday from noon to 3 at Sound Sleep Medical, 8941 South, 700 East in Sandy. We're going to talk a little bit Raider football with Don Williams, who covers the Raiders for the Lubbock Avalanche Journal. We'll find out what he thinks about tomorrow night's big game, or tomorrow morning's big game.
Who do you think should feel good going into this game?
Oh, both teams, for sure.
You think one over the other?
No.
I think BYU should be feeling better about this game than Texas Tech. I think BYU is going to win this game. I think BYU should feel confident going into this game.
Well, yeah, they're 8-0. They should certainly have confidence, but there's reason for the Raiders to have confidence too.
Yeah, and Raiders have been really good, and you're at home, and that's all the excitement. You know, Utah felt better than Texas Tech probably going into that game as well, and Utah got crushed in the end, and Texas Tech escaped victorious. I get that Texas Tech is favored, but I don't know. If I'm BYU, I'm feeling pretty good about myself.
He covers the Red Raiders for the Lubbock Avalanche Journal. He's Don Williams with us here on Jake and Ben. What's going on, Don?
Hey,
How
Don.
are you?
Doing well, Jake and Ben. How are you guys doing?
We're doing well. We were just asking, who do you think should feel better going into this game? There's a bunch of momentum, obviously, for both of these teams, but how do you think Texas Tech is feeling about this game tomorrow morning?
I think Tech's feeling, confident. It's a team that really has a lot of experience, a lot of guys who are seniors and fifth-year seniors and whatnot. Of course, maybe kind of a key stat for Texas Tech this year is in those 8 wins, they've won all 8 games by at least 23 points. And so with the exception of, that game over at Arizona State, which ended with, just a fantastic drive by Sam Levitt and Jordan Tyson to score the winning touchdown in the final minute. With the exception of that game, Tech hasn't really faced a whole lot of adversity this year. And then, you kind of couple that with this is a campus and a town that's always been rabid whenever one of its teams is doing good. We've seen it obviously a lot in basketball the last several years. Haven't seen it as much in football. But when you give Texas Tech and Lubbock people a football team to root for, they go nuts. And so the atmosphere here this week and I'm sure tomorrow as well will be pretty intense. So for all those reasons, I think Tech feels really good about where it's sitting.
What kind of game do you think we're in for, Don? Is it going to be kind of a slugfest, low score, or are we going to see a shootout?
I would say slugfest, low score. Joey McGuire this week said that this will be the best game in college football this week, and he said it will be the most physical game in college football this week. The Tech is just so completely different from the stereotypical Texas Tech team. The stereotypical Texas Tech team is one that lights up the scoreboard, airs it out, scores a ton of points, gives up a ton of points, and wins or loses 52-49. And they're just not playing those kind of games this year. This team is led by its defense, and I think on the flip side, I think just looking at it from an outsider's perspective, outsider's point of view, I think Texas Tech. I think the thing that really jumps out to them, and the thing that they talked about this week, is how big and physical BYU is. And I know, me personally, I think defensive front and those linebackers really get your attention, and I think it's kind of also reflected in the fact that both of these teams ranked so high nationally in the FBS in turnover margin. I believe last I looked, BYU's tied for third this week in turnover margin, and Texas Tech tied for 13th in turnover margin. In Tech's case, that was the difference last week, was they had 5 takeaways at Kansas State. And the guy to keep an eye on there is, Jacob Rodriguez has seven forced fumbles, which leads the nation. And this guy has this distinctive, he punches the football, kind of picks and chooses the spots, but he punches out the football. If you have a guy kind of contained and, 2, 3, 4 people around him and he's in pretty good position to make a tackle, then he'll take his chances and punch the ball literally like a boxer. And it's come out a lot this year, and it's made a big difference. So long story short, to answer your question, I think it's going to be more of a 24-21, 27-24 kind of game.
Will Hammond against Utah was the better quarterback. Where are Texas Tech fans on Baron Morton as the leading signal caller?
Coming out of the Utah game, there was a chorus of people who wanted Will to be the starting quarterback. And there was actually some of that last year because Will's a high-profile recruit. Top 50 in the state of Texas, which if you're top 50 in the state of Texas, that's something, because there's a ton of high school talent, college talent playing in high school football here. So it's one of those situations where anytime the starting quarterback, when you have the young blue chip recruit, anytime the older starting quarterback throws 2 incomplete passes, it feels like get Will Hammond should be the guy in there. Get Morton out of there. Hammond needs to be in. There was some of that, but then Will, after the Utah game, didn't play. He was kind of slower starting when he came in against Kansas a couple of weeks later. And then this game at Arizona State was not that great until the very end when he led a couple of touchdown drives. And so the chorus for Will pretty much largely died down and subsided. And then, of course, it became a moot point when he suffered a season-ending knee injury on October 25th against Oklahoma State, torn ACL. And so, bad thing for him is, even on a 9-month timeline, that only puts him back at the beginning of fall camp next year. So, there's some, I think, kind of consternation internally about what's he going to be like in September next year if he doesn't have anything in spring practice or even summer, kind of conditioning workouts.
Before the season, we all heard about the big money being pumped into Texas Tech's football program. And fast forward to this week, we had Cody Campbell, who's head of the Board of Regents there at Texas Tech, on with our morning show. And I got to tell you, I was extremely impressed with him and kind of his mission, I guess, for lack of a better word. So can you catch our listeners up on Cody, his story, and the impact that he's had on not only Texas Tech football, but college football?
Well, he's a guy who's from West Texas. He grew up in a couple hours north of Lubbock. He's a third-generation Texas Tech football player because his dad played for Texas Tech and his grandfather played for Texas Tech. I believe his granddad was like on maybe the earliest Texas Tech football team back in the 1920s. He was not a very highly recruited player, but he was part of Mike Leach's first recruiting class. Came in here in the year 2000. And kind of like he has been successful in business, kind of starting from scratch. He was successful as a college football player, coming in as a unheralded recruit and then being a 3-year starter. And he was starting offensive guard on when Michael Leach's teams really started getting it going, which I would say was 02 and 03 and 04. Cody was a starter on those teams that were just lighting it up in a fashion of kind of like a Lavelle Edwards BYU team. And I guess I take a little bit of pride in saying I remember Cody was just so smart and well-spoken back then. I remember thinking, this is a guy who could become this is a guy who kind of has a feel of a guy who could become very successful in business and become a donor to this program. I said that about him when he was 22 years old. And lo and behold, you kind of look at what's happened now. And of course, he's made a fortune in the oil and gas and land business, and then has been very because he played here, because the school means so much to him. He wanted to do everything he can to kind of pull Texas Tech football out of the doldrums that had been in for so long. And so, he has the means. And so he's, literally put his money where his mouth is. And he's also, because, again, of his the guy being really a sharp guy, he's the chairman of the Texas Tech Board of Regents at this moment. And so, and like you alluded to, he's even though he's obviously was a football player and his vested interest is really in football, he's kind of expanded that to have this feeling it's like it's really important, not just that, college football survives and prospers, but that the Olympic sports don't fall by the wayside at the same time. So that's kind of where his efforts are being directed outside of Texas Tech.
Do you expect this to be, I guess the first year in a long run of what this is going to look like for Texas Tech with him funding, the team and the transfer portal and kids coming in and out of high school? And do you think that's going to be, that they're going to be competitive, spending the most money amongst anyone in college football year after year?
I think they can be. And one thing I think to point out here is that Cody's not a one-man show in this, and he and his business partner John Sellers are not even a two-man show with it. There are, I would say, at least half a dozen guys or families who are also really strongly committed and big donors to this program. And so my answer to that would be, I think they will kind of spend at the top level as long as they're allowed to, as long as whatever the rules are that allow them to spend at a really high level. Because the team that they built this year, the House versus NCAA settlement terms went into effect on July the 1st. And after July the 1st, then, you went into kind of the salary cap, that $20.5 million that schools are allotted to spend. Well, Tech obviously was able to spend over and above that because most of these guys who, most of these big name transfers that they've gotten are guys whose deals were front loaded, and they got most of their money before July 1st. And so now, I guess it kind of remains to be seen what's the will schools be able to spend over and above that? What's this year's $20.5 million? I think next year will be like 22, something like that. Will schools still be able to spend over and above that amount? I think that's kind of what remains to be seen here.
Man, you mentioned Mike Leach and Lavelle Edwards before, and I used to work with Lavelle a little bit in his later years. He did some radio work for us, and to hear him first person tell the story of this annoying grad student that just kept hanging around his practices all the time, and then him eventually letting him stay and learn, and then obviously seeing where Mike Leach went with his career. I'd like to think both those guys are going to enjoy the game somewhere, wherever they may be. They're going to enjoy it tomorrow.
Yeah, that's you very well put, exactly, because people talk about how Michael Leach kind of revolutionized offensive football. And as you just said, Mike learned so much of what so much of Mike's ideas kind of formulated there as a BYU student, where he watched. I'm 60 years old, so I remember vividly, the BYU LaVell Edwards teams of the 70s, and heck, I remember Gary Scheide's the first BYU quarterback I remember. So I'm very. I think both of those guys obviously deserve the credit.
Legends, no doubt. Don, thank you for coming on with us. That was great. We really appreciate it. Enjoy the game tomorrow.
Yeah, enjoy the game.
All right. Thanks, Jake. Thanks, Ben. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Don. Don Williams, Lubbock Avalanche Journal.
I'm always curious with donors, and as we had him on earlier this week, not us, but DJ and PK, and how he seems to be a positive. His name Cody
Campbell.
Cody Campbell. You got to be careful. Because there are going to be some donors that fancy themselves Jerry Jones.
Sure.
That want to make all the decisions and, want immediate results and want to interfere if anything goes counter to what they expect.
Well, in this case, Chad Campbell bought him lines, which is exactly what they needed.
Cody.
Or what did I say, Chad? Cody Campbell bought him offensive and defensive lines, which was pretty smart.
So we will. I'll be curious to see how that continues to go, especially if Texas Tech doesn't finish the season the way I guess you would hope, because there's still a chance that they finish the season with three losses, and that's a lot of money to spend on a 3-loss team that doesn't make the playoff.
All right, stay tuned. We wrap it up. Coming up next, Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whirls around and down. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone is your exclusive home of the Utah Jazz. And we want to send you to the Delta Center to see the Jazz in action. Listen every Tuesday for the Jazz Ticket Tuesday Sounder at 30 past the hour, every hour, all day long. And if you're caller number 12, you'll be on your way to an upcoming game.
Buy one, you'll get one free.
It's Jazz Ticket Tuesday, every Tuesday throughout the NBA season on your radio home for the Utah Jazz. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Do you know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day? At Salt Lake City Fat Loss, we know the secret. Our doctor-developed, easy-to-follow weight loss program helps you lose weight fast, naturally and safely with no drugs or injections. No prepackaged meals, bars, shakes, or exercising required. Our program helps reset your metabolism so you can lose weight quickly and keep the weight off for good with an easy-to-follow maintenance plan that includes ongoing personal support. And our program costs half as much and works up to twice as fast than most other programs. Go to slcfatloss.com to schedule your free consultation now.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days, and more than a year later, I'm keeping the weight off. Alex here. You've got to get with SLC Fat Loss. Take advantage of this $200 off fall special. Make that change with slcfatloss.com.
Many clients lose 20 to 30 pounds in about a month or two. That's up to a pound per day. Schedule your free consultation now at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
buying a car should be a fun experience, like a kid getting a new toy. And at John Watson Chevrolet, it was.
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Save now with UCCU Black Friday money deals. $150 cash for signing up for direct deposit. A free Shark robot vacuum when closing your mortgage. Low rate credit cards with 0% interest for 6 months. Auto and RV loans, no payments for 90 days. Home equity loans with an extra 0.25% off the interest rate. Lock the deals in now with just your name, phone number, and email at uccu.com. Visit uccu.com/Black Friday and lock in your deals. Plus more deals weekly at uccu.com. UCCU. Love where you bank.
Hey guys, it's Woodrow from Mint Medical Clinic. Are you struggling with ED? Well, you are not alone, and now there's a real solution that treats the root cause, not just the symptoms. Introducing our trifecta approach, a breakthrough combination of acoustic wave therapy, hormone replacement, and cryotherapy, all designed to restore blood flow, boost performance, and rebalance your hormones. Whether it's ED or hormonal imbalance, if you're ready to reignite your love life, this treatment helps bring back your energy, your drive, and your confidence. And right now, when you call, you'll receive a free consultation, a blood flow ultrasound, and an intimacy gift. That's a $650 value. Absolutely free. And here's the bonus. The next 20 callers will also receive a 5-night stay at a luxury resort in Hawaii just for taking the first step. But you must call now. With 2 convenient locations in Layton and Sandy, help is closer than you think. Call 801-804-8000 now. That's 801-804-8000. Mint Medical Clinic. We'll get you back to mint condition.
Hi, this is Doug Wright. The other day I was reading an article, and it talked about the finest restaurants around the United States. And right at the very top of the list, it was Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. And I'm quoting now. They say, high-quality food in an atmosphere that is sure to impress. Isn't that the perfect description of Ruth's Chris Steakhouse? And here in the state of Utah, we have 2 locations. Hotel Park City, that's where Dee and I celebrated our anniversary the other night, and downtown Salt Lake City at 275 Southwest Temple. And at this time of year, it's not too early to call and make your reservations for a special holiday event or a corporate party, whatever it might be. And remember, too, everybody loves a gift card from Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. It is the best meal you will ever have. You're going to love your dining experience at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 158! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
So Utes at 50 update. Here's Devin Dampier on his plans for the bye week.
Being healthy, number one priority. Let's get our guys 100%. Let's go on this 3-game stretch to finish out our season. But bye week's also great to see family. We play a lot of football, so you get to see your family every once in a while. Definitely lights your spirits back up.
Utes at 50 brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Make this Thanksgiving unforgettable with Kenny J's. Skip the stress and bring home slow smoked perfection. Pre-order your Thanksgiving meal today. 801-230-5396. Send them a text, 801-230-5396.
It's another battle for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone has it covered. The Aggies return home to Logan for a battle against the Nevada Wolfpack. Your home for all the play-by-play coverage of Aggie football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson. Let's lock in on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Two amigos on the airwaves, talking sports. They got it made, Jake's and also loves his tie-dye. Ben's got style with his scarves. Oh my.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. God, now again, Christian? We have 2 other liners we have to read. Does this have to be first? Oh, okay, I guess. Kick things off 8 a.m. tomorrow with College Football Saturday as Christian Esparza stars alongside Alex Curie and Alex Napolis. Did you really have to write it in that way?
In a supporting role.
Seriously.
Yeah.
Get ready for that showdown between number 7 BYU and number 8 Texas Tech. The pregame show will be better than the game. Then at 10 a.m., teed up with Bob Casper and Brian Taylor for something, whatever. That doesn't matter. Listen to Christian.
College football Christian.
8 to 10. I like that.
Yeah.
Car crash Christian becomes
College football
Christian. Also, Ethan Millard with Teton Wealth will be live in studio on Monday with Hans and Scotty to help with your retirement plan. Tune in or visit retireteton.com. Also, this segment is brought to you by Peach Doors and Windows. Amazing home transformations begin with Peach, where 5-star reviews are the norm. Call them today for your free in-home estimate, 801-566-1255. Peach Doors and Windows.
Where are you on 10 a.m. games? I know we both hate 8:15 games.
Oh, I'll take 10 over 8.
Of course, yeah.
I mean, 100 out of 100 times. No, I'm good on 10.
You guys have soccer tomorrow?
I like
you
it.
Okay?
I got dance at 9, but,
okay.
you know,
Wrap it up.
Get back and make it happen.
We know 10 o'clock means the game kicks off at 10:40.
I'm guessing
that's
that
more the NBA.
I'm guessing that people are less grumpy about 10 a.m. games after, like, who's still playing soccer? I mean, I think most people
it's pretty cold
It's
out.
pretty much done
You're
with Saturday soccer. Pee Wee playoffs are over. I know that.
Was Utah Texas Tech also 10 a.m.?
Yes.
That was the game, right? That was super early.
And that's the one people were complaining about because they were like, oh, I got to go to soccer and stuff. I think most of that is over.
I do think that is a weird wrinkle. I do think playing that early is difficult. I think that is a shakeup, especially when every BYU game this year has been 8 p.m.
See, I think the 8 p.m. is more of the shakeup than the 10.
That's fair.
If you talk to coaches, I think they love it.
10 a.m.?
10 a.m.
You get up and you get going.
You get up, you eat, you go, you warm up, and you go. Coaches, let me put it this way, in the 8 hours where they have to keep them penned up in a hotel.
Yeah.
There's so much that could happen.
There is. And you bring them down and you feed them and you go through the walkthrough, but yeah,
but then it's just dead time. And they could be out vandalizing buildings or, I don't know why I picked that, but they could be out causing trouble or whatever. You and I both have worked with former players, one specifically Kyle Gunther, who had hilarious stories about what the team decided to do while they were sitting around forever in a hotel.
Yeah.
And it just, I got to imagine getting up and getting after it. I know coaches prefer that. I bet coaches prefer 10 to 5 or
so?
3.
Huh.
Yeah, I do. I don't think going early affects anything. I mean, I think maybe you can make a body clock argument, but
yeah, that's where it is. That's the body clock. And you are going east, so it's an hour earlier.
I don't think
that's
that
Central
matters.
Time Zone.
Yeah, I don't think that matters.
Okay.
I think it would be more of an effect for, let's say, if the Cougs were playing the Mountaineers in Provo at 8, where the Mountaineers are coming west, and it's 10 o'clock at night when they kick off the game.
I do think it's interesting that Cincinnati and who was it who got Arizona State? I know Arizona State's got the same time zone as does Colorado, but those night games against Utah have been brutal.
But yeah, Cincinnati, it's midnight before they even kick.
Yeah, right.
I would say that has more of an effect than the early part.
Weird wrinkles. I would love for this to be 1:30. That's the second kickoff window, right? I know, hour time. Everything starts at 10 or 1:30.
Uh-huh.
I would love this to be 1:30 just for everyone to be on the same page. You got your morning started. Everyone's ready to go. Not even to have the conversation of is it too late or is it too early. But I'm thrilled for this game to be at 10 a.m. personally, where I can get up and throw it on. And
You know who else is thrilled?
College Football Christian.
Our star of College Football Saturday.
Yeah.
College Football Christian's been staying up till 4 a.m. for the last
that is the other thing.
several months, and he's actually going to have a normal schedule coming up on Saturday.
1:30, you're going to be able to catch College Football Christian on the live feed. Where's the best place to watch it? I watch it on Twitter.
Yeah, I'd say Twitter
or
YouTube.
Okay.
It's the best place to catch him.
Get Christian at 8 a.m. coming up tomorrow.
Yeah. But you can also catch it right here on the Zone. Yeah.
Are you going to re-rack it after Real Golf Radio until you come on? So just you have Christian at least filling the gap until more Christian?
No, I would encourage the listeners to watch the game.
No, I would not. Listen to to this station all the time. We'll catch you up on what you missed.
Yeah. That's what we're heard. So
what
it's
are
our
you talking
job.
about? Are you chasing people away from Real Golf Radio, Christian? Brian Taylor should come in
after Real Golf.
Brian Taylor should come in and beat you to
LA
death.
Nordegren style. Elon.
Yeah. Oh yeah, good call.
Bring a 5-iron.
Brain Christian with a wedge. We love you, Brian, even if Christian doesn't.
We wouldn't survive if we lost the star of the station. Christian Esparza.
Hanson, Scotty, you're next.
Thanks,
Talk to you on
College
Monday.
Football Christian.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Get your Thanksgiving fix at Kenny J's Barbecue. This year, skip the stress and bring home slow-cooked perfection. Pitmaster-style turkey and tender brisket. Ready for your holiday table. Kenny J's is serving up bold, smoky flavor with all the home-style sides your family loves. You bring the guests, we'll provide the feast. Pre-order your Thanksgiving meal today. Text 801-230-5396 or stop by the district in South Jordan. Make this Thanksgiving unforgettable with Kenny J's Barbecue.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
Calling all Jazz fans. If you can't wait another second to see stars like Ace Bailey and Lowry Markkanen tear up the court, you're in luck. Tickets are on sale now. Let's go! No matter what you're looking for, the Utah Jazz has your back. With season tickets, mini plans, and single game options available, there's something for everyone. Whatever your schedule or budget, there's a plan for every fan. Don't miss a moment of the action this season. Secure your tickets today at utahjazz.com.
Helping your money do more means making sure you get the most out of every dollar. That's why, for a limited time, when you open a new America First Visa credit card and spend $3,000 within 90 days, we'll give you $300. That's like getting a 10% discount on everything you pay for with your card. Before you spend another cent, head to AmericaFirst.com and apply for your low-rate Visa credit card today. Membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions apply. Subject to additional criteria. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Hey, it's Jason Smith. Did you know Medicare plans change from one year to the next? And this year, it's important for you to review your current prescription drug and health coverage and compare all your options during Medicare open enrollment. Compare health plans, drug coverage, and costs. See if you can save some money, and don't forget to make sure your drugs are covered. Open enrollment ends December 7th. Compare plans now at Medicare.gov or call 1-800-MEDICARE, paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
The holidays are here, full of joy, family, friends, and yes, a little hustle and bustle. That's why you need Aleve. Between cooking, shopping, and all those extra errands, aches and pains can sneak in. Aleve is here to help with long-lasting body pain relief. Don't let body pain slow you down. With up to 12 hours of body pain relief per dose, you can keep up with the season's magic and all that awaits. Pick up Aleve and get back to what really matters, making memories. Use as directed.
Throughout life, we have plenty of special occasions and events, whether it's a prom, a graduation, a mission call, a new job, or how about a wedding? Mr. Mac has always been there to help serve you for all of your monumental moments. Mr. Mac has been family-owned for more than 50 years, and that's important. And they'll make sure that you look and feel great, with affordability always in mind. The Mr. Mac family creates long-lasting relationships with their customers, and they've been doing it for generations. 9 locations across the Wasatch Front or online at MrMac.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The noon hour is here.
Check it out.
And you're locked on to Utah's highest rated, most listened to sports radio station.
It's my station. It's my station.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Let's get it, folks. It is a Friday, and if you're listening, and based on the numbers Lloyd showed me, you are, and a lot of you, so we appreciate that. Let's get it, folks. This is going to be a fun one today. It's a football Friday. I'm here in Dallas getting ready for a little Utah State game tonight in basketball. Hans, you, fingers crossed, will be out here coming up tomorrow.
Fingers crossed, buddy. That's the hope. That's the expectation. And Jake just walked by here at Tim Daly Mazda and gave me a Nurple. So that was nice. It's always great to get pinched.
At least he's not throwing things at a certain region.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He's done that a few times. But excited to be here at Tim Daly Mazda. And I'm telling you, people, if you need a vehicle, this is the place to come. They've helped me with so many different cars. Jake is all about just getting the deal done. Whatever your trade-in needs to be, whatever price point you need, whatever car you're looking for, he's going to get it done. And remember, if it's not a Mazda that you're looking for, he's got access to thousands of used cars. So come down and see us today. But, Scotty, I'm just it's one of those days on air where you're just riddled with anxiety. Yeah. And I know you've had a few of those, but, yeah, I've got anxiety just making sure this flight, which all these flights are getting canceled and delayed, but making sure we get there safe. And then the game itself, I'm just riding high anxiety. I'm probably a 9 on a scale to 10 of anxiety, thinking about how this thing is going to play out, how BYU is going to find a way to get a win. It's going to be the toughest game that they've played over the last probably 3 years. I think that this is as good a team as they've seen. And this is a team that has not lost at home. This is a team that has not lost when they have Baron Morton on the field, and they've got both of those things going in their favor, Scotty. And it's like I look at all the different angles that Texas Tech has to press against BYU, and it does make you nervous for sure. There are a couple of ways that BYU can get the win. I've broke down the film. I've got some thoughts on how BYU gets this win. It's just a matter if they can execute it.
By the way, I know because I've talked to a bunch of people over there at the Salt Lake City airport. Those of you that are of power, and we know there are a lot of you out there that work there, that listen to the show, there may be a flight coming up later this afternoon from Salt Lake City to Dallas. If somebody from the government calls up and says we need to shut down that flight, you say no. You say no. You can cancel all the other flights, but that one has to go through. Just has to happen.
Not messing with that one. That's all.
Because I got a sneaking suspicion you're not going to be the only guy on that plane heading from Salt Lake City to Dallas and then eventually on to Lubbock. I got to imagine there's going to be a lot of blue on that plane.
Oh yeah, absolutely, including Mr. Mitch. And if Mitch Juergens can't get to the game, then the game can't be played.
No.
I do have an update. Mr. Greg Wrubell has already made it into Texas, so that's good news. As long as Greg's there, who needs Mitch and Hans?
I love that he's getting the early start, too. Greg's not messing around.
No, not with this game, man. And, he's busy, too. It's crazy where you and Greg call both both basketball and both football. It's a busy schedule for you guys. I mean, that's why you're in Dallas. What game do you have? What game are you calling? Is it tonight?
Yeah, it's tonight. Utah State will play VCU in a kind of a it's not a tournament, but an event that brings in college basketball teams from all over the country. So Utah State and Virginia Commonwealth here in actually not Dallas, but Frisco is where we're at. You've been to Frisco a bunch of times. And so that's where we're at right now. And then I've got an early – okay, so there's 2 flights that have to go through, okay? Hans's flight to Dallas and then eventually on to Lubbock. That's got to go through. And then my flight tomorrow morning back to Salt Lake City so that I can drive to Logan and call a football game. That one definitely needs to go down. So, yeah, let's not screw with any of these games because it's going to be a good dose of Ajay if that flight doesn't go through. And I love Ajay. He's my brother, but we're going to spend too much time on punting.
We're talking about punting.
I mean, how in punting, how is there – we just see the guy kick the ball. What details go into punting in situational football.
I don't even know where we're at. We're talking about punting. Let's go on to something else.
Yeah, you got to be there, Scotty. Don't let Ajay have that headset, man. You got to get there.
And by the way, I got to be nervous. I got to be careful when I talk about Ajay because we give him a hard time. I love that dude like a brother. He has been so good to our broadcast, and he was kind enough the other day to somewhat got the initiative to add up all the games that I've done, and he was the one that knew I hit 100. I never kept track of that stuff, but he knew it was 100, and so Utah State had a cool little celebration about it because of Ajay. So it was awesome. I appreciate that.
Hey, is that former Utah State coach still at VCU?
No, he's at Virginia now. Ryan Odom. Yeah. So he took the job. He was just in the offseason, took the job. He left Virginia Commonwealth and is now running Virginia. So the team that he upset in that 16-1 upset is now the team that he's the head coach of.
Holy cow, that's wild.
I know, right?
That is wild. How's he doing there? Or is this his first year?
This is his first year. So,
Okay.
but that's a pressure cooker there, man. You can't mess around at that place. So,
No, you can't.
and he's a great coach. He'll do well. All right, we got a lot to break down. Alema Harrington and Ron McBride will join us in an hour from right now, but let's get to it, folks. BYU, Texas Tech, game of the year, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Hans and Scotty G.
Let's go!
The lineup is set, and it's time to kick off the show with the biggest topic of the day. This is the starting lineup on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans, huge game, absolutely massive game coming up. BYU and Texas Tech. You've looked at this game from every angle. Did you come away with that with more respect for Texas Tech or less respect for Texas Tech?
Oh, quite a bit more. Yeah, quite a bit more. So I watched two games this morning. I watched the 30-minute version of two games, both the Arizona State game and the Kansas State game. And I want to focus a little bit on the Arizona State game because they were able to beat Texas Tech. But I got to throw in a couple of caveats. Arizona State was able to beat Texas Tech in Phoenix, so at Arizona Sun Devil Stadium. And they were able to beat Texas Tech without Baron Morton. It was Will Hammond, the backup, that was in for the entirety of that game. So a couple of things that BYU is not going to have the advantage of that Arizona State did have the advantage of. Arizona State had a couple of early drives. They had a couple of stops in the red zone. They ended up with field goals, but they did take the lead, and they kept the lead from the first quarter all the way to about 5-minute marks in the fourth quarter. And then in that fourth quarter, Will Hammond was able to find, and every time they say his name, I think they're saying Clay Aiken. Which, back in the early days, Scotty, I was a big American Idol fan.
Oh, I know.
And I still love Clay Aiken, but it's actually Coy Aiken. Very good receiver. Very, very good receiver. They've got three very, very good receivers. Reggie Virgil, Caleb Douglas, and Coy Aiken. And Will Hammond was able to find Coy Aiken with an insane catch that gave Texas Tech the lead at that point. It was 22-19 for Texas Tech. And Arizona State took the ball with about 1:50 left, went the length of the field. Crazy throw to Jordan Tyson, went the length of the field, and they were able to score on the 5-yard line, just punching it in with Relique Brown. So, couple of takeaways from that Arizona State game when we're just looking at BYU's opportunity to potentially win this game. The numbers aren't going to show Sam Leavitt and the critical rushing that he had in that game, Scotty, because there were 4 sacks that took away probably 30, 35 yards in that game. Those 30, 35 yards were critical in rushing for Sam Leavitt. There were multiple zone reads where Leavitt was able to get the first. There were a couple of scrambles where Leavitt was able to get the first. So I like Bear Bachmeier's ability to find a couple of gaps inside this Texas Tech defense. Now, Relique Brown, the running back was keeping them honest. That's why it's so critical LJ Martin is back for BYU to keep Texas Tech's defense honest. I do think that there is some room when the mesh is run well, the zone read is run well, and Bear Bachmeier with the opportunity to keep. So that's a positive number one. Okay, positive number two, Scotty. Coach Dillingham with Arizona State drew up and designed quick pop hits from Sam Levitt. So he was throwing quick slants into the slot. He was throwing quick seam routes to his tight end. He was throwing quick slants to Jordan Tyson. Everything was quick pop. Everything was snap to the shotgun, settle the feet, fire the hand. And it was all just quick shots. And they were getting 5 to 8 yard chunks at a time. There were 47 passing attempts by Sam Levitt. So they knew that they wanted to pass, and they knew that they wouldn't have a lot of time to pass. So everything was pre-read, pre-designed, quick fire. So I really like that concept for BYU because I really think Bear Bachmeier can do that. And Chase Roberts and Parker Kingston and Carson Ryan, they're all really good in those quick designed routes for quick pops. So I like that aspect of it. So I'm combining some zone read with zone read break to the option pass, so RPOs. And then there was one other aspect that Kenny Dillingham called in for Arizona State and Sam Levitt. And I think it was a check too, Scotty. When Texas Tech showed a single high set and a press look, Sam Levitt would take the snap and he would roll out to typically the field side, and as he's taking the hit, this happened 3 times, as he's taking the hit, he would launch this thing in the air on single coverage over the top where one of his receivers beat the press and was on the far side of the field away from the single high, and he would just launch it. And he connected on that a few times for huge gains and putting themselves in scoring position. So I don't mind that either. You know, if you can identify some type of coverage where Chase Roberts can get an angle and can get into a deep route, and you feel like that safety is a little bit slow to the design, let Bear Bachmeier just launch that thing up and maybe let JoJo Phillips
Hey, there you go.
Go get underneath it. That's a really nice plus. Okay? So there's the 3 offensive angles. And then one thing I wanted to add on as I was watching this Arizona State game, Raleek Brown was key in setting pockets, picking up quick rush, picking up chips, and reducing the amount of sacks. Now, there were 4 sacks on Sam Levitt, Scotty. There could have been another 7 or 8. That's how much pressure they were bringing. That's how fast the rush is. And it was taking Raleek Brown every chance he got to pick up and chip. Now, Raleek Brown missed a backside block and gave up a blindside hit on Sam Levitt that it looked like it nearly killed Sam Levitt. So, LJ Martin, I'm happy he's back to help with the mesh and help with the zone read and help with the run and help with the pass. I'm most excited that he's back to help by picking up some of these rushes that Texas Tech brings. LJ Martin in the pass set is so much more important than LJ Martin any other way in this game, in my opinion, because they bring heat. They've got great one-on-ones. You know, when you're just looking at the defensive line, Scotty, look at this. So, by the way, they've forced 16 fumbles. Jeez. I'm talking about this year. They have forced 16 fumbles, and they're able to cover 10 of them. David Bailey's responsible for 2 of those forced fumbles. Romello Height, the other D-end, is responsible for 2 of those fumbles. Lee Hunter is responsible for 1. He's the nose tackle. So combined, your 2 D-ends right now are combined through 9 games for 18 sacks. Through 9 games, 18 sacks between Romello Height and David Bailey. And both of those guys, nothing's gifted to them, Scotty. Every paying attention to them, especially Kansas State, and they were still out there doing work. So they're forcing fumbles. Now, I want to take a look at the 3 linebacker set. Now, they use a star backer, which is used at the line oftentimes, but their star back is number 6, John Curry. If you take their star back, their Mike back, and their outside linebacker, Jacob Rodriguez, they combine for 10 of the forced fumbles. Those backers come in with blazing speed and intent to knock the ball out. So those backers are deadly. And I'm begging the BYU offensive line to just pay attention to those linebackers. Make sure that they don't get those free shots. Make sure that you're getting the extra block, the extra push. Make sure that you're putting that halo around L.J. Martin so guys don't get a free shot on him, or if it's any one of the 3 or 4 running backs that we might see against Texas Tech, whether it's Nawahine or Rex or Damuni or whoever it is. So, Scotty, it's just it's a really tall task, and that's kind of an offensive look for BYU against this Texas Tech defense. As far as the number goes, BYU is going to have to get to 28 points. 24 won't do it. They're going to have to get to a minimum of 28 points in order to win this game. And Texas Tech has not given up 28 points on the season. The most points they've given up on the season is 26 to Arizona State. So I'm asking BYU to do something that no other team has done against this Texas Tech defense to this point in the season. Hey, and guess what? They're capable of it because they're the number 7 team in the country. They're the number 34 offense in the country with 433 yards. They're the number 19 scoring offense in the country at 36.3. And they have the ability to do it, Scotty. And, sometimes you just got to look at your guys and say, hey, do it. I know it's a lot to ask. Do it. But I don't think anything fewer than 28 gets the win.
So, conversely, you believe that Texas Tech will have some level of success offensively against the BYU defense, somewhere in the range of 24 to 27 points.
Yes. If BYU wins this game, it's going to be 28 to 27, 28 to 24, 28 to 25, 26. It's right in that range. And you're going to have to put everything you've got on Baron Morton. Now, the good thing is, Scotty, he is an immobile quarterback. He's had a leg issue. He's had he had a leg issue and a wrist issue. No, sorry, a leg issue and an elbow issue so far this year. He missed half of that Utah game. He missed the entirety of the Arizona State game. He's kind of limped back into production when Will Hammond, the backup quarterback, went out for the season. I think he was kind of hesitantly like, yeah, I'm going to come back, but set me some good pockets. I'm going to get rid of this football. He is not mobile. His longest run on the season, Scotty, is 11 yards, and that was against the University of Utah. He only averages 5 carries a game. So he doesn't like to get out of the pocket. He doesn't like to use his feet. He's hesitant to run at any given moment. They do run some mesh. He never keeps on the mesh. He always gives it to one of his 2 backs, Cameron Dickey or Jacoby Williams. And I think that that's a really good thing for BYU because I can run a different personnel group. I feel like defensively I can run I can run a rotation of personnel group. I can see who my hot rusher is, whether it's Hunter Clegg or Tassili Akana or Vilima Pauha or whoever, or Bodie Schoonover, who had a couple of sacks a couple of weeks ago. I'm going to find my hot rusher, and I'm going to run a 4-man rush, and I'm going to find my 1 or 2 hot rushers, and I'm going to let them pin their ears back and just go do work and try deep speed rushes. Try nice power bulls, try some power poles, hit them with the insides, and just let Keanu Tanavasa, let Bodie Schoonover, let Vilpoha, let them just go defensively. Take the reins off of them and just say, all right, Baron, here's the deal. We get a little pressure on you. Let's see you scramble, because you're going to be scrambling into Glasgow, Kelly, and Cialia Serra. So good luck on the scramble, because they're going to rip you in half. So I'm going to let my defensive line go get the rush. I'm actually going to keep my linebackers kind of deployed at that second level working in zones because they love the dump down to their tight end, Terrence Carter. He's a great dump down. And by the way, when number 20, the running back, Jacoby Williams, is in the game for Texas Tech, I know it's either going to be to the flat. Jacoby Williams is as good a pass threat as he is a run threat. So I know they're going to either drop it in the flats on him. If he does release out of the backfield, oftentimes they're dropping it into Jacoby Williams. He was really good against Kansas State. So I'm looking at my personnel grouping. I'm keeping my linebackers to work the flats and to clean up on Baron Morton if the pressure comes. And then, sadly, I'm going to go ask my defensive corners. I'm going to ask my safeties. We're going to run a lot of press man. And I know Reggie Virgil's really good. I know Caleb Douglas is really good. But I'm going to beg you guys to go run some press man. Now, they did it against Arizona in the fourth quarter, and they did it really well, and they did it against some good receivers. So I know that they're capable. But I need Therian Alexander. I need Evan Johnson. I need Maury Bamba. I need those guys to be able to run some press man. And I feel like I can get some pressure with some four-man rush. I feel like I can clean up with my three-man linebacker crew. I feel like I can run those presses, and I feel like I can cause them some problems to keep them at 27 points. If BYU wins, it's going to be somewhere around 28-27, 28-24. That's how it gets done.
You know, there's you talk about it a lot, and I had a college coach once tell me that special teams will win or lose you 3 to 4 games every season. I think this is a game where there's going to be a special teams play that breaks this game wide open, because I think you're going to see whether it's a big punt return, whether it's a punt block, whether it's a kickoff return, a muff punt inside the 15-yard line, kind of like that, that Kansas game last year where the ball just took a funky bounce off a guy's helmet and changed that game around dramatically. I think that you're going to see, I think you're going to see something like that if the other team's able to take advantage of, that could be the difference in this game.
Arizona State had a punt return, to your point, Scotty, had a punt return back to the 50 that set them up for a scoring drive. So Arizona State had a couple of short fields, and one of the short fields was the interception on Will Hammond. They had an interception that put Arizona State in their own red zone. I think that they intercepted it somewhere around the 22, returned it to Texas Tech's 15. But that was not Will Hammond's fault. That was just a beautiful play. They were trying to roll their tight end into the flats. I think it was Terrence Carter into the flats. Arizona State's defender came up and hit him as he was catching the ball. It popped the ball up, and the safety ran underneath it and got the interception. So it's big plays like that. You're right, big plays, short fields. Kelly Popinga's special teams has to play a part. There's got to be some short fields. You can't go 80 yards against this Texas Tech defense. It's too difficult.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. I'm here in Dallas. Hans will be in Texas coming up tomorrow. But right now, Hans, you're at Tim Daly Mazda, Southtown.
I'm at our home, away from home, and our very good and good-looking friend Jake is sitting here. What's up, Jake?
I'm sitting in Scotty's seat right now.
What's up, brother?
What's going on, big dog?
Oh, man, it's so good to hear your voice. I'm doing well. You doing all right?
I was until last night.
Uh-oh.
You know what? We all.
You definitely lost on that one for sure.
I'm not running an ounce of smack to you or Lloyd after that game. Not a word. There was no high tweet to Lloyd. There was nothing because
the football community lost on that one.
Yes, we all lost after watching that game.
Oh, what a disaster!
It was bad.
What a disaster.
But for a minute, I thought the Raiders might be able to get it done.
I thought so, too. I mean, how they started out and how their defense was playing, and then they decided that they didn't want to kick field goals, and they couldn't kick field goals.
And then quarterback's a wimp.
Quarterback was, let's be honest, the offensive line is garbage.
It's bad. Yeah, it's really
garbage.
Bad. The Broncos were all over him. But Geno's not the answer here.
No, he's not. He's not. I've known that from the beginning. That's why he's everybody's talking, you paid him all this money. Yeah, but we have outs after the first year, so don't be surprised.
Scotty, I do want to tell you that Jake is still dressed in his Raiders gear head to toe.
Oh,
wow.
No, it's a day of mourning. It's a day of mourning. No, listen, I don't even mourn anymore. I just know that they suck, so how about that?
Well, your deals don't suck, man. You've got great opportunities here for people to come in, get their vehicles. I wanted to mention one thing because I guess it's been about almost a year ago, I brought in a Mazda 5, traded it in for a Mazda 90. I got the PHEV. You were able to save me on monthly payments on a lease. And that's not just for me. You can do that for people.
Yeah, I could do that for lots and lots of people. I mean, if you think that your payment's too high and you're looking at getting something less, come see us. There's definitely opportunities to put you in these vehicles. We are going into winter. These are all-wheel drive vehicles. We have we have something for everybody. We have 30s, 5s, 50s, 90s. We have them all. So, if you're looking at something to get out of something currently, you're looking for a brand new car, Mazda's the best kept secret in the market, and it's the number one resale value vehicle on the market.
I know we just got reset on interest rates and some of the things, the offerings that Mazda gives. Where are we right now on some of these? Do we still have some decent interest rate offering?
Yeah, I got low as 0% on the 50 and some 5s, and then I got 0.9 and 1.9% as low as on the other cars. So, there's plenty of really good rates still out there, that Mazda's standing behind their brand to be able to put it out there on the market. So it's far better than what you get at any credit unions. The great news is that if you end up coming down and you do the subvented rate on a new Mazda, it's going to save you thousands and thousands of dollars in interest, and it actually puts it at a more affordable payment than what you'd think. A lot of people come in and they're looking at the used car because they think that's the budget that they need to be in, and once I'm able to show them that the new car actually is less money than a used car, that makes all the sense in the world. Then, we like to say you'd be the first one to fart in those seats.
Yeah, which is nice, isn't it?
It is nice.
And by the way, pretty much every one of them is a leather seat.
That's right.
These Mazdas they're just
gorgeous.
Decked out inside.
They're gorgeous. Yeah, they don't. The fit and finish on the Mazda is second to none. The quality that it's made, I'm telling you, they've almost made it too good of product because I don't have many in my service department. Most of the stuff back there is maintenance stuff. So, I mean, that's a really good thing when you're saying that way.
Come in and be the first to fart in one of these Mazdas.
That's right.
I love that, man. Come in and buy a new car. Ask for Jake. You can really ask for anybody here on the floor. But if you want to talk directly to Jake, because you've heard us talking to him over the last, whatever it is now, 15 years, we've been here with Jake and Tyler and the Tim Daly team. Come down, ask for him. Anybody on the floor will help you. But let's start saving money. That's Tim Daly Mazda in Southtown. Again, that's Jake. More Hanson Scotty coming up.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. It's the biggest game of the year for BYU as the undefeated and top 10 ranked Cougars head to Lubbock for a showdown against the Red Raiders. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch a special edition of College Football Saturday game day at 8 a.m. with the postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You gave years, maybe decades to your job. You showed up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now, the company's changed. Or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So, what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you've built up a 401k or thrift savings plan, now is the time to ask, is that money really working for you? Many workplace retirement plans offer limited options and even less guidance. At Trajan Wealth, we help people just like you roll over their accounts into IRAs with more flexibility and personalized investment strategies built around your goals. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Tom, I'm on the sideline here with Doug Smith Chevy. Doug, the NCAA has changed its rules regarding NIL money. What do I have to do to land an amazing new 2025 Chevy Silverado?
Just come on down to Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork.
Doug, I'm more than happy for you to use my name, image, and likeness. All I want to know is, how do I get one?
You have to buy it, Scott.
Together, let's drive. Get 2.9% APR financing for 72 months for well-qualified buyers when you finance with GM Financial on all new 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500s. No one knows Chevy like Doug.
High school football is back for another exciting season. And Trucordia, the group name for a nationwide insurance brokerage based here in Utah, is proud to be a Game Night Live sponsor. The Trucordia companies deliver insurance solutions to help you protect what matters most. Home Plus Auto, employee benefits, construction, cyber. Trucordia blocks risks to help ensure your goals. Learn more at Trucordia, spelled TRUCORDIA.com.
Make game day yours with the Utah Mammoth app. Get your tickets, order food and drinks without leaving your seat, track live stats, and stream every game with Mammoth Plus, all in one place. It's the ultimate game day essential, designed for Mammoth fans. Stay connected to your hometown team and never miss a moment. Download the Utah Mammoth app today on iPhone and Android. Turn on push notifications and make every day game day. Tusks up.
If you're getting new gutters, make absolutely sure that you don't get screwed. I mean literally, don't get screwed. Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. And every single gutter company out there uses screws to hold their gutters together at the corners and downspouts. They use screws because they're fast and cheap and easy. But man, they're terrible for your gutters, aside from possibly cutting your hand. They also loosen and corrode over time because they're not made from the same metal as the gutters. At RGS Exteriors, we've been installing gutters for 70 years now, and we don't use screws. We only use permanent, strong, and unobtrusive rivets. They're made from the same material as the gutters, so they won't oxidize, and they won't corrode. They'll also never loosen. Your hand is safe too. Did I mention they look amazing? So don't get screwed. Call RGS and get riveted gutters. Our number is 801-280-3110, or visit us at rgsutah.com. That's 801-280-3110, or rgsutah.com.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is your Cougars at 30 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It is a big one. It is BYU and Texas Tech as Aaron Roderick gets set to go toe-to-toe with one of the best defenses he's seen in the last 2 years.
This is the best defense we've played probably since Texas in 2023. I'd say they're right up there with those guys. This D-line, they're freaks and they're really good players. Their linebackers are great. Everybody knows that. Good secondary. They have no personnel weaknesses. They have a very good scheme, very well coached. I have a lot of respect for their defensive coordinator. They don't really have any weaknesses, and they get turnovers, man. They strip the ball as well as any team I've ever seen.
That is your Cougars at 30 update, all brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Hey, if you're looking for an opportunity to have a great Thanksgiving dinner without all the stress, without all the nonsense, well, guess what? Kenny J's has it covered for you. All you have to do is go to kennyjbbq.com and order your Thanksgiving dinner. It'll be ready for you, and you'll have the best turkey on the planet. kennyjbbq.com.
Complete game coverage of the Cougars is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. It doesn't get much bigger than this. BYU and Texas Tech, your home for the best coverage of Cougar football, is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Woo!
Y'all having a good time out there.
Lloyd, you can't play this song if I'm not in person with Hans, because if I'm not seeing the Pitbull fist pump, it just isn't. It's not worth it, man.
I shouldn't even play it unless you guys are in studio so we can get the video on it of it.
Oh, please tell me, Hans, you're doing the fist pump.
Oh, I'm fist pumping so hard. I look like Daniel when he breaks the ice. When he goes at the ice blocks and brings his elbow through. Like, I am fist pumping, dude. This is a hype machine right now. I will tell you, man, this is more anxiety than I've fought in a long time. And I'll tell you one thing I'm a little bit worried about. I've been thinking about this game now for nearly 14 days. I've been watching different angles and different film. I did a refresher 30-minute hits on both Arizona State and Kansas State this morning. And as an analyst, I get anxiety just watching Texas Tech and thinking, geez, okay, what are you going to do about this? What are you going to do about that? If I was a player and you gave me 14 days to sit around and let's just say I'm Andrew Gentry and I'm looking at David Bailey, the defensive tackle for Texas Tech, you start to get a little anxiety. Like, okay, well, no, I know I could beat him. And you get all this self-talk like, oh, I got this easy. The important thing is that TJ Woods comes to Andrew Gentry and Aaron Roderick comes to Andrew Gentry and David and Coach Gilbride comes to Andrew Gentry, and they all three have a very calm delivery of, hey, don't worry about it. We're very rarely going to put you on an island. We're never going to put you in a 5-step drop. Just get your hands on him, square him up. Just don't let him have a free run. If you don't let him have a free run, you're fine. And remember, we're going to have inside help, inside support, because they drop their D tackle on these downs. So whatever it is, just paint a very calm picture, because 14 days of me breaking this game down, Scotty, I'm like, if I had to play this game, I'd have a little bit of anxiety. Like, how are we going to get this done? So I'm just hoping that the coaches have helped these players internalize what their role is and help them understand what they're going to do to help them get their job done.
How often did you get that as a player, where you were watching a guy on film and being like, this dude's going to be a problem for me?
That happened more in the AFL in my 4 years in the AFL than it ever happened in college. And, I didn't get a ton of playtime in the NFL. So the anxiety was just sky high in the NFL because you wanted to do your job. But I don't remember getting over my skis on personnel in the NFL. But in AFL, it wasn't off film. It was having faced a guy 2 or 3 years in a row and knowing that guy is a problem for me. And that always was in my head. There's very few players back from this Texas Tech team that lost to BYU in 2023. I saw the number on it. I think it was like 4 or 5 is all. I think there's 20 back on the roster, but only 4 or 5 that actually play. It's something small like that. But they'll have that in their memory. It happened every once in a while. The very first game that I played with or that I played in for BYU after a redshirt year was 1997 against the Washington Huskies. And the very first time I stepped on the field after a redshirt year, which is really weird when you redshirt and you're out a full year and then you step on the field for the first time as a redshirt freshman, I ran out there against an offensive lineman named Benji Olson that ended up being a really high draft pick to the Tennessee Titans.
Oh, yeah, I remember that name.
Yeah, and he was really good, and I had watched him on film. I knew he was extremely powerful. I did okay against him, except he caught me on a blind side that was a brutal hit. But very, very, very few times did I have anxiety of the personnel that I was going to face.
I guess it all comes down to how guys get motivated. Depending on, and I don't know what type you would have been, but prefer to coach in a situation like this. You're Andrew Gentry, and you have your coaches coming up like, this is a big stage. Everybody's watching this game. This is your moment to shine. Who knows? You could make some money on a game like this. This is such a big moment for you. Or do you just go and say, hey, you know what? Just another day at the office. Just treat it like another day. Do your job, and off we go.
It's, hey, another day in the office. I mean, you got to do that. You got to put that in your mind as much as you can. And you've got to put those horse blinders on, those kind of blinders that they throw on the sides of a horse's head so that they can't see the peripheral and see things that spook them from behind them. You put those blinders on, and all they do is pay attention to what's directly in front of them. And that metaphor, it actually really does apply to this world, because I'll never forget my rookie year with the Indianapolis Colts, trying to make a roster, knowing that there were 8 or 9 defensive linemen that they had to cut just for me to make the roster. and we were headed to Seattle. They had just built the new stadium, the new Seahawks stadium. I knew that I was going to get probably second quarter rotation. I knew that everything was on the line, and I'd worked my whole life for this moment. And I remember getting to the point where I was hyperventilating and blowing into bags and starting to get dizzy because, that was hundreds of thousands of dollars for me. It was a NFL roster spot. Like the whole world, my whole world. I left BYU. I didn't have a degree. I didn't know anything other than football or what I wanted to do. And it was like it all came down to this moment, Scotty, of this is your life. This is your moment. And if you can make a play or two, maybe you make this roster. Maybe they cut 5 or 6 other guys and not you. And I remember getting so overwhelmed that I couldn't hardly breathe. And I had to put the headset on. I played some calm music. I took myself back to the high school locker room. I took myself, back to like times when things were just a lot more calm and easy, whether it was family vacations or anything, just to take my mind off the intensity of the moment so that I could pay attention to what my job and my role was. And I ended up having an incredible game. That game is what set me up to make the roster that year. And that's the type of kind of vision that you have to have against Texas Tech. You can't be pulling up and see the tent city that you were telling me about, Scotty, and all the energy that's going in and the fireworks that are firing off and the people that are lining the roads with their signs as the bus is pulling into the underground. And you can't get caught in that moment. Put your headset on, put your blinders on, watch your playbook, watch your film, listen to the coaches, and just know it's all going to be okay if you just do your job. That's it. Just do your job, and everything's going to be okay. Everything's going to fall into line. So, yeah, it's a good question, and it's just critical.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Coming up next, the man himself, Kevin Eubank, will join us. What's the weather look like in Lubbock? What does it look like up in Logan? We'll find out next from the chief meteorologist of KSL, Kevin Eubank, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Will Hardy had his annual play hard and pass rant after the game.
Ben, why do you ask your kids to clean the house? It's not because they're going to do a good job.
They're not going to do a spectacular job. I'm going to do a better job.
That's not why you're asking them to clean the house.
Right.
No, you're setting the tone in your house, and I'm trying to do this with my girls too. We're going to be responsible for doing the hard things. You're not going to be able to get away with doing a half-hearted effort, even though I know that you're still going to not be great at cleaning the house. What I'm doing is setting a tone. And I think when he says that, I think that's what he's doing, is setting the tone, especially now. Like, I'm going to take my team back, and you're going to do what I'm going to say, and I'm going to tell you to do some things that you don't want to do, and there's some hard things, but if you don't do them, you're not going to play.
Catch Jake and Ben weekdays from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
America First Credit Union could help you with so many different things, whether it's a small loan to anything up to a full home mortgage. America First Credit Union is here for you. I just recently went into America First Credit Union looking to put some money in a CD, and they've got 12-month CDs that have a good return right now. So if you're looking to store some money away, got a little extra cash, and you're looking to get it working for you, America First Credit Union has those options. And I just love working with the individuals there. All of them very well educated. They know their business, and they'll help get you squared away and in the right direction really quickly. Right now, America First Credit Union has so many different offers, from business loans to business accounts. I run all my business accounts through America First Credit Union. I've got some rentals, and I have to run those rentals through America First, and they help me with that as well. So America First Credit Union, great people, down home, established here in Utah in 1939. They'll get you taken care of. Find a location at americafirst.com.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
A 15-year-old girl who chewed through a rope to escape a serial killer.
I used my front teeth to saw on the rope in my mouth.
The killer prowled the Pacific Northwest in the early 70s. He's been convicted of murdering 2 young women, but suspected of many more.
Maybe there's another one in that area.
Follow and binge all episodes of Stolen Voices of Dole Valley, available now wherever you listen.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Are your kids picky eaters? Bring them in and try our chicken fingers or a grilled cheese sandwich. They'll be smiling big in no time. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is your Utes at 50 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Utes have the week off in preparation for the stretch run of the season in which Utah will need to go 3-0 to earn a spot into the Big 12 championship game. But there's been a lot of great surprises for Utah this year, especially on the offensive side and especially wide receiver Ryan Davis.
He has been so valuable to us this year. He catches everything. You throw it in his general direction, he's going to come down with it. He's also a good run after catch. He gets tough yards after the catch. And such a savvy, crafty receiver. He's as smart of receivers I've ever been around. Knows how to get open, knows how to work the zones and space, get open in space. And he's fearless. He focuses on the ball. He's not going to short arm anything. He's going to go up and get every ball you throw to him. And he's just a guy that is so valuable to Devin and our offense right now.
That's your Utes at 50 update, all brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Get the best barbecue ready for Thanksgiving dinner. That's right, smoked turkey for Thanksgiving, and you don't have to lift a finger to prepare it. It's all brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. To find out how you can have that turkey for Thanksgiving, go to KennyJBBQ.com.
Nobody gets you ready for Utah football more than the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready?
It's a much-needed bye week for the Utes as they get set for the final stretch of the 25 season. Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, make sure to join the show coming up Tuesday from noon to 3 at Sound Sleep Medical, 8941 South, 700 East in Sandy. All right, it's that time where we get a chance to chat with somebody who's far better looking and smarter than the two of us, Hans. It's Kevin Eubank, Chief Meteorologist from KSL. K-Bank, how are you?
Hey, guys, I'm great. How are you today?
Fantastic.
Never better. Never better. Are you holding up all right?
I'm doing great. Yeah, it's super nice. Fall's awesome. We've had great temperatures. Everything's been good. It was
all right.
How about you guys? I miss seeing you. I don't see as much.
I
Football
know.
season, you guys hunker down, and it's like you guys are operating out of a bunker.
Well, it feels that way. I'm in Dallas. Utah State's got a basketball game tonight, and then Hans will be down here in Texas tomorrow for for BYU and Texas Tech. So, what are we looking like in Lubbock tomorrow?
Well, first off, I'd rather be in Dallas than Lubbock. I mean, I'm just saying for a variety of reasons. So, lucky you, Scotty and Hans. Go get them. But it's beautiful. It is so pretty. It's going to be sunny. 60s. It's an early kick, so it's a 10 a.m. for us. 60s to start, 70s to finish. Just beautiful, sunny Texas weather for that football game. And as we all know, I don't think anyone would have ever thought that we'd be having a conversation at the first week of November about the importance of a top 10 matchup and all the implication it has for the playoffs, for the Big 12 championship. To think that BYU's there right now, it's pretty cool. So it should be a fun game.
Well, we got Utah State coming back in here to Logan. What does Logan look like Saturday?
Beautiful as well, just not as warm. So we're going to have mostly sunny skies. It's a 4:30 kick against Nevada, and we'll start in the 50s and then slide down into the 40s. Sunset's about 5:15. So, you just get a little bit of sun to start that game, but then most of it's in the dark. So bundle up. Temperatures drop down into those upper 40s as you head through the halftime.
I did a quick little oil change and, got it ready for the winter, my snowblower. So am I going to have to use that thing this year? I really want to. So let's get it going.
On. Scotty, you have to use it every year. I know where you live, and every year you use that snowblower. So this is what I think is interesting, and we've watched this for a lot of years. What we're involved in is a little climate shifting that happens. And so our Novembers are actually a little bit more like October. And our Decembers are a little bit more like November. So everything feels like a month later. We start getting our first snow generally in December, not in November. And so everything's just kind of shifted a little bit. And that means that it lasts a little longer into the spring as well. We see snowfall all the way into April and sometimes even May. And so I think that's what we're dealing with right now. It's been a gorgeous October, a spectacular start to November. And I think eventually December we get our first little bit of snow. And then it really gets going into January and February. So just a little later than maybe when we grew up. I think it's just a little different.
Well, Kevin, enjoy the games coming up tomorrow. And thanks, as always, for helping us out. We appreciate it.
Thanks, guys. Good luck with both your games this weekend.
You got it. Kevin Eubank from KSL, Chief Meteorologist and overall good dude. All right, I'm here in Dallas, but Hans, you're hanging out with Jake and the crew down at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, and I love what they do for people down there. They've helped me out in all kinds of different situations. I know they've helped out so many of our listeners, family members. If you want a great vehicle, not only are you going to get a great one in Mazda, but you're going to get it from the best sales staff on the planet.
Yeah, the best sales staff, and we got one here with us. Jeff is hanging out with us here on the headset. Jeff, how you doing?
Good. How are you guys?
Doing fantastic. How are the deals down here?
We're making deals like always.
Good.
Like always.
We need to get the listeners in. Come in. It's going to be a nice weekend to come in and get a test drive in, find a car that kind of fits the budget. And I know that's one thing you guys take pride in, Jeff. If somebody comes in and they're like, hey, I've got $280, $320, $350 a month, you'll help them find the car that fits their budget.
Yeah, we've got a car for every budget, and we will figure it out whether it's a brand new CX, brand new Mazda, or even if it's a used car. We'll find something for every person.
Hey, on the new cars that drive off the lot here, what percentage are lease and what percentage are purchase?
We are typically about 65% lease.
See, I don't think people understand how valuable a lease is nowadays. You can get great percentages. You can get great numbers. Like, you can be in a new car, not have to deal with the check engine light. People need to understand a lease is a fantastic option.
Yeah, it's the best way to get the biggest bang for the buck, for sure. You can get more car for less money per month on a lease than you can in a purchase typically.
And you can typically drive a new car on a lease in anywhere from $300 to $350.
Yep, depending on what you're looking for. Absolutely.
Yeah, if you want that 90 or if you want the turbo and the 50, you come in and just take a look at these cars, find a lease point that really matches your family and what you need, and we'll get you on your way.
Absolutely.
That's the other thing. You guys don't mess around. You don't waste people's time. You can
sure.
get people in and out of here quick.
Yeah, we certainly want to be efficient with your time. We know your time is important, so we're doing everything we can to try to be as quick as possible.
What's your favorite Mazda?
Oh, well, I'm driving another 50, so
you're in the 50. Yeah. Scotty's in the 50.
Yeah, I'm actually driving a 50
it.
hybrid right now. The 50 hybrid is pretty nice. If you're looking for something for miles, the gas mileage, the 50 hybrid is the way to go as well.
My mom has the 50. I always borrow her car.
Yeah.
I'm always in the 50.
Right.
Scotty, you love your turbo?
I love the turbo, man. I absolutely love it. That sucker gets up and moves. And if you're concerned about I love the Mazda for the safety, the tech package, and I'm going to sacrifice a little horsepower. No, you won't. No, you will not, because that sucker gets up and goes, man. I love it. And, Jeff, you talk about leases. There's a lot of people out there that are really crazy upside down in vehicles. You can roll into a lease and then essentially wipe that negative equity out, correct?
That's correct, yes, depending on how long the lease is. As soon as if you've got negative equity to bring into a new vehicle purchase or lease, when that lease is up, you're out of that negative equity situation.
Love it. There's so many great things they can do for you. Tim Dowley, Mazda Southtown on off of 106 South on Automall Drive right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
With everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every offseason move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter. Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter from the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter.
Hans, water is so important, and whether you're drinking tons of it every day or you just need great quality water to cook with, whatever the case might be, you want only the best for you and your family. And Colgan Water is going to make sure that happens. I use their bottled service. A lot of people also just have them come in and do a whole home filtration system. Whatever you need, Hans, they've got it covered for you.
Colgan's fantastic, and we're talking about a family-owned company. You might be thinking, Colgan, oh, man, they're a corporation. They're going to be gigantic. No, this is still family-owned. It's still family-operated. It's a down home. It's a realistic feel. They're a great company. That means that they're more personal. That means they're more affordable. That means that as soon as you call or send a message, they're going to be out there to help you or answer the questions that you've got. But as Scotty mentioned, anything from bottled service to whole home filtration, Colgan is going to get you set up. So if you're looking for good tasting, high quality, incredible H2O, well, that's going to be Colgan. They're going to get you set up.
801-509-9602. Call them right now. They'll even give you a free water test just to see where your current water's at. 801-509-9602. Or check them out online at ColganSLC.com.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Annuities, non-advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at trajanwealth.com.
The Garden Restaurant, Salt Lake's best eatery spot for all things turkey, handcrafted soups, and our famously fresh line house rolls. Dine in or carry out. The Garden Restaurant, open into the evenings and on Saturdays starting November 14th. Visit us at thegardenslc.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All college football, all day. It's a Football Friday right here on the Zone. Whether it's the Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, we've got you covered. This is a Football Friday edition of Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Well, we are knee-deep in it. It is one of the biggest Football Fridays of the entire college football season. I'm looking at Mr. Alima Harrington, and he's got that nervous look on his face.
I'm so anxious, and I'm starving for some BYU football. Coming off a bye week, I'm starving like Marvin for a Cool J song, a little Def Jam drop there. LL Cool J shout out. Man, I have consumed every piece of media available to get ready for this game, and I can't wait. I'm glad that it's an early game, and as long as it doesn't impact the play of the Cougars, that's tough to play at that time of day. But I'm glad I don't have to wait till the evening for an 8:15 kick.
Get it right out of the gates.
Man, I'm excited.
Coach Mack came in, and Coach Mack had Coach's face on.
Yeah.
I sure did. This is a way huge game for BYU.
Yeah.
And tough environment, good team they're playing against. And, man, I tell you what, if they can just keep it close going into the fourth quarter, give themselves an opportunity to make 3 or 4 plays at key times, because BYU's had a bye week, chance to rest up, chance to watch more film. Their speed guys will be available, and I think everybody's on board.
JoJo's available.
Yeah.
You got more weapons.
Yeah. JoJo, LJ, yeah. Raider Demooney.
Yeah.
You got a good grip of guys that are coming back and look to be healthy. Coach, were you in the stadium for the
Was I what?
In the stadium for the Utah-Texas Tech game?
Yes.
Okay. So you talk about keeping it close to the fourth quarter and having an opportunity. Utah did just that. They kept it close to the fourth quarter. And then the wheels came off.
Because, on that day in our stadium, Texas Tech was a better team. I mean, the result they got, they deserved because they earned it. It wasn't. And I think at that time, Utah was trying to find itself a little bit, because if you notice now, at this point of the year, Utah has the personnel has changed. You don't have the same guys playing all the time. So they're still finding their players, basically with the roster. So the first game was not necessarily an indicator of what they could do. Now, I think Utah's probably the hottest team in the league at this point, because they're playing really good football in all phases. And the biggest difference last week was the special teams, because Manu got a big return, which changed the game. The kicker looked confident, kicks everything out of the end zone, kicks his field goals. Coverage teams are really good. And I think the special teams was a huge difference in this last game. And this guy had advertised at Cincinnati that the strength of his team is special teams. And basically, we whipped them in all phases. But
and that was a good Cincinnati team.
Yeah.
Cincinnati's a very good football
They were
team.
unbeaten in conference play, weren't they?
Yeah. And I said this, earlier this week on a TV hit, that I would not want to see Utah right now. BYU is fortunate to get Utah when and where they got them on the schedule, because to your point, Utah was still trying to find themselves early in the season, right? And right now, I would agree. They're probably the hottest team in the Big 12 right now.
And they get a bye week, so
they get
Dampier to get healthy.
And they've got Houston, the two Kansas schools.
Well, they got Cincinnati, and they got
he's talking about Utah.
Yeah. Their path is.
They
have a nice path.
Yeah, they got all the games that they have left are all.
So they're at Baylor.
Yep.
They get Kansas State at home. Then they're at Kansas. Those are their.
And they should be favored in every game. The Baylor game would scare me a little bit, but Utah coming off a bye I have less worry.
Yeah.
Because I think the Baylor head coach is really a good defensive coach, and he'll have a good plan going in.
Yeah.
Now, whether he has enough, players on his team to compete with Utah, I don't think so. It would just depend. And Utah's great coming off bye.
Yeah.
So I would say Utah ends this season 10-2, and then we'll see what BYU has to. This game is important, but their stretch is tough.
Got to finish 3-1 at least, minimum.
And if that happens, right? If Utah finishes the way that we're describing, same thing with BYU, and Texas Tech, finishes strong, you could have 3 Big 12 teams in the college football playoff. But just think, forget about Texas Tech. Just think if you had BYU and Utah both in the college playoff. This state would get on.
I'll tell you what,
lose our minds.
Yeah, it would be. So give me BYU's remaining schedule: Texas Tech,
Baylor. No, I'm sorry. Cincinnati.
TCU at home.
Yeah, and TCU at home.
And then.
Okay, give it to me again.
So you go at Texas Tech, TCU at home, at Cincinnati, UCF at home.
Whew. So I see that they could probably win 3 out of 4 of those games.
I think that they could win 3 out of 4, and it's funny because every win they've got, it's like you just put more hay in the barn.
Yeah.
And one of the things I'm going to point out, I feel like in this game against Texas Tech, I feel like you're playing with house money. I feel like you can gamble. Why not? Why not take the risks? Why not throw crazy blitz packages, throw crazy offensive plays? Why not just take the risk because you're on house money? Sitting at 8-0 with the finishing that you've got.
At number 7.
It's going to take some
right.
It's going to take some unorthodox play to get a win against Texas Tech, and special teams wise too. take a couple of risks. A surprise onside when nobody's expecting it. Those types of things, you're going to have to do something outside of the box to get this
Well,
win.
sometimes when you play a team the quality of Texas Tech, you take a look at gimmicks, and, I was going back, and when I look back at big games that over the years, if we just run our offense, run our defense, run our special teams,
and not put in wrinkles,
and not put in a lot of different things, and although they've had an extra week, but if you put it in the week of the game,
and they've got some deep thinker corner coordinators,
yeah, so I don't think they'll go crazy on things that they're trying to do, and you can look at the film and say, oh yeah, this play really looks good. We need to put that in. Or this play really looks good. We should put that in. But a lot of times, these new things you put in, all of a sudden they go backwards. And then when you go back and look at your film the week later, you say, we should have just stuck to our offense.
Why'd we take that shot on 2nd and 2? We could have got the 2. We could have got ourselves in 3rd and short.
Yeah.
Don't be conservative, right? Don't play not to lose.
Yeah,
you still play to win, and you have enough stuff. It's not like if BYU went for it on the 4th on a fake punt, like people would go, wow, that's crazy, because BYU does that.
Kelly does that a lot.
And you got the cyclone reverse, all the different things that you have offensively that you have enough wrinkles in there that you don't have to put in anything crazy and different, just for the shock and awe effect of it. And because I think that this game is so important, because a loss here and you get some PTSD from last year. It's like, uh-oh.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Is TCU going to come in and do it?
Yeah. But at the same time, I think that to your point, you are playing with the house money. You're in a great position, sitting at number 7.
With a bye week. You've never had a better chance to take a couple of risks. And I don't know what those risks are.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying you changed. I'm just saying do something that is like, holy cow, I didn't see that coming. Yeah. That was big.
Well, I tell you what, defensively, they've got a lot of defense in. And the thing is that I've been told over and over again from Gary and Jay and that group down there is that these kids can handle a lot of stuff and not make mistakes because they're very intelligent players. So there's no limit of what they can do defensively because these kids can handle it. So whatever weaknesses they see in their offense, BYU will be able to take advantage of it because mentally they can handle it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep. In other words, the corner has a responsibility, defensive end has a responsibility, and the worst thing that can happen is you put some stuff in that they can't handle.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden you get that old saying, I thought he said this, I thought he said that.
Yep. Nobody has the answer.
And then all of a sudden, how come that B gap it looked like a truck could run through it.
Yeah.
But these guys, in watching them in practice, are very sound in how they practice.
BYU?
Yeah, very sound.
Yeah.
And based on speed.
And they're getting coached hard.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Getting coached hard. Watching Justin in a run out on a field.
Oh, yeah.
And stop. Hey, I want this and this and it. And watching Jay Hill with his safeties, they don't let anything slip.
No, they're first of all, the players have to respond to what you're teaching, and the players believe. And belief is a huge thing. And it's just like the quarterback has got better every week. 71 has got a little better. He can still get better. The offensive left tackle.
Yeah.
So I look at these guys and I see that they've matured. They've gotten better because they take coaching.
And by the way, Jada's got to be big.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Jada's got to be
that
big.
That front seven they're going up against is as good as you'll face maybe in the country.
So what I'm calling out is Tanavasa. Hey, Tanavasa, it's your time, my brother.
Yep.
Do you hear me? Yeah.
That's coming from Coach Mack.
I hope you know what's going on.
Yeah.
Hey, bring your stuff.
Yeah.
Hey,
and on the offensive side, Bear Bachmeier, similar to this defense, they can handle it, what you're putting in.
Right.
Bear Bachmeier has, I think, impressed in so many different areas, but maybe the most impressive for an 18-year-old kid, 19-year-old kid, is his ability to be able to have all of this offense now. You kind of spoon-fed him to begin and to see what he could handle. And it's like, dang, this kid can handle it.
Yeah. Well,
right? He's an intelligent player.
He's very mature for his age, and 5 weeks ago or 6 weeks ago when they named him the starter, whatever that was, I said, that's.
Are you sure?
Yeah, well, yeah, that's kind of what I said. Who is he? Because he just came in the summer, correct?
Yeah. No, he was a late addition.
So
he missed spring.
And they had
he was with spring in Stanford.
Yeah. So they had two guys practicing, in the spring.
Yeah. Bourget and Hillstead.
Probably Hillstead.
And I'm saying, well, who's going to be the real deal? I mean, I like the kid that transferred from Utah State.
Yeah, Hillstead.
By the way, Retzlaff was practicing with BYU in spring.
Yeah, Retzlaff was still there when
he was taking all the
Bear
starting reps.
In. Yeah.
Or, when Bear committed, that Retzlaff had not left yet.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep. So there was a real share of reps through spring.
Yeah.
Well, you kind of knew that he wasn't going to be there. The quarterback.
Yeah.
Retzlaff. Yeah.
Yeah, because you just hear different. And I'm looking at the church philosophy, looking at everything, and there was no way out.
Yeah, there was a disciplinary action was imminent.
Yeah. Yeah. So you knew that BYU had to make a statement.
Yeah.
Okay. And they tried everything that was legal.
Yeah.
To try to keep him there. You set out 5 games, and you could play the last 6, and which is not very appealing, So you have to give credit to the BYU coaching staff and the people that
and Santiago. I mean, he takes over, and this is the first thing that he deals with.
Man, that's so true. This big controversy.
Yeah.
Coach Mack, I am curious. So true freshman quarterback, biggest game of his life. First top 10 matchup in BYU history where they're a top 10 and they're playing a top 10. It's never happened before. So this kid is getting requests from every major media outlet. You've got Game Day that's going to be there, and they want to know what type of underwear the kid's going to be wearing in the game, and they want to talk to him and his family, and they want to get professional photos, and they need to come to the house and bombard him with questions. And he's got to be on 2 phone calls, one with Jim Rome and one with Colin Cowherd, and he's got to all of these weekly responsibilities. As a coach, what do you do to protect him in this environment?
You got to keep all the noise out of the kid's head.
And how do you do that? Do you just tell your SIDs? No, we're not taking those requests.
Yeah, your SID says, hey, this is when the kid's available. He's available at this time. Otherwise, you go through me or go through his position coach or somebody else. But I would definitely limit the kid's availability.
On a limit, you talk about those massively impactful moments. I went through one in my career with Scotty to start the show. Those moments can be really difficult to keep the noise out of your ears and keep the fear out of your heart and keep all the anxiety out of your brain and to shed all that and go play football. It can be really hard.
Especially at that position where you know that everybody's looking at you to be, sound, strong, steady, and everybody, every one of us is human. And it's like my hope for him, and I think it's a huge benefit that Tiger is on this team. Like his brother's there. And I got my brother that I can unleash, some of these things. And I can talk with them. Man, I'm feeling some, this or that. Because you don't share that with the general public. You might not even share that with the entire team. Now, the team is there to support you. But from a mental health standpoint, man, you got to have an outlet somewhere. And I think it's a huge blessing that Tiger's on this team and he's got a good relationship with his brother.
Yeah, I want to point something out because I don't think that there could be a better fit than Aaron Roderick.
Yeah.
Okay, and I'm gonna point this out. Coming out of high school and going into my recruiting and meeting some of these coaches, Barry Sachs was the first D-line coach I met. He was the Boise State D-line coach. And foul-mouthed, angry, spitting fire all the time. And then I met Coach Katzer, who was the coach at Utah State at the time. And then, I start to move forward with my recruiting and I go to Nebraska and I meet with, the coach, the defensive line coach at Nebraska. It's right on the tip of my tongue. He was just a fiery, nasty dude. And I remember it kicks up anxiety. You're like, these dudes are just so intense. And you're like, geez, I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Roderick is unassuming.
Yeah.
He's small in stature.
Mm-hmm.
So he's not this big, imposing figure that you feel like is breathing fire down your neck. He's very soft-spoken. He never gets out of himself and loses his mind. I even think to Norm Chow as a coordinator, Norm was fierce.
Yeah.
And he was intimidating. And we all stayed out of his path. If we saw him on campus, we got out of his way because he was intimidating. I think Bear Bachmeier has found a unique situation where he's got a quarterback coach that is not intimidating. He's not imposing. He's not fierce.
Yeah.
What he is calm, unassuming, and intelligent.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
similar.
I think the last word you used was the best one. He's intelligent.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't get caught up. He's just an everyday guy.
Yeah.
And he appreciates the assistant coaches. He has people have confidence in him, and so, he's very loyal to BYU.
Yeah. I think all of unless you're on the practice field and in those huddles, and granted, BYU is pretty good with the media that comes out of that campus and that program. But all of the huddles that you see, whether it's Fesi Sitaki or with Kalani, or even with Roderick and his media availability, they're very calm. They're the relationship, and I'm with you, Hans. Football coaches, generally speaking, are high strung.
Yeah,
and it can be overwhelming. And especially, again, we're trying to put ourselves back into our freshman season, at our university and the BYU experience, and how overwhelming that can be. And he is in a very good situation at BYU.
And the other thing, if I'm Bear Bachmeier and I'm coming into the program and I sit down in the meeting room and I'm looking at pictures of Zach Wilson with the Jets, and I'm looking at Jaron Hall with the Vikings, and I'm looking at who's the transfer quarterback that came in, and Slovis.
Yeah.
I'm looking at a picture of Slovis. I think he was on the Bills practice squad. I'm like, okay, NFL, and you're the one that took him there.
Yeah.
Tell me what I need to do.
Yeah.
That gains respect. When you got a coach that's earned it and it's gained it, I think that helps to force a kid to listen. And then the other guy that Bear Bachmeier praises is this Matt Mitchell, who's actually the quarterback's coach for BYU. Aaron Roderick has become the OC. Matt Mitchell has worked the quarterback side of it. So I know Bear has worked very closely with Matt Mitchell, and Bear has mentioned that multiple times in the post-game conversations I have with him and Greg has with him. He's always mentioning, Matt Mitchell. So I do want to mention that there is a unique blend of a quarterback's coach that works specifically with him and the coordinator. We're live at Tim Daly Mazda here in Southtown, hanging out with Jeff. And Jeff, do you have a Mazda Miata that we can get Coach Mack in? Do you have that one on the lift?
Yeah, no, we don't have one here. We've got one on its way.
Okay, well, I just saw a trailer was just parked when we came in, had 12 cars on it.
Yeah, maybe it's on there.
And I was looking to see which one I wanted. And I was waiting for the guy to unload, so I couldn't wait too long because, we had to do the show. But so
I want to get you a midlife crisis car.
Hey, I need a double midlife crisis.
I want a midlife crisis car for Coach Mack.
I'm way past that midline.
That is not even true. Come down, Tim Daly Mazda. You can ask for Jeff. You can ask for anybody here on the sales floor. Talk about some of the deals that you've got going on here on the lot.
Yeah, we've got, obviously our leases are fantastic, right? And we've got some interest rates that are as low as 0%, depending on which model you're on. But we've got really great low down payments. We've got, there's deals on the 5s, the 50s. We've got a few 90s. We've got new 90s coming in. The 26s are on their way. But we've got deals on every model that we have here.
And they got people that can jump in and test drive with you, people that can show you around, find the make, the model, find the color, the interior, whatever it is you're looking for. You guys can modify it. And the other thing I want to point out is if you come in and you're like, well, I want a lift, I want different wheels, I want some tint on my windows. You can do all those things.
Oh, yeah, and Scotty knows that firsthand.
Oh, yeah. Scotty came in.
Now we're talking.
Oh, Scotty was like, I want it piped out. I want a 26-inch lift. I want jumbo wheels that I can drive. I want extra double turbo. You guys, right. You had to bore out all kinds of things to get him up to where you want.
We can do whatever your mind wants. We can figure it out.
I think for the consumer, the zero interest rate is huge because really as a family, you look at what the monthly, what you're paying monthly. I mean, regardless of what the cost of the car, okay, how much do I have to pay out each month? And I think as going back to, my younger age when we were buying cars or buying things, we didn't worry about how long it was. It's just how much I have to pay monthly.
That's right.
Because you take a look at, okay, my monthly income is this much. We need a car. We can afford to pay this much over this period of time. And really, the consumer, that's what they're looking at. They don't always look at, it's a 3-year loan or so. All you look at is what's the monthly. Yep. And do we get the car for the monthly payment that we can afford?
Yeah.
And that's really what families look at.
That's right. And you know what's great is you can get that monthly payment in a Mazda, and you could put it on a lease. You could get in the 220s, 250s on a lease, have a brand new car, so your check engine light never comes on. You're staying in that $200 range, and you never have to worry about fixing the car. Because, Coach, I know you've had cars break down, and you're like, there's $1,000 going into my transmission.
And then if you lease, you could always release. Yeah. In other words, you lease a car for 2 years. 2 years later, you lease another car. And it's basically the same payment.
Yep.
It's not a change. In other words, I get another new car for 2-year lease, but I'm paying the same thing.
Same price on
and I got a new car.
Yeah. There's a lot of great options down here. Come in and ask for Jeff. Just come in and talk to anybody here at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown. More Hanson Scotty coming up.
It's game week for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. Bronco Mendenhall and the Aggies look to get back on the winning track with a showdown against Nevada in Maverick Stadium. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Aggie football and your chance to win tickets to the game. Then catch all the play-by-play action beginning with the Aggie pregame show this Saturday at 4:30 on 1280 a.m. Your exclusive home for Aggie football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey guys, Alex Keary from the KSL Sports Zone. I'm sitting down here with Dale today, who has also been on the same program I've been on.
Thank you.
Why did you join the SLC Fat Loss program?
Because it has to do with accountability. I need somebody to hold me accountable.
What were your particular goals with weight loss? I know it changes for everybody.
I started out at 330 pounds, and my goal is to get down to 200 pounds.
Tell me about the goal then. Have you been able to meet it?
I've lost 46 pounds. I've still got a ways to go. I figure I probably have 2 more sessions to go with it, so I'm going to stay in as long as it takes.
What do you think helped you the most with that success at being able to drop the weight with SLC Fat Loss?
Because I believe in it. I'm living it. It's a part of my life now.
All right, so would you recommend SLC Fat Loss to somebody, and why?
Absolutely. It's the best program I've ever been into, and I've tried lots of diet programs.
Thank you so much, Dale. To learn the success of losing up to 1 pound of healthy fat a day and to start that own success story of your own, get a hold of the folks at slcfatloss.com. Here's the website again. That's slcfatloss.com.
Results may vary.
Save now with UCCU Black Friday money deals. $150 cash for signing up for direct deposit. A free Shark robot vacuum when closing your mortgage. Low-rate credit cards with 0% interest for 6 months. Auto and RV loans, no payments for 90 days. Home equity loans with an extra 0.25% off the interest rate. Lock the deals in now with just your name, phone number, and email at uccu.com. Visit uccu.com/Black Friday and lock in your deals. Plus more deals weekly at uccu.com. UCCU. Love where you bank.
Tom, I'm on the sideline here with Doug Smith Chevy. Doug, the NCAA has changed its rules regarding NIL money. What do I have to do to land an amazing new 2025 Chevy Silverado?
Just come on down to Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork.
Doug, I'm more than happy for you to use my name, image, and likeness. All I want to know is, how do I get one?
You have to buy it, Scott.
Together, let's drive. Get 2.9% APR financing for 72 months for well-qualified buyers when you finance with GM Financial on all new 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500s. No one knows Chevy like Doug.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. Did you know that we offer 3 distinct styles of gutter protection? Each one meant to handle a specific leaf problem. You might not even know there are different styles of gutter protection, but there are. And if you pick the wrong one, it could be a huge waste of money. Now, the big gutter guard companies won't tell you this. They try to sell you a one-size-fits-all gutter guard, and it could be completely wrong for the amount and types of trees and leaves you have. Not RGS Exteriors. We understand which kind of leaf problem needs which kind of gutter guard. We'll do an in-depth evaluation to assess the types, locations, and numbers of trees in your yard. Based on that data, we match your home to the right gutter guard. So don't risk wasting money on the wrong gutter protection. For a free evaluation and estimate, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsexteriors.com. That's 801-280-3110 or rgsexteriors.com.
The Utah Mammoth and Smiths are teaming up to get you to the game with qualifying Smiths purchases. You can score single goal view tickets, hot dog and a bottle of water included for just $15. The catch? These tickets go fast. Download the Utah Mammoth app, enable push notifications, and be the first to know when new tickets are released. Shop at Smiths, then snag your seat for $15. Simple. Grab the Utah Mammoth app today and watch for the next release. Tusks up. Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Standout wide receiver for BYU, Parker Kingston, is sure excited about this Red Raiders game.
I mean, obviously top 10 matchup, it's game day. There's a lot of implications on the game, but it's going to be a fun game on the road at Texas Tech. They got a great environment, but we're just taking it like any other week, going 1-0. They're another team in the way of our end goal.
This update brought to you by Kenny J's. Make this Thanksgiving unforgettable with Kenny J's Barbecue. Skip the stress, bring home the slow smoke perfection. You can pre-order your Thanksgiving meal today. Just text 801-230-5396. Yeah, you heard me. Thanksgiving. All you got to do is pre-order it. Do it right now. Tell them that Hans and Scotty sent you. They're going to get you 10% off. That's 801-230-5396.
All college football all day. It's a Football Friday right here on the Zone. Whether it's the Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, we've got you covered. This is a Football Friday edition of Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You know, Coach, when you study war history, your best generals knew everything, every single detail about the other general.
Right.
And they knew all their tricks and all their trades, and they knew everything every sneaky thing they'd done in war and combat in the past. I want to know, how well do you know Joey McGuire? What do you know about Joey McGuire? 4th year at Texas Tech, and he's put together now these pieces for Texas Tech. He fired both his coordinators. He brought in Mac Leftwich as his offensive coordinator and quarterbacks coach. It's his first season. And then he brought in Sheil Wood, who's his defensive coordinator, first year. Fired both of them, brought in new ones, rebuilt his team, rebuilt his roster with 20 new pieces, spent more money in NIL than anybody else in the country, and now this is what you got. And I'm just trying to figure out, who is Joey McGuire?
Well, you know, obviously Joey McGuire had a plan, and he knew what he wanted to put together, and he had the money to put it together. And obviously, whoever his GM is, you know, that identifies the players and the people that work for him, that identify the players that will be available on the NLI. That first of all, they have the money. They identified the right players of their needs. They identified the coordinators they needed, and they built this team. They took a look at their weaknesses. Okay, here's where we're weak. Here's where we need to get strong. We need 2 defensive inside tackles. We need a defensive end. We need a corner. We need this. So what you do is and they've already identified the people that. My guess, they were in contact with these kids before these kids went out on the NLI. So they knew prior who they were going to approach. In other words, so when I watch these games on Saturday, particularly when I watch the Mountain West teams, I say, okay, this kid's somebody that Utah should approach. This is somebody that somebody else should approach. This kid does everything that you need. You know, like there was a guy at Nevada Arena, a defensive end. So I'm watching him against Fresno. I said, this guy will be a great edge guy because he's active, he's fast, and even though the team is not great,
he's great.
He's great because he can run, he's athletic, and he makes plays. So, you know, so it's just the guy did a good job of identifying the needs, and I'm sure that they were in contact with these players before the guarantees were probably out there before they even completed the year. Look, some in-between person probably said you reached out, hey, Johnny.
How you feeling?
Well, I like this guy, you know. How do we get in contact with him without being in violation? Can you feel his parents out? You know, would the kid want to transfer for this amount of money? You know, so it's just that, you know, that map that's sitting in front of all these guys.
And that's the future of athletics, because they're not just doing that in football. They're doing that in there are other sports too.
Yeah.
In softball, they're doing it everywhere, and you hope it doesn't ruin college athletics, where just the team or the institution with the most money is going to win all the championships that they want because they have the money to do it. And that you still have some parity and some competition out there, because otherwise, man, that's the part that concerns me. It's like, man, I always think about it from the standpoint of in the grand scheme of things, the championships are great, And it's nice if you put some guys in the NFL, but that's such a small portion of the kids that are going to come through your program. What else are we teaching, and have we lost that in the process? So if you can do that and still be team-oriented and individual development-oriented, not talking about the athletic side of it, but building good young men, good young women, and building the community, then it's a huge win for everybody.
Yeah. And I'm seeing aspects of both of those things. Coach Mack, Texas Tech is coming out of a physical matchup against Kansas State. Kansas State scored quick in that game with a nice it was a fake fly sweep, and Avery Johnson took the keeper off the right side and went for about 50 yards in the touchdown. And Texas Tech had to really bear down. I saw a few guys go down on the field but come back in the game. David Bailey was one of them. He went down on the field, came back in the game. But it was a very physical game just about 6 days ago against Kansas State. Do you think that helps BYU, just the nature of the Kansas State game? The Texas Tech is on the week and not a bye week. And how much do you think Joey McGuire changes his team to get ready for the number 7 Cougars?
Probably not a lot. Not a lot. First of all, the middle linebacker, his stats are unbelievable. The kid is an unbelievable reader. Now there's 2 guys that I loved watching. There was about maybe 10 years ago a linebacker at Wisconsin, and he could anticipate things so quickly. You watch him in practice and you're amazed. This kid is the same.
Talking about Rodriguez? Rodriguez?
Well,
number 10?
Yeah, Jacob Rodriguez.
Yeah.
10 for Texas.
But he is, to me, he's around every play.
Yeah.
He's in the 4 or 5 guys that are on every tackle. He's there.
Yep.
And he knows, he processes in his mind extremely well. And obviously he's a leader because they follow. He has a voice in the locker room, on the field, and he's excited to play. So, to me, he's the plus factor.
Yeah, he's the heart and soul of that defense.
For sure.
And then probably the Big 12 Defensive Player of the Year.
Yeah, I would say so, yeah.
Yeah, and I was looking at Jack Kelly and looking at Glasgow. I mean, BYU's got some great defensive talent.
Yeah.
Well,
but this guy is number 1.
He's special.
Yeah, he's number 1. Coach, I wanted to talk to you because one of the keys in the lead up before this game kicks off that I go back and forth with Greg Wrubell on is going to be 3 to 4 point on the ball. Jacob Rodriguez has forced 7 fumbles. This team has forced 16 fumbles collectively. They lead the country, and they lead it by a pretty decent margin.
Yeah.
When you would teach your running backs ball security or teach quarterbacks ball security, give me a couple of pointers and details for me to watch during the broadcast.
Well, how well they possess the football, where they carry the football. Do they make sure they keep it tucked? And
so you want the ball high, and Lima, I know you can speak to this too. What do they call it? 3-point and then a 4th point with the cover?
High and tight, right? And 3-point coverage. So you got it covered on the front with the hand, and then it's up tight into the elbow and up against, in that crease up in your shoulder.
Yeah.
Right? And you're keeping it all right up in there. And then you bring the other hand. You watch Bear Bachmeier, and he is textbook because when he gets in traffic, the other hand comes up.
Yeah.
And so does LJ. LJ does the same thing. And you look at BYU, and their turnover margin is actually better than Texas Tech because they've taken better care of the ball than Texas Tech's offense. But it's in large part because these guys are taking good care of the football and they're protecting it, right?
Yeah, you got to know how to you got to know how to fork the ball out from a defensive standpoint, and what to pull on, what to push on, So the primary guy goes in to make the tackle. The next three guys are there.
Either raking it or punching it.
Yeah. And so there are certain drills you can do every day that obviously most running back, wide receiver coaches work on a daily basis.
Yeah.
And you never talk about fumbling the football. You talk about possessing the football.
Right.
Because if you put fumble in their mind, they're thinking, I don't want to fumble.
Yeah, and then you're thinking fumble.
Yeah.
And then it manifests itself.
It's just how you it's how you mentally talk about it. You know, mentally say, hey, possess the football. You know, lock it up. You know, but don't use the word don't fumble.
Yeah, and with LJ going into this game, you don't talk to him about, hey, the shoulder, don't fumble the ball. You talk about, hey, the shoulder, you take better care of the ball, right? You know, not talking about fumbling, but LJ's got to understand that they're coming after you. They're going to try to, get you when you get contact and then get the ball out of there.
Exactly.
But that's a strong kid.
Yeah.
You know, LJ is a beast.
Yeah, got to tuck
right?
BYU has won 2 games this year when they've lost the turnover margin. They beat West Virginia and they beat Arizona. Took a couple of overtimes to beat Arizona, but they were able to do it. They will not, and mark my words, they will not win this game by losing the margin, if they lose the margin.
No, they won't. And I'll tell you what, going back to that Arizona game, I mean, they were on the cliff.
Yeah.
And they managed to pull it out, which was amazing because it looked like in the fourth quarter, and then all of a sudden, boom, boom, you got an overtime game.
Yep.
And then all of a sudden, Arizona gives up a little bit. BYU, I mean, that game was definitely in question. You know?
The Arizona game?
Yeah.
Yeah, you had to go to your defensive corners and say, we're gonna run man. We're going to run man. We're going to bring extra pressures. Yep. And they really got creative. What I saw against Arizona in the fourth quarter defensively for BYU, I'd like to see some of that against Texas Tech. I don't know how capable you think, Alima or Coach, how capable you think BYU is of running man against Reggie Virgil, Caleb Douglas, and Coy Aiken, the 3 receivers for Texas Tech. Is that possible? Because if that's possible, then I've got wrinkles.
I think the one corner, I think it's 11, I think is a man-to-man corner. I think he's a sweet player. Now, the guy on the other side, which I think is either 0 or 1, I think he's okay.
0.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The safeties, I think, are both very good. The nickel guy is really good. And then you got Jack, and you've got the safety guy. Those guys are players.
Yeah.
I mean, if Jack is really healthy,
he's a difference maker.
Yeah.
Yeah, he'll make a big difference because Jack can run. He's always around the ball.
Contains quarterbacks, even though this one doesn't need contain.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think if he's healthy and he feels good, I think he's a difference maker.
All right, we'll take a quick break. We'll come back, and we'll kind of get some of the final thoughts on this game, and then we'll get some thoughts on Utah State, some Utah stuff. That's all coming up. Football Fridays with Alima Harrington and Coach Mack.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades. Yeah! But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
We talk about these beehive meals and how convenient and how affordable they are, but just listen to the menu for November. You got the pork carnitas, you got chicken parmesan, sweet and sour meatballs. You add that a little bit of rice and the sweet and sour sauce on top of the rice with those meatballs. So good. Lasagna soup for a nice cold November. Creamy chicken tacos, creamy lemon chicken, steak fajitas, and this is a whole roast that kind of slow cooks down. You shred it, throw it on your taco shells. So good. You got the honey sesame chicken, the zesty Italian chicken, and the broccoli cheddar soup, another soup for a nice cold November evening. Great meals, delicious menu items. And all you got to do is go to beehivemeals.com, and you can sign up. That's Beehive, MEALS.com. If you're a subscriber, it's going to get you 10% off. When you mention Hans and Scotty, or you just put promo code THEZONE, it's going to get you another $20 off. So you can compound those and get your 1 month for a really good discount. Just see what the Beehive Meals are all about, why they're all the craze. It's because these delicious menu items at beehivemeals.com.
Hey Utah, think about the water in your home. Is it as good as it could be? Hi, this is the water boy, Colson Firmage, a third-generation Culligan man. Here at Culligan, our roots run deep. My grandfather started with Culligan over 5 decades ago, and that commitment to quality and service is stronger than ever. We understand Utah water, and we have the top-rated water filtration technology to make a real difference in your daily life. Imagine softer skin, longer-lasting appliances, and water that tastes truly refreshing. That's the Culligan promise. Maybe you're wondering about your current water system. Does it even work? We're offering free water tests for all makes and models. Just call us at 801-509-9602 or visit us online at culliganslc.com to schedule your free water test. And for a limited time, you can experience the Culligan difference and save. Receive $1,000 off a new Culligan water filtration system, plus enjoy the convenience of free salt delivery for a full year. Call 801-509-9602 or online at culliganslc.com. Culligan, water you'll love.
Hey, Utah County golfers, the Back 9 Indoor Golf Lounge in Orem is now open right across from Costco. Mark your calendars. The Zone will be broadcasting live from the Orem Back 9 on Wednesday, November 12th from noon till 3 for the BYU preview show. Become a founding member today for just $25 down and lock in the biggest discounts for life. And Back 9 will donate $50 to a high school golf team of your choice. Experience 4 full swing simulator bays with comfy seating, 75-inch TVs, and 4D massage chairs. Perfect for date nights, parties, and corporate events. Plus 2 putting greens, an Xbox gaming lounge, free drinks, and Wi-Fi. Train like the pros with secure 24/7 access so you can play in leagues and tournaments on your schedule. With locations in Pleasant View, Murray, Lehigh, American Fork, Spanish Fork, Cedar City, and St. George. There's a Back 9 near you. A Back 9 membership makes the perfect gift for the golfer in your life.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi. Attention Jazz Nation, the long wait is finally over. Mountain basketball is back and better than ever. Let's go! All tickets are on sale now, and you won't want to miss the action. Jump on the opportunity to watch your favorite players live and in person. Whether you're after season tickets, mini plans, or single game matchups, the Utah Jazz has got your back. There's a plan for every fan. Don't miss out. Secure your seats today and be part of the excitement all season long. Let's go! Visit UtahJazz.com today.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 158! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah quarterback Devin Dampierre, he's been working hard, putting that time in.
Creed's one of those guys, kept putting his head down. He's had multiple times on, scout team to make plays, and he's been making plays, and, that gave our coaches trust that, let's start putting him in the mix. He's been doing a great job all week. I'm happy he showed on the field. He's been waiting on that moment, so I'm happy he got it.
It's your Utah update at the 45 or 50 or 55, wherever we're currently at. As we move a little bit off clock. Brought to you by Kenny J's. Kenny J's Barbecue. Make this Thanksgiving unforgettable with Kenny J's Barbecue. Skip the stress and bring home the slow smoke perfection. Pre-order your Thanksgiving meal by texting 801-230-5396. Get that Thanksgiving meal taken care of. Just text and pre-order your slow smoke perfection. 801-230-5396.
college football all day. It's a Football Friday right here on the Zone. Whether it's the Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, we've got you covered. This is a Football Friday edition of Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I haven't eaten since 10 o'clock, so my blood sugar and triglycerides are a little bit off. I've got half of a St. Lee pocket in my car, and I'll eat that. I'll get that in my system.
You're a real dirtbag, Lloyd.
Coach asked for it. I don't know what you want me to do.
Coach, you're a dirtbag too. That's rude. You bring up old times. You bring up old things.
I remember all those things. That's surprising for a guy my age to remember some of that stuff. But hey, every time I think about it, I laugh.
Man, Coach, you don't forget anything. I mean, you remember things like Neckbone and Wolfman Jack and
Fat Jack, Neckbone.
You bring them all
Chipmunk,
up, man.
all those guys.
You don't forget anything. And I wish there were some things you would forget. I wish you would start to get old because you remember everything.
There's only one person in my family doesn't forget anything. That's Grandma.
Oh, is that right?
Oh, my God.
Like stuff from the 1960s, 1970s.
Oh, yeah. She remembers everybody I hung around with. Yeah. Oh, what about that group?
Hey, we're on a short segment, and we're getting out here to Jeff really quick. Just really quick here. Can BYU hold Texas Tech to 28 or lower? The lowest they've been held is 22.
I think 28 is realistic.
I think that they have to hold them to below that because how much have they given up? They don't give up points, because if you're going to try to outscore them, then you can't allow them to have 28, I don't think.
So right now they're number 3 in scoring offense at 43.6, and they're number 5 in scoring defense at 13.2.
That's what I'm saying.
The largest margin of anybody in the country.
Yeah, you can't give up 28 because you got to be able to score more than 28.
See, that's the kind of the number I'm putting for BYU. I think they have to get to 28 because I think the lowest that they can hold Texas Tech is 25, 26, 27.
Yeah.
I mean, and that's giving it everything you got. That's why I put the number at 28, and I'm like, if BYU can get to 28.
If they get to 28, I think they win.
I think they can do it.
Yeah.
But 28's a tall
That's
order.
a big number. I feel like Tony Montana, and then in that bar scene in the bar when the cop hands him the number, and he's that's a big number.
That's a big number.
That's a big number.
Arizona State got to 26. That's the most points scored on this Texas Tech defense, 26 points. And Arizona State did it in kind of a unique way.
Yeah.
A lot of pop passes, a lot of quick passes to their slants, their slots.
Well, the Arizona State quarterback is, I think, a very good player.
Yeah. And he had that last minute drive to win. That was incredible.
Oh, it was incredible because it was kind of a shock to me, because we watched Arizona State here.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And they looked like they didn't want to be here.
Mm-hmm.
And then the next week,
Utah thumped them.
They looked like they looked like gangbusters.
And beat a Texas Tech team that we watched beat Utah here.
Yeah.
And it was really like a twilight zone. Like, geez, who is this team? I do think 28's the number. I think BYU's going to have to get there.
Let's sell some cars.
Yeah, let's do it. Jeff's here with us.
Hey, Jeff, let's go.
What kind of
I'm in. Hey, we got a trailer full of cars out here. We just dropped off.
And we got to move them.
And probably we can move 10 of them right now.
Let's go. I'm in for that.
Hey, Coach, did you ever do the test drive with the listener?
With the what?
The listener, any listener that comes in the next 10 minutes, get a test drive with Coach Mack.
Well, the problem is I got this bad leg, so I hope I'm not driving. They don't let me drive anyways. I guess I can sit.
Yeah, we'll get you in the car. We'll get you in that car.
Yeah.
Sure.
Hey, have you ever taken your car to a car wash and all of a sudden it comes out and it's gone?
What?
Huh?
Yeah. Well, yeah. So the one car wash that was downtown,
yeah,
That happened to people all the time. So the guy working there would drive the car off and disappear. Yeah. I said, what kind of people are you hiring?
That's a losing business plan right
there.
there.
And then the guy has a false address. So they send the address, nobody lives there, right? Where's the car? Oh, it's in Detroit.
They literally just take off with the car.
Yeah, just take off with the car, yeah.
We won't do that here at Tim Daly Mazda, I promise you.
No.
We'll wash your car and get it back to you.
Yeah. We'll make sure
it gets back in your possession.
Yeah.
Jeff, one of the things that I love about Tim Daly Mazda, you guys do have a great service plan where you can get car washes, you can get oil changes. Those are going to come with the new car that you purchase.
Yeah, that's all typically included. You get the car washes for life. You get the worry-free maintenance that we include for the first year. But yeah, all that stuff is included in the purchase.
And they won't drive off with your car, Coach. Not here at Tim Daly Mazda. We don't do that crap.
No,
not at all. We'll get that car right back in your possession and get you going. Come down, ask for Jeff, ask for anybody here on the floor, test drive one of these beautiful Mazdas. And then if you're really curious, and Coach Mack was talking about this, there are a couple of models with 0% interest. I know you got 0.9 on some and 1.9 on some, but you got 0% on a few of these models.
We've got Mazda's got better rates than any of the credit unions. Typically, the credit unions have got the better rates, right? So, but Mazda's right now is better than what you could get at a credit union.
Come down and see what Mazda has to offer you. As for Jeff, that's Tim Daly Mazda in Southtown. Coming back, more Football Fridays with Coach Mack and Lim Harrington.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, you've heard us talk about the University of Utah Health. So many services in which they can help you all up and down the Wasatch Front. First off, they've got the hospital. That's right, the University of Utah Hospital, voted the #1 hospital in the state of Utah 11 years in a row by U.S. News and World Report. They've got online options, telehealth options. They've got so many clinics up and down the Wasatch Front that can help you with whatever you need. Whatever you're struggling with, go to the same doctors that are taking care of the Utah Jazz, the Utes, the RSL. So many individuals out there being helped by University of Utah Health. You can be the same. Go to uofuhealth.org. That's uofuhealth.org.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Upgrades? Repairs? Hercules has the rate for you. Open a home equity line of credit with Hercules First Federal Credit Union now through November 30th and get an introductory 4.99% APR for the first 6 months. Use your home's equity for that kitchen refresh, roof repair, or new deck you've been dreaming about. But don't wait. This limited time offer ends November 30th. Visit HerculesCU.com to get started. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
Get your Thanksgiving fix at Kenny J's Barbecue. This year, skip the stress and bring home slow-cooked perfection. Pitmaster-style turkey and tender brisket. Ready for your holiday table. Kenny J's is serving up bold, smoky flavor with all the home-style sides your family loves. You bring the guests, we'll provide the feast. Pre-order your Thanksgiving meal today. Text 801-230-5396 or stop by the district in South Jordan. Make this Thanksgiving unforgettable with Kenny J's Barbecue.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All college football, all day. It's a Football Friday right here on the Zone. Whether it's the Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, we've got you covered. This is a Football Friday edition of Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is Football Fridays. Coach Ron McBride, Alema Harrington, getting you ready for BYU and Texas Tech. A big-time matchup. We just spent a whole hour with it. So if you missed that hour and some of Coach Mac's takes on Joey McGuire and BYU's current situation and Alema Harrington's takes on L.J. Martin's importance and what this offense needs to do, you can go back and listen to that hour, and you can catch up on things. Utah was on a bye week, and I think we kind of all three in the break agreed it's not the perfect time for a bye week, but still, Coach, you can get a lot out of it if you're Utah.
Absolutely. Utah's always dealt good with bye weeks in its history. You know, you're going back a long ways and utilizing the time properly. At that time, of course, the development of players was really important.
Mm-hmm.
Nowadays, you know, there's no development. You know, if a kid's not good enough, get him out of there.
Yeah, it's true. They cut him.
Go to Laporto and get the next guy.
It's people aren't aware of how many cuts there are.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Kids are getting sent home.
Because a lot of these kids, if you hang with them, they're going to be really good players. But you got to invest some time with them. But now you don't look at a kid as being a 3, you know, in his third year, you know, redshirt year, 2 years, third year he's going to become really good. You don't see that anymore.
Yeah, you let somebody else develop them.
Right.
Then you go talk to your GM, your collective guy, and say we need this guy.
Yep.
And this is tell me how much it's going to cost, but whatever it is, you pay it, and we just bring them in.
And you're going to go to Utah Tech and go see if those coaches can help you, but we don't have a spot for you.
Yeah.
Utah's got a lot of work to do with the 3 games in front of them. Next week they're at Baylor. So Baylor's a tough team. It's a good offense, one of the best quarterbacks in the league.
Baylor's tough on anybody just because of how they're designed. I don't think they're a great team, but I think they're a team that can beat you because they have tough kids. The head coach is a tough guy, very quiet, you know, not a real verbal guy, but very smart.
And he's coaching for his job right now.
Yeah,
he needs to finish strong.
I tell you what, there's a lot of guys coaching for their jobs. I mean, if we owe you $11 million, so what?
Yeah, if the buyout's $50 million, we don't care.
Yeah, we don't care.
$200 million in dead money now.
Yeah, crazy.
So it's just there's 5 jobs in the SEC right now. Is that right?
There's 12 jobs total between the Power 4 and Power 5s. There was 12 jobs last week. There might be another one this week, but there were 12 open. Auburn's open. Arkansas is open. Let's see, Arkansas, Auburn. Trying to think of the other SEC. Can you think of another SEC team that's open?
Not off the top of my head.
But, yeah, there's plenty, Coach.
Yeah, but, you know, Arkansas was really big in recruiting. you know, they got some really, like in that the All-Star game in Hawaii with the high school kids. Arkansas had at least 4 kids in that game.
LSU and Florida.
Huh?
LSU, Florida.
Yeah.
Auburn.
Yeah.
Arkansas.
Well, so LSU, I mean, that guy's a pretty good coach.
Yeah.
But all of a sudden, you know, he's hot, then he's cold.
Yeah.
But they went through that with the guy from SC too.
Yeah.
He was hot, and then a couple years later.
There's zero tolerance.
Yeah.
You know, like zero patience.
Yeah. And if we got to pay the guy, so what?
Just what we described for the players. It's like, hey, then you're gone.
Yeah.
Like, if you can't play right now, if you can't win right now, you're gone.
Yep. And the guy, I thought the guy at Penn State was really a good coach.
Yeah. Still is. You know, I mean, you have a season like that. It happens.
That was a lot of money that they sent out the door.
Sweeney, I mean, you look at the guy didn't all of a sudden become a terrible coach.
Yeah.
No, it just things happen.
Yeah.
It's
a cyclical business.
Then Oklahoma State.
Yeah.
Oklahoma State's open in the Big 12.
Well, so he got rid of all of his coaches last year.
Yeah.
Brought in all new coaches. And then all of a sudden, he has some problems. Now he's gone. So all these assistant coaches, I don't know what kind of contracts they have, whether it's 2 year or 1 year, but all of a sudden these guys all thinking, well, I got a really secure job.
You're going to go there because there's security there.
Yeah.
And you're, on the streets.
They took 2 guys out of Utah State.
Yeah.
DJ Tialavea.
Yeah, DJ.
And I'm sure DJ went there thinking, oh, I got some security.
Be there forever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then they took the offensive line coach that was at Utah State that offered my son. They took him, and he's a former Oklahoma State player. They took him there, and now he's like, DJ hopefully will come back to this state.
Yeah.
Well, when he was here,
awesome.
he was hot.
So they're all the Oklahoma State guys are always looking to, I got to have a job.
Yeah.
So who do I know that's going to get hired at this job? Who would the guy keep at Texas Tech? Probably 2 guys.
Yeah.
So it's a wild world.
That's a tough business.
It's a rodeo. So as Utah kind of clamps down on things, Devin Dampierre getting healthy, that's a big one. Wayshawn Parker took a huge step over the last 2 weeks.
Yeah.
That running back has kind of figured things out.
Yeah.
What are you seeing from Wayshawn, Coach?
Yeah, that's a kid from Washington State.
That's right.
Yeah, he was good at Washington State.
He came with Curly. What do you call him? Not Curly.
Yeah. Chucky.
Chucky. He came with Chucky. Yeah.
My man, Marky Atuaya.
Chucky. So Chucky. So I at one of the games at the rain game, right? So I was inside. I had lunch with Chucky's brother.
Donnie?
Donnie, yeah.
Donnie's my boy.
So we're sitting there and we're talking. He said, well, I said, I'm calling him Chucky,
Yeah.
I said, Chucky's doing a great job. He said, well, he never gets to see his family. I said, well, that's just part of the process. I mean, you give up that. Well, he doesn't get to do a number of things with his kids. And I said,
well, he can pay for them to have a horse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And good thing his wife is his wife touring with the Jets too? Because she was a member of she's from the Wolfgram family.
Oh,
the Jets, the singing group from back in the day.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember when he married her. I played with both Donnie and Marky at BYU. And now Marky's all
I'll tell you, if you're going back to Hawaii, you get in touch with Chucky. And they'll get you set up on the North Shore.
Oh, is that who? He's got the connections on the North Shore
in Hawaii.
I tell you what, Chucky's a good dude.
Yeah, he is.
He's enthusiastic.
He's awesome.
He brings a lot of heart to a team.
Yeah, he does.
And a lot of fun. A lot of just kind of a lot of continuity. So Wayshawn Parker has taken a big step. One thing we've noticed with Jason Beck, and I don't know if this is Jason's call or if it's Kyle Whittingham's call, we're seeing the defensive players really drawing back on the offensive side. We saw Smith Snowden heavy usage, Lander Barton heavy usage. We saw Jackson Binney heavy usage. And now we're seeing guys like Daniel Bray and others that have been implemented to take over where some of those defensive reps were.
Well, I think what you're seeing is more of a team concept. It's not the defense against the offense. It's more a team together. And I think with Kyle, I got a text from Kyle last week, and he said, this is one of the easiest teams I've ever had to coach. And he said, and it's a pleasure to go to work every
That's awesome.
day.
I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah, because what you're saying is the guy's willing to. I'm willing to. What do you need, Coach? Well, I need you to go take some reps on the offense. Okay, I'll go do that.
Yeah.
Right. You got guys that are willing to do that. That makes a huge difference in your locker room.
If it was after the BYU game, I was worried about what was going to happen, whether they were going to kind of fracture a little bit or come together. But what they did is they came together, coaches, the players, everybody. And you have to give that credit to Kyle. And he put pressure on the assistants. The assistants put pressure on the players, and the players responded.
Yeah, they did. They've played extremely well, disciplined in all their areas. And I feel like the offense is in a really good spot.
And they kind of, they kind of left Jason alone. Like you didn't all of a sudden see Jason going inward.
Yeah.
Where we're gonna do just safe things.
Yeah.
You saw him still wide open. I think what they told Jason, do your thing.
Do your thing.
Yeah, and because that was after the BYU game was a huge test for everybody because that loss was huge. But everybody's kind of forgot it since then because what they see is the program has progressed.
Yeah.
And now they're kind of a national team now. So
very recognized. 13th in the CFP.
That Cincinnati win was a big deal, right? That was a big win.
Absolutely.
Right. And you have a lot of attention on you. And ESPN coverage and all of those things, and then you come out.
That whole game day was there.
Yeah, so those kinds of things, and that community, right? That fan base is fantastic, right? The the community support is
they
big.
really are,
and
it's powerful.
Yeah,
it's powerful, and I think that the College Football Playoff Committee really acknowledged that when they put them at 13.
Yeah.
Because 13 with 3 left, they control their own destiny. You mentioned it. There could potentially be 3. I actually think it'll be a Big 12 champion and potentially Utah.
Yeah.
Because if Utah doesn't get to the Big 12 championship and they win 3, they'll be ranked as high as 9.
Yeah.
And if you're ranked as high as 9 when the committee's putting together the 12-team playoff, number 9 is going in.
Yeah.
Now it's going to be interesting. Will BYU be a 12-0 team, an 11-1? Will Texas Tech be an 11-1? Will that be Texas Tech's second loss? If BYU beats them, will they drop down below Utah? Because then BYU is a Big 12 champion at 11-1, gets in, and then Utah at a 10-2, 9-ranked team gets in. There's a lot of different ways that this thing plays out, but Utah, I think, largely controls their own destiny. Win out. Even if I don't make it to the Big 12 championship, because BYU is a one-loss team, Texas Tech is a one-loss team, or vice versa, Cincinnati is a one-loss team, Texas Tech's a one-loss team. However it plays out, if I just win my 3 games and win by the margin I'm winning by, 30-plus, I think I control my own destiny.
And it's a bit of a pedigree, too, because people – the general population, speaking of, the committee, they're looking at Utah as that's a legacy program.
Right.
That's a program that has earned their right to get consideration.
Right. Multiple Pac-12 championships, multiple Rose Bowl appearances.
Yes.
And putting up a really good performance against them, too. And, what was nice is you watched Arizona State, who gets the Big 12 bid last year, and they take Texas to double overtime. They nearly upset Texas in that first round. So I think that the Big 12 has made some steps forward. For instance, The top-ranked ACC team, Virginia, is 14th, below the third-ranked team in Utah in the Big 12 at 13th. So that's telling me that the ACC is a 1 bid, the Big 12 is at a minimum 2 bid, and then the SEC is going to probably fill up the rest.
Yeah.
But it's looking really good for the Big 12. Gentlemen, thank you. I'm going to
safe travels.
Hand things off to Scotty, and I'm going to see if I can make it out to Lubbock.
Okay, so now we're out. Now
Scotty's going to be taking over.
Okay.
It's you and I and Scotty on an airplane.
Yes.
And now the show can really
go. Scotty's on the ground somewhere.
And then we got Hans, who's I don't know where he's going.
En route. He's en route.
I'm en route.
He's looking for a free ride. So.
Well, and I think Jeff is going to give me one.
Well,
you got a Mazda I can take out to Lubbock?
Oh, for sure, yeah. I don't know you're going to make it in time for the game, but yeah.
Well, I know this. If I head to Lubbock, Jake's going to be in that car. You're going to be in that
100%.
car. Tyler's going to be in that car. It's a big week. Jeff, I know that you guys have some amazing deals on the lot right now. A lot of our listeners out there, you need a better price point. You need a better vehicle. You're sick of that check engine light. You're sick of the repairs. Come in and just see what you can get here at Tim Daly Mazda.
We've got it all.
We got it all.
Yeah, we do.
So, is there like when you buy the car and you have the guarantee on your parts and labor, that's for a year, correct?
3 years. So minimum.
3 years.
Yeah, standard bumper to bumper is 3 years.
Well, I tell you what,
miles.
and that's amazing because, you buy a car typically, and maybe it's got 6 months, and then all of a sudden something goes wrong, and then we say, well, you take it in, they say, well,
that's not part of the limited warranty.
We need to replace this, and your warranty only covers this much. So then your wife comes home and says, it's going to cost us $1,000 to do what we need to do to the car. But if you have the parts and the labor, all that, it makes it so, all that stuff, the low interest, the guarantee, that's what you're looking for.
Yeah.
Yeah, and on top of that, not just the factory warranty that comes from Mazda, but then Tim Daly also has the forever warranty.
Yes,
on the
that
on the powertrain.
Absolutely. What's it called?
It's the forever warranty. So
I like that one.
As long as you own the vehicle, engine and transmission are covered for as long as you own the vehicle.
Hey,
is that parts and labor?
So if I'm a listener, why wouldn't I come in here and buy a car? I mean, it's plain stupid.
Yeah, it's plain stupid.
Because everything you're looking for.
It's a no-brainer.
Monthly payment, guaranteed parts and labor, all that stuff. I mean.
And look at Jeff. Look how friendly he is.
What?
Who wouldn't want to buy a car from this guy?
I like Jeff's haircut. He's all cleaned up. He looks a little bit like a return missionary, but not quite.
He's ready for the sell.
He's ready to move some vehicles.
Right, yes.
Yeah, but hey.
Alema, thanks.
Hey.
Coach Mack, thanks.
Hey, have a nice time.
Yeah, we'll do. Jeff, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
We'll hand it off to Scotty G. He'll be on with Alema and Coach Mack. He'll take you home to 3 o'clock. That's more Football Fridays coming up next.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. It's the biggest game of the year for BYU as the undefeated and top 10 ranked Cougars head to Lubbock for a showdown against the Red Raiders. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch a special edition of College Football Saturday game day at 8 a.m. with the postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You gave years, maybe decades to your job. You showed up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now, the company's changed. Or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So, what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you've built chapter, starts now. Call Trajan today. 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Attention Jazz Nation. We know you've been waiting on the edge of your seat, and the time has finally arrived. All tickets are available now. Let's go! Your favorite players will be back on the court, bringing the energy all season long. Whether you're looking for season tickets, mini plans, or single game matchups, there's a perfect option for every kind of fan. Show up loud and proud at Delta Center this season. Don't miss your chance to be part of the action. Buy your tickets today at UtahJazz.com.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious. With multiple engine options and impressive towing, while Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability. Nice. Making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You have a brother. A $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What? We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. If anything rivals our burgers, it's our bacon. It makes the perfect combination with our guacamole, jalapeno, or our hickory barbecue burgers. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's the Cougars, it's the Red Raiders, BYU against Texas Tech, game of the year so far in the Big 12. BYU trying to get as healthy as possible. Fortunately, according to Aaron Roderick, LJ Martin should be a go.
We expect him to play. I mean, he's practicing. It's not sure what percent he'll be yet. I mean, we're still working our way through that, but I'm expecting him to be ready to play.
That's your Cougars at 30 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, all brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue, best barbecue on the planet. Plus, they'll smoke that Thanksgiving turkey of yours and have it ready to go so you look like a superstar on Thanksgiving. For more details on that, go to KennyJBBQ.com.
All college football, all day. It's a Football Friday right here on the Zone. Whether it's the Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, we've got you covered. This is a Football Friday edition of Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hans Olsen, folks, has left the building. Now we can really have some fun. How you guys doing?
Good.
Scotty G, you got some basketball coming up?
Yeah, I'm in Dallas right now. Actually, I'm in Frisco, Texas, just outside of Dallas, and calling a basketball game tonight. And then we'll head on. Got an early flight. Hopefully, it doesn't get canceled tomorrow morning, and then we'll drive up to Logan for Utah State and Nevada. So we got little planes, trains, and automobiles going on right now.
I love this time of the year. I love when football and basketball overlap a little bit, and you get to, especially the guys like us that are in the business of covering all sports and get an opportunity to do everything. That's a lot of fun.
Oh, it's the best. It's the best.
Very busy.
Yes.
Yeah. Hey, Coach, I know you've been talking about this game a lot with Hans, but I just want to reset just how big this game is for the BYU. I just think that you're looking at probably am I safe to say the biggest game in Kalani Sitake's career as a coach?
I would say so, yeah. I mean, it doesn't get any bigger than this. I mean, I think BYU's 8-0 going into this game, and playing a really good football team. I mean, this game is so pivotal, or whatever the word is, the correct word. But it's, man.
7 versus 8.
Yeah. I mean, this could, let's say BYU wins this game. It propels them huge.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then each game gets bigger.
Mm-hmm.
So, and there's a lot to be done by 3 or 4 teams in this league on the last 3 or 4 games of the year.
And as a coach, you got to manage this thing. And I love the mantra that you've heard coming out of BYU, Scotty, which is humble and hungry, and go 1-0 this week. Not getting too caught up. It's easy. I mean, it's our business to get caught up in all of the the stuff that is on the periphery. But for the team in that locker room, it's really got to be one game. Just this game.
Yeah, take it, as they say, take it one game at a time. And
do you treat this game a little differently in terms of how you motivate a team and talk about what's on the line and just how big of a, or do you say no, it's just another day at the office, just go out and do your job?
Well, the players know.
Yeah, you shouldn't have to do that.
If you have to get them excited to play this game and use up a lot of energy on psychological stuff, it's probably not a good result. But if you just kind of going about your business, but the players know, the leaders know, everybody knows what's at stake, So, and this is a pretty mature group. If you're a team kind of trying to find your way, well, then you got to look for ways to get your players to have the confidence to play in big games if they haven't been there before. But, this is just, this is kind of, if you, in the football business, you'd say this is an earned game.
Yeah.
In other words, they've earned their way into this opportunity. And and believe me, every week has not been a blowout for BYU.
Yeah.
Every week they've had to earn their living. So it isn't like, oh, yeah, if we're going to dominate Colorado, we're going to dominate Arizona, they found a way in, not a way out.
Yeah.
And it's a testament to the coaches, a testament to the players, a testament to the resolve, and they've done you got to give them credit. I mean, they've done a great job, and if you watch them practice, they practice like they belong.
Yeah.
So yeah.
One of the things, Scotty, that I love about the BYU is the maturity on this team. And then when I look across the board, especially in that receiver room, including the tight ends, and I think Utah kid, Roy High School, American Fork High School, Corner Canyon. So from Hagen to Hanson, these guys, they're all Utah guys, and for the state, I think it's a fantastic. And you can say the same thing for Barton or Snowden, for looking at the University of Utah, same thing. But it's big for the state of Utah.
Yeah, well, Utah's roster, they brought in 60 new players.
Yeah,
okay, guys from all over the country.
Yeah.
If you look at BYU's roster, they kept bringing in more Utah kids.
Yeah.
And the thing I learned a long time ago is when we kind of emerged, we did it with Utah kids. And because a lot of people didn't necessarily respect the Utah players. Thought, well, we go to California, we're going to get a better player. We go to Texas,
Florida,
we're going to get a
right?
player. Yeah. But the kids, for instance, if you're developing a player, you got a better chance to develop a player from Utah because he's at home.
Yeah.
And therefore, he's going to be more committed to your university. He belongs. If you got an outside kid, how soon can this guy get where he really belongs?
Yeah.
So I think there's a lot of value to the in-state player.
Well, Alema, I just love the fact that when we're doing this show and we talk about an individual player, you immediately go back and say, well, when I was calling a game of his at Quarter Canyon, or when I called a game at Lone Peak, or whatever the case is, because that gives so much like a relatability, since we're making up words, in terms of just knowing who these guys are.
Yeah.
And so you've got a connection. And I'm not just talking about you as a broadcaster, but fans that watch games or go to games are like, yeah, I saw that kid as a sophomore, and now look what he's doing. I mean, there's a lot of pride involved in that.
Yeah, he's a homegrown kid. I remember watching Parker Kingston as a quarterback at Roy High School, right? Or Cody Hagan, or Chase Hansen, and Carson Ryan. All of these guys playing here locally, and it's not just the big schools, because I'm naming off some of those, but we're talking Kearns High School across the state. That you got these kids that are starting to blossom. And for us watching here locally, I think it's always a sense of pride that they're getting this kind of national attention, and it's good for high school football here in the state. Because these kids, now they're looking at it as an opportunity, instead of, okay, I'm going to go, to someplace in the SEC. I'm going to go play at Oklahoma. I'm going to play at Texas, whatever the case may be. And that's great. And Tausili Akana ended up at Texas. Now is back home. Look at, Suamataia ends up, goes to Oregon, then comes back. And so these guys, I love, the transfer portal offering an opportunity for these guys to come back home. And, you can say the same thing for Puka Nakua, who starts off at Washington and then comes back home. It's big for the community to see these guys have the success and to be able to have it at the University of Utah or the BYU or at Utah State. These kids have I think that Utah State is going to get a lot of these kids that wanted to stay home and couldn't go to Utah, couldn't get to BYU, and they end up at Utah State. They're going to get a flood of talent, especially with Bronco Mendenhall there.
Yeah.
Well, there's no doubt, too. And the fact, I look at a guy like Bryson Barnes.
Yeah.
Bryson is made for the Mountain West Conference.
Oh, yeah.
He has absolutely flourished, and if he had a better offensive line, he'd probably be in the conversation for Mountain West Conference Player of the Year this year.
Yeah.
But he's kind of running around for his life a little bit. But there's no doubt, he could have hung out at Utah, drove in his truck, and enjoyed life down there at Utah, but not seen the field a lot. Or he comes to Logan, gets a ton of playing time, and can really showcase his skills against good teams at a pretty good level, too.
Well, he really fit the offensive style, and he's a born winner, and he's flourished in Broncos program.
Coach, when you have a offensive line that has struggles throughout the course of the season, you can't trade for a player, you can't sign free agents. How do you try? Do you have to maybe scheme to hide some of the issues that you have when you're dealing with a inferior offensive line like Utah State may be dealing with right now?
Well, what you do is you take a look at what the kid's weakness is, and then you try to take that weakness away from him. And then you have to work on little things to get him to make the right steps. And sometimes, let's say a guy doesn't have great feet. Then what you do is he aggressive? Then you take away the thought process from him of steps. You say, your eyes will take your steps. So you just put your eyes on your target, come off full speed, and then let's say you got too many calls on the line of scrimmage where this call is made, this call is made. You try to take all the thinking away from the player and let the coach do the thinking and make it simple. And what you try to do is simplify it so the kid can have success. So you have to coach to his level, not to your levels. So you have to look and see, okay, how does this kid learn?
Yeah.
Does he learn by writing something on the board? Does he learn by watching film? Does he learn by how do you make him better? So rather than saying he's no good, you got to find a way to make him believe in himself and get him better, because you have to change a certain way you coach him, because he learns better this way. And if he has some deficiencies, you can't just say, well, he's no good. You know, and then all of a sudden he's no good for the whole season.
Yeah.
And you're trying to cover him up. But if you figure a way, okay, how can I get him better? What is his weakness? You know, and so you just have to, it's like teaching in a classroom.
Yeah.
Every student learns differently. But the kid has to have a heart, first of all. If he doesn't have a heart to play the game, then you got a problem.
Yeah, then you got to find somebody else. And as, you know, like Scotty's saying, you're kind of at the point of the season where, you know, you got what you got.
Yeah.
You know, you can start to look in the portal and you know, game plan for next year. But right now, for Utah State, you're trying to get bowl eligible. And that means you got to take the guys that you got and make them the best they can be, and, you know, somehow find ways to accentuate the positive that you have at the quarterback position. And whether that means that you shorten the drops and then you get the ball out quicker, there's going to be things that you're going to have to do to hide the deficiencies that you might have on the offensive line. But now, if you're the Aggies right now, you're thinking, okay, what do we need to do to be able to finish the season and be bowl eligible? And then you have BYU, Utah, and Utah State. You could have Utah and BYU both in the college football playoffs, and Utah State going to a bowl game.
Yeah, so you just, you know, it's just a matter of, you know, analyzing, and you can't keep telling the kid he's not good.
Yeah.
Because when you do that, he's going to become not good. And he's going to question mark. He gives up a sack, and he's thinking about it for the next 3 plays. So therefore, then he maybe get caught holding. You know, I know that I remember at Arizona we went into a game, 2 games, where the right tackle, who was an All-American, is out. The guy playing behind him is not good. So I just taught him to hold. Yeah, I said you're gonna hold on every down.
Yeah, they can't call it every time.
Yeah, just keep your hands inside, and don't
stay inside the frame.
Inside the frame.
And if he pulls away, then you got to let him go.
Yeah, and drag him if you have to, but. And the kid scored out like 94%.
There you go.
And he said, "How come I haven't been starting?" And
that might be my favorite story you've ever told, Coach. That's a classic right there.
Yeah, hold on every time.
Oh, that's awesome.
Just keep.
All right, we'll wrap. We'll wrap things up next.
Grab the jersey, drag. Hey, call it the drag technique. You know?
Right. Yeah, there you go. We're going to teach you the pull method here, and we're gonna make sure that our quarterback stays clean. Oh, that's great. Hans and Scotty, final segment next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. It's the biggest game of the year for BYU as the undefeated and top 10 ranked Cougars head to Lubbock for a showdown against the Red Raiders. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch a special edition of College Football Saturday Game Day at 8 a.m. with the postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. hey, you're all turning on your furnaces. It's cold. And I know, look, it may be a little warmer than we expected this time of year, but trust me, that winter's coming. The snow and the cold weather is going to hit that house of yours. And if you're not ready with the right windows, you're going to spend a ton of money on your heating bill this winter. So you need the right windows? All right, you want to get them installed quickly, 8 weeks or less? Boom. Call Advanced Windows right now, 801-850-9100. This month only, they're giving you $3,500 off when you swap out 10 windows or more. That's right, $3,500. Call right now and say, hey, look, I want a free bid. I want you to come out, give me the pricing, give me my financing options. All of that's for free. It's a no-pressure sales staff. They'll walk you through everything. And if you would decide to go forward, boom, you're getting $3,500 off. You're getting custom-made windows right here in the state of Utah, specifically for you and your home, with the best price out there. And if you don't, then that's okay. They'll say, hey, hit us back in the spring. We'll talk to you about saving money on your heat, on your cooling bill. Call right now, 801-850-9100. It's Advanced Windows, 801-850-9100.
Every time I turn around, my friends at Pure Talk give me one more reason to feel good about switching. This month, for instance, they're supporting Canines for Warriors, a terrific organization that trains rescue dogs and then pairs them up with combat veterans struggling with PTSD. The result? They're saving lives on both ends of the leash. This is why I switched to Pure Talk. I like being in business with an American wireless company who shares my values. Yeah, I appreciate unlimited talk, text, and plenty of 5G data for just $25 a month, and I bet you will too. But I think you'll really appreciate doing business with a company who gives back to the men and women who volunteered to defend our country. Just dial pound 250, say micro. With Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team, you can switch in as little as 10 minutes. Again, dial pound 250, say micro, to switch to an American wireless company who actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Here's the tale of the daily med fill. Same old pharmacies, same old bill, but those prices kept rising higher still.
Till the savings wrangler rode in, cool as can be. Tap Good RX, saving massively.
No plan? Don't matter none. Up to 80% off. The deals are done.
Discounts hitting harder than Ma's chili. Dang. That one little app does all the rest.
Save time and money on prescriptions.
Check Good RX. Good RX is not insurance.
I'm Navy vet Phil Briggs, here for Navy Federal Credit Union. I always love Veterans Day because it's when I see my buddies posting up pictures of us when we were younger and built for speed. Navy Federal Credit Union also celebrates veterans of all branches and their families every day of the year. As a veteran, you can become a member and access exclusive rates, discounts, and financial tools for the whole family. So become a member today at NavyFederal.org/veterans. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA.
All college football all day. It's a Football Friday right here on the Zone. Whether it's the Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, we've got you covered. This is a Football Friday edition of Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, it's a Football Friday, getting you ready for the biggest game of the year. Yes, it is BYU and Texas Tech, number 7 versus number 8, as we're going to get you ready for what should be a fun one. Hey, Thanksgiving's coming up, and if you want the best barbecue, smoked turkey breast, go to Kenny J's Barbecue. KennyJBBQ.com. They'll cook the whole turkey for you. You can come and pick it up on Thanksgiving morning, drive it to your house, present it like you cooked it yourself, and take all the credit for it. They don't care. KennyJBBQ.com. All right, Alema, write the script for me. What are you going to see tomorrow?
It's going to be low scoring. I know that Hans keeps talking about BYU's going to win it like 28-24 or something like that. I just do not see the Texas Tech defense giving up 28 points. It almost seems like an impossibility for that to happen. So I think that BYU wins in a low-scoring affair, and maybe 2 touchdowns and a field goal, maybe a touchdown and 2 field goals, and they surrender, a touchdown and a field goal. They win, and I'm not talking about covering. I'm happy that they're underdogs because I think that's a good mindset to come into the game with if you're BYU. There's a lot of distractions going on in Lubbock, Texas right now. ESPN Game Day is there. I'd much rather have that happen for Texas Tech than for BYU to be dealing with all of that chaos that is going on that's part of that. And I don't remember the last time that they've been in Lubbock, Texas. It's been a long time since they've been there. So it's going to be crazy there. So for the home team, I think that becomes a distraction, and hopefully for BYU it does, because if you're BYU, you're dealing with a time clock issue as far as your body is concerned. Your body clock is going to be a little bit off, and I know that there's preparations gone into that. But the bottom line, all that being said, low-scoring affair. BYU, if they can get 17 or 21 points in this game, I think that they can win the game. But it's going to be reliant on their defense. And so for BYU, I say let's say if I'm going to put a score out there, let's say 21-17 is the final score.
Yeah,
Coach,
well, where
are you going?
I think Lema's right, and I probably made a mistake earlier, in the show when I thought it would be a higher score, and this Texas Tech hasn't given up a lot. So if you're going to beat them, you got to beat them by 3, you got to beat them by 6, but it's going to be a 14-12, 19-16.
And don't be shocked if this thing goes to OT. And it's imperative for BYU that you have to win the turnover battle.
Oh, yeah, the turnover margin will be huge. The special teams will be, there's like 9 factors that you have to cover.
Yes.
And if you can cover 5 of the 9, you probably win.
Yeah.
90% of the time.
Yeah.
But turnover margin is huge.
Yeah.
And how you handle the turnovers, that'll be the key. In other words, on sudden change.
Yeah.
In other words, it should you get a sudden change. Either if your defense has to go on the field, they better go on the field in the right frame of mind.
Yeah.
They can't go on the field with not again or not this. It's the psychological part of this game is huge.
Well, that wraps it up for us. Jeff's hanging out with us. We're live here at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown. Jeff, I wish I was with you, man. How are things going down there?
Things are great. Things are great, Scotty. The team here has done a great job helping us try to get some customers here and everybody know what's going on here at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown as far as what we have as far as moving cars.
You know what? I drove a 5 for a long time, and then you guys got me into a 50. Yeah. And it's the same, but it's very subtle, the differences. But man, that turbo on that 50, I could not enjoy driving a car more than that thing. That is a blast to drive.
Right, you are definitely the biggest advocate we've got out there for as far as talking about turbo for sure.
Yeah. Well, look, I grew up the big guy, and I was always the slowest guy on the football team. Right. So now that I can get behind a wheel and actually go fast, I'm like, all right, now it's my time. It's my time now.
Yeah, it's definitely a driving experience for sure. But we've got great deals going on with everything, as like we've talked about before, as low as 0% on new Mazdas. We've got 0.9, we got 1.9, 2.9, 3.9, everything from a Mazda 3 to the the Turbo 50 that you drive to a 90 that has the third row. We've got everything. We've got every kind of vehicle, every configuration that anybody might need out there.
And Jeff, everybody's got a story. Everybody, upside down. Maybe you're dealing with some credit issues, whatever the case might be. You come on down here and you're thinking there's no way they can get me into a new vehicle. That's not possible. You guys respect the client. You respect their time. You understand people are dealing with situations, and you're going to fight your butts off to get people into cars. And I'd say more often than not, you're very successful.
Absolutely, we're really good at that. And we sit here and we listen to what you have to say and try to fit your needs to the best of what your budget is.
Love it, Jeff. Thanks for hanging out with us, gentlemen. Enjoy the games
Jeff.
coming up this weekend. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Thanks, everybody.
All right.
Hey, do I have time to plug one thing?
Yes, one thing.
Oh, yes,
Okay.
please do.
Okay, so I'm going to Hawaii this week. Okay, who's playing?
You're going on
Deloitte.
Deloitte
Hansen, and Joey Bushton, who owns the Turtle Bay Golf Course.
Yeah.
Now we're going to put on a event,
big fundraiser
on the North Shore for the hospital, which has been underserved for 30 years.
Yeah.
And what we want to do is do everything we can do to make that hospital better for the people on the North Shore.
Yeah.
So this is a big thing for Joey, for Deloitte, for all these people.
Deloitte, thank you for that. And, Coach, thank you for that. As a guy that is born and raised in Hawaii, thank you for the what you're doing for the people there.
Yeah. So this is awesome, and we're excited from my foundation to be able to do this. So it should be it should be an event.
It's going to be an awesome event.
Yeah. So I've always looked forward to giving something back to particularly that hospital.
Yeah.
Because when you visited people in their homes, all they talk about is how hard it was for them.
You got to go all the way in town.
You got to go in town.
Or Kapiolani Hospital.
Exactly. To get.
Yeah.
But if a hospital on the North Shore was more serviceable and did more things, then we could take care of our people.
Yeah,
I love it.
And so
Coach, you're the best.
Okay. Well, anyways.
Thanks.
So
Coach.
that's our
Thank
deal.
You. Yes,
okay.
Thank you for helping them
Hey,
out.
and then let's move some cars.
Yes,
let's go.
I'm still waiting for the first
test
person
drive.
to come test drive. Hey, I don't see him.
Test drive with the coach.
Yeah, we go around the block.
Wrap it up, Scotty.
Hey, you're the best, guys. We'll talk to you soon. Coming up next, JJ and Alex straight ahead, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com. Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter from the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Annuities, not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious. With multiple engine options and impressive towing, while Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability.
Nice.
Making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
Step into the warmth of the holidays at Western Nut Company. It's a season for connection, gratitude, and sharing. And we're here to make gift giving special and stress-free. Grandpa's favorite peanut brittle, a festive nut and treat basket for the neighbor who brings in your garbage cans. And your coworkers? We've got you covered with our pre-wrapped nut gift boxes. Homemade caramels, baking nuts, popcorn brittle, cashews galore, and more. Want a gift that keeps on giving? Our Nut of the Month subscription delivers a variety of nut boxes right to your door all year long. Western Nut's downtown location is a holiday wonderland filled with beautiful gifts for everyone on your list. Don't miss our holiday preview sale, November 6th, 7th, and 8th at 4th South and 3rd West, where you'll save on everything in store. Can't make it in? Visit westernut.com or call our friendly team. We'll pack and ship your gifts with care. For nearly 60 years, Western Nut has been a part of Utah's holiday traditions because here, it's more than nuts, it's memories.
This is Jay Scott and Ben Anderson.
I felt so strongly after this game that Kyle Whittingham is coming back next year. I think Whit wants to go to a championship game. I think Whit wants to beat BYU one last time, and I think he can convince himself now, looking at a team that has an offensive coordinator that knows how to put up 40 points, a defense that has improved throughout the year, that he can come back one more season.
You can't keep Morgan on ice forever. Like, he would not be the first coach, Frank Beamer, Joe Paterno, who all the rumors swirl and they can't give it up. That might be Whit.
But I think some of those guys were legit washed. This was a big win. One of the things Whit has not done recently is won a big game. They lose to BYU now. They lost to Texas Tech. Like, these big games, Whit had not been winning. The Utes had not been winning. And that was my question mark of, like, does he still have his fastball? And you come out and you crush Cincinnati on national TV, and he says, yeah, I still got another season. That's what I saw.
Catch Jake and Ben weekdays from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Save now with UCCU Black Friday money deals. $150 cash for signing up for direct deposit. A free Shark robot vacuum when closing your mortgage. Low-rate credit cards with 0% interest for 6 months. Auto and RV loans, no payments for 90 days. Home equity loans with an extra 0.25% off the interest rate. Lock the deals in now with just your name, phone number, and email at uccu.com. Visit uccu.com/Black Friday and lock in your deals. Plus more deals weekly at uccu.com. UCCU. Love where you bank.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All college football, all day. It's a Football Friday right here on the Zone. Whether it's the Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, we've got you covered. This is a Football Friday edition of JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, everybody, welcome on in. It is JJ.
Getting
Alex.
JJ started today. It's Friday, baby.
Don't get me started on it.
Hey, you guys heard it from him.
Yeah.
You don't have to hear it from me.
But that's a great start to a show. Don't even get me started. That should be like the name of our Fox show.
Take that clip, Alex.
Yeah,
Take
you know
that
what?
clip nap.
Now that Mark Sanchez doesn't have a gig, can we hire him for our new show? Don't even get me started.
That sounds like a great idea.
Hey, Sanchez, what happened? I feel like you got railroaded on this thing. Don't even get me started.
Yeah, I almost killed him, but I didn't mean to.
Yeah, but you should have seen the other guy. Yeah, he was 70. We did see him.
Oh, we saw him. The entire internet saw him, buddy.
It's not good, all right? Welcome to the program. Hey, it's a Football Friday. We've got a beautiful view. I mean, what is this? This is probably this is like a 270-degree view of the entire valley here. We're facing north. We're at Harriman, or we're in Harriman at the home of Mountain Ridge High School, who are going to be hosting Harriman tonight. So it's like a battle of brothers, right? Kind of a
brothers.
Half brothers.
Oh, there's no brothers here tonight.
Yeah, brothers. You know, brothers don't like each other most of the time, but there's still a little love that
no, these
love.
are. See, that's even better.
Zero.
Well,
love.
It's like my two sons. Then it's like
this is a war tonight.
Technically, they're brothers, but they don't want to claim.
They still live in the same
house.
They're
not the Wayne brothers.
All right,
happy
I get it.
and they're singing.
If you left these two teams in the same room overnight, it's a death match.
Oh,
it's
yeah.
only one team's leaving.
From the staff all the way down to the long snapper.
The battle The battle of the awkward, don't like to see each other even once a year cousins.
And they're playing for the second time this year,
and
there's some bad blood.
So this was the game. Remind me, too, this is the Harriman Mountain Ridge game when lightning is striking all over the valley.
It ended at like 12:45 in the
Anyway, for the safety of the kids.
And Tooele, like, what the heck?
I know. And everyone's like, for the safety of the kids, let's put this to tomorrow. And then some of the coaches were like,
absolutely not.
I will never step foot on this field again if we have to come back again. So, yeah, no love lost on a playoff game like this. Man, the playoffs are in full swing. You know what's on the line for this week is a trip to Rice-Eccles Stadium for the folks here in 6A, right?
Next week? Is that next week already,
yes,
JJ?
It is.
We're going to the turf next week, Sly, Thursday and Friday.
That's my home over there. So, I just love it over there.
That's where you live, right?
Perfect.
Actually, I was going to say you have a
condo. You have a room in the south end zone.
In the northwest.
Okay.
Oh, northwest corner. There's a little tent. There's a little room over there. Hidden room. Nobody knows about.
Hidden room. Yeah.
That's why I pop out.
The top of that building.
It's reserved for the all-time greats.
The top of the building says Utah over there. That little field house in there. You got like a little glass room.
Bro,
over there.
I was supposed to be the A on that.
You were,
but they didn't want to pay the name, image, and likeness on that
to you
back in the day. So
wow.
Oh shoot, he's a senior. We can't do that. So the Utah man logo.
Yeah,
now,
I see it.
Yeah,
are you, right.
That'd be a really nice A on that building.
I don't know if they were going to do it or not, but this was the murmurs. There was whisper murmurs. I was supposed to be the A on that thing. That was going to be great.
Well,
I was just like, I'll take it. Yeah, go ahead. The next they put Utah. I was like, what happened to my deal?
I'm glad. Look, I'm glad you came to the show to be the big giant A on this show. So.
Sly, you set yourself up.
No, that's every day.
That's comedy.
If you think I'm offended by that, you should listen to the Warden talk to me every day.
The Warden.
I think he said the Ward. I was like, yeah, I would love to send the Ward around to Whitney and Sly's house.
They come knocking.
Of course, I'm sure they do.
They better. Hey, welcome to Football Friday. Stevenson Sylvester over here. Harvey Longy over here. Now, you guys are both wearing two separate colors.
Hey,
I love it.
It's the end of the season. Normally, Utah and BYU plays around this time, and so
it feels right. And you know what's great is there's a possibility of these teams playing one another again.
I love it.
Can you freaking believe it?
Can we get into a whole segment where we're just going back and forth on the possibilities?
Well, okay.
That's what we're going to do for 2 hours.
So
what do you think we're here for?
That's exactly what we're going to do today.
Well, let me ask you this. First of all, Harvey, good to see you, man. Everything good?
Yep.
Harvey showed up with treats today. This is a different. These are different snacks for
Harvey.
us.
It's not Harvey. It's a poop.
Yeah. Hey.
No, don't you dare.
Just trying to keep everyone warm, bring a little chocolate milk. The hot chocolate.
The hot chocolate, yes.
Keep everything nice and warm. Let us just be over here doing our thing. Once that sun sets, like JJ said earlier, it's going to get a little nippy, but guess what? We got some hot chocolate, baby.
You know, when
got some Mormon lattes.
Yeah, what I was So when
hot moms were following JJ in here.
So when I was I got a real view of capitalism when I was a kid. I sold hot dogs and hot chocolate at Husky Stadium.
Capitalism?
Oh, yeah. Here's why. Because as soon as the weather started to turn a little bit, you forget how insane people get. This is worth $1,000.
Oh,
yes.
You know what I mean? You go to these games. It's watered down. It tastes like it like you give them those little cups that are just watered down that you barely made any hot chocolate into. You can still see through the water. And you're like, yeah, we got hot chocolate. It's $8.
Yes.
And they're like, give me 14.
Cost you 40 cents.
Right. So I was always like, oh, my gosh. I remember vividly. Do you remember the game where Corey Dillon ran for 225 yards in the first quarter?
Yes,
against San Jose State
back
in the day. And I knew, I took advantage of the fact that I was walking around with hot chocolate and hot dogs at Husky Stadium. I would stay out on my route. I'd be like,
you didn't even care about
get
football.
Your
you were
hot
trying
dog.
to get the money.
No. I only wanted to watch a football. I'm like, get your hot dogs here. And I'm like, oh, I was getting paid to watch these football games. The thing that I had to pay with, I had a purple visor on that you wore, and then you had the little get up
pack thing.
I still have the I have a picture of my sister and I because we both did it. Wearing those things, but
can you imagine
the amount
of
hot chocolate,
a little purple hat, a starter jacket, and a fanny pack?
Dude,
I'm buying 5 hot dogs.
The starter jacket would have made it look cool. I was just a fat kid with the visor on. I look like chubby John Gruden walking around with a purple visor on. Well, welcome back to the program. It is a Football Friday. We're gonna jump right in here. We've got lots to go. Sly said, "Can we talk about the college football playoff?" I'm like, "What do you think we came here to do?" And then we started talking about hot chocolate and hot dogs. And so now I know why you asked, because we can get off of topic pretty quickly here on our Friday. So let's jump in here officially. It's a shortened show because you've got I think we got the Jazz right after this. It's going to start up a little bit earlier.
Yep,
so
that's why it feels like we haven't
pregame
seen
show
each
at
other
5,
in
Minnesota at 6.
Halloween last week.
You got
Yep.
Timberwolves
That's
tonight.
right.
Yeah. So there's lots going on, and we got to jam it all into here, and we got to get this thing going. Let's kick it off officially with the cut here, top of the show.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Trajan Wealth brings you this portion of the program. TRAJAN Wealth.com. Trajan Wealth for all your trusted local needs in retirement. Go check them out. TrajanWealth.com. All right. So in the boy, it is beautiful out here. We got the copper mine to our left, as you see it. As Greg Wrubell would say, from right to left, I've got the copper mines.
That's
and then
the mine that Bingham Miners are named after.
That's right. And then we've got and then up north, I'm looking at Salt Lake City, and then over here to the right, you've got Mount Olympus, and it's just a beautiful setting out here. And it isn't that cold compared to what we could be getting, I guess, in November. So
no, you'll take this. This is great football.
The sun is beating down on Sly, so we're good. All right, the college football playoffs have been revealed. And this first go-around have the usual suspects in the top 15, in the top 12. But in addition to the usual suspects of your multiple SEC, multiple Big Ten teams, like I said, the people that you're used to seeing and hearing from, you now have BYU at 7, Texas Tech at 8, and then Utah chimes in at number 13 in the first college football playoff poll. We were talking about how big of a deal it is to be 13 right off the bat, because Utah's whole thing is all they can do is just win every game in front of them. They can't do anything else but just win every game in front of them. Now, here's what's the good thing. Those are the Big 12 teams that are in the top 25. It takes you to get to number 14 with Virginia before you get to your first ACC team in the college football playoff rankings. That's great news for the Big 12. It's also, I think, kind of an indicator that if Utah is able to start to just keep doing what they've done the last 3 games, if BYU and Texas Tech can really just obviously somebody's going to beat somebody this weekend. But I think the backstop is that Utah team. I don't think you're going to see much of a slide from either BYU or Texas Tech with a loss this weekend. And I think the Big 12 is set up right now the way that they've been grouped together in these rankings. The more I think about it, I think that they can really just keep themselves with a couple of teams in there in the conversation. It's not totally out of the realm of possibility to think that a third could make an argument if that third is Utah to be able to get into that college football playoff. And on top of all that, the possibility of Utah and BYU facing off in a rivalry game edition of the Big 12 Conference Championship game.
Wait.
The problem is, Sly, you've got to root for the Cougs this weekend. Is that hard for you?
No.
The only reason I can say no is because of Kalani. If Kalani wasn't there, I'd be like, yeah, I can't do it. But I love my guy Kalani, and I would love nothing more than the face-off against him in Arlington.
Yeah,
at Jerry's World.
And listen, that's a million years from right now. But
right.
The possibility is there.
Million years? We're already.
I know.
Here's the hard truth, though. Utah fans must cheer for BYU because a Texas Tech win this week. It's all but look at Texas Tech's schedule.
Yeah. Well, here's
they're
the thing.
not going to lose a second game in conference play.
Right. I agree, but no game
and then
is won before it's played.
Then you need BYU to lose 2 after that. That's not going to happen either.
Yeah, that's tough.
So you need BYU to win this game because it
have
drops
BYU
Texas Tech down to a second loss. And you've got Utah, Texas Tech, and Arizona State all with a 2-loss.
Houston.
I think Cincinnati's possibly.
Cincinnati's
not going to stay at 2 losses. Cincinnati's going to stay at 2 losses.
Schedule.
And in a scenario with Arizona State, Utah, and Texas Tech, I believe Utah comes out on top in the tiebreak because of their dominant win over Arizona State, who beat Texas Tech.
Right.
Think about how wild
based
it is.
on the tiebreaker scenario that would play out in that circumstance.
28-point win.
What's that meme with Paul Rudd on the Hot Ones show where he goes, look at us. Look at us. Who would have thought we'd be talking about this at this time of year with this BYU team and with this Utah team? I mean, the honest truth is I think there are a lot of people who feel so good right now. From a national standpoint, people see Utah and they go, that's the Utah we've seen before, right? Mm-hmm. Last year feels like more of the exception more than this year being a little bit more of that rule of knowing that that's what you get with a Utah team. BYU is ranked 7th in the college football playoff. So right now, your top 3 at the top of this of the tables in the standings, the Big 12 are BYU at 1, and then Tech, and then Utah right there behind them. The conference does so well, I think, to have teams like BYU and Utah toward the top. It makes the conference stronger when you can have some strength, right? I mean, honestly, you need
biasly, you got to say that.
But you got to have brands at the top that matter.
I get you. Narrative. It's marketing narrative. I say it all the time. The whole standpoint of a football game is about the narrative and telling the story and how you start a football game, about second quarter, come out in the third quarter. It's all about telling the story. If you want to tell a story about college football by itself or even a conference, you want to have your best notable team. It's why the Big Ten didn't think that other schools were good. I want to get the Los Angeles schools. I want to get the Oregon or whatever, right? It's their narrative that they want to put in. But Utah is a notable name that's played in big games, that's have big names a part of it, a lot of NFL talent in the whole state of Utah. BYU has tons of – I didn't even realize how much NFL talent BYU has, and the quarterback pedigree, the history by them. You could just tell so many stories. So, yes, I think the conference does way better when these two are at the top.
Yeah, 100%. If for the Texas Tech and for the BYU game, for the Big 12, either or, if they win, whoever wins that's just great for the Big 12, nationally. And if Utah keeps doing their thing, yeah, if we're talking about the whole nation and the Big 12 in general, that's great for it. But for BYU individually, this is their opportunity to show, hey, we lost Texas and Oklahoma in the Big 12. They went to the other conferences. Who's the big dogs now in this? We all know that Texas Tech is one. We know that Utah's one when, with Utah's their history and what Coach Whittingham has done since he's been the head coach over there. Now this is BYU's opportunity to say, hey, we are for real, and we bring a lot of value to not only the Big 12, but we are a contender to always be in the top 20, top 10, and a team, to be taken with some respect. And it's huge.
When people look at the playoff right now, where it's at currently with the current rankings, a lot of people nationally looking at BYU and saying, wow, they're 7 right now, but I don't know. I don't know about that. Because they don't have that marquee win this year other than Utah, right? What's the biggest win on their schedule? If they beat Texas Tech in a top 10 showdown in their building at 10 a.m. in the morning, you don't have that criticism anymore.
Right.
BYU can vault their resume by getting that win and validate their number 7 ranking in the college football playoff rankings. That's why Saturday is so important for BYU. Now, there's some desperation with Texas Tech in this game.
Oh, yeah.
A second loss for Texas Tech is devastating to their playoff hopes, and then it puts their spot in the Big 12 championship game in jeopardy with that tie-breaking scenario I just played out. Texas Tech feels more pressure in this game. BYU has a mulligan. But BYU has a lot to prove here. If they really believe they're the 7th best team in the country, they should win on Saturday and get that marquee win, so everybody has to pay attention to them and say and validate that ranking. Look, we need to start giving the Cougars some love. They deserve to be there. That's their chance on Saturday.
Here's what's good for what this weekend's game is, because there's part of you that goes, man, BYU and Texas Tech get ranked 7 and 8 in the first college football playoff rankings, and then somebody's going to tumble immediately, right? Because that's the way it works. I say tumble, whatever version of that's going to look like.
And will the committee use that as an excuse to drop them below some SEC teams?
They'll drop them further than an SEC team at ranked 7th losing to an 8th team would go.
Correct.
But I wonder how far that tumble is going to be. We'll see. And there's still a lot of football left. It's about not losing that second game. I mean, that's honestly
100% for BYU.
If everybody, BYU, you can't look at the teams right now that they're trying so freaking hard, because they'll say, hey, look, a Texas team with 2 losses, we can sneak those
Joel
guys
Klatt's
in.
making the case in 9-3 Texas is a lock.
Yes, and it makes me so mad.
You want to know why that is? Because if they finish 9-3, it means they either beat Georgia or Texas A&M.
And those are big wins. But here's the thing: if you these 9-3 teams, I mean, you saw they put Tennessee at 6-3 at number 25 in the college football playoff ranking.
Terrible last year.
At Cincinnati, who lost to Utah, that's their only conference loss so far this year. They got their butts handed to them by an extremely good Utah team who's playing really, really good football right now. And they didn't even sniff the top 25 rankings of the college football playoff rankings right off the bat, because you see where they have these teams across the board. However, when you see those rankings and you see where these teams are the SEC and the Big Ten do this. This is the first top 10. This is why the conference affiliation the BYU has right now, and Utah's already known this, being in a power conference before, having the affiliation that you do when you're ranked 7th and 8th playing a top 10 matchup. It's the first time in BYU's history they've ever done it. We were talking to that Texas Tech guy yesterday. He goes, that shocks me knowing what BYU's
But he said it's the biggest game for Texas Tech since 1976.
Yeah, and even then, like, no one will tell you that the 1976 Texas Tech team is playing in an old, the old SWAC or whatever it was, or whatever the version
Southwest Conference.
Yeah, and so they're it's different. It's not the same. It is the biggest game for BYU in their history, which, again, knowing their history is wild. But the only reason it is that is because of what is on the line now, something that's never been on the line before. The way they determined national champions, unfortunately, in 1984, it worked for BYU's favor in that 1984. It also feels fake in a way. And I'm not trying to take the national championship away from BYU, but everybody knows every year we had to do this dance of, well, are you the AP champion, or are you the College Football Writers of America champion, or are you the USA Today champion? Like, when I was a kid growing up, like, I was taught, hey, Washington's a national champion. And people in Miami are like, no, you're not. And I was like, I didn't even know what people across the country were saying, that Washington weren't the national champions in 1991. Oh, no, they're not. Well, who is? Well, no, Miami over here. Well, why didn't they play each other? Well, you got the Orange Bowl down there. That's their affiliation. You guys are affiliated with the Rose Bowl. Don't talk to us. What are we doing? So now we have the closest version to a legitimate college football championship that incorporates more people than we've ever had.
Yep.
And a bigger pool to draw from. And the bigger pool has gotten you other teams that you've been talking about. But, again, like I said, the SEC has top 10 matchups every year. They have them almost every week at this time of the year.
Because who gives them the dang rankings?
1,000%. I agree. But this is where you want to be, in that same conversation. And how long is it going to last? Hopefully more than a week, because you don't want to be one of these teams that falls out of the conversation and then doesn't get back into it. For BYU, when they lost those 2 games during the season when they did last year, that's what took them out of the contention. It was only later that people go, I thought BYU got screwed by the College Football Playoff Committee. You go,
they did.
Say that. You're like, say that when it's happening, not after.
And Utah's a case study, to your point, where their losses came earlier in the season, and they've been kicking butt since. People have forgotten about the 2 losses
1,000%.
already, and they're number 13 because the metrics love them.
That's the Urban Meyer effect, right? Like, I think he said it one time, because he's had an undefeated season before that, and he goes, would you want to go undefeated? He's like, no. He's like, I don't want to go undefeated. I'd rather have my loss, but if I want to lose, I want to lose it early in the season.
And then you start sneaking
in. It's for
in.
that reason right
you
there.
You start sneaking in.
You
and
take
then people
you learn from your losses, and then later you just build from there.
Yeah.
And then you always have remember, we don't want to be like what we were in week 4, right? And you just build from there, and that's.
But I diss on Notre Dame all the time. I hope those guys lose this weekend to Pitt. It's another one of these.
I hope they do, because their schedule's always front loaded.
It's always. But last year, what happened? They front-loaded the schedule, and then they ended up losing to a Northern Illinois team that we all looked at each other and went, what? But what happened? At the end of the year, we went, so they did have that bad loss. And then people act like, but that was 4 years ago. I was like, no, it was a couple months ago.
It was 2 months
but we
ago.
forget. And what ended up happening? To their credit, not only did they lose that bad game, they won all the games that were in front of them, and they even won the games to get to the national championship game. Like, it can happen. You can have a loss here and there. By the way, college football, you can have a loss in there. You can have 2, and you could still be one of the best teams in the country on any given Saturday or any given bowl game, whatever it might be. So the first rankings that came out, the Big 12 is where they are, which is well ahead of the ACC, which is, I think, a great step, because that's where they need to be, because the ACC has been absolutely atrocious the last few weeks. And if your reps from the ACC are going to be Virginia or Louisville or Georgia Tech, Godspeed. Those 3 teams are not going to take you to the promised land if you're the ACC.
No
way.
No.
I wonder,
it's a one big league. It's a one bid league this year. The
Yeah.
ACC is. There's no way they can leapfrog the teams in front of them.
does BYU stay in the top 10 if they lose?
Yes, but I bet they fall to 10, depending on the Oregon result.
Did you see everybody
They want to move Notre Dame up so dang bad. They want to move Texas
I just
up
don't
so
understand
dang bad.
why.
I
Notre
understand.
Dame has a terrible schedule.
Who have they beat?
They've beat nobody.
Exactly.
That's the problem. They beat Purdue, Arkansas,
Notre
Boise
Dame
State.
is number 10. because they're number 10. It's like, oh, well, they played the tough games in their conference. They played Miami early. They played Texas A&M
lost
early.
to both of them.
They did not win those games,
Yeah.
and they haven't won a key marquee matchup since. I mean, what did they beat? USC?
Yeah, and they won't
That's
have
their quality win.
Well, the problem is they don't have marquee matchups after that, right? And so you had the ones at the beginning of the year where they go, oh, look at this. Let's get this one up in front of everybody. But then you lost it. Well, let's get this one up in front of everybody. Well, you lost that one too. And by the way, Miami, keep on losing because that looks like garbage for Notre Dame. Texas A&M, definitely overperforming compared to what we usually get from Texas A&M.
Give them credit.
If Texas Tech loses now, are they in the top 15?
I really do think that the backstop is Utah. I think that they could stay. They go from 8. You lose to number 7, okay? And this should happen for BYU too. You lose to number 8 or you lose to number 7. You slide to, if you're BYU, you probably slide to 10, maybe even 11 because they love trying to figure out where they can put Texas.
You can't change the rules just because it's not the SEC or the Big Ten.
But I think that you
have to be fair.
I think
but they won't be.
If Utah is the backstop and they stay at 13, and we've talked about this because the committee will maybe go, well, they had a bye this week. They had a bad bye. Bad bye. Put them back to 15 because resetting the limits for, I think, people to fall past Utah. Tech can't fall past Utah. BYU right now won't fall past Utah. And so I think if you can keep everybody right there, Utah is that backstop. I think, and those Big 12 teams can stay in that little
Which would be great for the league because what did we talk about before the season started? The Big 12 needs multiple bids.
Yeah.
2, and the crazy thought is they could possibly get 3 this
Right.
year. It's not crazy if everybody wins out.
Yeah.
And this conference needs to start having bullies. You're seeing 3 bullies emerge.
And get in the conversation. Just be in the conversation at the end.
There are clearly 3 teams in the Big 12 that are better than everybody else.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. We've got more to go. It's a Football Friday. Thanks for being with us on the program. We will come back at Mountain Ridge High School, which is where we're set right now. High school football matchup in the quarterfinals of the 6A state championships with Mountain Ridge and Harriman facing off tonight. And then, so we'll go all the way up till 5 o'clock. So we got a short show. We got to jam all this stuff in here. We got more to go around the corner. Stay right here with us. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Major slowdowns already on southbound I-15 from Ogden down to the Riverdale Road area because of a multi-vehicle crash. Transitioning from I-80 to go south on the I-215 West Belt is also crawling along with delays down to the California Avenue exit. Whether you park it, stripe it, or pave it, GoPave Utah has your blacktop covered at GoPaveUtah.com. That's GoPaveUtah.com. Call or visit GoPaveUtah.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. Bronco Mendenhall and the Aggies look to get back on the winning track with a showdown against Nevada in Maverick Stadium. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Aggie football and your chance to win tickets to the game. Then catch all the play-by-play action beginning with the Aggie pregame show this Saturday at 4:30 on 1280 a.m. Your exclusive home for Aggie football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready for a home upgrade? Hercules has the rate for you. Open a home equity line of credit before November 30th and enjoy an introductory 4.99% APR for 6 months. Perfect for projects like a new deck, roof repair, or kitchen refresh. Don't wait. This limited time offer won't last. Apply today at HerculesCU.com. That's HerculesCU.com. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
Since 1954, Mountain Home Services has been Utah's trusted name in home comfort. Right now, get your AC and furnace tune-ups for just $49. A furnace tune-up helps prevent wear and tear, catches small issues early, improves efficiency, enhances safety, and keeps airflow balanced, adding years to your system's life. And Mountain Home Services is not just heating and cooling. They offer free second opinions on everything, including electrical, plumbing, and fireplaces. Plus, you're backed by Mountain Home Services' upfront pricing guarantee and 100% satisfaction guarantee. No surprises, just honest service. Call 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $49 tune-up today. Mountain Home Services. Comfort starts here. Again, that's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $49 tune-up today.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
"Their sales team is the best. Didn't put on any pressure, just super helpful and fun. They made the process a breeze."
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard. Hans, you feel it outside. It's football weather, but that also means it's colder outside, and that means your furnace, if you haven't fired it up already, you will be soon. So you want to keep that warm air in your house? Well, it's all about having the right windows, and Advanced Windows can make sure you have the best windows in the state of Utah.
Remember, they've got the lifetime warranty. It's transferable to the next owner. It covers all labor, glass, and parts. And these are original windows built right here in the state of Utah. They eliminate the middleman, so they make it more affordable for you. And they've got great financing plans, including 60 months, no interest, no payment, or no interest for 24 months. They'll set it up so it's affordable for you.
Go to advancedwindows.com. That's advancedwindows.com and find out how they can save you money. In fact, $2,500 off when you swap out 10 windows or more. That's Advanced Windows. Call them now, 801-850-9100.
It's Advanced Windows at advancedwindows.com, 801-850-9100.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Aaron Roderick talks about the first ever top 10 matchup for BYU and what it means to be a part of it.
Been so much good football played here. I would have never thought that hasn't happened before. Yeah, we've talked about that. It's an honor. Everybody is humbled to be a part of a game that big and on a big stage like this, and we want to go down there and represent our university well.
That is your Cougars at 30 update. Make this Thanksgiving unforgettable with Kenny J's Barbecue. Skip the stress and bring home slow smoked perfection. Pre-order your Thanksgiving meal today. Text 801-230-5396. That's 801-230-5396. Football Friday continues right now on JJ and Alex 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All college football, all day. It's a Football Friday right here on the Zone. Whether it's the Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, we've got you covered. This is a Football Friday edition of JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, everybody, welcome back. It is JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Thanks for being with us on the program. Alex Curie, Jeremiah Jensen, the usual. And then, of course, Sly and Harvey Longy, nice enough to hang out on a Football Friday with you. Harvey, you nailed it. Perfect weather out here. It's just like, look, we're just talking football. We're just hanging out in the sun. It's November, and it's like 57 or 58 degrees. We're almost to 60 degrees, man. Like, can't ask for much better. I just hope it holds up for this when we're doing the Turkey Bowls here in a couple weeks so I can blow out my Achilles in nice weather.
Hey, man, knock on wood, man.
Hopefully you've got a lot of money in your HSA account.
You know how, listen,
always prepared.
You know
why you said that last year. I play in 2 in the morning, and on my way back, one of my good buddies is like, "Please just stop by. Just stop by." They had a little tournament, and they were in the championship game. Like, just stop by.
Settle down.
You know, he was recruiting me. I was driving by, so hey, I pulled over, and went in and played. Caught a couple passes to help out, stopped a couple, get some
fourth down conversions.
Yeah.
Sure, yeah.
I could see all you. Sorry.
Out of nowhere, the quarterback is the opposite. The opponent quarterback is rolling out to the right, and just a loud snap, and he just drops Achilles. Gonzo
so we had
Alonzo.
No, I've been a part of it. So the thing that I do is I'll play in like the kids game with my kids, like a little bit younger ages, and I'll go, I'm all-time Q. That's what I do. Hang back.
Hot route.
Hang back.
Hot route.
I'll just play.
Just go stand over here, please.
Oh, I'm all-time quarterback. Sorry, you guys. That's all I'm doing.
I could see you former NFL guys just driving around town on a Thanksgiving morning and just dropping in on Turkey Bowls.
It's interesting you asked. It's interesting you asked.
I'm ready to go.
I happen to be in Mill Creek right now. Sure.
Whoa! And my cleats are in the car.
Oh my gosh! What a coincidence! I guess I can play.
I've definitely witnessed the Achilles tear, and it was funny because I was chasing a guy and his popped and he went down and he thought I kicked him. He's like, why would you kick me? Like I'm a cheap player, but like I wasn't gonna kick you. It was that pop in the back. You feel like it's somebody punched
Sniper
your calf.
in the freaking trees.
Yeah. So sorry for your loss out there for all you people who don't know it yet, but you're going to tear your Achilles. If you're 40 plus,
orthopedic surgeons in Utah rejoice.
Let's stretch it out.
Thanksgiving is coming.
Let's stretch this thing out. BYU and Texas Tech facing off, of course, this weekend. Tomorrow, an early one. Is that 10 a.m. game? I was listening actually to one of these, this Reckham podcast or something today, this Texas Tech podcast, and they brought up the earliness of the Utah game and how they showed up, and they were like, "Yeah, I'm fine with it as a road game. I hate it for our stadium." And I was like, Utah fans can agree.
Attest to that.
They can attest to the idea of. So they were like, we like an early game if we're the visiting team, I guess. Like, we'll do it. But for them at home, they were like, our stadium, that's not fun for us.
Yeah, you got to do a lot of work to get ready for that.
So
fireworks at 10 a.m. aren't that spectacular.
No, they don't track as well at night or during the daytime as they do at night. So does the 10 a.m. kick matter for these two teams as they face off tomorrow? It mattered for Utah, but that almost felt like it was a little bit more of a. Kalani's done the early games. He talked about, hey, we went down to Baylor last year. We had a 10 a.m. kickoff, and we were up 28-0 before, before Baylor woke up, so to speak, and they did.
Wanted to
they did.
Crazy.
Trying to make it interesting.
But I just don't know what the timing actually really does for you, or if you can just play ball whenever. What time?
Well, actually, BYU is 5-2, so they've lost 5. And they've won only 2 away games.
They're 2-5.
Yeah, no, 2-5. Yeah, they're 2-5 before noon games, before 2 p.m. games. And 4 of those games that they lost were the first year in the Big 12, and then one was last year, of course, because they're undefeated this year.
You want to be on the big stage. Yeah. It is a bummer that it's not a primetime kick because you're getting primetime attention. When you're that early in the morning, everybody's like, oh, yeah. But, like, the actual game being played at that time, Big Ten teams are used to doing a noon Eastern kickoff. Yeah. The Big 12 teams are not used to it.
Yeah. And, at night, they are like 9-1 or like 10-1 or something at night when they travel and go play, if it's past 4 p.m. So I just think sometimes when you travel and then you have to wake up right away, and right when you wake up, you have to have everything packed. You have to be in your attire that you have to be on the bus. You have to make sure you have your playbook and everything.
Bro,
it's so fast.
I'm so superstitious, and timing is huge in football. Coaches are very superstitious as well if you ever manage to schedule. But, like, for me, I had to bump everything up. If we had a 10 o'clock kick, I'm up at 3:30.
Wow.
So you have your 4 hour before meal.
You gotta because crazy, because you get to the stadium 2 hours before the game, right, or 2.5 hours before the game. So that's what, 7:30.
Yeah.
right? And then even before that, I'm doing warm-ups and everything before I even leave the hotel to go to the stadium. And then you got to do your whole warm-up routine at the stadium. And mine is so minute specific. I'm down to the second on my whole warm-up on when I get dressed, from putting my drawers on, from putting
How many pair did you bring to the stadium, though? That's
you always have to – if you don't bring a backup, I don't know what you're doing.
Yeah, man. You can't be wearing tub shorts all the time. Man, you know what I'm saying?
You bump up everything.
You got to bump up everything, but –
good being awake at 3 o'clock in the morning, getting ready for a football game is weird.
Yeah, and then the pregame meals 4 hours beforehand.
So that's 6 a.m.
And then trying to eat spaghetti at like 6 a.m. in the morning is
They do. They still try to do
yeah. Oh, yeah. They give you the chicken, the vegetables, the pasta. Because carbs before the game is great because it burns, 100%. And I burn through it. And I want to be hungry. I want to be slightly hungry right before kickoff.
Yeah. You know, and so it's tough. Instead of just waking up, having a good breakfast, having your meetings, and then getting into your routine for a PM game, now you're traveling, you're in a whole different space, and then you have to get up at, exactly that, 4 or 5 a.m. just to get in your routine, maybe even before.
It's very different.
It's just a different beast to handle. So it's going to be tough on BYU and all
home or away, Texas Tech too.
Oh, yeah, Texas. If it was flipped, this would be tough for Texas Tech.
I bet they don't have a great record in the mornings either, and because you're not asked to kick off at 10 a.m. that often anyway. But now with the TV schedules the way that they are, they're asking 2 Big 12 games a week be basically one on at 10 a.m. TNT game and then another on.
Just make it West Virginia.
Yeah, and so you should be like, if you're losing, if you have more than 3 losses by the middle of the season, your next 3 games are all 10 a.m. you got to play yourself out of that hole.
I like that.
The wheel of punishment if you're losing. So L.J. Martin was the big question mark. This is a guy who was leading the conference in rushing before he went down last week. He's obviously still from scrimmage the leader for this BYU offense. How big of a deal it is? How big of a deal is it now that you saw that he's not just going to be playing, but that they're saying, hey, he's feeling pretty darn good? I never know what that really means. Like, hey, I'm dealing with a little bit of an injury. You guys were just before the show talking about, you're always dealing with a little bit of an injury, but we're talking about maybe being right on that edge there of maybe sitting out, but this was one he didn't feel like he was ever going to make the decision of not sitting out.
The only thing that gets me, worried for LJ, which he is a key, part to this to BYU's offense and how they run everything through the run. We all understand how the run opens up everything. His blocking, really picking important. Up blitzes are great, and knowing where the pressures are coming are great. But what worries me is that if it's a shoulder, and we understand that we all play through any, hey, if this is on the line, you're going. If your heart's beating, you have oxygen in your lungs, and you can run and walk, your coach, I'm going. You're not going to take, a day off on one of the biggest opportunities of your football career at this point. But if you're a running back and your shoulder hurts during the whole week or that bye week, he wasn't allowed to be touched. He had a red jersey on. So when you have
that yellow penny. So
when you have that yellow jersey or whatever it is, you are, hey, when he comes by you, everyone take 3 steps back and let him run right by you. When someone
don't
comes
even two-hand touch. You two-hand touch, you're still getting yelled at as if you hit him.
But if you get hit, and, in this game, which he will, of course.
You're right.
And it's right there on that same exact spot, and then he hasn't felt that in the past 2 weeks, then he could really be from feeling good. Hey, Coach, I don't know. It's a little,
That's what's crazy is, yes, I felt like that was the norm and narrative in college, but, I remember Rashard Mendenhall. He was our running back, old running back from Illinois with me, the Steelers. And, he had, shoulder issue, and, we couldn't touch him throughout the week. And then, getting to the game, it was he was getting hit all week. He was bouncing off tackles and just doing all this stuff. So I think there's a level of preparedness, and I don't want to say professionalism, but there's a level of being a professional and getting ready for the game.
It's almost muscle memory, too. You're I'm only used to getting hit.
Yes, because I'm telling you, seeing Troy Polamalu out in practice when I first show up for OTAs, I'm like, that's not Troy.
Yeah, but
what? But I tell you what, that first preseason game, and he let the hair down.
Yep.
And he started running around like he came out of the tunnel like Tasmanian Devil. Oh, man. I'm like, oh, okay, that's him.
He just smacks you, and you can just get a breeze of, head and shoulders. Oh, my gosh. That was...
I don't think I've ever seen Troy. Actually, no, I take that back. There was only one practice I've ever seen Troy actually run it. Otherwise, he's walking. It's not even a jog. He doesn't jog. He does the walking, and he's fitting up, and he's in the right place at the right time, and he's walking there every single time.
But to add on to what you're saying, though, is in the league, and, it's starting to trickle down to college, when you do have the red jersey or the orange jersey on, they still the training staff will still take you out there, and they will have another guy from the practice squad come up with their pads and be like, hey, we need a couple reps, get them ready. And they get them prepared from a running standpoint, cardio, from hey, we're going to get you in rehab and get you all these ice, whatever, the stems and all that. But they also get the physicality part out there too, because even when I was with the Patriots, whoever was injured and I was on practice squad, if I'm just the third stringer, by car, bring your pads on over here. You're going to come in there and just hit Gronk for like 5-6 reps, but give him everything you got. So
he had a yellow penny on every day.
Oh yeah, well, yes, but but that's the different types of preparation when it gets to when you go to the NFL. I wonder if BYU does that. I don't know.
Did either of you two play with an AC sprain? You know what it's like?
Yes, I have. Yes.
So what's it like?
It's painful.
Okay.
But you can play.
Which is what we're told he was dealing with.
That's what we're going to find out on Saturday is what
they
can
had a
LJ
bye
Martin
week,
do with an AC sprain.
Because I think I had the same thing. I think I got it against the Eagles. And, man, I was in a sling for that first week. I was like, wow. I can't get surgery on this. This hurts so bad, right? And then next, I still was able to play after this. My shoulder was a little different. Right?
Oh, yeah.
But everything's still attached. It's just a sprain.
And I played. I played like 2 weeks after. So
yeah,
is it just pain tolerance?
Yeah, which is the game. So
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they have braces and stuff to help, but
keep it tight.
Yeah,
they do
there's
the
substances
tape.
that are
excuse you
that help you, and then 2 days later you're just like on the ground.
I've seen Varsity
Don't come
Blues.
in here, Dewey.
I've seen Varsity Blues. You don't need to explain it to me, okay?
You don't want none of this. It takes all your pain away.
John Voight comes into the BYU locker room. Where's LJ Martin? The big old syringe from the night. Come on, let's go. All right, let's take a break. We'll come back. We've got more around the corner. We'll get you going. I've got so many things to.
Could you reference that, and that wasn't even on their top 10?
What?
Varsity Blues wasn't even on your top 10. That's
it wasn't
crazy.
Like it was my personal
that was a
top
terrible 10. Top 10. I'm so pissed at that still. John Voight was perfectly cast for that.
He was good. He was good.
A mean Texan high school coach.
It's pretty darn good. It's a pretty darn good football
The end
movie.
scene when he's in the hallway by himself and nobody
Come
followed
on,
him out.
let's go.
Yep.
Come on.
That
Here
was
we go.
great.
You're like, oh, my gosh. No one's following this guy out there? Oh, all right. We'll take a break. We'll come back. Football Friday continues right here at 97.5 KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. It's the biggest game of the year for BYU as the undefeated and top 10 ranked Cougars head to Lubbock for a showdown against the Red Raiders. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch a special edition of College Football Saturday game day at 8 a.m. with the postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, Utah. Tired of hard water problems, scale buildup on your appliances, dry, itchy skin, and bad taste? Culligan Water is the answer. With top-rated water softeners and filters that protect your appliances, pamper your skin, and make your water taste delicious. Hi, this is the Waterboy Colson Firmage, a third-generation Culligan man. Culligan has been locally owned and trusted for over 80 years, right here in Utah. Do you know if your current water system is even working? We're happy to come out and take a look at it, even if it's not ours. Get a free water test for any system. Call 801-509-9602 or visit CulliganSLC.com. Huge savings are happening for a limited time. Get $1,000 off a Culligan water filtration system, plus a full year of free salt delivery. Don't wait. Get cleaner, better water for you and your family. Call 801-509-9602 or go to CulliganSLC.com. Culligan, water you'll love.
Only one type of burger. For every pallet. Fries are extra. Large in size. We've got the shakes. Going over the brim.
Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. Put a positive, delicious spin on your day at any one of our 5 locations. In Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, or Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Get ready, Utah. Mountain Land Supply Supply is bringing Milwaukee Counter Days to a branch near you. Join us for a one-day only savings. 10% off all Milwaukee power tools, hand tools, and accessories. Plus, free sale day only items. Start your morning with a light breakfast, stick around for a delicious barbecue lunch, and connect with the Milwaukee team. We'll be in Nephi on November 11th, St. George on November 13th, and Orem on November 20th. Don't miss it. Mountainland Milwaukee Counter Days. Food, freebies, and fantastic savings.
Hey, Utah County golfers, the Back 9 Indoor Golf Lounge in Orem is now open right across from Costco. Mark your calendars. The Zone will be broadcasting live from the Orem Back 9 on Wednesday, November 12th from noon till 3 for the BYU preview show. Become a founding member today for just $25 down and lock in the biggest discounts for life. And Back 9 will donate $50 to a high school golf team of your choice. Experience 4 full swing simulator bays with comfy seating, 75-inch TVs, and 4D massage chairs. Perfect for date nights, parties, and corporate events. Plus 2 putting greens, an Xbox gaming lounge, free drinks, and Wi-Fi. Train like the pros with secure 24/7 access so you can play in leagues and tournaments on your schedule. With locations in Pleasant View, Murray, Lehigh, American Fork, Spanish Fork, Cedar City, and St. George. There's a Back 9 near you. A Back 9 membership makes the perfect gift for the golfer in your life.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
UCCU, proud sponsor of GNL. Get cash and save on loans this Black Friday season. Check out UCCU Black Friday money deals now at uccu.com. UCCU, love where you bank.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Kyle Whittingham has high praise for sophomore running back Wayshawn Parker.
He's practicing very well. Not that he was a bad practicer, but he's starting to separate himself. And concerted effort on our part to get him more touches, because when you look at his production, he deserves more. And so I think we're getting him now to the place. He was over 100 yards tonight. We're getting about the right dose of what he can contribute each week. And so it was just a matter of him. Knock had some good games early on and still is a good back. But again, Wayshawn just seems to be the back with a hot hand. How about that? He's got the hot hand for us.
That's your Utes of 50 update. Make this Thanksgiving unforgettable with Kenny J's Barbecue. Skip the stress and bring home slow smoked perfection. Pre-order your Thanksgiving meal today. Text 801-230-5396. That's 801-230-5396. Football Friday continues right now on JJ and Alex 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All college football, all day. It's a Football Friday right here on the Zone. Whether it's the Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, we've got you covered. This is a Football Friday edition of JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Did you say Kurt Angle?
Welcome back, JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Stevenson, Sylvester, Harvey Longy, Jeremiah Jensen, myself. Thanks for being with us. Connor and Cammy are here too. Actually, they're the ones that take it seriously. They keep it professional, and then the rest of us sometimes we kind of.
You got to rein us in.
Yeah. Hey, before we get in, look, we'd be remiss not to mention at least a little bit some of what's going on, of course, with this University of Utah football team. I was able to tune in to some of the television broadcasts, and there was a guy in the end zone who looked like he was absolutely unhinged, and I was like, they need to kick that guy out of the football game. It was actually Stevenson Sylvester.
Get him out of here.
You saw that, huh?
I'm all this guy. I see him, and the thing is like, so
film don't lie.
Oh, eye in the sky don't lie.
Sly has a stance that he gets into in the back of the end zone. You can't see it, but like this.
Bro, I don't even know when I do that.
I know, but Sly does this thing where he gets full wide legs, and like I know he's watching something going on right here, and I don't know at what point of the game it was, and it honestly looks like that they've said, hey, look, this is one of our assistant coaches. He's a little bit weird.
He has a microphone in his hand.
Not allowed.
He's not allowed. Jim Harbaugh
Bro,
right there.
He's been kicked off of the sidelines already.
He's allergic to sleeves.
He already got an unsportsmanlike.
If you would have seen
no
me
sleeves.
on the punt return, I even shocked myself. I'm like, how did I see that? Because, like, so, I don't know. We just play a game for so long. You look at certain things and you just know. Like, so right after the snap, he punted it, and I looked right at the guys who were covering, and they were all still at the line of scrimmage. I'm like, oh, yeah, we got something. And then I see him catch it, and then just the sea just parted. And I'm just like, oh, yeah. And I seen it before everybody else freaking seen it. And so I'm in that stance. And he's down there. I'm like, oh, yeah, we got something. Let's go. Hit it hard. Hit it hard, baby. Hit it hard.
It's the guy on the hat. It's the Utah man. It's Utah man on the hat. He's basically.
Of course he does that. Look, it's right there on his chest.
I know.
That's his thing.
I was going to be the A. No, you are. You are. What has happened with this Utah team over the past 3 or 4 weeks
since
here?
BYU?
What have they figured out?
I mean, here's the thing is and this is no disrespect to BYU, and this is why football is so great because you have to bring it every single week, right? And just because you think you're a better team or you may be a better team doesn't mean you're a better team because you did not perform. Being a better team means you have to perform on the day. And honestly, I just feel like Utah's pissed off at what they put on tape against BYU.
And they should.
They know they were a better team than BYU, and we let them off the hook. Right, but like you
can know, but you know.
But as I said, it doesn't matter.
That's what I was like.
If you don't
take
perform,
home the results, you know.
If you don't perform at game time, it doesn't matter. Whatever you think you are, or whatever, it doesn't matter. You have to perform that day, that time, because football is the biggest thing about not getting second chances, right, or not getting another opportunity. You know how much we talk in 2008 about playing Florida. Who won the national championship that year? What if? You know, we didn't get to play them. So that's just what it is. And I think Utah is really understanding the moments right now and getting up and preparing. And it can really be as simple as coaches talking about. So they're just believing in what the coach is preaching, and they're just putting it on tape.
I 100% agree. I think when you lose and you start to take a step back and you look at it in the perspective of like, what am I doing that I'm not, you know, I'm taking it for granted. Am I showing up right when it starts? Am I staying after? Like, there's a lot of things that I could have done that maybe could have helped me change that game. So I think you're right. The small little moments, the small little details, I do believe that when you do take a loss, like, you know, Utah has against BYU, that just allows them to just take a step back. And that's what makes great team, you know, football great in general, is like when you get adversity, what are you going to do with it? Are you going to just let it just take over you and just be like, look at me?
That shows the type of competitor you are, or what are you going to do in the face of adversity?
Or are you guys going to be like, hey, linebackers, we're all going to stay here 5 more or 10 more minutes, all right? And we're going to go over everything. Hey, get in. Hey, let's get a O-line over here. Hey, let's go. Hey, strong right. You know, those are the things that take your team to another level, and I think Utah's doing that.
Here's a little thing, too. There's a little sharpening iron, too, here, right? Like, we've talked about it, or I may have talked about it in other pregame shows, of Lander Barton not really making those splash Devin Lloyd-type plays.
Yeah.
But he's that caliber player, but, you know, he had to miss, you know, the first half of that Colorado game, and Trey Reynolds went off.
Yeah.
Dude went off. So Lander's probably like, I can do better. He's playing my position and killing it and making all of these plays. And I saw Lander do better last week. And so there's a bit of iron sharpening iron when there's other people coming in and doing great, right? We see Daniel Bray doing great. Wayshawn Parker's now doing great as well,
Yeah.
right? And so everybody's elevated. Now we saw quarterback Bert Finklin doing great.
Oh.
Devin Dampier's doing great, right?
Devin had one of his best games of the year last week.
Exactly. There's iron sharpening iron in there.
Yeah.
So let's hope, Tobias Merriweather's now learning. He didn't get to play last week. Hopefully he can step up in the last 3 weeks or even in big-time situations.
I'm not going to let Ryan Davis take over my world. Right?
Well, I mean, Ryan Davis is a dog.
Yeah.
He's absolutely – I love his attitude too. But, I just think there's a little bit of iron sharpening iron and getting better every single week and realizing the talent that we have on this team.
I want to do some more on this. Let's come back. We'll chat a little bit about that. We'll get some more thoughts as to how BYU should approach this Texas Tech game as well. But I want to dive in even more to how Utah has made this not just a turnaround, but really they're just beating the heck out of people now. You can win every Wednesday on a Win Ticket Wednesday on the program. Every Wednesday we give out stuff. This next Wednesday, we're going to be giving out some stuff. How about holiday lights at the ballpark at America First Square? It's a brand new immersive holiday tradition. We gave away some tickets to it this week. We're going to do it again next week. Family 4-pack of tickets on Wednesday. For our Win Ticket Wednesday, you can go to the ballpark at afs.com to find your tickets there, or you can win them all day on Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone. More to go right around the corner. It's JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise?
Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
Get exclusive analysis.
Plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth.
Sign up today at KSLSports.com
for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
SLC Fat Loss, Salt Lake City Fat Loss is where JJ and I want you to go check out for yourself a program that actually helps you not just drop weight but to keep it off. Look, if you're taking more care of yourself nowadays, like it took me JJ to get in my 40s to say, you know what, I kind of want to be around for all these kids that we're raising. I kind of want to be the best version of me when we're raising these kids, and that has got me to turn a corner when it comes to the mentality of how to approach the weight loss. Not just a temporary fix. It's something that long-term I need to have, and it's been working for me with Salt Lake City Fat Loss. I dropped 65 pounds on the program about a year and a half ago. I've kept it off since then. I've dropped another 20. Also on top of that, I'm almost getting to that 100 club here coming up in the next couple of months. I want to be there, and it's just awesome to be able to have those wins. It makes you feel so much better. Your psyche is way better, and you're in a way better spot because you're able to get to that healthy part of your life.
Yeah, losing weight is hard, and we all, in order to do it, need to find our why. You have your motivation. I had mine. You all need a reason to get motivated to do something that's difficult. What you also need, and it's going to make a big difference for you, is a program that works on the daily, that's going to give you the resources and the coaching and everything you need to get through that each and every day. And Salt Lake City Fat Loss is that program. They know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day, and it worked for us. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days, and a year later, I'm keeping it off. This program works. Go to their website, slcfatloss.com. Get a free consultation. They'll share with you all the details of what it's about. This is going to help you change your habits. You're going to get educated on how to lose weight and how to keep it off forever. And these are habits and lessons that are going to stay with you for a lifetime. It's going to change your life, and it's going to help you reach your weight loss goals. It did for us. Go to their website, slcfatloss.com. If you want to try the program, you can get $200 off of their fall special right now. That's slcfatloss.com, slcfatloss.com.
Tom, I'm on the sideline here with Doug Smith Chevy. Doug, the NCAA has changed its rules regarding NIL money. What do I have to do to land an amazing new 2025 Chevy Silverado?
Just come on down to Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork.
Doug, I'm more than happy for you to use my name, image, and likeness. All I want to know is how do I get one?
You have to buy it, Scott.
Together, let's drive. Get 2.9% APR financing for 72 months for well-qualified buyers when you finance with GM Financial on all new 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500s. No one knows Chevy like Doug.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Get your Thanksgiving fix at Kenny J's Barbecue. This year, skip the stress and bring home slow-cooked perfection. Pitmaster-style turkey and tender brisket. Ready for your holiday table. Kenny J's is serving up bold, smoky flavor with all the home-style sides your family loves. You bring the guests, we'll provide the feast. Pre-order your Thanksgiving meal today. Text 801-230-5396 or stop by the district in South Jordan. Make this Thanksgiving unforgettable with Kenny J's Barbecue.
It's that time again. The Reams Boots and Jeans semi-annual work boot and outdoor clothing sale. Right now is the perfect time to save money and get the boots and clothing you need for cooler weather ahead. With the change of seasons, it's time to gear up. And Reams has the absolute best prices on the brands you know and trust. Save big on Ariat, Justin, Tony Lama, Georgia, and Timberland Pro Boots. Built tough for the work you do every day. And that's not all. Stock up and save on Carhartt brand jackets, hoodies, bibs, pants, and vests. Whether you're working hard or heading outdoors, Reams has you covered from head to toe. Reams Boots and Jeans, Utah's largest boot dealer. Come in today for the best selection and the best prices on the boots and clothing you need. Look great, feel great, and save money. Reams Boots and Jeans, Utah family owned and operated for over 80 years. Reams Boots and Jeans.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All college football, all day. It's a Football Friday right here on the Zone. Whether it's the Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, we've got you covered. This is a Football Friday edition of JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome on in. It's another edition of JJ and Alex. It's another edition of Football Friday. Stevenson Sylvester, Harvey Longy, Sly, and Harvey nice enough to come in on these Fridays and hang out with us this year. Harvey, this is your first year doing the Football Fridays. How have you liked it, man?
It's been absolutely amazing. This has been great.
You know who hasn't come through on the snacks yet? Is this freaking guy right here. JJ hasn't had snack duty yet.
Hey, he's
what are you doing?
No,
he's royalty, man.
No, come on. Next week.
I think I could have done it last week, but I wasn't around.
Yeah, Halloween. He had a wig on last week.
I did have a wig on.
I'm coming up the steps. I'm like, what is that? It's blowing in the wind.
Oh, he really did?
Yeah.
Jeez.
I'm like, what is that?
Don't bring up wigs in Halloween, please. My son changed his outfit about 4 or 5 different times. When did you ever get 4 or 5 different costumes?
That's what I'm crazy.
When? You know,
we rotated our costumes. So we wore that last year.
Our youngest daughter, our second to youngest daughter, she's 5, and so what'd she do? She wanted her outfit a month before it fired off. Give me this, and we got to have this. And we're like, all right, we'll get it. So we got it, great, and we were like, she's going to lose this before the night of. Didn't lose it, but what she definitely did was lost interest in it. So by the time it was the night of, she just basically wearing regular pajamas with like a fake cat mask on.
Stop.
Everything else is thrown out the window. Like, I'm not wearing that stupidity. I've been wearing it all month.
So when you got it, did you give it to her and she just was looking at it all month?
No, she was wearing it all the time. She wore it for like 3 weeks straight.
So that's the problem.
I know, but I couldn't I got it, and I was actually, there's part of me that was like, good. She's not just going to wear it the one night. Let's make her wear it all month. She's waking up, putting on her Bluey outfit. And then, and by the end of it, she was like, I don't want to do blue anymore. I'm going to be a cat.
Yeah, then my son has to go to his school thing.
Put a paper mask on.
And then he's like, I don't want to wear all these. I'm like, dude, you were just A, B, and C for the trunk or treat, and I'll just wear one of them to school. No, I don't want to. I had to go knock on the neighbors.
See,
the neighbor gave us a whole tote of wigs.
Sounds like a whole bunch more butt whoopers need to be passed
Yeah,
out.
exactly. Dude, and then we pop on this like Afro type wig, like, dude, you can be Bob Ross, man. He's like, who's Bob Ross? And then he dials in Bob Ross, and then the morning comes to go to school. My guy throws on an all black suit, a chain, and shades with the Afro. He's like, nah, I'm a security guard.
Okay.
I'm like, what? I'm like, dude, you're 6 years old. How do you even know they dress like that, man? Like, chill out. You know?
Hey,
like,
you know what?
You just changed your mind like 8 different times. Like, dude,
When did security guard become an outfit?
he never did.
Halloween.
He just wanted to be cool. He wanted to wear shades to school.
I'll tell you what, it's we're getting through it. So now that we're into November, if you can believe it, we've got lots more ahead of us here. When I say lots more, we just have a few more weeks of being able to talk some football through the rest of this season. So let's kick off the program as we always do. We got to get going here. I still want to ask a little bit about what Utah's done to turn that corner a little bit. We'll get to what what BYU has to do against Texas Tech to be able to get the win down there in Lubbock. Let's kick it off here with the cut right here, top of the program.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is What Made the Cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Doug Smith brings you this portion of the show. Doug Smith, of course, an incredible selection of Kia, Subaru, Chevy, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram. It is the family of dealerships inside the Doug Smith, under the Doug Smith umbrella. Nobody knows cars like Doug. Hey, let's talk a little bit about this Utah team again. You've obviously been able to watch all these games pretty up close and personal, but what's the thing that has changed the most? Maybe the thing that you looked at and you went, no, that's the biggest difference of this Utah team. For them to be able to they're not just winning games, Sly, they're embarrassing teams on both sides of the football. Really, in all three phases too, because now it's like every week you're getting block punts or punt returns on top of all of the other beatdowns that they're doing on both sides of the ball. Cincinnati did not know what was going to hit them when they came into Rice-Eccles, and of course, they did what they like to do, which is a guy who doesn't make very many mistakes, and Brendan Sorsby all season long, 1 turnover all year long, comes in, and they made him look foolish there at Rice-Eccles Stadium. What's the biggest difference, Ben?
Even as players, there's only so much talk that everybody can just believe in, right? And I just think that the talking was done, and now I just think that they're actually believing in the product that they have, right? You see them do the interviews. I really love this team. I got the greatest teammates and this and that. That's what you say. You say a lot of those things. Like, even the coaches, like, we got a great depth here. We got a number 2 quarterback who's actually not the number 2 quarterback. He's number 3 quarterback. But, you guys don't need to know that. But, like, there's a lot of talk in training camp in the first parts of the season. You don't really know about the guy lining up next to you until you've gone through the ish, right? Yeah. And I think that these guys have wavered the storms from the early morning games and the tough losses to the rivalry games and how important that was and the narrative going in there and what you thought was going to happen and what you actually put on the field. I just think that they're actually understanding what they have and coming through and believing in that, right? And that's so much. Harvey, when you grew up, what did coaches tell you or what did your trainers tell you? Football, what percentage of the game is mental versus physical?
99.
The game is literally 80+% mental. As physical as it is, you're running down on kickoff, you're blowing into somebody.
Says these guys who were born with amazing athletic
these genetic
bodies.
freaks sitting next to us.
What you talking about? Born with?
You're like it's all.
Don't denounce my work. I've sacrificed. I sacrificed for this body.
I did not like football the first 2 years I played. I did not like it at all.
There's a lot, yeah.
Yeah, I'm like, man, I played basketball. Guess what? I had fun. I got cool shoes. I played baseball. I got the little ticket after the game. Got to go get me, little nachos.
Slurpee, yeah,
exactly.
And I played football, and I'm like, I had to be super sore, but I have to bring everything I got to the table every practice. And I'm like, man, this stinks, and then I have to do it within 11 guys, 10 guys on this, and if I mess up, then he messed up, and then we all messed up. Yeah. I'm like, man, I just want to go home and play Halo or something.
It's that fact right there. I think is the biggest thing in sports. No matter what sport you are, I could talk basketball, right? Like as a kid, like I was a sports junkie. In my mind, I could do everything. I could cross people up. I could go between my legs, behind my back. I could dunk. I could do that finger roll, George Gervin reverse. I could do all those things, but I never did it in real life. right, until I just started believing in it. And I literally did it my junior and senior year of high school. I was averaging 18, 20 points a game and fouled out every game. But in basketball and then in
that's
football.
That's why the Utah coaches said, that's a football player.
They came to my basketball game and said it. It wasn't even my football game.
I always love that you added how many fouls you had in a game, like it was one of the stats.
It was a stat for me.
Fouling out of every game. That is a linebacker.
Out of the 28 games we played all the way to championship, I probably fouled out of 22 of them. But like that belief, it was more of a light, and that's where I'm talking about. It's mental, right? And if you could control them, just like good quarterbacks, right? Your son's a quarterback, and how much do you tell him? How much his right?
Reading the defenses, the decisions you make,
that's mental more than physical.
100%. You've done all the work before the game.
Yes.
But once you go to the game, everything you do out there, your physically is a reflex.
Yes.
Your body's trained to do that. Your mind tells your body what to do, and you've got to process everything out there on the field. You're absolutely right.
And I think that's the difference between the participation people, the good people, and even the great players is that level of control of your mental. And I think that's the difference between the 1%ers that go to the NFL or just play the game is the ability to handle adversity and be able to control your mind. And so, sorry to get back to your original question.
I think
Utah's just believing in what their stuff. They're mentally there.
I'll quickly keep it simple. Slide my observation. They did not execute well in both the Texas Tech and BYU games.
No, not at all.
Since that BYU game, they're executing at a very high level.
Yeah.
Well, and on top of it, think about the things in those games that did not feel like Utah, right? You got out physical.
Didn't feel like
Texas
Utah.
Tech,
Yes.
right? You got out physical by Texas Tech. We were talking to the beat writer the other day. He's like, yeah, we heard all this stuff about how physical the offensive line was, and so when that defense pushed around that offensive line, I was like, ooh, that has to hurt to hear that because it took
really grinds my gears.
I know. At the same time, it's not like people go, yeah, Spencer Fano and Caleb Lomu are still not very good.
But it goes back to what Harvey said in the last segment.
They're still the number, like he's still – we looked at the draft board yesterday, and one of the projections has it number 6, Spencer Fano go number 6, Lomu go number 16 in the first round. It's not
16?
like yes.
Oh, wow.
It wasn't like they're like, oh, by the way, David Bailey, defensive end, leads the country in sacks. They had him at 22. So like that, those two guys they have going before even some of these other cats.
It's best on best.
Yes, and so this is the part of the thing. And again, you brought it up too, the BYU game. So there was a mental thing I think in that game. So they were as talented as BYU was for sure, but they didn't get out physical as much. It was more about the mental stuff that broke down in that game. Yes. So those things have all come back together.
But that's a part of the game.
Yeah, it's all come back.
Of the game,
It's all come back together again. And I think that winning games by 30-something points and scoring 40-something a game, people need to understand, like, this is rare air here to be able to see a Utah offense that is a top 5 scoring offense and a top 10 defense in scoring defense. It's a great spot to be in, and they're in a handful of teams that are being talked about still because people are like, no, they have all the metrics that add up to being exceptional, not just a good football team. So that part to me like stands out. How does BYU then shirk what have they learned, do you think, Harvey, in these games that they've had that have been these close ones? That they've been getting dinged on. Now, in the national perspective, people are going, man, they came back and they won these games. Now they're going, yeah, but they were down against these teams. And they bring it up like it's such a negative thing. And in my mind, they've learned a lot in those situations where they've had to come back.
But I think that's the beauty of that actually should help BYU. Yeah. It's just showing, hey, you were down 14 against Colorado or Arizona, one of the two.
Never wavered.
And then you guys came back. That brings a lot of, pride, and that should be flipped the other way. And we were never down against that team. Well, guess what? You lost. We won. At the end of the day, it comes back to just who wins. You could start off however, but the way you finish it, if you take that win home, then what are we talking about here?
Yeah.
And the last thing I want to say about Utah is that they are running the ball great with Sean Parker. With Sean Parker, the past 2 games, Colorado over 100 yards, and then Cincinnati over 100 yards, 124. I think that they're taking pride, and I think it comes back to when they lost to Texas Tech, when Utah lost to Texas Tech, when Coach Whittingham said, we need to win the line.
Yeah.
And we got to, stress that. And then they lost it to BYU. Wayshawn only had 23 yards, and Dampier only had probably even less than that. So now that they're running the ball efficiently, it opens it up for everyone. Ryan, all the rest. So for BYU though, this is going to be huge if LJ can play, which he says he is, and he can do what he does. But Bear is going to have to pick up the slack, and they know that Bear's a runner. He is 94 carries for 408 yards as a quarterback, true freshman. And then he has over 200 attempts and only threw 3 interceptions.
Yeah.
Texas Tech knows we got to just rattle this guy. If we can rattle this true freshman and bring him out of his shell right now, which I don't think he's in a shell, stop LJ and do that, and then get to him. It's going to be tough because Bear and LJ together, it opens it up for everybody, for Chase, for Parker Kingston, for Carson Ryan.
Sounds like JoJo might be back this week.
So BYU just needs to run the ball efficiently against Texas Tech. If they can do so, then it's going to be a defensive game for sure.
It's going to be tough against that front. So what I think BYU is going to need to do in this game is throw the ball well. And that doesn't mean you have to go just throw streaks and go deep the whole time.
You don't have to get the ball out. 360 like you did against Iowa State.
But you're going to, like Arizona State beat Texas Tech. What was the recipe?
Jordan Tyson.
Sam Leavitt and Jordan Tyson. So you had a great quarterback and a great receiver on the same page and healthy, which was rare this year.
Right.
But he got the ball out quick and he got it to the right playmaker. He ended up having 2 100-yard receivers in that game. That's how you got to do something to take that pass rush out of the game. You got to do something to neutralize that defensive front, and the quick pass game might be it. And I've seen Bear do it. I've seen Bear do it. He's shown that he can do that. He's thrown quick slants that turn into 60-yard gains.
Sly, let me ask you this. Jay Hill gets an extra week of prep on a team. How big of a difference does that make? Like, what are they do? What are they studying against this Texas Tech team? Because I just don't think Baron Morton is the killer that people thought he was.
No, I think it helps out a ton, right? To go back to when Harvey was talking, I was just like, Texas Tech and honestly all of college football right now, Bear's dangerous. I would say because he's so young, he doesn't have a brain. He's not thinking, just going out and playing, right? And I can remember that my rookie year, I had no expectation, nobody thinking anything of me.
He doesn't have parameters that people put on him.
There's no goal set. He's exceeded every expectation everybody thought. There's no expectation. He's just out there balling. He's backyard balling right now. And so he's in a prime position. BYU definitely take advantage of it. One, him being a baller, but 2, him being young and not thinking about anything else, right? There's no off season to sit on and anticipate this season and build up on the expectations of last season. There's none of that right now. You're just cruising, and that's right there is dangerous. My rookie year, there was no expectation of me. I'm balling all the way to the Super Bowl. Right? And so that is a very dangerous position to be if you're an opponent. And you're talking about rattling. This is what I'm talking about. You're talking about rattling Bear. I'm just like, there's no rattling this guy. This guy.
Did you break something?
Yeah, the story of my life. So everything around my house has a hole in it. But there's no rattling this guy. He's absolutely awesome, and I just think that BYU just needs to stick with their game plan and them being down in all those games. Here's the thing. You talk about 2008, what does everybody say? It was an undefeated team, right? Nobody talks about us beating New Mexico 13-10 and being scared
What was it
about that.
Wasn't Wyoming close too, I want to say?
No, we beat them 48-0. That was at halftime.
Yeah, the New Mexico game was the oh my gosh.
It was right before the TCU game. Yeah, we were right about
But those moments happen it's not that New Mexico had a great team and you guys were matched up perfectly against talent, skill on
You got to execute on the day. Yeah,
and
on the road.
And some teams show up and they have a juice that that is different.
New Mexico
an emotional vibe.
They were crappy. Right, in quotations, but they played us. I can't say that I don't think we played great, but we were an outstanding team. But they played us really good that day. They played excellent defense. Their offense was tough. Special teams was great. But, you still have to execute on those days, man. And so the early tough games for BYU, they could take that into the end of the season and literally obliterate good teams because they've been through adversity.
We should do a re-rank of what we should do is go back to 2008, do our own college football playoff, and rank those teams like they were coming out in the college football playoff rankings and be like, yeah, but they had that close game against New Mexico. I put them down at 19.
Boise State hit them with that, that little sneak pass in the end zone right there.
Well, you can't do that in the SEC.
They call that a Statue of Liberty.
Yeah.
This two-loss Alabama team just impresses me.
Yeah.
So
it just means more.
I think it's interesting you bring that up because I don't care what day it is. Like, trying to put together, I think it's unreasonable for people to go, yeah, just stay undefeated. That's all you got to do. It's like, it feels unreasonable to make that ask, but it also is unreasonable for people to ask BYU to go back and explain yourself in close wins. Like, that is such a weird thing. It's such a strange
Let me
thing.
say something
W's
about
at the end of the day.
I'll say two things about BYU's situation with the close win thing, the coming from behind thing. Number one, they had the ability to come from behind from 14 points. That is special. That's a sign of a special team.
Right.
The other thing is they haven't played 4 quarters yet.
Yeah.
What game
they
have
struggle.
they played?
They struggle to
what
start
game
fast.
do you feel like, wow,
They struggle.
BYU has been their best for 4 quarters?
Their
which tells
best?
me they have not yet played a complete game.
Yep. They were down against Utah by half.
Hold on, was it Portland
So
State?
there is still a ceiling left for this. I mean, if you want to count Portland State, I guess they played a full half, right?
Yeah.
There is still a ceiling for BYU that they have not reached yet.
Yeah. And, this is going to be a huge defensive battle. Texas Tech, I truly believe their offense, gosh, they have Cameron Dickey, 134 carries, 746 yards. My guy has 10 tutties. They need to shut that down because when he gets going, guess what? They have 3 wide receivers.
You saw what he did against Utah in the fourth quarter.
Well, wide receiver 1, wide receiver 2, and wide receiver 3 all have over 350 yards, and they have 4 or 5 touchdowns each, averaging over 11 yards a catch. That's unreal for your wide receiver 1, 2, and 3. And then their tight end comes in with 21 catches for 302 touchdowns, averaging 14. And then you have your backup, your third down running back that has 525 yards receiving. And
He's
this guy
the
can
most
score.
dangerous guy, though.
Right.
Jacoby Williams.
Oh, man. In person, that dude right there.
What number is he?
20.
20.
He can go off.
Yeah.
So,
Okay, look. He's the guy who had that 75-yard run right off the bat, right?
Yeah.
You didn't want to talk about it because there was a defensive holding situation.
No,
going
there was somebody who didn't get the right technique. This is basic football. And
Execution.
Slides over on the sideline.
What are you doing? Get the hole. Take the cut. Take the cut.
Doing his Jim Harbaugh.
75 yards later.
I was wondering how long it was going to take. Harvey busted out the notebook.
Yeah, I got to bust it out.
Become a staple.
Well, I think BYU also needs to prepare for Will Hammond. Will Hammond has 43 rushes. For
he's got an ACL.
Yeah,
Out for the year.
Oh, he's out?
He's out.
I did not know that. So
ACL,
that's great.
he's
So
out.
That's great. Yes.
Yes, that's great because my guy has 5 touchdowns on the ground.
God bless him.
I honestly think that if Baron Morton played that entire Utah game, it doesn't look the way it is.
Utah would either. Yeah.
That's my opinion. Texas Tech's offense was not
He
moving
was
the ball.
scared. You see how Sorsby was last week?
Because Utah was doing a great job in man coverage. And
Yes.
Those
Yes.
deep outs he likes to
And
throw weren't there.
What is the bugaboo for man coverage? QB run game.
Yeah, and what did Will Hammond do? As soon as
QB
he started
run
running
game,
on him,
and then
opened everything up.
And then Utah started having being frantic about QB run game, and then he hit the double route.
The last thing that I for this game for BYU against Texas Tech for me is because BYU we all know they can run the ball. They have LJ and they have Bear. So what is Texas Tech going to do? They're going to load the box, right? Let Bear beat us with his arm. Can Bear beat him with their arm? Going back to what JJ says, and can BYU's O-line block? Because right now, Texas Tech has 28 sacks, and 11.5 of those sacks come from David Bailey. Can they stop David Bailey? Because that pass rush, if you want to sit there and try to get explosive plays, you got to get that ball out before 3 seconds. And if you don't, guess what? David's going to be in your face, and it's going to be a long day for Bear.
If you don't make an accurate throw, Jacob Rodriguez is going to
Yep.
Right
so,
right.
So I just think,
are you talking about Virginia's old wide receiver?
Yeah. So it comes down to the question, can BYU's offensive line block this front 7 of Texas Tech? And if they can, I truly do think they'll have an opportunity to win throwing the ball and having Bear in the pocket.
Let's take a break. We'll come back. We're late to it. We got to get you to the top of the hour also. We got Jazz versus Timberwolves tonight. Jazz Timberwolves. I know you had this written down in that notebook of yours, Harvey. This is an NBA Cup game. Round 2 of the NBA Cup. The much lauded NBA Cup.
I put round 1 on here. My bad.
We'll take a break. We got more to go around the corner. We are here at Mountain Ridge High School, Mountain Ridge and Harriman tonight. facing off. The loser of this one has to play in Harvey Longy's local Turkey Bowl. So you got to be there. You got to be ready for that.
Watch those hamstrings.
The way these kids kick and throw, though, I'm always like, man.
Hey, we allow Stickum in our Turkey Bowl, so you can bring all the Stickum you want.
Yeah,
all
it's
right?
good. We'll take a break. Come back. More to go. 97.5 KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
All lanes are now open after a crash on southbound I-15 near Riverdale Road, but the delays are lengthy right now approaching that point all the way back to Pioneer Road in Marriott-Slaterville. Westbound slowing now on the 201 highway from I-15 over to the West Belt, but southbound I-15 or 215 is improved after an earlier crash approaching California Avenue. The Garden Restaurant in downtown Salt Lake, dine in or order out. The Garden is open weekdays 11 to 3. Hearty, healthy, and so craveable fresh flavors. Iconic location, the Garden Restaurant. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Nepolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. It's the biggest game of the year for BYU as the undefeated and top 10 ranked Cougars head to Lubbock for a showdown against the Red Raiders. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch a special edition of College Football Saturday game day at 8 a.m. with the postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Advanced Window Products. They're a local window and door manufacturer that sells direct to the public, no middleman markup. And this is a family business right here in Utah. You know the guys. You know Nate Orchard. He's the mayor of Sac Lake City, and he's the king of windows here in Utah. Their products are top of the line, energy efficient, made with high-quality glass and vinyl, with all parts being made in the USA, Alex.
You know how these guys work, because it's not just about making a great product. It's about making sure that their customers can trust them forever. Because a forever warranty, a lifetime warranty for them, it means something. Cutting out the middleman means you're going to save money, yeah. Having the best windows means you're going to save monthly on the utility bill. How about $2,500 off of 10 windows or more? $2,500 off 10 windows or more. All you have to do is give them a call right now. 801-850-9100. Just say you heard it right here on the KSL Sports Zone. Say, hey, give me that $2,500 off of the 10 windows or more. Have them come out and do a free audit of your windows. See how much you're losing in energy and energy savings, and they're going to hook you up. 801-850-9100. 801-850-9100, Advanced Window Products.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
buying a car should be a fun experience, like a kid getting a new toy. And at John Watson Chevrolet, it was.
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, whenever someone loses a parent or a grandparent, it's difficult. Things get passed down with inside the family. But if someone doesn't want a watch or a piece of jewelry, what's the next best step?
At J. Brooks Jewelers, we're happy to help you sort through such a collection of things to help you know what is real and what has value. Of course, repurposing the items for the family is always the best solution, but if no one loves or wants the piece, the estate experts at J. Brooks Jewelers can help guide you on the best way to handle the liquidation and, of course, in complete confidentiality. We have buyers all over the country that we've established to get the largest return possible for your jewelry, coins, or watches to retain as much money as possible for the family. So whether you want to repurpose and create a new heirloom or liquidate part or all of the estate, let me and my team help you decide the best way to proceed. Call and make an appointment today at J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh or online at jbrooksjewelers.com. Your trusted custom and estate jeweler.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Tom, I'm on the sideline here with Doug Smith Chevy. Doug, the NCAA has changed its rules regarding NIL money. What do I have to do to land an amazing new 2025 Chevy Silverado?
Just come on down to Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork.
Doug, I'm more than happy for you to use my name, image, and likeness. All I want to know is how do I get one?
You have to buy it, Scott.
Together, let's drive. Get 2.9% APR financing for 72 months for well-qualified buyers when you finance with GM Financial on all new 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500s. No one knows Chevy like Doug.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Cougars at 30 update. Cougars at 30 update right here, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Offensive lineman Andrew Gentry talking about how facing off against the country's leading sack man, Dave Bailey, is going to be quite a challenge for the Cougs.
At the end of the day, right, the main focus is just winning this week. I mean, it's a great opportunity. He's a phenomenal player. Watched a lot of film on him, and, you know, there's a reason that he's number one in the nation in sacks, and there's a reason he's going to be a high draft pick. And I'm just excited for the challenge and the opportunity. At the end of the day, I'm more focused on helping my team get to 1-0 than what my future holds. So whatever I need to do as a player in order to help my team get to 1-0, I'm going to make sure I do that this week and help my team to the best of my ability.
Make this Thanksgiving unforgettable with Kenny J's Barbecue. Skip the stress. Bring home the slow smoked perfection of the ribs and brisket and even their smoked turkey. Pre-order your Thanksgiving today, right now. Give them a text, 801-230-5396. That's 801-230-5396. Kenny J's Barbecue. Coming back, more to go. Our predictions for this week of Football Friday. Stay here, 97.5 KSL Sports Zone.
All college football, all day. It's a Football Friday right here on the Zone. Whether it's the Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, we've got you covered. This is a Football Friday edition of JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Football Friday, hitting hard right now. Stevenson Sylvester, Harvey Longy.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
I love having these guys. These guys are chopping it up during the break. What's great is that they'll just be real about, who needs to improve X, Y, and Z. I mean, it's great. What needs to happen is this, but that's why we have these guys come in and be like, hey, you cannot afford to do.
We are no different than the guy on the couch in the basement.
Yep.
A little bit.
Take it with a grain of salt.
A little bit. No,
maybe a peppercorn.
A giant. Take that with a giant. I always say, people are like, take that with a little grain of salt. I'm like, with Sly, take it with an entire block of salt. One of those salt licks that the horse has. You can't trust anything. That guy's.
That's how I hunt right there. I need a salt lick.
Here's the deal. Lots going on. So many games, of course. The Utes are into a bye, of course. They needed it. Getting right this time of year, this double bye situation, the way the calendar works out this year actually works out for the Utes, and I think that it's important to have this time of year to be able to make sure you get right and you get your guys back to it. But bye week for the Utes, and then they get right back to it again. They got to go down to Baylor next week, so we'll see how that works down in Waco. It's not going to be the 1,000 degrees down on the turf down at in Waco like we've seen before, Sly. So let's go with our predictions before we get to it, though. Nominate that youth sports volunteer that you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week award. All you have to do is submit that nomination, KSLSports.com. We read those nominations off on Thursdays, and then you get yourself a win with a prize from the folks at Hercules First Federal Credit Union and also Beehive Meals. Awesome sponsors of that program. Let's jump into these predictions right off the bat here. We're going to start at the bottom. Navy goes to Notre Dame. Navy's 8-1. I'm sure that Notre Dame loves being able to talk about how, hey, this is a great team over here. This is not an 8-1 team that you've seen facing off against other folks. Navy going to Notre Dame. Your prediction on this one, JJ? Win or loss for the Fighting Irish?
Easy dub for the Irish. I love Navy. I love what they do. And they're having a great season, but they're going to be overwhelmed by what Notre Dame can do. I got Notre Dame big.
I got Notre Dame also rolling in this one. When do they play Pitt? When's that game?
Isn't the week at late? Like 2 weeks from now.
2 weeks from now? The
There you
15th.
go.
That's the
Yep.
one I'm looking forward to.
I guess that's next week.
Sly, what do you have?
I got. Let's throw a zinger in there and go Navy. No, I'm just playing.
By the way, Notre Dame is a 27.5 point favorite.
You got to go to Notre Dame. Vegas
at home.
Vegas knows something.
My goodness.
Yep, I'm taking Notre Dame. I love what Navy does, but they're very predictable, and if they can't get 3 turnovers, it's just going to be exactly
They're just going to be overwhelmed physically for
now,
4 quarters.
One of the big shocks in this week's first college football playoff ranking is unranked in the AP poll, Iowa, clocking in at number 20 on the college football playoff poll, and Oregon goes to Iowa this week. Oregon is one of these teams that's an X factor because if they lose another game, they could tumble right out of these college football playoff rankings. Iowa could be smelling blood there and say, hey, we're hosting these guys. Oregon and Iowa this week. Now, I've started to believe a little bit more in Iowa just because of the pub that they're getting this week. JJ, what do you have on this?
I'm not believing at all. I got Oregon on the road winning this game.
Rolling?
Oregon's a 6.5 point favorite. I think they cover that easy, and Oregon wins this game. Iowa is still Iowa. I love their punter, and that's about it.
They got a great tight
They
end.
used to have good defense.
Yeah.
But, yes, I agree. Iowa's just Iowa. I got Oregon as well.
Kirk Ferentz feels a little bit like the Weekend at Bernie's. They roll him out on the field, and then he
Such a great
wins
movie.
Then he wins
They
the
don't
game.
make movies like that anymore.
I miss it. I'm like you.
Physical humor that has to last the entire movie.
Basically a Saturday Night Live skit for an hour and a half.
All day long.
I'm in.
I'm gonna go Iowa with the upset. I'm gonna go that they're buying into a little bit of what that pub is. I like Oregon, but I just don't think that they are
When's
the
the last time
explosive-
Iowa had a memorable win?
It's tough because
This would be it.
They do this a lot. They go.
Yeah.
They're 6-2 a lot this time of year.
Yeah, I was
Can they
like, how
turn
did
that
they get
corner?
to freaking
I'm going to go
number 20?
Iowa though. Harvey, what do you got?
I am taking the Ducks. It is tough because both of them lost to Indiana, but they were by a small margin, and it was smaller for.
Look at it. Now he's got to start hugging everybody. Oh, okay.
Hey, good luck.
We
Good
got
luck,
a radio
good luck,
show to
good
go.
luck.
We got a radio show to do here. You
Hey,
can't
let's
hug
get to
everybody.
Rice. Let's get to Rice Eccles now. Let's get to Rice Eccles, huh?
Well, you get his opinion first.
Yep.
So you're gonna go Oregon.
I am gonna go. Nope. I just flipped after just dabbing those guys up. I just felt like
feel good about
Iowa
it.
is just gonna
Okay.
upset them. I think Iowa.
So we
Iowa.
could just take the result of this game as
Nope,
your-
I'll go
as your
Iowa.
pick.
Okay. Short time here. Let's go straight to the big one. BYU versus Texas Tech. Cougs taking on the Red Raiders down in Lubbock. I already made this prediction earlier in the week, and so I'm going to have to stick to it. I think Texas Tech ends up stealing this one away. I think it's going to be a 23-16 game in favor of the Red Raiders down there at their place.
I got to go selfishly, man. I want a Holy War Big 12 championship, man. So I got to get Texas Tech out of the picture, and I think this does it, man. So let's have a BYU win. I think it's going to be a dogfight. A 10 a.m. kickoff. Offenses aren't going to be awake. I'm going to go point score late, just like the Utah game. So 20-17 BYU.
This is tough for me because Texas Tech's a massive favorite.
Weird, right?
At 10 a.m. in their stadium.
Double digits.
I get it. It feels too easy for Texas Tech. I feel like BYU is in this position where nobody believes in us, blah, blah. We haven't played 4 quarters yet. My brain says Texas Tech, just like the spread.
My heart.
my heart. My heart says go Cougars.
You just need to do that.
I'm not going with my brain or my heart.
Yes, he did. Thank you for that.
This
Thank you for that.
This is
Yes,
a
he
feeling.
did.
This is a feeling that BYU is going to find a way because they continue to find a way.
Yes.
They're going to win this game 23-20 in overtime.
And I think that I like
Overtime,
that.
wow.
No, I like that because I think there's an identity there. And for me, if there was one word to describe this team, I think it's resilience.
Harvey, let's go quick
Well,
here.
I got a feeling too. I think BYU is going to take it. I think BYU is going to score 2 touchdowns and kick 3 field goals. They're going to be 24. And I believe, wait, is that 24?
No, it's
23.
Yeah, but with a 2-point conversion in there, we can make it work.
No, 23. I think they're going to be 23, and then I think Texas Tech will be 21.
Okay.
And I think it's going to be a huge defensive game.
I like it.
Oh, you think a missed field goal
Separated
at the
by
end
a
or something?
safety.
It's going to come down to a missed field goal.
All right.
Look at you.
Let's take the break here. We'll come back. We'll wrap things up next right here on our Football Friday. Stay with us, 97.5 KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Northbound I-15 is bogged down from University Avenue to University Parkway for drivers between Provo and Orem thanks to a crash blocking lanes. Northbound I-15 rounding Point of the Mountain is also very slow because of another accident just before the 146 South exit in Bluffdale. From system install to fast fixes to deliver award-winning heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical, call Whipple Services champions for the win today. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades.
Yes!
But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Salt Lake City Fat Loss, slcfatloss.com. They know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day. At Salt Lake City Fat Loss, they know the secret. Their doctor-developed, easy-to-follow weight loss program helps you lose weight fast, naturally, and safely with no drugs or injections. It helps reset your metabolism so you can lose weight quickly and keep the weight off for good with an easy-to-follow maintenance plan that includes ongoing personal support. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days on this program, and more than a year later, Alex, I'm keeping it off.
Let me help you. Go to the website. Go look at the testimonials for yourself. You'll see JJ and my faces right on the website. We're happy to tell people about it. Go to slcfatloss.com. Get $200 off the program right now. It's slcfatloss.com.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't. So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Since 1954, Mountain Home Services has been Utah's trusted name in home comfort. Right now, get your AC and furnace tune-ups for just $49. A furnace tune-up helps prevent wear and tear, catches small issues early, improves efficiency, enhances safety, and keeps airflow balanced, adding years to your system's life. And Mountain Home Services is not just heating and cooling. They offer free second opinions on everything, including electrical, plumbing, and fireplaces. Plus, you're backed by Mountain Home Services' upfront pricing guarantee and 100% satisfaction guarantee. No surprises, just honest service. Call 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $49 tune-up today. Mountain Home Services. Comfort starts here. Again, that's 801-543-2222. Or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $49 tune-up today.
5 guys walk into a JCW's and order burgers. A pastrami, a mushroom Swiss, a guacamole bacon, a hickory barbecue, a ribeye steak, 2 onion rings, 3 french fries, a strawberry, mint, peanut butter, chocolate, and marshmallow shake, and not one left a tip. Because at JCW's, we don't ask for it. We think the price you see should be the price you pay. And all that, would you like to leave a tip stuff, is for the birds. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it. Open in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Kyle Whittingham talks about the cornerbacks Utah picked up through the portal this past offseason and their contributions.
I think we really hit the jackpot in the portal with those corners that we took, and all 3 or 4 of them are going to really help us out, at some point. They already are. I mean, Blake Cotton, tonight he was in position on virtually every deep ball that he was tested on.
That is your Utes at 50 update. Make this Thanksgiving unforgettable with Kenny J's Barbecue. Skip the stress and bring home slow-smoked perfection. Pre-order your Thanksgiving meal today. Text 801-230-5396. That's 801-230-5396. We'll wrap up a Football Friday next on JJ and Alex 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All college football, all day. It's a Football Friday right here on the Zone. Whether it's the Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, we've got you covered. This is a Football Friday edition of JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, final 60 seconds of the show here as we get you ready. The Utah Jazz facing off in Minnesota, taking on the Timberwolves. JJ, how's this one go tonight? NBA Cup action.
I'd like to see the Jazz win this because the Timberwolves missing the playoffs gets the Jazz another lottery pick.
Come on.
Anthony Edwards is a little banged up, but don't know if he's going to play or how effective
You're
he's
right,
going to be.
though. Anthony Davis is always banged up.
Right, but it's a chance for the Jazz to go in there and sneak one.
I don't know. I'm hoping so. But you're going to get your pregame coverage, of course, coming up here in just a few moments. Stay right here. Stay dialed in. Jake Scott next on your Jazz pregame on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All college football, whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Beehive Meals, beehivemeals.com. Check it out for yourself. Look, Beehive Meals does an awesome job. How about the slow cook tenderness of some beef or some chicken in that slow cooker? Hanging out with your family and making sure that you guys have those meals together, it's one thing. How about saving money on top of it? You can go to the website beehivemeals.com and check it out for yourself. $20 off using the code THEZONE at checkout.
Yeah, 10 frozen meals delivered directly to your door, packed with flavor and ready to go straight into your slow cooker. That means no chopping veggies, no measuring spices, no last-minute scramble. It's going to make your life easier. You're going to save time and you're going to save money. Go to their website, beehivemeals.com. Use the Zone in checkout as the code, and you're going to save an additional $20. That's beehivemeals.com. beehivemeals.com. Save yourself time and money. Your family's going to love it. It works for me and Alex and our families. Try it for yours. beehivemeals.com.
Whoa. More fiber?
What?
Down here, buddy. It's me, your spoon. Constipation with belly pain still coming back?
Yeah.
Talk to your doctor. It could be irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, but Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and